Or what do you think? Would you prefer to begin a new cycle of reincarnation in this mundane world under a different identity, or accept my invitation to a wondrous realm for an unknown adventure? The boy's thoughts were pulled back by the sudden voice. Even though he had proven himself not dreaming through the traditional method of pinching his thigh, he still found it hard to accept everything before him. The surroundings were white without any impurity, yet it felt like one was not in an enclosed space. The white on all sides was not the white of walls, but a real existing white. No matter forward or backward, the white was there, always maintaining a fixed distance from oneself, a distance determined the moment one passed through the white and arrived here. Helpless, he could only look at the only desk not far away, behind which sat a young man with a smile, wearing a neat suit, casually leaning back in the office chair. "Why me?" The young man was taken aback, then stood up and laughed. "Maybe because we are somewhat similar. But that's not important. What matters is, boy who died saving a little girl, do you accept my invitation?" "Really can't go back?" the boy asked. The young man nodded without hesitation. The boy let out a long breath. "All right, I accept your invitation. What should I do?" "Clap, clap, clap, good." The young man clapped, then returned to the desk and picked up a transparent glass-like object on which a contract was clearly displayed. "Just press your mark here. Physical names and fingerprints are meaningless. You are now a soul. Once you press, your soul imprint will be sealed. No way to break the contract." The boy did not hesitate and pressed down firmly. After the words "contract signed" appeared, he returned the object. But before he could ask anything, the young man who had taken the contract spoke. "Then, brave boy, congratulations on your new identity, Sandu Chinger. Take guide No. 9528 and embark on your adventure. Good luck." With a wave of the young man's right hand, a blue light flew into the boy's forehead, and then everything in front of him began to rapidly recede until it disappeared. The young man sat in his office chair looking at the now empty white room. 9528, what a fateful number. Then a woman stepped out from the white behind him. "Your naming style is still so absurd." The young man waved his hand to interrupt her, but said nothing more. The night was like a sheet of ink paper soaked in lake water, slowly spreading from the horizon, pressing the undulating mountains and dense forests into a dark mold. Cool mist rose from the river, silently climbing over the rocks and seeping into every breath. It would have been an unforgettable natural beauty, but now it was shattered by a tangible chakra storm. Even the moonlight pouring down was twisted into chaotic silver light. In a 3-meter-wide but shallow crater, Sandu Chinger regained consciousness in intense pain. His body felt as if it had been crushed through a washing machine thousands of times, his bones groaning under the strain. Having just regained his senses, Chinger climbed up, twisted his sore but not seriously injured body. His mind still felt buzzing, as if about to explode. Before he could observe and think, a blue translucent screen appeared before Chinger, accompanied by a sweet female voice. "Ding, team leader, congratulations on completing your business trip and arriving at the destination Ninja World Valley of the End under construction. Your work guide has been delivered. Please check it. Opening. Otherworldly Travel Guide 9528 Edition. Check-in lottery system installed. Group Naruto. Hidden team leader name Sandu Chinger. Age 15. Identity orphan of a noble in the land of whirlpools. To be verified. Skills none. Chakra 0. Possessions system package to be equipped. Lottery tickets 0. Check-in yes no. Sandu Chinger. Chinger muttered his new name, a chill running down his spine. Can a normal person come up with such a bizarre name? Including the multiplication table is one thing, but won't this name attract the attention of the undying 6 paths old man? Lying on the ground, Sandu Chinger looked at the translucent screen information, browsing through the system messages that popped up. According to the location information from the system, the only place that can be called the Valley of the End under construction is the Naruto world. So this is the battlefield of the final battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Chinger's mind was racing, but then he stopped thinking. Damn, I really can't stand it. Sandu Chinger, no matter how you think about it, this name is so stupid. System, can I change my name? Or use an alias? I'm sorry, dear team leader, the identity information has been recorded and sent back to headquarters. Modification is not supported. Sandu Chinger is equivalent to the key to access this world. If the team leader does not use it, or uses it too infrequently when interacting with the world's characters, he may be detected as a bug and erased. So please use the name normally to ensure the check-in system works. Alright. Chinger stood there dejectedly for a while, feeling the gradually intensifying wind pressure and occasional tremors from the ground. Eventually reason prevailed. After all, if this was truly the battlefield where Hashirama and Madara fought, his first priority was to find a way to survive. With his current weak state, approaching the battlefield would mean certain death. System check-in. Having made up his mind, Chinger focused his gaze on the check-in button on the screen and gave the command. Now he could only hope that the system's check-in reward would help him solve his predicament. Okay. Check-in at the Valley of the End under construction completed. Obtained lottery tickets 10 unlocked primary prize pool. Looking at the number next to the lottery tickets, Chunga made no hesitation and directly chose to draw. Congratulations. You won. Rewards: small amount of chakra 1, small amount of chakra 1, chakra refinement 1, golden legend death god seal 1, small amount of chakra 1, memory seal technique cooking mastery 1, silver 3000, acting mastery 1, ninja technique imprint scroll 3, notes, small amount of chakra 110 of Kakashi. After the draw, Chunga looked silently at the refreshed panel data for a long time. Name: Sandao Chunga, age 15, identity orphan of a noble in the land of whirlpools, to be verified, skills chakra refinement technique, memory seal technique, cooking mastery, acting mastery, chakra trace weaker than Kakashi, a long way to go, system package, death god seal silver 3000, ninja technique imprint scroll 3, lottery tickets 0, total 10, check-in completed. System: isn't there a newbie gift pack? The team leader signed a labor contract, not a purchased game pod. This is not an immersive game, it's your job. The necessary office supplies including this guide and the system package have been automatically issued. Your travel expenses for this trip have also been paid by the company. Alright. Then explain the check-in rules and rewards properly. Okay, team leader. The check-in system can be used once a day. The reward is lottery tickets. The number of lottery tickets is affected by the environment. The greater the influence of the character within the specified range, the more tickets you get. Continuous check-in increases the number of tickets. Within a year, the reward ranges from 1 to 10. For each consecutive year, the upper limit increases by 10. The chakra refinement technique will automatically highly refine the chakra obtained from lottery or cultivation. The simplest example, the chakra of a one-tail after refinement would be perceived by a Sensu ninja as merely the chakra of a regular genin. The memory seal technique can seal anyone's memories. Once sealed, unless a condition for unsealing is left, there is no way to investigate or detect that the memory has been sealed. And acting mastery and cooking mastery are just ordinary skills. Acting mastery makes your words or actions seem reasonable and believable in others' eyes. Cooking mastery gives you proficiency in all cooking techniques. Finally, the Death God Seal. Its probability of being drawn from the primary prize pool is approximately 0.0001. Once activated, it directly grants an immortal body. However, the full activation condition of the immortal body is at least reaching the system rating of Jonin. At the current stage, it can only achieve a rapid recovery effect by consuming chakra. Immortal body. Chunga shouted in surprise, but before he could learn more, the ground tremors grew stronger and closer. Then in his sight, a huge black shadow flew from a distance, smashing through thick trees along the way, shattering them without any buffer. As the shadow approached, Chunga blurted out in desperation, shouting, "Contract cross!" The wind pressure surged violently, becoming tangible, as if the entire sky had transformed into an invisible wall pressing down. Chunga's pupils shrank sharply. The dark figure in his sight was not a rock, but clearly a colossal nine-tailed beast. At that moment, the 9 giant tails leaned forward together in the violent wind pressure, like an entire mountain rushing toward him. And 9 tails! The exclamation was swallowed by the howling wind around him. His blood almost froze. In the anime Naruto, he had seen this tailed beast's appearance, and even occasionally found it somewhat cute. But when it truly appeared before him, the primal fear of a living creature completely overwhelmed him. The 9-tailed beast's figure loomed like a mountain being knocked flying toward his direction. Trees along the path shattered like weeds, dust and smoke billowed, and even the earth groaned under the unbearable weight. Just as the 9-tailed beast was about to crush him, perhaps stimulated by the threat of death, Chunga finally managed to gain a sliver of clarity from his fear. System: activate the Death God Seal. Death God Seal activating. Ninja rank assessment. Ninja rank assessment failed. Death God Seal activation failed. Death God Seal chakra mode starting. Boom. A terrifying shockwave flattened everything around. Chunga was violently thrown by the airflow, crashing heavily to the ground. A metallic sweetness rose in his throat, every breath like swallowing glass shards, his internal organs feeling crushed and then reassembled. He curled up on the ground, his nails digging deep into his flesh, cold sweat soaking through his clothes, his vision darkening in waves from the intense pain. The immortality that came with his undying body did not bring painless regeneration, but infinitely prolonged the agony of death, especially in this chakra mode. Chunga could clearly feel the meager chakra he had just obtained from the lottery rapidly fading away. At the same time, his broken ribs slowly healed and his dislocated internal organs made a sickening adhesive sound. Experiencing the process of flesh and blood restructuring firsthand was more horrifying than pure pain. What was worse, the chakra obtained from the lottery was already thin, and now it was being consumed at a visible rate to maintain the undying body. Every second more of his senses became numb. Chung'er bit his lip hard to fend off the urge to faint. If he lost consciousness now, his life and death would completely slip out of his control, even though at this moment, he was almost powerless. Fortunately, during the time he managed to hold on, the anticipated combatants finally appeared in his view. However, under the onslaught of pain, Chung'er only felt a constant buzzing in his head, unable to hear what Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were saying. Hashirama seemed to notice him. Not far away, the nine-tailed beast that had fallen was bound by huge wooden strips breaking through the ground and dragged into the distance. The figures of those two maintained a distance during their collision, though there were still terrifying impacts and tremors that caused a turmoil inside Chung'er. At least it seemed he wouldn't die for now. Perhaps Uchiha Madara also noticed his presence, but he didn't care. At this moment in his eyes, Chung'er was probably less than an ant. Watching the godlike figures in the distance, Chung'er urgently called out to the system in his mind. System, use the ninja technique imprint scroll. Imprint the dojutsu outer path samsara of heavenly life. Imprint the dojutsu Izanagi. Yes, boss. Imprinting dojutsu outer path samsara of heavenly life not detected. Task skipped. Imprinting dojutsu Izanagi detected. Imprinting distance insufficient. Task skipped. Damn it. Thus, under the varying degrees of attention and disregard from these two, Chung'er fully witnessed this battle of the century. The originally dense forest was beaten into an open battlefield, then into a huge valley, and finally into a huge waterfall. When the commotion gradually subsided, Chung'er gritted his teeth and slowly moved to the edge of the battlefield, looking down at the waterfall. At that moment, Madara was lying prone on the water surface. Chung'er couldn't help but remark this as the legendary ninja Ashura, even when dying, he could still keep his body from sinking. Such chakra control was truly terrifying. System, imprint the dojutsu Izanagi. This time Chung'er didn't let the system try to imprint outer path samsara of heavenly life. After the previous system message, he realized that at this moment Uchiha Madara had not yet evolved the Rinnegan, so it was impossible for him to possess that technique. Detected dojutsu Izanagi imprinting. Detected Izanagi dojutsu usage restriction 1 Sharingan I. Ninja technique imprint scroll -2. Dojutsu Izanagi imprint successful. Only when the system popped up the success message did Chung'er finally breathe a sigh of relief. Even though it cost one more ninja technique imprint scroll than expected, he didn't feel too much regret. After all, one Izanagi was equivalent to a perfect life-saving charm. Now that the Death God's seal couldn't be fully activated, this greatly increased his chances of survival, provided that he could smoothly enter Konoha next. So he quietly observed the progress below. Standing behind Madara, Hashirama slowly sheathed his long sword. White steam rose from his arms and the wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. Chung'er looked at this physique with envy. The two talked at the bottom of the valley for a long time until Uchiha Madara showed no more movement. Hashirama stood still for a moment, then looked up in the direction of Chung'er. Swish. Before his eyes, the figures of Hashirama and Madara's corpse suddenly disappeared. Chung'er was only stunned for a moment before realizing that Hashirama had gone to dispose of Madara's body. Because of the pain and fatigue, he didn't make any excessive moves. After all, he had confirmed that Hashirama had noticed him. In this era where Hashirama was still alive, there was probably nothing more terrifying than being targeted by Hashirama. About half an hour later, Hashirama appeared before him again. By this time the huge wooden golem had long dissipated, and his chakra had been restrained, leaving only a gentle and steady aura. Chung'er looked at the legendary first Hokage, his heart still pounding wildly. This was the living Senju Hashirama, the legendary god of Shinobi. Hashirama crouched in front of him, gently placing his hand on his shoulder, a warm smile on his face. "Child, are you all right?" Despite his naive ideals, Hashirama was still wary of the child appearing on the battlefield. However, when his palm touched Chung'er's body, that wariness dissipated somewhat. Not only because he could feel no chakra fluctuation from the child, but also because of a familiar warmth emanating from his bloodline so similar to his wife Uzumaki Mido. Hashirama's voice, like a spring breeze, dispelled some of Chung'er's fear, miraculously calming his emotions. Chung'er swallowed his saliva and stammered. "I'm fine. Senior. It's too dangerous here. How did you end up here?" Hashirama's gaze carried inquiry but no malice, or perhaps Chung'er was simply unable to detect the malice hidden within. Chung'er's mind stirred, recalling the identity setting on his panel, and with the effect of acting proficiency he put on a bewildered expression. "I don't remember. I've been wandering since I could remember. I had no money, so I had to find food in the mountains. Suddenly I passed out, and when I woke up, I was here." As he spoke, he quietly activated the memory seal he had obtained from the lottery. Chung'er wasn't sure if Hashirama had the ability to probe memories, but the Yamanaka clan of Konoha did have such a secret technique. He had to follow Senju Hashirama back to Konoha. In this era of early peace, wandering alone was equivalent to suicide, especially since the end of the century battle was over and the First Shinobi World War could happen at any time. So being noticed by Hashirama and entering Konoha was the best choice, especially since the true darkness of the ninja world hadn't developed yet. As a person of unknown origin, he would likely have to undergo a Yamanaka clan investigation. Hashirama looked at Chunger's pale face and full body injuries, and his sense of guilt grew heavier. In Hashirama's view, all of this was caused by his battle with Madara. He reached out his hand, his tone gentle but firm. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you away. Come back to Konoha with me. There will be a place for you. From now on, Konoha is your home." Chunger looked at Hashirama's broad palm, which exuded a reassuring strength. He knew this was the best choice, the best opportunity to integrate into this world. After his chakra was depleted, a hidden power slowly surged from his flesh and blood, repairing his body. The speed was much slower than when consuming chakra, but at least he could barely move. Though slower than when he consumed chakra, he could at least barely move. He trembled as he reached out and took Hashirama's hand. That warm and strong hand gently pulled him up. "So, child, what is your name?" "Chunger Sanao Chunger." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chunger felt an inexplicable excitement, and at the same time the faint sense of alienation that had been with him since his arrival suddenly disappeared. "Good, Chunger. From today on you are a member of Konoha, no longer a homeless child. Let's go, Sanao Chunger of Konoha." "Good." Hashirama held Chunger with his right hand and walked slowly toward Konoha. His left hand held up the nine-tailed beast bound by wood release. Perhaps because of the aftermath of the great battle and having to carry the nine-tailed beast, or to match his pace, Chunger always felt that Hashirama's steps seemed slower than at first, each step with suppressed breathing yet still steady as a mountain. The dawn over the shinobi world cut through the lingering dust above the valley of the end like a razor-sharp blade. Amid the silhouettes of distant mountains, the shape of Konoha gradually emerged in the faint morning light. Chunger's footsteps sank into the soft forest soil still untended. Hashirama Senju's palm was broad and warm, completely enveloping his young hand. The colossal body of the Ninetails moved silently under the restraint of Hashirama's wood style in his left hand, as if it were no longer a living creature but a migrating crimson mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble. "That is Konoha." Hashirama's voice carried a hoarse weariness yet retained a peculiar gentleness. Chunger tilted his face upward. The dawn was gilding the village's outline with a golden edge. Scattered houses spread along the terrain, and the most striking feature was the massive rock face carved into the cliff upon which only Hashirama's figure stood alone for now. In the future the faces of all Hokage would be engraved there, witnessing Konoha's development. But Chunger had little time for sentiment. As they drew closer, he clearly felt the trembling of Hashirama's hand, and the barely audible gasp suppressed deep in his chest. This god of shinobi, who had just defeated Madara Uchiha and subdued the Ninetails, was using his last vestiges of strength to maintain a steady pace. Several figures were already waiting at the village entrance. The leader had silver hair and crimson eyes, a stern countenance, and wore a dark blue layered armor of the same style as Hashirama's. He wore a mask that did not cover his face, with Konoha's symbol engraved on the forehead. Behind him were four ninja. One was a man with a high yellow ponytail. Chunger had no distinct impression of his face, but guessed he was from the Yamanaka clan, as they had no particularly notable features. This was confirmed by the clan crest on his sleeve. Another was a member of the Hyuga clan, his Byakugan activated, proving his origin. Between the Yamanaka and Hyuga members, the iconic pineapple-shaped hair confirmed the identity of someone from the Nara clan. The last one, with a cocky expression, was clearly from the Uchiha clan. "Big brother." Tobirama Senju's voice was as hard as his expression. "Explain." Hashirama stopped, releasing Chunger's hand. This small gesture left a void in Chunger's heart, but the next moment Hashirama's broad palm pressed onto his shoulder. "Tobirama, this child is called Sanao Chunger." Hashirama's tone was steady but carried an undeniable weight. "I found him at the Valley of the End. The battle affected him, and I promised to bring him to Konoha." "Sanao." Tobirama's brow furrowed sharply, his gaze sweeping over Chunger like a blade. "That surname. I know what you're thinking." Hashirama interrupted him, his hand pressing slightly on Chunger's shoulder. "But look carefully, Tobirama. This child has no traces of chakra training." Almost simultaneously the Hyuga ninja spoke in a low voice. "Lord Tobirama, indeed. His meridian system is almost dry and his chakra amount is negligible. There is indeed no trace of chakra training." Tobirama's gaze remained sharp, but the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. He walked over to Chunger, crouched down, and met his eyes at the same level. "Where do you come from?" Chunger swallowed. He could feel the pressure emanating from this future second Hokage, completely different from Hashirama's, a vigilance forged through countless battlefields tempered in conspiracy and blood. I don't remember." Chunga lowered his head and with his acting mastery naturally adjusting his voice to a fitting tremor he said, "As far as I can remember I've been wandering in the mountains. Looking for food, sheltering from rain, sometimes stealing dried rations from villages." As he spoke he activated the memory seal technique deep in his consciousness which began to operate silently like an undercurrent in deep water. Tobirama stared at him in silence for a full 10 seconds then stood up and nodded to the Yamanaka ninja. "Mind-body switch technique, shallow probing only. Focus on confirming recent memories and potential threats." "Yes." The Yamanaka ninja walked up to Chunga and formed hand seals. Chunga felt a gentle yet irresistible external mental force attempting to invade his mind like someone gently pushing open the door of his memory palace. Then the technique wandered through the memory space. Whenever it was about to touch the sealed memories it would smoothly flow elsewhere under the barrier constructed by memory seal like a stream bypassing a boulder. In the Yamanaka ninja's perception the images he saw were fragmented, repeatedly recurring hunger, the shivering deep in the marrow while curled up in a tree hole on cold nights, the blurry figures of villagers chasing after him when he was caught stealing. Earlier memories sank into a pitch-black abyss. Any attempt to probe deeper was like sinking into mud, leaving only a vague sense of the daily hardships buried deep by instinct. After 5 minutes the Yamanaka ninja withdrew the technique with fine sweat on his forehead. He shook his head at Tobirama and transmitted information to the surrounding group via the mind-body transmission technique. "There are no signs of missing altered or sealed memories. However, due to instinct the painful memories have been suppressed. Only about 3 months of life can be traced consistent with his description." Tobirama stared at Chunga, a last shred of suspicion lingering in his crimson eyes. But finally he looked at the colossal Ninetails in Hashirama's hands, then at his elder brother's pale yet determined face, and sighed. "Bring him to the clan compound." Tobirama turned. "But until he passes a thorough investigation his range of movement is limited to the Senju main residence and its surroundings. He is not to access any classified documents, nor leave the barrier area alone." "Tobirama." Hashirama wanted to say something. "Big brother." Tobirama turned back, his tone serious. "You are the Hokage. Konoha has just been established. Once news of Madara Uchiha's death spreads, all factions will reassess the situation. At a time like this, bringing back a child of unknown origin, I must take responsibility for the entire village." Hashirama was silent for a moment, then nodded. After all, although he was the Hokage, Tobirama was the one who made most of the decisions regarding the village's affairs. He took Chunga's hand again, this time more gently. "Come with me, Chunga. We'll go see Mito first, my wife." Chunga looked at Hashirama, whose face now wore a somewhat naive smile, and found it hard to connect him with the god of Shinobi who had fought Madara. The Senju clan compound was simpler than Chunga had imagined. No lavish gardens, no layered corridors, just a spacious estate with buildings mostly in dark wood and lanterns hanging under the eaves bearing the characters Senju. Shinobi moved quietly through the compound, bowing to Hashirama as they passed. Their gazes lingered briefly on Chunga, but no one asked questions. In the main house's tatami room, Mito Uzumaki knelt before a tea set. She appeared to be in her late 20s or early 30s, with deep red hair tied in a dignified bun, a beautiful face, and eyes that held a calm and strength far beyond her appearance. What was most striking were her eyes, clear pools like the deep sea. When she looked at Chunga he felt an illusion of being completely seen through. "Mito, this is Chunga." Hashirama took off his shoes at the entrance, giving Mito an imperceptible glance, his voice finally revealing a trace of fatigue. "I found him at the Valley of the End." Mito's gaze swept over Hashirama's pale face and slightly trembling hands, then settled on Chunga. She said nothing but raised her right hand, making a gesture for him to come. Chunga hesitated, then walked over. Mito's hand gently pressed against his forehead. In that instant Chunga felt a warm, vast yet incredibly delicate flow of chakra surge into his body. It was not an attack nor a probe, more like a mother's touch caressing a child's forehead. But Mito's expression changed. First a flicker of confusion passed through her clear eyes, then surprise, and finally settled into a complex expression mingled with sorrow and confirmation. Her fingers began to tremble slightly. "Hashirama." Mito's voice was soft, yet even Chunga, who had no perception of chakra, could feel the tremor in her tone. "All of you step out for a moment. Tobirama set up the barrier." Tobirama frowned, but after seeing his elder brother's gaze he obediently raised his hands to form seals. A light blue chakra barrier silently enveloped the entire room, isolating it from the outside. In truth, Uzumaki Mito's proficiency in sealing techniques and barriers surpassed that of Senju Tobirama. Even some of Tobirama's sealing arts were derived from Mito's teachings. Perhaps it was the suddenness of the situation that caused Uzumaki Mito to momentarily forget. Now only Mito and Chunga remained in the room. "Child, close your eyes," Mito said, her voice incredibly gentle. "Relax, do not resist." Let me see. Your bloodline. Bloodline. Cheng'e complied. Based on Uzumaki Mito's reaction and the information hinted at on the panel, he had roughly understood what was happening. Mito's chakra began to delve deeper. This time it was not a mere touch, it slowly traveled along Ching'e's meridian system, ultimately converging near his heart, the core region of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline power. The moment Uzumaki Mito's chakra made contact, Ching'e felt something within him awaken. It was not chakra but something deeper, more primal. That power slumbered deep within his flesh and blood, yet gradually resonated with Mito's chakra. A surge of heat began to emanate from his skin, and the wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. As faint patterns emerged on his skin's surface, Ching'e's originally jet-black hair began to subtly show a reddish tint. Mito's chakra started to fluctuate violently with her emotions. She withdrew her hand, covered her mouth, and her eyes reddened instantly. This feeling. Mito's voice was choked with emotion. I cannot be mistaken. This is definitely the Uzumaki bloodline. Only the Uzumaki bloodline would produce such a resonance. Mito took a deep breath, cupping Ching'e's face in both hands, forcing herself to calm down and perceive carefully. For the Uzumaki clan, the act of perception was a simple matter. After a few minutes she released her hands and tears finally rolled down. Judging by age and appearance. Mito's voice trembled. You must be the child of my little aunt's family. During the political upheaval when the Land of Whirlpools was first established over a decade ago, my little aunt's entire family was confirmed. Confirmed dead in battle. But if her child was taken away by the guardian shinobi and ended up wandering outside, she could not continue. Ching'e stared blankly at the grieving Uzumaki Mito, and an inexplicable sorrow welled up in his own heart. It was not the effect of acting mastery, it was a feeling that came without reason. Unbeknownst to him, a few clear tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. The barrier of the room dissipated and the door slid open. Hashirama and Tobirama entered, having sensed the intense fluctuations in Uzumaki Mito's spirit and chakra. For Tobirama, the barrier caster, sensing fluctuations within the barrier was not difficult. By seniority. Mito wiped away her tears, revealing a smile mixed with both sorrow and joy. You should call me sister. Hashirama's face showed a relieved joy as he walked slowly to Mito's side and pulled her into his embrace. When I first touched Ching'e, I sensed the fluctuations of the Uzumaki bloodline, but I wasn't sure, so I. Tobirama watched the scene, feeling a sense of fullness in his stomach. Still dutifully confirming, he asked. So he really is an orphan of the Uzumaki clan? Mito stood up and gently pulled Ching'e close to her side. Tobirama, his bloodline cannot be faked. Shortly after the founding of Konoha, the Land of Whirlpools sent a request, but because Konoha had just been established, we didn't have time to investigate. By the time we were free to look into it, all leads were lost. That mission was under your charge. Tobirama pondered for a moment, and a vague memory surfaced. After all, when the faction of the Uzumaki clan that once held power in the Land of Whirlpools was wiped out, Mito had been heartbroken for a long time. The last trace of doubt in Tobirama's eyes finally almost vanished. Hashirama, however, burst into hearty laughter and slapped Ching'e on the shoulder. Haha, Ching'e, it seems I was right to bring you back. From now on, just call me Big Brother. At that moment Ching'e was already in a daze, his mind filled with the thoughts swirling. I call Hashirama Big Brother. Was the value of the orphan of a Whirlpool country noble tag really this high? Be Big Brother. Yes. Hashirama replied promptly and cheerfully. Mito looked down at Ching'e and gently patted his head. From today onward, this is your home. I am your sister and Hashirama is your brother-in-law. Of course, as Hashirama said, you can just call him Big Brother. We won't let you wander anymore. Ching'e opened his mouth, the word rolling around in his throat several times before finally escaping softly. As sister. Mito smiled. It was the first truly warm smile Ching'e had seen since arriving in this world, one without any impurities or scrutiny. Late that night, at the deepest forbidden ground of the Senju clan compound. Though called a forbidden area, it was merely a semi-natural cave transformed inside into a massive circular altar. The walls were densely engraved with sealing formulas, the majority of which were secret Uzumaki clan runes. Ching'e was permitted to stand on the observation platform at the edge of the altar. Mito insisted he witness this. You are a member of the Uzumaki clan. This is the honor and responsibility our clan is destined to bear. You need to know what your sister is about to become. When Hashirama brought the Nine Tails to this place, Ching'e already guessed what was about to happen and understood what Uzumaki Mito meant by honor and responsibility. Though he was grateful to this sister who had been so kind to him, after knowing him for less than a day, he felt not a shred of identification with the responsibilities she spoke of. Let us begin. With Hashirama's words, he and Tobirama simultaneously activated the barrier ninjutsu. Vast wood release surged from the ground, completely sealing the cave into a prison with no escape. A blue barrier energy spread out beyond the wood release. Then Mito took a deep breath, slipped off her outer robe, revealing a close-fitting white Miko garment that concealed all curves, leaving only her flat, smooth abdomen exposed. She stepped onto the altar and began forming hand seals, a sequence of techniques so complex and dazzling that it had never been seen in the original story. With each seal completed, the corresponding runes on the wall lit up in patches. A crimson light like blood flowed and spread across the stone surface, gradually outlining a massive formation that covered the entire cave. The Nine Tails was heavily bound by wood release on a special stone platform. Its massive eyes burned with pure hatred in the darkness, but its struggles proved futile under the suppression of Hashirama and the surrounding sealing formulas. Tail-crushing seal. Locktail seal. Mito's voice echoed like an ancient oracle. The Nine Tails let out a deafening roar, but its cries were confined within the cave by the barrier, and its struggles proved futile against the restraint of the wood release. Its body began to twist and shrink, finally transforming into a crimson torrent of chakra that was forcibly dragged toward Mito's abdomen. To ensure safety, she added another layer of the Four Symbols Rotation Seal, only then allowing herself to fully relax. The Four Symbols Rotation Seal was an advanced sealing technique exclusive to the Uzumaki clan, requiring mastery of the Four Symbols Seal to perform. As the upgraded version, it created a multi-layered composite sealing space, further reinforcing the strength of the seal. Chang'er watched wide-eyed. What seemed like a swift process actually lasted a full hour, during which he could clearly see the pain flashing across Mito's face, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly resolute from start to finish. When the last trace of crimson disappeared into Mito's abdomen, the cave fell into dead silence. Mito staggered, and Hashirama instantly appeared at her side to steady her, draping a pre-prepared robe over her shoulders. A voice inexplicably echoed in Chang'er's mind. Rejoice. He is one who gathers the power of all tailed beasts, the origin that ushers in the dark era of the ninja world, the first vessel in the history of Shinobi. His name is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Mito, supported by Hashirama, walked over to Chang'er. Her face was as pale as paper, yet her smile remained gentle. Do you see, Chang'er? This is power, and also responsibility. The power of the Nine Tails is too dangerous to be left unchecked, but it cannot be completely destroyed either. Using the body of our Uzumaki clan as a vessel, binding it with life itself, is the most appropriate approach for now. She reached out and gently patted Chang'er's head. Remember this day. Remember how heavy this power is and how much courage it takes to bear it. Chang'er nodded vigorously, his throat tight, unable to utter a word. After all, there were moments when he had fantasized about becoming the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It really would have been cool. But now Chang'er could no longer muster that courage. 3 days after the ritual, Chang'er's life in the Senju household gradually settled into a routine. His room was arranged on the west side of the main residence. Opening the window offered a view of the training ground and the distant Hokage rock. Each morning Tobarama assigned him to organize various scrolls, mostly history, geography, herbology, illustrations, and basic taijutsu outlines. Materials related to ninjutsu were beyond Chang'er's current clearance. Thanks to the trust of Mito and Hashirama, Chang'er had genuinely learned the chakra refinement method. After 3 days of cultivation and lottery rewards, his chakra reserves were nearly at 1 Kakashi unit. However, every time he refined chakra, the chakra condensation art he had obtained from the initial lottery would activate automatically, making his chakra exceptionally dense and subdued. As a result, Tobarama's detection revealed chakra levels that seemed barely different from an ordinary person. Unfortunately, while his daily lottery draws were somewhat inconsistent in number, though living in the Senju compound meant they weren't too few, after more than 20 draws over 3 days he had obtained nothing but some trivial techniques and a slight increase in chakra. Not a single jutsu. Chang'er couldn't help but lament his bad luck, suspecting that the one stroke of fortune when he drew the death god's mark had sacrificed years of his lottery luck. It was worth noting that since completing the Nine Tails sealing, Hashirama rarely appeared, not just rarely seen by Chang'er, but he virtually vanished from everyone's sight. The official explanation was that he was in secluded training while the affairs of the Hokage were essentially handed over entirely to Tobarama. Had it not been for the traces of Hashirama's presence detected during his daily sign-ins, Chang'er might have suspected the man had already perished. Based on the original story, Hashirama's death occurred shortly after the battle at the Valley of the End, and ever since returning from that place, Chang'er had felt something was off. One morning, as sunlight filtered through the wooden fence of the training ground and cast dappled shadows across the back of Chang'er's hand, he was sketching the initial blueprint of a school on a blank scroll. His brush paused at the dividing line between the Ninja Studies Department and the General Studies Department, when suddenly Tobarama's voice came from behind him. How is your chakra refinement progressing? Through these days of interaction, Chang'er had essentially earned Tobarama's trust. In Tobarama's own words, Chang'er was too weak, and the advantage of being weak was that one could be seen through at a glance. Tobarama's tone was no longer as icy as before, and he even responded occasionally when Ching-er addressed him as second brother. Following your instructions, I've been refining chakra daily. Ching-er tried to keep his breathing steady as every encounter with Tobarama brought an immense pressure, not a deliberate intimidation but an innate aura. It's just, there doesn't seem to be any noticeable growth. In truth, through his daily sign-ins and lottery rewards, Ching-er's chakra reserves had nearly reached the level of 2 Kakashi units. However, due to the chakra condensation art, his chakra was constantly compressed to its limit, making external perception detect almost no change. Ching-er dared not reveal any information about the chakra condensation art. Even if his chakra level were detected, Ching-er wouldn't have feared it, since he had only interacted with the Senju family, and no other ninja. Compared to their chakra reserves, his claims weren't far from the truth. Tobarama's brow furrowed deeply. Days ago, when Hashirama insisted the boy call him Big Brother, he had found it absurd. Now it seemed this Uzumaki orphan not only had pitifully little chakra but was also making slow progress in basic refinement. Were it not for Mito's guarantee by bloodline, he would have thrown this boy of unknown origins out of Konoha long ago. Follow me. Tobarama turned and walked toward the heart of the clan grounds. Ching-er quickly followed. Passing through a corridor engraved with defensive seals, they stopped before a secret chamber piled with blueprints. Tobarama formed a hand seal with one hand, and the Uzumaki clan emblem on the stone wall slowly rotated, revealing a hidden room beyond. It was a miniature design institute. A large panoramic sandbox model of Konoha stood at the center, surrounded by wooden placards labeled Training Ground and Hokage Tower, with a few at the edge inscribed in red ink School and Hospital. This is the future development plan for Konoha. Tobarama's finger pointed at the center of the sandbox where the model representing the Hokage Tower stood. My brother only cared about establishing the village with his ideals, but he dumped all these trivial matters on me after it was founded. His tone carried a hint of derision, but Ching-er noticed how unusually gentle his touch was as he caressed the sandbox. The biggest issues now are education and medical facilities. What are your thoughts? This was a test. Ching-er's heart began to race. He looked at the square buildings on the sandbox, typical of the Warring States period, with mud walls and wooden roofs, entirely lacking planning. The hospital model was merely a wooden box with a red cross painted on it, while the school was represented by a board simply inscribed with Academy. Beside them were notes explaining these structures. For instance, the ninja school had actually been open for a while, but only students from branch families of various clans were enrolled. Few main family members attended. Sir? Ching-er took a deep breath, deciding to take a gamble. These policies are too outdated. Tobarama's gaze turned icy, murderous intent coalescing into something almost tangible. What did you say? The hospital's layout is flawed. Sandow Ching-er forced himself to meet those crimson eyes, his finger pointing toward the wooden model of the clinic. With all patients housed together as it stands, cross-infection is inevitable. Patients must be segregated by diagnosis with dedicated isolation wards, and separate sterilization rooms and pharmacies. The floor plan of a hospital from his past life surfaced vividly in his mind: outpatient zones, inpatient wards, and laboratories, each clearly demarcated. The air in the chamber thickened, motionless and heavy. Tobarama's fingers hovered above the sand table, the rebuke he prepared lodged unspoken in his throat. This suggestion landed like a seed dropped straight into the heart of a problem he had long wrestled with. Just last week 3 shinobi had died after contracting illness from wounded comrades at Konoha Hospital, an incident he mentioned only in the Hokage Council. Continue. Tobarama's voice softened slightly, the lethal aura dissipating like mist. Bolstered by this shift, Sandow Ching-er picked up the wooden plaque marked School and moved it from the periphery of the sand table toward its center. A school must not be relegated to some remote corner. It should stand near residential districts divided into age-specific classrooms with dedicated training grounds and theoretical lecture halls. Most importantly, he paused, then voiced the idea that could reshape the shinobi world. Every child, regardless of clan lineage, must attend. Nonsense! Tobarama slammed his palm onto the sand table, sending several wooden markers trembling. How can civilians learn ninjutsu? Place children of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans alongside those born to no clan at all. That would ignite civil war. Not ninjutsu itself. Sandow Ching-er quickly adjusted his approach, seizing a charcoal stick to sketch on the sandy ground. Literacy, arithmetic, history, basic medical first aid, the foundational curriculum. Much like the preparatory phase for chakra refinement. The simple flowchart he drew made Tobarama's pupils contract faintly, his expression shifting toward quiet admiration. Literacy, foundational theory, chakra control, ninjutsu mastery. This tiered pedagogical system was infinitely clearer than the current clan-based insular models of instruction. As for the hospital, Sandow Chinga removed the crude wooden box from the sand table and redrew it as a cruciform structure. The emergency ward at the center, infectious disease units to the east, general wards to the west, pharmacy and research laboratories to the north. Each wing connected by covered corridors fitted with sliding isolation doors. He emphasized the word isolation. Watching Tobarama's fingers unconsciously stroke his jaw, the second Hokage's unmistakable sign of deep thought. The sterilization room requires independent design. Tobarama interjected, suddenly pointing to one corner of the cruciform building. High-temperature steam sterilization for medical instruments. This zone demands its own ventilation system. His brush tip added several intricate seals to Sandow Chinga's sketch. Here inscribed the Uzumaki clan's purification seal. Sandow Chinga suppressed the surge of elation within him. Not only had Tobarama refrained from rejecting his proposal, he was now refining it with expert detail. It felt like having one's insights cited by a towering authority at an academic symposium, an affirmation far more exhilarating than winning an S-rank jutsu in a lottery. Classrooms require special engineering. Tobarama abruptly pivoted to another sand table. Standard timber construction cannot withstand the shockwaves of ninjutsu practice. Earth release hardening layers must be integrated. He selected several symbol-marked wooden panels and assembled them. Lower grades to the south, upper grades to the north, with barrier seals separating the sections. Zone design is possible. Sandow Chinga blurted out. Divide the campus by grade level. Only modest open space is needed for kunai practice. Such space need not be vast, for education here centers not on ninjutsu but on fundamental chakra cultivation and the three body techniques, none of which demand large arenas. In fact, most instruction can occur entirely indoors. Tobarama froze. He studied the boy anew, small in stature, his chakra faint clad in ill-fitting Senju garb, yet his eyes burned with a light eerily reminiscent of his younger self, intoxicated by the thrill of invention after each new jutsu breakthrough. Come with me. Tobarama turned again, this time striding forward with noticeably greater pace. Outside, the hidden chamber sunlight had sharpened into blazing intensity. Sandow Chinga followed Tobarama across the half-reconstructed foundations of the Hokage Tower, where shinobi labored using earth release to shape walls, their sweat dripping from forehead protectors into their eyes. An older jonin overseeing the site bowed deeply upon seeing Tobarama. Lord, the hospital foundation has been excavated to 3 zhang depth as instructed, but... He glanced at Sandow Chinga, then fell silent. But what? Tobarama frowned. At this scale, timber requirements exceed budget estimates by 3-fold. The jonin handed over an account ledger. And construction will take at least 6 months, while every major clan vies for resources. Sandow Chinga peered at the figures, staggering and sobering. He recalled reinforced concrete structures from his former life. If earth release could forge high-strength pillars paired with lightweight wooden trusses for roofing, both timber consumption and construction time would shrink dramatically. Perhaps we might revise the load-bearing architecture. Sandow Chinga's voice, though soft, hushed the clamor of the worksite instantly. All eyes converged on him, curious, dismissive, or plainly skeptical. What does this child know? Tobarama swept a cold glance across the crowd. Work resumed immediately, yet ears pricked up, betraying keen interest. Explain yourself. He addressed Sandow Chinga directly, the first time his tone carried permission rather than command. Shift structural support from walls to columns. Sandow Chinga picked up a fallen twig and sketched a simplified framework on the damp earth. Construct 12 primary pillars via earth release, filling the spaces between with lightweight material. Roof the structure with triangular trusses. This way, he calculated from memory, timber usage drops by 40% and construction concludes within 3 months. The supervising jonin scoffed. A child's fantasy. With such wide column spacing, how would the structure endure sudden seismic shifts, or tremors caused by battle? Install a seismic isolation layer between pillar base and bedrock. Sandow Chinga sketched a rudimentary diagram. Extract resilient oak bark into rubber, akin to a trampoline. Tobarama's fingers tapped lightly against his hip. This damping solution resolved his most persistent concern. Though confident in his and Hashirama's strength, he could not ignore the risk of enemy infiltration and potential combat within Konoha's very heart. Traditional buildings required reconstruction every few years. Aging structures simply could not absorb the aftershocks of warfare. Kneeling, he added strokes to Sandow Chinga's sketch with his twig. Here, reinforce the main pillars with strengthening seals. And here, he indicated the truss joints. Employ mortise and tenon joinery for enhanced integrity. Sandow Chinga watched the surrounding shinobi, their skepticism gradually giving way to stunned awe. The supervising jonin scrutinized the sketch repeatedly, then drew a sharp breath. If implemented thus, our existing timber reserves would suffice. Revise the hospital plans accordingly. Tobarama rose, his black silhouette stretching long and commanding beneath the sun. Bring the new school blueprints to my office this afternoon. He glanced once more at Sanao Ching'er and added, You will accompany me. As they departed, the sight murmurs trailed behind them. Who is that boy? Seems he's Lady Mito's younger brother. He actually persuaded Lord Tobarama to adopt his ideas. These whispers flowed like warm water, slowly anchoring him in this world. That afternoon, sunlight filtered through the paper shoji doors, casting diamond-shaped patterns across the unfurled blueprints. Sanao Ching'er stood opposite Tobarama, watching the future second Hokage outline the school's form with delicate brushstrokes. He noticed tucked in the drawing's margin the notation: Student capacity 300. Yet Konoha's population included well over 1,000 children of school age. My lord, why limit enrollment to 300 students? Sanao Ching'er asked impulsively. Tobarama's brush paused. A single ink drop bloomed darkly on the paper. Shinobi resources are finite. Training 300 competent shinobi represents the absolute ceiling. It was common knowledge in this warring era every hidden village practiced elite education. Yet villagers' children still require schooling. Sanao Ching'er recalled the Compulsory Education Act of his former life. They may never become shinobi, but they can master medical knowledge, construction techniques, agricultural science. His voice quickened with passion. Konoha needs not only shinobi, but physicians, artisans, farmers. Tobarama set down his brush, truly seeing Sanao Ching'er for the first time. This boy's thoughts were consistently unconventional. Yet reflection brought clarity. During recent battles, casualties had risen significantly due to shortages of qualified medical men. If even civilians possessed basic first aid skills. Continue. Tobarama lifted his brush again and inscribed 3 characters at the blueprint's edge. Non-shinobi curriculum. Sanao Ching'er's mind raced, fusing memories of modern pedagogy with the realities of this world. Establish 2 faculties, Shinobi Division and Civilian Division. The Shinobi Division teaches ninjutsu and taijutsu. The Civilian Division offers tracks in medicine, engineering, agriculture, and any other discipline vital to civilian life. Courses may be introduced progressively. He suddenly remembered. The hospital and schools should collaborate. Medical students gain hands-on clinical experience solving staffing shortages while accelerating professional development. This idea acted like a key, unlocking a door long bolted shut in Tobarama's mind. His greatest fear had always been the collapse of medical talent pipelines, and this integrated model of education, research, and practice solved it perfectly. He gazed at the boy speaking so earnestly before him, and realized that those faint chakra reserves and sluggish refinement rates no longer mattered. What resided within this youth's mind held greater value than any jutsu. Where did you acquire these insights? Tobarama's voice carried a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor. He recalled the Yuzushiogakure elder known as the genius strategist, whose reform proposals had destabilized the conservative regime 20 years prior. Sanao Ching'er's heart lurched. He could not reveal his status as a transmigrator. His masterful acting skill activated instantly. His eyes clouded with melancholy and confusion. While wandering, or when I finally found shelter, these were the things I clung to most. And having traveled widely, I simply saw much more. A perfectly timed catch in his breath rendered the lie flawless. For an instant Tobarama's gaze softened. He placed a hand on Sanao Ching'er's shoulder, the first physical contact since their meeting. From now on you remain by my side. His tone lost its frost. Scroll archiving, proposal drafting, infrastructure planning. These tasks require capable assistance. Sanao Ching'er's heart hammered violently against his ribs. This meant he had secured Tobarama's initial trust, not as a monitored orphan of the Uzumaki clan but as a trusted aide entrusted with core affairs. Gazing at the newly reconfigured architectural models upon the sand table, he sensed for the first time that this shinobi world truly might evolve into something different. Tobarama suddenly remembered pulling a yellow manual from a stack of scrolls. This is Fundamentals of Chakra Theory. Take it and study. Wherever you find difficulty. He hesitated, choosing his words with care. Come to me at any time. That evening, seated by his window, Sanao Ching'er opened the manual's first page, and found Tobarama's vermilion script gracing the flyleaf. Chakra volume is not the sole measure of a shinobi's worth. Wisdom and foresight sometimes outweigh raw power. Hashirama Senju. His fingertips traced the bold, vigorous characters, and for the first time the austere shinobi world seemed to radiate warmth. Unbeknownst to him, in another sealed chamber deep within the Senju compound, Tobarama stood before Hashirama presenting the revised architectural schematics. These concepts, all conceived by young Sanao Ching'er. Hashirama rubbed his chin, eyes wide as copper coins. Ha ha! I knew he was extraordinary. Just as I predicted, my little brother has impeccable judgment. Tobarama ignored his elder brother's boisterous laughter, recalling instead Sandow Chinger's field sketches, the ingenious seismic dampers, the visionary integration of academia and practice. Perhaps, this world truly needed something different. Yet his gaze shifted troubled to Hashirama's pallid face, aged decades in mere days. Before sleep, Sandow Chinger watched cherry blossoms drift beyond his window, gripping the manual tightly. He resolved to protect, and preserve, those who mattered most. For in this brief span he had received a weighty rare trust, one he had spent years seeking in his former life. Yet it scarcely mattered, he possessed ample time. After all, he was an immortal bound by the death god's seal, though its activation remained dormant. System, open attribute panel. Name Sandow Chinger, age 15 and identity Uzumaki, civilian, younger brother of Uzumaki Mito, younger brother of Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. Skills: chakra refinement technique, memory sealing technique, culinary mastery, masterful acting, chakra minimal, a fledgling novice. When will he transcend the clogged state? Shinobi rank, genin system, inventory, death god seal 3000 Rio 1 ninjutsu imprint, scroll Tiangong Kawu Izanagi I technique, scroll comprehensive treatise on modern architecture and lottery attempts 0 cumulative 68 and daily check-in completed. Morning light filtered through the paper's shoji doors of the Senju clan's council hall, casting diamond-shaped patches of gold upon the scrolls spread before Chinger. His right hand hovered midair above the brush while his left unconsciously traced the edge of the scroll, still bearing the faint ink-stained smudge left by Tobarama's hurried annotation the day before. For 6 months this ritual had become his new dawn liturgy. Once he had risen each morning to reverently unroll scrolls like a priest polishing sacred relics. Now he first condensed his chakra inward using the chakra refinement technique, compressing it into a near-solid azure chesspiece, then gently dropped it into the deep well of his meridians, where it struck darkness with a crystalline ding, a silent, solitary bell only a shinobi could hear. At last the brush settled. Chinger turned his gaze toward the courtyard, past the young clansmen training at dawn, fists cleaving air with audible wind sweat droplets arcing like prismatic threads beneath the eaves. A girl rattled a dice cup with thunderous glee, her laughter chiming like silver bells brushed by a cat's tail. Farther still the rhythmic clang of construction echoed, the blueprints he'd submitted 3 months prior now taking bone and sinew in reality. The main structure of Konoha Hospital was already discernible, its upturned eaves resembled white herons poised for flight, its pillars stood as silent, steadfast sentinels. It bore no resemblance to the steel and concrete edifices of his memory, yet carried the same solemn vow to shelter life. For a moment his thoughts drifted. Sketching something strange again. Tobarama's voice came from the doorway, cool and measured as ever. He wore his familiar layered blue armor. Chinger's pulse quickened, battle-ready configuration. What conflict would erupt today? After all, Tobarama rarely donned armor outside wartime. Just refining hospital details, Chinger said, unfurling the scroll before Tobarama. Regarding sterile protocols in operating rooms, I propose installing dedicated disinfection conduits where fire-release shinobi can periodically apply high-temperature chakra sterilization. The instruments are already heat-resistant. Theoretically, they could endure 300 cycles of Class A fire-release purification. First examine this. Tobarama tossed forward a sealed scroll bound in black cord and stamped with the Senju clan crest, marked top secret. A Fire Country Daimyo's envoy arrived this morning demanding an explanation for why our academy's site disregards the daimyo's directive. Chinger's fingers stilled mid-unfurling. A map attached to the document bore a crimson circle drawn in oil paint, tight against Konoha's western border. They care not where the school stands, but only that we did not dance to the daimyo's drumbeat, Chinger said, his voice colder than winter mist. Tobarama's fingertip traced the greasy, glistening red ring. How certain are you? Chinger flipped the map over, pointing to several conspicuous glossy fingerprints, and irregular stains of oil and wine. These nobles hold no insight into education. The circled zone lies at the village's fringe, surrounded by no planned development, effectively barren land. It is distant from both civilian districts and clan compounds. Selecting it serves no practical purpose. They merely seek to prove their authority still holds weight. Silence hung thick and still for 3 breaths. Tobarama simply rolled up the scroll, his tone devoid of inflection. Come with me to meet the envoy. Remember, you are only the scribe. The Fire Country envoy's carriage stood parked beneath the Hokage office. Hashirama unusually had not greeted them, instead standing alone in the courtyard gazing at the perpetually stunted sapling. In the past, to affirm village-state harmony, Hashirama had always adopted a posture of deference, nearly reducing Konoha to a provincial appendage. Today even that veneer was absent. Spotting Tobarama approaching with Chinger, Hashirama strode forward. Chinger inside, go ahead. I've made the arrangements, Tobarama interjected, guiding Hashirama inward. The envoys await us in the conference chamber. Chunga followed quietly behind them, catching Hashirama's low, disgruntled mutter. Those old men again. Last time they demanded cuts to medical funding, now they meddle with school siting. A sudden memory surfaced, half a year earlier when Hashirama the legendary shinobi had lifted him aloft and laughed heartily upon learning he was a surviving Uzumaki heir. Then Hashirama's eyes held no trace of the weary bloodshot veins now shadowing them. The conference chamber had been abuzz with easy laughter, until the three entered and sound ceased as if severed by a blade. 6 envoys in ornate robes sat along the right side of the long table. The eldest among them wore the crane feather crown reserved for Fire Country's highest-ranking civil officials. As the trio entered, the envoys slowly sipped their tea. Build the academy within the designated zone. Surrounding undeveloped wastelands shall be developed by the capital's engineers, and they will assist instruction. Exposing shinobi children early to administrative precincts fosters loyalty to the sovereign. Hashirama remained seated silently at the head of the table, his silence deliberate. As Hokage, any direct response would ignite open conflict between village and state. Tobirama sat beside him, fingers tapping evenly upon the tabletop. Konoha shinobi swear allegiance solely to the village. Yet the village remains ultimately a vassal of Fire Country, an ally. Tobirama's voice hardened like forged steel. The teacup before him trembled faintly. The founding pact between the first Hokage and the daimyo was one of equal alliance. The elder envoy's face darkened. Chunga bent low, charcoal pencil scratching swiftly across parchment. The meeting stretched into twilight. When Tobirama declared, "The site will not be changed," the elder envoy overturned his teacup in fury, and departed with his delegation. After escorting the envoys to their lodgings, Hashirama leaned against the corridor railing, gazing toward the nearly completed academy silhouetted by the setting sun, its elongated shadow stark and fragile. "Brother," Tobirama's voice softened. "The academy, I know what must be done." Hashirama turned, his smile strained. "I've only just realized, this village we built feels far more delicate than we imagined." He looked at Chunga, his gaze settling on the scroll in his hands. "Chunga's vision, will it make our village stronger?" Chunga recalled the slide-equipped playground, the padded training grounds, and the widened hospital beds in the infirmary. "Yes. It will." Chunga stood beneath the eaves of Tobirama's office, watching rainwater course along wooden gutters into the courtyard's drainage system, a design he'd adapted from modern municipal engineering now implemented village-wide. As dusk fell, Chunga sat in his own study reviewing which further modern innovations might yet be integrated into Konoha's nascent infrastructure, when suddenly shouting erupted from the adjacent room. "You know full well your condition." Tobirama's voice, restrained, seething with suppressed fury. "But those children?" Hashirama's voice was frail yet unwavering. "I only wish to do something more. If the academy's foundations were reinforced with wood release, then, I said reinforced concrete." "What is that?" Chunga's ink-dipped brush froze mid-stroke above the scroll. Reinforced concrete was his proposal, yet in this world it could only be approximated through synchronized fire and earth release transformations. Though promising results had been achieved, mass production remained elusive. He remembered the ancient dichotomy idealist versus pragmatist. It seemed across all realms transformation was never easy. "They're arguing again." A gentle smiling voice rang out from the doorway. Koharu's Senju entered carrying 2 steaming bowls of miso soup. Wisps of vapor curled from the rims, softening the resigned curve of her lips. "Ever since preparations for the new academy began, this has been the 15th time this month." Chunga accepted the warm bowl, his gaze drifting to the sliver of light beneath the adjacent door, where 2 silhouettes clashed and stretched long across the floor. Suddenly Koharu lightly brushed his arm. "Tobirama has been reading your scrolls lately. He could speak plainly if he wished." Chunga cradled the bowl, letting its warmth seep gently into his fingertips. The quarrel next door rose and fell like distant thunder. After a pause he nodded quietly. "I haven't yet fully resolved it in my mind." The inauguration ceremony of Konoha Hospital took place in early autumn. When Hashirama personally hung the plaque inscribed with Konoha Hospital above the entrance, the gathered villagers erupted in thunderous cheers. Chunga stood beside Tobirama, watching children swarm over the spiral staircase he had designed, tiny figures chasing one another up the ascending curves, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Just then a hand settled on his shoulder. "Come with me." Tobirama's voice cut through the din with crystalline clarity, firm and unyielding. They wove through the roaring crowd and entered the deepest chamber of the Hokage Tower, a sealed room without windows, lit only by a few eternal lamps mounted along the walls. At the chamber's center rested a massive unadorned scroll upon a stone pedestal. Its surface bore only 4 bold characters in ink. Sealing scripture. Nothing else, no seals, no chakra resonance, no ornamentation, only stark simplicity. "You must know these," Tobirama said, handing the sealing scripture to Chunga. "Not as a shinobi, but as one who will help build Konoha's future. Chinger's fingers grazed the scroll's cool smooth surface, yet his heart stirred little. Over the past half-year, having earned Tobarama's trust, he had touched this legendary scroll many times, though never yet unrolled it. As he unfurled it, the techniques recorded within proved far more intricate than he'd imagined, from flying thunder god to impure world reincarnation, each page bearing power capable of shattering natural law. His hand stilled upon reaching the final page. There in youthful script faded by time, Tobarama's own hand had written, "To protect the village, forbidden jutsu must be studied. Many believe I am obsessed with forbidden arts." Tobarama's voice resonated within the confined space, vibrating with strange depth. "But true danger has never lain in the technique itself." He pointed to a yellowed slip tucked inside the scroll's binding, Hashirama's handwriting. "Brother, stop researching these." Chunger suddenly understood the mocking epithet. "Forbidden arts maniac." And the playful exchange. "Water. No. Forbidden," were never jests. In this world where shinobi traded lives for peace, Tobarama chose to bear every burden, so that his brother's dream might endure. "From today onward you officially serve as my deputy," Tobarama declared 3 days later, watching Chunger set aside the sealing scripture, the first time he'd granted such verbal recognition. "A brother who can discuss the future, and strategy, with me." That winter snow blanketed Konoha as Hashirama's body collapsed like a mountain crumbling. When Chunger received word he was sketching the stage for the inaugural ceremony of the new academy, his charcoal pencil slashing a long dark stroke across the words. "Enrollment ceremony." Like an unexpected wound. Rushing into the infirmary, he froze mid-breath. Koharu sat at the bedside, hands locked in a healing seal, pale green chakra misting softly around Hashirama's form. Hashirama lay upon the pillow, chest heaving violently, each breath punctuated by harsh wheezing rowels. His once black hair was now streaked with frost, damp and tangled against his sweat-slicked temple. Little Tsunade stood frozen in the corner, her cherished dice cup spilled upon the floor. She bit her lip, hard tears blurring her vision as she gazed at the grandfather who suddenly seemed alien to her. "Chunger, you've come!" Hashirama's voice was thread-thin, yet he strained to smile. "The academy, is it built?" "It will be completed next month." Chunger clasped the elder's withered hand, the hand that once conjured forests and mountains, now trembling feebly in his palm, frail as a leaf trembling in wind. "You promised you'd attend the opening ceremony of the new class." "I'm sorry." The cough subsided briefly. Hashirama spoke with great effort. "If I cannot go, please, watch for me." "You will go." Koharu's voice was tender yet resolute, her hands never pausing the healing seal. "The vitality of the Senju clan does not surrender so easily." The door burst open. Tobarama stood there, crimson eyes sweeping the room, his jaw clenched taut as drawn bowstring. Without a word he strode to the bedside and placed his palm upon his brother's opposite shoulder. Azure blue chakra surged from his hand, merging with Koharu's emerald light to weave a delicate luminous net around Hashirama's body. That night the main Senju residence burned with light until dawn. At first light, Hashirama's breathing finally steadied. Koharu slumped into her chair, her face as pale as parchment. Tobarama stood by the window watching snowfall soften beyond the glass, his silhouette sharp and solitary against the breaking day. "Stabilized for now," Koharu whispered hoarsely. "But his life force has been drained beyond recovery." Chunger lingered in the doorway, gazing at Hashirama asleep, this god of shinobi, his chest rising and falling with quiet mortal frailty. Snowlight spilled inward, dusting his suddenly silver-streaked hair with a ghostly wintry sheen. Outside snow thickened, veiling the first Hokage's face carved into the Hokage rock beneath a shroud of white. Chunger stood outside the room listening to muffled sobs within, when someone stepped silently beside him. "He knew his condition all along." Tobarama's voice was raw, unrecognizable. "From the moment he signed the peace treaty, he's been burning his life force to hold the nations in balance." Chunger recalled Hashirama's blood-stained cough 6 months prior, the pallor after each would release technique, the details he'd deliberately overlooked. So even the god of shinobi was merely a mortal, burning himself alive for an ideal. News of Hashirama's critical state spread like subterranean current. Though Konoha publicly claimed the Hokage suffered only a common cold, foreign envoys began crossing borders with increasing frequency. On the map in the Hokage office council chamber, black kunai markers sprouted along contested frontiers. On the night of the full moon, Chunger was jolted awake by an urgent summons. Entering the Hokage office, he found clan heads already assembled in the council chamber. On the vast wall map, black kunai pierced key border points deep within enemy territory. "Cloud's reconnaissance teams crossed the border 3 times last week." Tobarama's finger stabbed at the land of lightning. "Sen closed 3 border trade posts. Stone deployed 2 battalions along its frontier." Silence weighed heavy in the chamber. Candlelight flickered, casting shifting chiaroscuro across the elders' faces. Finally one broke the stillness. "We must demonstrate strength, or they'll truly believe Konoha falls with the first Hokage. Our forces require time to reorganize." Tobarama's voice cut like cold steel. "The academy and hospital are newly established. The next generation needs time. Time." And Uchiha Jonin shot upright. "Will our enemies grant us time? We should never have squandered resources on those buildings." Ching'e remembered the midnight hours a year earlier, oil lamp glowing low as Tobarama reviewed his first architectural draft. True transformation in the shinobi world demands not war, but education. Now the second in command of the Senju stood at the candlelit center, spine straight as an isolated peak. His gaze swept the assembly, then settled steadily upon Ching'e. "Dismissed." Tobarama rolled the map away. "Ching'e, remain." When only the two stood in the chamber, Ching'e unfurled a scroll he prepared in advance. It depicted a modern defense system, zones clearly demarcated in color, early warning lines, buffer zones, strategic nodes. "What is this?" Tobarama's eyes narrowed sharply upon spotting. "Radar early warning system. An early warning network based on Byakugan field sharing." Ching'e gestured toward observation tower positions marked on the map. "If we coordinate with the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans..." "Impossible." Tobarama cut him off. "The Hyuga main house will never disperse large numbers of clan members across the borders, and inter-clan cooperation remains fragile. Then use this instead." Ching'e withdrew another scroll from his ninja pouch, a refined surveillance system adapted from the telescopic vision technique. No Byakugan required, capable of detecting anomalies within several kilometers. Yet it demands numerous shinobi on continuous duty, and exceptional chakra control. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting their shadows upon the defense diagram. Ching'e realized with sudden clarity that he was no longer an outsider who had stumbled into this world. Amid gathering storm clouds he had become, as Tobarama had, a shield guard in Konoha. "Training for the observation squad begins tomorrow," Tobarama declared, rolling the scroll shut, his tone absolute. "Also bring me the playground design drafts. Big Brother has always held this dear. Though external unrest delays construction, at least he may rest easier knowing it proceeds." 7 mornings after submitting the designs, Konoha lay under an eerie hush. Ching'e finished drafting the observation squad's inaugural training syllabus before dawn. Rubbing his tired eyes, he prepared to deliver the draft to the Hokage office. The corridor stood empty, only crisp winter wind threading through the eaves. The Hokage office door stood slightly ajar. As Ching'e approached, muffled breathing echoed faintly from within. He hesitated, then pushed the door open, and saw Tobarama standing alone in the chamber's center, back turned. That spine, always unbending as pine, now curved ever so slightly. "Lord Tobarama." No reply. Ching'e circled forward, then froze. In Tobarama's hand was the playground draft, its edges crumpled tight in white-knuckled grip. His other hand braced against the desk, knuckles bleached bone white. But what arrested Ching'e's breath was Tobarama's face, those features usually carved from granite now utterly expressionless. No rage. No sorrow. Not even his customary sharp intensity. Only hollow, near-void stillness. Yet deep within those crimson eyes something had gone utterly dark, as though a candle's flame had died, leaving only cold ash. "Big Brother," Tobarama spoke, voice eerily level. "Last night I went to his room, to discuss playground site selection." He paused, eyes fixed on the crumpled paper. "He said he wanted it built where children could see the Hokage rock. So when they play they look up, and see Konoha's future. And he would always watch over Konoha's future." The draft slipped from Tobarama's fingers and drifted silently to the floor. Ching'e saw a childlike doodle, a smiling face, scribbled in the margin by Hashirama himself, added during a rare moment of lucidity just days before. "I argued the safety risks of that location," Tobarama continued, voice unchanged. He smiled, and said, "Tobarama trusts the children's luck just once." Then he laughed. Tobarama's gaze lifted toward the window, where dawn light pierced the clouds, bathing the first Hokage's statue atop the Hokage rock. "I told him to rest well, and we resumed discussion at noon. Then I returned with the revised plan." His voice fractured mid-sentence. Tobarama slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, that vacant calm shattered, revealing bottomless glacial emptiness. He had no pulse. A gust of morning wind rushed and lifting the fallen draft. The smiling sketch fluttered, turned, and settled gently atop the scroll resting on the desk corner. Outside, Konoha stirred awake in the golden light. Shopkeepers slid open wooden shutters, mothers called children from bed, young shinobi shouts rose from the training grounds. The world turned on as though nothing had changed. Only within this office did time stand forever suspended, in a moment no one noticed passing. Ching'e remained rooted, watching Tobarama straighten. That bent frame regained its rigid, unyielding posture, yet Ching'e knew something had irrevocably shifted. "Notify Koharu!" Tobarama commanded, voice restored to its familiar chill, colder than ever. "Then summon the clan heads." He bent, retrieved the draft, smoothed each crease with meticulous care, and rolled the smiling sketch reverently, tucking it deep within his robes. "The playground." Tobarama looked toward the rising sun, voice barely audible. "Will be built." As full dawn flooded the chamber, the Hokage office door closed softly behind him. Inside, Tobarama began drafting the first official decree issued under the name of the second Hokage. Outside, Ching'e stood in the corridor, hearing the sounds of Konoha's new day begin. He recalled Hashirama's unfinished words in illness. "Watch for me." Watch what? The academy's completion. Children at play. Watch this village, forged by their sacrifice, continue growing toward the light even in their absence. Into the morning breeze, Ching'e walked toward the Senju compound. His steps began heavy, then grew steadily firmer. Passing the training ground, he watched the first group of dawn-practicing genin, youthful faces alight with nascent resolve. Peace, he realized, was never forged by ideals alone. It demanded architects to draw blueprints, builders to raise fortresses, lantern-bearers to pierce the long night, and those who before dawn breaks quietly burn themselves to ash. Now night endured, and dawn had not yet arrived. Yet the lanterns must stay lit. Perhaps it was time to act. Autumn of the 17th year of Konoha's calendar, exactly 1 year since Hashirama Senju's passing. As morning mist still clung to the earth, Sandow Ching'e stood atop the observation platform of the Ninja Academy, gazing down upon the entire campus. The 3-story main building, redesigned with modern pedagogical principles in mind, extended east and west into training grounds and a library respectively. At the heart of the central plaza stood Hashirama's stone statue, its expression serene as though still watching over this land he had envisioned. Ching'e himself had carved that statue. Only after Hashirama's death did he awaken to an unshakable resolve, to grow stronger, to reshape this world utterly. That night, long accumulated lottery draws were exhausted all at once, elevating the basic prize pool directly to the intermediate tier. With system granted rewards, his theoretical combat capability, setting aside practical experience, had without exaggeration already surpassed that of Tobarama Senju. System, display my attribute panel. Ching'e glanced around. No one was approaching the platform. He summoned it silently within his mind. Name: Sandow Ching'e. Age 17. Status: younger brother of the second Hokage. Physique: Shinigami, immortal body, mode I. Skills: chakra refinement technique, chakra extraction technique, 3-body technique, flying thunder god Rasengan, multiple shadow clone technique, telescope technique, mutual explosive tag technique, 8 gates lock technique, reanimation ninjutsu, refined version, self-resurrection technique, expand. Chakra moderate, comparable to a tailed beast's reserves, yet the path ahead remains vast. Chakra: nature's wind, earth, fire, water, lightning, wood. Ninja rank: Jonin. Inventory: Hashirama's cells, Madara's Sharingan, Minato's Kanaya, Bito's mask, Ichiraku Ramen, 999999 Rio. Expand. Lottery draws remaining 0, cumulative draws 9564. Daily check-in: yes, no. Staring at the panel, now utterly transformed, Ching'e's eyes flickered. Over the past year, rather than reinforcing his presence in Konoha, he had deliberately receded from public view. To most in Konoha, he was merely a capable genin, reclusive by nature, rarely seen, the legendary younger brother of Tobarama Senju, the gentle great-uncle whom Tsunade held dear. He withdrew precisely because he no longer harbored great hope for Konoha's evolution. Though certain infrastructural developments still stemmed from his quiet counsel, they were publicly credited to Tobarama, and focused almost exclusively on civilian welfare, not shinobi governance. It all began the moment Hashirama passed. Once the funeral rites concluded, Konoha transitioned power in solemn silence. There was no grand ceremony, no protracted declaration. Even the Uchiha clan, who had long opposed Tobarama, raised scarcely a whisper. From the moment he assumed office, Tobarama enacted sweeping reforms, establishing the Konoha military police force, constructing prisons, dividing administrative districts and ninja divisions by function, and founding the Umbu to consolidate the Hokage's authority. These measures swiftly infused Konoha with vigorous vitality, even as rumors of Hashirama's death sent tremors across the shinobi world. At Ching'e's suggestion, the military police force now included members from other clans. Tobarama's attitude toward the Uchiha had markedly softened compared to canon. He had accepted the prodigy Mirai Uchiha as his disciple and taught him ninjutsu without reservation or concealment. Yet inevitably fissures emerged. Though Ching'e knew the script, as an ordinary man thrust into this world even with influence, he could not swiftly eradicate clan-based tensions. Moreover, foresight offered no insight into the human heart. Amidst the clan's veiled rivalries, Konoha's underlying problems remained largely unchanged from canon. perhaps because its current leaders were still heirs of the old era, unable to embrace true reform in matters fundamental. When Tobirama proposed abolishing the clan system during a council meeting, he met unprecedented resistance, not only from traditionalist factions but even from clans historically aligned with the Hokage. Their rare silence allowing others to voice opposition outright spoke volumes. The meeting ended in discord. That evening Ching'er stood before Tobirama, who sat behind his desk, pen suspended mid-air. "They understand reason," Ching'er murmured softly. "But they do not trust. Trust takes time." Tobirama set down his pen. "And time is what we lack most. Brother Tobirama." Tobirama, sensing Ching'er had paused after only one word, knew his younger brother was about to voice another of those stubborn, unwavering opinions, the kind that had quietly steered pivotal village reforms later proven prescient by events. Tobirama laid aside his official duties. This time, however, Ching'er remained silent longer than usual. "Was I wrong?" Tobirama walked to the window, gazing out over the village. Ching'er joined him at the sill, standing shoulder to shoulder. Below, dusk gently bathed the settlement, wisps of cooking smoke rose into the air, and young shinobi still trained hard upon the grounds. All appeared tranquil, solid, enduring. Yet both knew beneath that calm lay chasms unfathomably deep. "You were not wrong," Ching'er said at last. "Only too soon. Too soon. Changing hearts demands time. Trust requires catalysts, and sacrifice." His voice was barely a whisper. "Perhaps only when this generation passes, when the next, raised in the ninja academy, matures into leadership, when external pressures force unity for survival, only then will your vision be embraced." Tobirama fell silent for a long while. "So Brother Hashirama," he said slowly, "did not overlook these truths. He knew they could not be rushed." "The first Hokage bridged the deepest rifts with his personal charisma," Chang'er replied. "But charisma cannot be inherited. Systems can, but their forging demands compromise, negotiation, and generations of patient cultivation. The simplest solution now would be to impose unity by sheer force." For the first time Ching'er revealed his true strength to Tobirama. Though astonished, Tobirama, aware of Ching'er's Uzumaki lineage, asked no questions. Everything Ching'er did served Konoha's betterment. No rational mind would suspect such a figure of espionage. Yet Tobirama refused to let his brother's cherished village fracture under his own rule, especially amid a resurgent age of shinobi unrest. After that day Ching'er consciously withdrew from Konoha's administrative affairs. He still delivered scrolls late at night, he still offered counsel, but he ceased attending public assemblies, ceased participating in policy debates. To the wider village he faded into an indistinct role, the second Hokage's brother, a modestly skilled yet unremarkable genin, a gentle elder occasionally playing with Tsunade. Only a few knew the truth. Like Mito. One afternoon as she poured tea for Ching'er in the tea room, she said softly, "You've hidden yourself away." Ching'er accepted the cup. Steam blurred his features. "Some things serve better concealed than displayed," he said. "Because visibility makes you a target. Because—" Chang'er paused. "I refuse to become another Brother Hashirama." Mito's hand stilled. She lifted her gaze, her deep eyes locking onto Ching'er's. Brother Hashirama's radiance was blinding, Ching'er murmured, rotating the teacup in his palm. So blinding that all depended on him, believing that so long as he stood every crisis would yield. Yet when he felt what remained was not merely vacancy, but paralyzing dread. He raised his eyes. Brother Tobirama now faces that very dread. People compare him to his brother. They question how to survive in a world stripped of divinity. If I step forward now, offering myself as a possible replacement, it would shatter Konoha. Mito completed his sentence. It would unsettle hearts. It would collapse the fragile equilibrium entirely. Chang'er nodded. So I must vanish, from sight, from record. To aid from shadow. To disappear from light, until the moment I am truly needed. When will that moment come? Chang'er looked beyond the window. The autumn sky stretched high and crystalline, yet at the horizon's edge storm clouds gathered dark and dense. When war begins. His thoughts were jolted back to reality by approaching footsteps. Sando Ching'er descended the final step of the watchtower, and saw Uchiha Kagami standing below, the young Uchiha prodigy clad in a Jonin uniform, the clan's fan emblem vivid upon his back in the sunlight. Lord Chang'er. Kagami bowed respectfully. Master Tobirama requests your presence in the Hokage's office. Though Sando Ching'er held no official post in Konoha as the younger brother of the second Hokage, his status surpassed that of most, yet he wielded no real authority. Still, formal courtesy was universally observed. Is it urgent? Kagami's expression hardened. Word has arrived from the border. The Cloud Village vanguard has crossed into our territory. Chang'er paused mid-step. He lifted his gaze toward the Hokage rock. The first Hokage statue stood serenely beside the seconds on the cliff face, its features softened by the morning light. What was inevitable had finally arrived. He adjusted his collar, the genin forehead protector gleamed faintly in the sun. Though he had long since mastered ninjutsu, and the system's rank had long advanced beyond genin, even reaching elite jonin status, Chunga remained deliberately low profile within the village, retaining his genin designation. "Let us go," Chunga said. They walked side by side across the academy grounds. Students practiced shuriken throwing on the training field, their rhythmic clinks clear and vibrant. The library doors had just opened, early students entered and exited with scrolls under their arms. Everything appeared ordinary, peaceful, untroubled. Yet Chunga knew from this day forward such tranquility would become a luxury. The door to the Hokage's office stood ajar. Inside, several figures had already gathered. Tobirama and the clan had stood before a large map, while the younger generation, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Choza Akimichi, stood attentively along the walls. Every face was taut with gravity. On the map, a stark red kunai pierced the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. At 4 o'clock this morning, 2 Cloud Village platoons crossed the border of the Land of Hot Springs and advanced 5 kilometers into Fire Country. Tobirama's voice was low and measured. Their march leads directly toward the northeastern fortress. Estimating their pace, first contact is expected by dusk at the latest. What of the Sand Village? Danzo asked. No movement yet, but observation posts along the southwestern border report troop assembly completed last night. Tobirama's finger traced the map. The Stone Village remains ambiguous. Yet earth release residue, massive in scale, has been detected within Grass Country. Silence filled the room like cold mist. So, Hiruzen spoke slowly. This is total war. The First Shinobi World War. Tobirama corrected his gaze, sweeping over each person present. Cloud initiates, Sand waits for opportunity, Stone observes, and waits. Should we show even a flicker of weakness, they will descend like wolves, tearing Konoha apart. He turned, palms pressing onto the desk. From this moment, Konoha enters full wartime mobilization. All missions are suspended. All shinobi return to active duty. Issue mobilization orders to the clans immediately. Combat strategy briefing commences in 15 minutes. The room erupted into swift, disciplined motion, scrolls unfurled and sealed, messengers shinobi darting in and out. Chunga stood quietly in the corner observing it all. When the final order had been dispatched and only he and Tobirama remained, the second Hokage sank slowly into his chair and massaged the bridge of his nose. You foresaw this, didn't you? Tobirama did not look up. I anticipated war, but not its swiftness. Chunga stepped before the map, eyes fixed on the crimson kunai. Cloud's haste reveals internal pressure. A regime change demands victory to consolidate power, Tobirama replied. So too does the Sand Village's new Kazekage. And as for Mu, that boy has never accepted merely watching from the sidelines. Chunga's fingertip rested lightly upon Konoha's position on the map. How much time do we have? At most 3 days. Tobirama raised his eyes. If we fail to halt Cloud's first wave within that span, Sand and Stone will strike simultaneously. Then we face 3-front warfare, and even Konoha cannot endure it. Who commands the northeastern garrison? Tsukumo Hataki's father, Tsukumo Hataki Sr. Tobirama continued. He leads 2 battalions, 120 shinobi. But Cloud's vanguard numbers 200 with at least 3 more battalions advancing behind them. The disparity in forces was severe. Yet Chunga knew this was not the gravest peril. The true danger lay in human hearts, in the fissures hidden beneath placid surfaces, in the silent clans seated around this very table, and the fragile trust liable to shatter under war's strain. What would you have me do? Chunga asked. Tobirama remained silent for a long while. Sunlight climbed higher outside the office, flooded with brightness, but shadows clung to both men's faces. Finally the second Hokage spoke softly. I ask nothing of you. Do what you must. Chunga lifted his head. I know you conceal something. Tobirama's gaze was sharp as tempered steel. And I know why you conceal it. Now, whether to continue hiding it is yours alone to decide. He rose and stepped before Chunga. 2 men of equal height faced one another, one robed in the mantle of Hokage, the other bearing only the simple forehead protector of a genin. Yet in that moment their gazes met with quiet, unspoken understanding. On the eve of his passing, Tobirama murmured, Brother Hashirama told me that boy Chunga, he will rise when most needed. I asked why he was so certain. He said, he saw fire burning in Chunga's eyes. Now is that moment, Tobirama declared. Not as Deputy Hokage's aide, not as my brother, but as yourself. Stand before them all and declare Konoha's depth runs far deeper than any enemy dares imagine. A knock sounded at the door. An ANBU knelt outside. Second Hokage, clan heads are assembled. The strategy meeting may begin at once. I shall join you shortly, Tobirama replied. The ANBU withdrew. Tobirama cast one last glance at Chinga, then turned toward the door. Pausing at the threshold, without turning back, he said, "Do not disappoint Brother Hashirama." The door closed softly behind him. Chinga stood alone in the sunlit office. Light slanted through the window, carving bright patches across the floor. From afar came the shouts of academy students practicing at dawn, youthful, vigorous, alive with promise. He approached the window and looked down upon bustling Konoha. Shinobi hurried along the streets and rapid formation medical teams sprinted across the plaza bearing supply crates. A village preparing for survival. A village also preparing for its ideals. Chinga closed his eyes and drew a deep, steadying breath. When he opened them again, a faint golden luminescence shimmered in his irises, the natural radiance of immense chakra surging through his veins. He raised his hand palm upward. A thread of chakra coalesced at his fingertips, shifting fluidly, flame, then water, then lightning, whirlwind, stone, finally settling into an exquisitely detailed wooden cherry blossom. A simplified variant of would release flower tree bloom, the signature technique of Hashirama Senju. The blossom rotated gently in his palm before dissolving into shimmering motes of light. System. Chinga whispered inwardly. Daily sign-in. Ding. Location confirmed: Naruto World, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage Office. Event detected: onset of the First Shinobi World War. Special environmental bonus activated. Sign-in successful. Awarded 30 lottery draws. Detected total draws accumulated 10000. Draw limit reset. Mid-tier loot pool upgraded to high-tier pool. Upgrade reward distributed. Random-tailed beast summoning scroll: 1 summons 1 random-tailed beast from alternate shinobi realms. The luminous interface faded gradually. He turned and walked toward the door. His hand paused on the doorknob for a single heartbeat. Then he pushed it open and stepped into the corridor. Windows flanked both sides wide open, autumn wine swept in, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and distant mountains. Below in the plaza, Tobirama delivered his final address. Members of the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Aburayan clans stood solemn yet resolute. This was Konoha's strength, scattered like countless streams yet capable of converging into a cataclysmic tide. Only after Tobirama entered the strategy chamber did Chinga descend the stairs, his footsteps echoing down the empty hallway. As he stepped into the plaza, several familiar shinobi glanced over in surprise. What was the reclusive brother of Lord Tobirama doing here? He ignored their stares and strode straight toward the strategy chamber. There he encountered Tsunade rushing in alongside Mito Uzumaki, a girl of barely 13, her expression still unclouded by sorrow. Seeing Chinga, her eyes lit up. Great Uncle Chinga. He bent slightly and brushed her hair with gentle fingers. Are you afraid? A little, she admitted honestly. But Grandma says Papa and Grandpa will protect us. We will, Chinga replied softly. All of us will. He straightened and nodded to Mito. She studied him intently, then said nothing, only guiding Tsunade toward the last remaining Senju residence. Chinga watched them vanish around the street corner, then turned and pushed open the strategy chamber door. Every gaze in the room snapped instantly to him. Tobirama stood at the head of the chamber, his crimson eyes flickering with the faintest trace of amusement. Kageme's eyes widened slightly. Hiruzen frowned. The clan heads exchanged puzzled glances. Chinga moved to the chamber's center, and before all eyes removed his genin forehead protector and fastened it formally across his brow. Then he drew from his pouch a unique mask, designed after the mythic Shinigami of the Uzumaki clan, though modified to expose his forehead and display the protector beneath. Sando Chinga. His voice rang clear and calm, filling every corner of the chamber. Requests assignment to the Northeastern Defense Force, and petitions authorization to establish a special support unit. A beat of silence. Then Tobirama asked, Your justification? Because I master the Flying Thunder God technique. Chinga continued, I can appear instantly on any battlefield. I can sow chaos within enemy ranks. I can extract trapped comrades, and I can... He paused, his gaze sweeping across each face. I can tell our enemies Konoha's depth runs far deeper than they ever imagined. For a moment some who lacked full understanding hesitated, until Chinga released but a fraction of his chakra's vast power. A surge felt across the room for 2 breaths before vanishing as swiftly as it came. Absolute silence fell. They understood now, not mere rhetoric, not the plea of an ordinary genin, but the declaration of a long-concealed sovereign among shinobi. Kagami was first to move. He stepped forward and dropped to one knee. Uchiha Kagami petitions to accompany Lord Chinga. Hiruzen Sarutobi petitions to accompany. Danzo Shimura petitions to accompany. One by one the next generation rose. They asked no questions about how he mastered the flying thunder god. They voiced no doubts regarding his strength. Only action pure and unwavering conveyed absolute trust. Tobirama watched his expression layered with complex emotion. Pride, reverie, and quiet profound relief. Granted, the second Hokage declared. Sando Chunga, appointed commander of the Northeastern Theater Special Operations Unit. Uchiha Kagami Hiruzen Saratobi Danzo Shimura Choza Akimichi Shikaku Nara and Noichi Yamanaka, you 6 are assigned to this unit. Depart immediately. Understood. 7 voices answered as one. Chunga turned and walked toward the doorway. Before crossing the threshold he glanced back at the wall map, the red kunai still embedded in the northeast border like a wound bleeding crimson. But soon someone would heal it. He pushed the door wide, and autumn sunlight poured in, stretching his shadow long and steady across the floor. Behind him the young shinobi filed out in disciplined succession, their forehead protectors gleaming in the golden light. Villagers parted instinctively along the streets. They watched this singular unit cross the plaza toward the village gate. No cheers rose, no chants echoed. Only a hushed solemn gaze followed them. At the checkpoint Chunga paused. He raised his eyes one last time to the Hokage rock. Hashirama Senju's statue stood serene in the sun, its gentle countenance seeming to gaze across time, resting upon them now. Brother Hashirama, Chunga murmured inwardly. The future you foresaw, I shall fulfill it in my own way. Then he turned to face his 6 companions. 6 pairs of eyes met his, trust, anticipation, and the nervous exhilaration of youth facing imminent battle. Half an hour for final preparations. Assemble at the main gate, we depart directly for the front line. 30 minutes later. 7 figures vanished down the road toward the northeastern border. Behind them Konoha's lanterns ignited one by one in the autumn dawn, like an unbroken sea of stars refusing to fade. War had begun, and the guardians were already en route. On the autumn frontier of the northeast the wilderness stretched out, a land redefined by war. When the 27 arrived at the forward camp the setting sun dyed the distant mountains a bloody hue. The air was thick with the scent of scorched earth, rust, and the lingering stench of blood. The camp was nestled on a gentle slope against a rocky cliff, crude tents spreading like gray mushrooms. The groans of the wounded drifted intermittently from the medical tent. Yet thanks to Konoha's early development of medical techniques the overall casualty rate was not too high. Tsukumo Hatake welcomed them before the command tent. The white-haired Jonin's left arm was bandaged, blood seeping through the gauze, yet his posture remained as straight as a blade. You arrived half a day earlier than expected. Tsukumo's gaze swept across the 7, lingering a moment longer on Chunga. He noticed the special headband with golden patterns but asked nothing. The situation is worse than the intelligence suggested. Cloud's vanguard is not 200 but 300. And they possess powerful ninja tools. Moreover, has the Reikage deployed? Hiruzen Saratobi asked in a low voice. Yes. Tsukumo turned and lifted the tent flap. Yesterday afternoon the first Reikage using the lightning release chakra mode directly breached the defensive bunker. Of the 23 stationed there, only 7 returned, and 6 of those can never be ninjas again. Inside the tent it was dim. The central sand table was studded with markers indicating the enemy and our own positions. In the northeast the black flags representing Cloud were deeply wedged into the land of fire like a festering wound. Their tactics are clear. Tsukumo's finger traced across the sand table. A feint on the front, a flank infiltration using elite units to eliminate our defensive nodes. In one day we lost 4 observation posts, and 2 supply lines were cut. Is the Reikage commanding Cloud? Asked Danzo Shimura. The first Reikage. Tsukumo confirmed, and the air in the tent seemed to grow colder. The first Reikage. His lightning release chakra mode has been honed to withstand A-rank jutsu. Yesterday he led the charge personally, and our defenses were torn open by him alone. The young ninjas exchanged glances. Even the proudest Uchiha Kagami now wore a grave expression. What is our mission? Chunga spoke. His voice was calm, a subtle contrast to the oppressive atmosphere inside the tent. Tsukumo looked at him silent for a few seconds. Lord Tobirama's orders are that you as a special operations unit have autonomous combat authority. But I hope you will do one thing. His finger pointed to a red marker surrounded by black flags on the sand table. Retake observation post 3. That location controls 1/3 of the entire northeastern theater's field of vision. Losing it is like losing one eye. When do we move? The sooner the better, Tsukumo said. Cloud has just occupied it. Their defenses are not yet fully established. Moreover, according to the ninja who escaped, they detected an abnormal energy reaction inside the post. Abnormal? Can't be certain. It seemed like some kind of large sealing ritual or... Tsukumo paused. Tailed beast chakra. A dead silence fell over the tent. At midnight 7 figures swept across the wilderness like phantoms. No moonlight, low-hanging clouds, only the sporadic glow of campfires flickering in the distance. Chunga led the charge, his perception fully extended, a powerful sensation inherited from the Uzumaki clan. Every chakra fluctuation was clearly discernible. 800 meters ahead, 2 cloud covert sentries. He said softly, making a gesture behind his back with his right hand. Shikaku Naro's shadow silently merged into the ground, spreading forward like a black stream. 30 seconds later, 2 barely audible thuds came from the darkness. Cleared, Shikaku's voice came through the mental link established by Torafu Akimichi. The 7 continued. This was their first real combat coordination, yet they moved with the synergy of years of partnership. Tobarama's policy of inter-clan cooperation applied to the new generation trained in the Ninja Academy was showing initial results. Uchiha Kage's Sharingan glowed faintly in the darkness, perceiving all chakra flows. Choza Akimichi's massive body moved with the lightness of a cat, and Danzo Shimura's wind release was ever ready to tear apart any sudden obstacles. Observation Post 3 was built atop a hill. The original Konoha watchtower had been half destroyed, its ruins resembling the skeleton of a giant beast in the night. Around the tower, new cloud temporary fortifications had been erected. 6 ninja were on guard by the bonfire, and at least 20 chakra signatures were detected inside the tower. More than estimated, Hiruzen Sarutobi whispered. Split into 2 groups, Chinga said. Kagami, Hiruzen, Danzo, you feign from the front. Choza, Shikaku, Torafu, follow me for a flank infiltration from the west. Remember, the primary target is the abnormal energy source inside the tower, secondary is retaking the observation post. Understood. Uchiha Kage's Sharingan spun. He formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and then, fire, release, great fire dragon technique. 3 fire dragons roared out of the darkness, charging straight at the main gate of the observation post. Almost simultaneously, Hiruzen Sarutobi's fire release fire dragon flame bullet struck the fortifications from the other side, while Danzo Shimura's wind release vacuum wave amplified the flame's power several times. The explosion's light instantly tore apart the night. Cloud's alarms wailed shrilly. Enemy attack. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chinger and his 3 companions broke through the western gap. Choza Akimichi expanded into a 3-meter giant, smashing the rock-built bunker with a single punch. Shikaku Naro's shadow like a living thing entangled 3 charging cloud ninja. Torafu Akimichi closed his eyes and concentrated his mind-body switch technique, instantly seizing control of the covert sentry at the tower's top floor. And Chinger. He vanished. When he reappeared, he was atop the watchtower. 2 cloud jonin barely reacted before a dark shadow flashed past their eyes. They didn't even have time to form hand seals before their throats were slit by kunai. No screams, no struggle. Only the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. Chinger did not pause. He ascended the stairs, his perception locked onto the anomalous energy source at the top. The higher he climbed, the thicker the chakra in the air became, carrying an unsettling restlessness. The door to the top floor was sealed with a heavy sealing technique. Chinger pressed his hand against it, a pale green light emanating from his palm would release seal breaker. The sealing technique melted away like ice and snow, and the door slid open silently. This was a jutsu Chinger had developed himself after mastering wood release based on the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. The room was dark, but at its center rested an amber-yellow urn-like container. Others might not recognize it, but Chinger, having seen the script, knew it was the 6 paths ninja tool, the amber purifying pot. Worse still, the pot contained a sealed dark red chakra. In Chinger's perception, its violent, hateful aura was unmistakable. He had felt it before at the Valley of the End. Tailed beast chakra. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Chinger turned to see 5 cloud ninja burst into the room, led by a one-eyed man with a scar running from his temple to his jaw. Konoha Rat, the one-eyed ninja sneered. Didn't think you'd actually have the guts to sneak here. Chinger did not reply. His gaze swept over the 5-2 Jonin 3 Special Jonin, a standard elite squad. Kill him. The one-eyed ninja waved his hand. Lightning release ground spread. Lightning release lightning ball. Lightning release false darkness. 3 lightning release jutsu sealed all escape routes from different angles. But Chinger did not retreat. He raised his hand and formed the simplest of seals, would release wooden wall. A wall of wood burst from the floor, blocking all the lightning. In the stunned gazes of the cloud ninja, the wall split open, and Chinger emerged holding a mask. Pure white with narrow eye slits, the forehead untouched, bearing the Konoha headband. He slowly placed the mask on his face, his movements as calm as if attending a tea party. Playing tricks. The one-eyed ninja roared, drawing a large blade from his back. Lightning release chakra coiled around the sword, emitting a piercing hum. He charged the blade, descending like a thunderbolt. Then he saw the masked man raise his right hand, index finger gently pointing out. No hand seals, no fluctuation of jutsu. But the blade stopped 3 inches from the masked man's forehead as if it had struck an invisible quagmire. The one-eyed ninja's eyes widened as he saw tiny wooden buds sprouting on his own blade. The buds grew wildly, instantly entangling the entire sword, then spreading up his arm. He tried to let go, but his fingers were already fixed by wooden vines. He tried to scream, but wood grew in his throat. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds, a Jonin-level cloud ninja turned into a lifelike wooden sculpture. Wood release ceiling wooden bone sculpture. The remaining 4 cloud ninja froze in place. Fear chilled their marrow like ice water. The masked man turned to them. The white mask gleamed ethereally in the blue light, and behind the eye slits a faint golden light seemed to flow. Monster! One of them broke, turning to flee. But as his foot took a step, he found the ground had turned to wood. Countless wooden spikes erupted from the floor, pinning him in midair. No blood, no pain. The spikes merged with his flesh the moment they pierced him, turning him into another wooden sculpture. The second man tried to form hand seals for a jutsu. Halfway through the seals, his fingers suddenly disobeyed him. Looking down, he saw his fingertips turning to wood, the change visibly spreading to his wrist. No. He desperately tried to cut off his own hand with a kunai, but the kunai had barely been raised when his entire arm became wood. The woodification did not stop, it continued to spread to his torso. 10 seconds later, a third wooden sculpture stood in the room. The remaining 2 stood back to back, trembling. They were veterans who had survived countless life-or-death battles, but what was happening defied all reason. No combat, no resistance, only a one-sided transformation. What are you? One croaked. Chinger did not answer. He simply raised his hand palm up. The ground beneath the fourth man suddenly softened, turning into a wooden swamp. He tried to leap, but countless wooden vines emerged from the swamp, entangling his ankles, waist, and arms. Struggle was futile. The vines gently but firmly dragged him into the depths of the wood, leaving only a terrified face frozen on the wooden surface, an eternal art piece. The last man fell to his knees. Please, he wept, tears and snot streaming. I was just following orders. I have a family at home. His words stopped abruptly. A wooden spike burst from the ground, piercing his heart with precision. No pain, for upon entry the wood merged with the heart, and life extinguished silently in the transformation. 5 wooden sculptures stood in the room, each in a different pose, their expressions forever frozen in the terror of their final moment. Chinger walked among them to the amber purifying pot. He reached out and placed his hand on the pot. Tailed beast sealing. A sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan, which Chinger now executed with flawless smoothness without any hesitation. The tailed beast chakra inside the pot let out a silent scream, but the enormous chains manifested by the sealing technique extracted, transformed, and absorbed those violent energies. 3 minutes later, the amber purifying pot sat quietly, seemingly no longer a threat. Chinger withdrew his hand. Beneath the mask, his breathing was slightly rapid. Absorbing tailed beast chakra was more draining than expected, but the enhancement it brought was also evident. He could feel his chakra reserves increasing, and after years of consolidation, opportunities for such clear growth had almost vanished. Explosions came from below. Hiruzen and the others' diversionary attack was still ongoing. Chinger walked to the window and saw that the battle at the periphery of the observation post had reached its climax. Uchiha Kageme's eyes were veined with blood, each jutsu released precisely striking several cloud ninja. Choza Akimichi's expanded fist slammed into the ground, causing the entire hill to tremble. Shikaku Naro's shadow controlled a large area, and Danzo Shimura's wind release reaped like a sickle. Cloud reinforcements were flooding in from all directions. A's figure appeared in the distance, surrounded by violent lightning released chakra. The ground beneath him scorched and cracked. Chinger closed his eyes. His perception expanded, covering the entire battlefield. 327 cloud chakra signatures. 47 Konoha signatures, including the support forces led by Tsukumo Hatake. The enemy-to-ally ratio exceeded 7-1. He opened his eyes and took 12 special kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The blades were engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique formula, and the handles bore small Konoha identification tags. He raised his hand and threw the kunai one by one. The kunai cut through the night sky, landing at 12 key points on the battlefield. Then he formed hand seals. Flying Thunder God 12 sequential flash. A, in the midst of his charge, seemed to sense something. Lightning released chakra exploded at his fist, but he did not feel the familiar impact of striking flesh. He had hit air. No, not air. His fist had passed through something wooden. Looking closely, A saw he had struck a suddenly appearing wooden sculpture. The sculpture was shaped like a cloud ninja performing hand seals, its expression lifelike, even the terror in its eyes minutely detailed. What the? Before he could finish, a scream came from his left. A turn to see one of his subordinates turning into wood. Not attacked by wood release, but woodifying from within. Skin cracked, revealing the wooden texture beneath. Eyes turned to wood grain, the mouth open, but no sound came out, only sawdust drifting from the throat. 3 seconds, a living ninja became a wooden statue. Another scream from the right. Another subordinate was pierced by a wooden spike that erupted from the ground, the spike growing, branching inside his body, emerging from his 7 orifices, pinning him into a grotesque work of art. A masked ninja with a bizarre face emerged slowly from the space not far from A, like a ripple in water. Beneath the mask, a cold, drawn-out, piercing laugh echoed like a vengeful spirit. "Who are you?" A stared at the masked ninja and the golden-tinged Konoha headband on his forehead. The Konoha Grim Reaper. Yeah, eyes gaze locked unflinchingly onto the white mask. "The Leaf Shinigami." The Raikid's voice grated like grinding stones. Lightning nature chakra crackled violently around him, vaporizing moisture and the air into swirling white mist. "Phantom trickery." Before the words had fully left his lips, he vanished from sight. Lightning body flicker. His speed shattered the sound barrier, so blindingly fast that to ordinary eyes he became nothing but a streak of azure lightning. His fists wreathed in savage lightning nature chakra slammed toward Chinger's face, a blow potent enough to melt steel. Yet it struck only empty air. No, rather it passed clean through a wooden statue. The statue preserved the final expression of terror, the face of one of his own elite jonin. "When?" AI's pupils contracted sharply. "While you spoke," a voice echoed from behind him. AI didn't even have time to pivot. The ground beneath him turned to wood, countless woody vines, serpentine and venomous, coiled upward to ensnare his legs. Lightning nature chakra erupted instantly, vines disintegrated into dust upon contact, but more surged forth from every direction. Lightning release, thunderclap, assault. AI spread his arms wide, a ring of violet lightning exploded outward from his core. Wooden vines blackened and crumbled to ash in the glare. A colossal charred crater 30 meters wide blasted open across the earth. Yet Chunga had vanished. No, not vanished. AI's lightning sense detected subtle ripples in space itself. A space-time technique. And one far more insidious and unpredictable than Tobirama's flying thunder god. "Scatter! Everyone scatter now!" AI roared. "Do not group together. His technique has range limits." Cloud ninja scattered like startled birds, but it was already too late. 12 kunai. The specially crafted kunai Chunga had earlier thrown now glowed with faint light. Each became a coordinate, a lethal anchor point. Chunga's figure flashed simultaneously at all 12 locations. Not clones. Not afterimages. 12 true physical bodies, existing in the same instant across 12 distinct positions. 12 white-clad figures raised their hands in unison. 12 voices merged into one eerie resonant chord. "Would release eternal binding graveyard." The earth fractured. Countless woody roots burst forth from the depths of the land, alive and predatory, coiling, constricting, devouring. Cloud ninja attempted resistance with lightning nature techniques, yet each time a root was shattered it regenerated instantly where charred new sprouts emerged, harder, denser, relentless. This was the power of life, wielded solely to execute death. "Save me! Don't come near me! My hand is turning to wood!" Screams pierced the night sky, rising and falling like waves of agony. AI watched helpless as his subordinates were dragged underground one by one, watched their bodies stiffen and petrify into wood, watched once vibrant faces freeze forever in expressions of primal dread. He lunged forward to save them, but the ground beneath his feet began to harden into wood. Vines surged from all sides, thick with chakra so immense it could suppress even tailed beasts, the very power once wielded exclusively by Hashirama Senju. "Lightning release, lightning armor." Lightning nature chakra coalesced into solid armor around AI, shattering every vine that dared touch him. He drove off the ground with explosive force, rocketing skyward midair. He twisted sharply and plunged straight toward the nearest Chunga figure. His fist descended, splintering the wooden statue. Another illusion. "Damn it!" AI gritted his teeth, extending his lightning sense to its absolute limit. Across the battlefield, space shimmered with overlapping ripples, like stone-tossed water, layer upon layer, impossible to distinguish true from false. At the battlefield's edge, Uchiha Kagami and 5 others fought in their own way. Hiruzen. 3 o'clock, 3 Jonin. Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan spun rapidly, perceiving every minute motion of his enemies. "Understood." Hiruzen Sarutobi formed hand seals. "Fire release, fire dragon, flame bomb." 3 fire dragons surged from divergent angles, converging on their targets. Almost simultaneously, Danzo Shimura's wind nature technique struck from the flank, amplifying the fire's fury threefold. 3 Cloud Jonin attempted lightning nature defense, but the fusion of fire and wind underwent a fundamental transformation upon contact. Lightning fed the flames, wind fanned the inferno. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion consumed them. Before smoke could clear, Shikaku Nara's shadow stretched forth, precisely pinning one survivor. Teitora Yamanaka closed his eyes, focusing inward. His mind-body switch technique invaded the captive's consciousness instantly. There are ambushers southwest, 30 strong, circling behind us. Teitora opened his eyes, voice urgent. Take view, Kagami commanded. Leave it to me. Choji Akimichi's body swelled into a 5-meter giant. He slammed his fist into the earth. A shockwave radiated from him, blasting every hidden ambusher into exposure. Shadow imitation technique, multiple restraints. Shikaku's shadow split into dozens of tendrils, seizing each revealed enemy with flawless precision. Fire release phoenix flower technique. Flames rained down like crimson hail from horizon. Wind release vacuum wave barrage. Danzo's razor-sharp wind blades followed in perfect sequence. Their coordination flowed like water, effortless, seamless. The Sharingan's omniscient perception, the classic Ino Shikacho trio, Horizon's versatility, Danzo's incisive edge. These 6 young shinobi embodied the Leaf's most elite next generation, their synergy maturing rapidly under fire. More importantly, they knew another awe-inspiring figure was sowing terror elsewhere on the field. Terror so profound, so visceral, born of the utterly unknown, that it was eroding Cloud's morale from within. Meanwhile, at the battlefield's heart, combat had ascended into another dimension. AI finally abandoned the futile search for Chinga's true form. He clasped his hands together, lightning nature chakra surged wildly within him, blue arcs dancing across his skin. Lightning release, thunder prison, divine repulsion. Instantly a spherical lightning domain 100 meters in radius expanded from his center. Air ionized into plasma, the ground melted, stone vaporized, all organic matter carbonized in searing heat. This was an indiscriminate area attack, capable of annihilating all concealment and deception. Within the blinding lightning, all 12 Chingas twisted and shattered. Yet AI's expression darkened further, for each shattered figure dissolved into sawdust. Wood clones! All 12 were wood clones! His lightning sense registered something. His head snapped upward. High above, a 13th figure descended slowly. Chinga hovered 10 meters in the air, his robes snapping fiercely in the turbulent currents of lightning energy. He gazed down upon AI below. Molten gold gleamed like liquid metal within the narrow slits of his mask. Reikage-sama! Chinga's voice, warped by chakra, resonated with eerie ethereal detachment. How many of your men remain standing? AI swept his gaze across the carnage. Of his vanguard force, 320 strong, fewer than 100 still stood. The field was strewn with wooden statues frozen in diverse postures, one mid-hand seal, another twisting mid-flight, a third raising a defensive technique, each unique in stance yet unified in one terrible truth, every one eternally arrested at the moment of death. And carved clearly upon each statue's chest was the same unmistakable mark, the Leaf's spiral insignia. You! AI's voice trembled with raw fury. What monstrous thing are you? Monster! Chinga let out a laugh, sharp, cold, brittle. No. I am merely the Leaf Shinigami. He raised his right hand palm upward. The 12 kunai embedded in the ground flared brightly and flew back into his grasp. Then he closed his fingers gently. Every statue, every single one, began to grow. Not growth, reproduction. From each statue's chest fresh woody roots burst forth like grasping tentacles, branching, splitting, entwining. Roots fused, statues linked in moments, the entire battlefield transformed into a grotesque living forest, where every tree was a petrified Cloud Shinobi. Edo Tensei! Chinga's voice echoed through the forest. Then from every tree a voice rose in chorus, faces shifting from their original forms into those of the shattered statues. Chinga used the statues as proxies. When destroyed, their remnants served as living offerings for Edo Tensei, resurrecting the slain Cloud Shinobi, who now intoned in chilling unison. Tell Cloud. Tell Sand. Tell Stone. The Leaf Shinigami has taken his post. All who tread upon this land. His form began to fade, dissolving into the air itself. Shall become wood. As the final syllable hung in silence, Chinga vanished completely. Upon Edo Tensei's dissolution, the resurrected shinobi reverted to wooden statues, standing motionless in the dawn light, alongside the first Reikage, his body blazing with unreleased lightning, trapped and impotent at the forest's heart. And in the eyes of the survivors a fear now indelibly etched, unerasable, eternal. When full daylight broke, Tsukumo Hatake arrived with the relief force. What he beheld brought even this battle-hardened jonin to a standstill. A forest. A forest composed entirely of human-shaped trees. Each tree was a wooden statue, each statue a Cloud Shinobi. They were frozen forever at the instant of death, faces contorted in horror, limbs twisted unnaturally, as though in their final breath they had glimpsed some incomprehensible cosmic entity. To one side of this forest, Uchiha Kagami and his 5 comrades stood back to back, exhausted yet unharmed. They exchanged glances with Tsukumo, then with each other, eyes heavy with the complex weight of survival. That Shinigami? Tsukumo asked quietly. Gone, Hiruzen replied, his voice hoarse. He said, the leaf Shinigami has taken his post. Tsukumo fell silent for a long while. His gaze swept across the forest of statues, lingered on their frozen masks of terror, traced each spiral insignia carved upon their chests. Then he lifted his eyes toward Konoha. Second Hokage, he murmured. Just what kind of being did you send us? 3 days later at the Cloud Frontline command post. Yayai smashed his fist through a solid oak desk. Splinters flew as his voice tore from a wounded beast. Another squad. 40 men, annihilated. Only wooden statues and this remained. He snatched up a kunai, its blade engraved with a spatial sealing formula eerily reminiscent of the flying thunder god, and hurled it viciously into the wall. The kunai buried itself deep in the stone, its hilt vibrated violently. Silence descended upon the command chamber. Cloud elders stared, their faces growing grimmer by the second. In just 5 days we've lost over 400 elite shinobi, one elder rasped. All wiped out identically, entire units erased, leaving only statues and these kunai. The leaf Shinigami, another elder whispered. That name has spread across the front lines. Soldiers refuse night patrols, avoid solo assignments, even dream nightmares. Nightmares. AI whirled around sharply. Yes, the elder admitted bitterly. Dreams of turning to wood. Dreams of the white mask. Dreams of that phrase, shall become wood. 3 Chunin captains have already been evacuated for mental collapse. AI closed his eyes, drawing a slow, deep breath. When he reopened them, they burned with glacial, merciless intent. Where is the black-robed man? Awaiting you, a guard murmured softly. AI strode purposefully toward the command post's innermost chamber. He pushed open the door. The black-robed figure stood before a map, idly twirling an unremarkable scroll in his fingers. You have a solution. AI's voice was cold iron. A lead, the robed figure replied, turning. His eyes, hidden in shadow, flickered with unnatural red light. The Shinigami's space-time technique requires markers. Those kunai are the markers. Then, markers can be disrupted. The robed man laid the scroll upon the table. This is a custom chakra disruption array I devised. Once activated, it scrambles all space-time fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius, including the flying thunder god. AI stared at the plain-looking scroll. The cost. Requires 3 Jonin-level chakra sources sustained continuously, the robed man stated. And lasts precisely 30 minutes. 30 minutes. AI mused. Enough. Long enough to trap that wretch in one place for 30 minutes, and kill him. Precisely. The robed man finished. But only if you can locate his true form. How? The robed man stepped to the map, his finger tracing the northeastern sector. Over the past 5 days the Shinigami has appeared 7 times, always when we neared capturing a critical stronghold. What does that imply? He guards strategic locations. Correct. His finger halted at a canyon. Moreover, his appearances follow a pattern. Each site lies no more than 20 kilometers from the Leaf's main encampment. This indicates his space-time mobility has distance constraints. AI's eyes ignited. So if we assault a stronghold far beyond the Leaf's main force, he will reveal his true location. And that location, the robed man chuckled low, has already been chosen. His fingertip tapped a precise point on the map. Soul Break Canyon. 35 kilometers from the nearest Leaf encampment. Terrain treacherous, defensible, and crucially housing a secret supply line to the Leaf rear. Capturing it would sever 1/3 of the Northeast Front's logistics. Will he come? He must. The robed man affirmed, his tone laced with feverish anticipation. Because there stored securely lies something he cannot possibly ignore. What is it? The robed man withdrew a scroll from his robe and unfurled it slowly. Its surface bore an intricate sealing array, at its center a wisp of pale green chakra, radiating immense gentle vitality like a forest awakening in early spring. This is... AI's pupils contracted violently. A sample of Hashirama Senju's cells. The robed man murmured, fingertips brushing the scroll. Acquired from a black market dealer. Though its vitality has faded, the power remains palpable. The essence of would release itself. He lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with fanatical fervor from within the shadows fixed upon AI. Tell me, won't the Shinigami come himself the moment he learns we possess this? In the northeast front command post of Konoha, the air was as heavy as iron. Tsukumo Hatake slowly set down the war report scroll, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the tent. Kagami, Uchiha, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Danzo, Shimura, Shikaka, Nara, Torian, Yamanaka, Choza, Akimichi, and finally resting on the figure who had removed his mask, standing quietly in the corner, Sanjo Shoji. 5 days. Sakumo's voice echoed within the tent. Cloud has lost over 400 elite shinobi including 7 jonin and 23 tokubetsu jonin. And our casualties? 0. He paused, his gaze ultimately settling on Shoji. The legend of Konoha's Shinigami has already spread throughout the entire northeastern war zone. Cloud soldiers are beginning to fear the night, fear the forest, even fear the sound of the wind. Silence filled the tent. Only the faint sound of drills from the distant training ground filtered through the canvas. But this may not be a good thing. Shikaka Nara suddenly spoke. This genius of the Nara clan, always wearing a languid expression, now had a sharp glint in his eyes. Excessive fear breeds 2 reactions: collapse or a maddening retaliation. Your meaning? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Cloud won't just sit back and wait. Shikaka's fingers tapped lightly on the table. A is the first Reikage. He's not the type to be scared witless. On the contrary, a loss of this magnitude will only enrage him, driving him to resort to more extreme measures. Danzo Shimura snorted coldly. Better let him come. No matter how many come, we'll kill them all. That's exactly the problem. Shikaka looked towards Shoji. Lord Shoji's tactics rely on surprise and overwhelming force. But if Cloud finds a counter, like countermeasures against space-time ninjutsu or setting a trap we cannot refuse to walk into. All eyes turned to Shoji. He was silent for a moment. He raised his hand and a special kunai materialized in his palm, its blade etched with the Flying Thunder God's formula. The Flying Thunder God's weakness does exist. His voice was calm. The technique requires a marked coordinate, and spatial movement generates a subtle fluctuation in chakra. If they had a sensory ninjutsu master precise enough or a large-scale chakra disruption device, they could indeed limit its use. But what if? Torian Yamanaka said softly. They used an irresistible bait to lure you into a prearranged battlefield. The air in the tent seemed to grow colder. Just then the tent flap was thrown open. An ANBU knelt on one knee holding a sealed scroll. Lord Hataki, urgent dispatch from Konoha HQ. Sakumo took the scroll, swiftly unsealing it. His eyes moved across its surface and his expression gradually grew grim. After finishing, he was silent for a few seconds, then handed the scroll to Shoji. Duanhuan Valley, Sakumo said. Cloud is amassing forces there. The numbers exceed 800. 800. Choza Akimichi's eyes widened. That's nearly all the elite forces they can spare in the northeastern theater. What are they planning? A full-scale assault? No. Shoji looked at the intelligence on the scroll, his eyes narrowing. They're building fortifications, setting up barriers. It looks more like they're constructing a fortress. Duanhuan Valley has treacherous terrain, easy to defend and hard to attack. Shikaka quickly recalled the map information. But if they only wanted to build a fortress, why choose a location 35 kilometers from our main force? Their supply lines would be stretched too thin for a long-term occupation. Unless Kagami Uchiha's Sharingan spun slowly. That fortress isn't meant for occupation. It's meant for a hunt. Shoji finished his thought. Silence fell over the tent. Everyone understood the implication. Duanhuan Valley was a trap. A meticulously prepared trap designed specifically for the Shinigami of Konoha. Do we go? Hiruzen asked. Shoji didn't answer immediately. He closed his eyes. His sensory perception expanded like an invisible ripple, extending past the tent, past the camp, reaching towards the northeast. 35 kilometers away in the direction of Duanhuan Valley, a massive convergence of chakra was indeed gathering. But within that cluster of energies he sensed something familiar. A pale green light-filled presence like the breath of a spring forest. Brother cells? Shoji opened his eyes, a complex emotion flickering within them. He remembered Hashirama's gentle smile before his death, and the year he had spent hidden within the shadows of Konoha. Power requires restraint, but some things are worth the risk. We go, Shoji said. As the Shinigami of Konoha, we will show them true fear. He looked at the 6 members of his team. This time we need a different approach. 3 days later, in the forest surrounding Duanhuan Valley, a cloud reconnaissance squad was patrolling. The squad consisted of 5 chunin led by a middle-aged ninja named Raiga who bore a scar across his face. They had been patrolling this forest for 2 whole days, encountering nothing but a few startled animals. Captain, don't you think the higher-ups are being a bit paranoid? A young ninja muttered a complaint. Will that Shinigami really even come? This place is so far from Konoha's main force, what would he want here? Shut up, Raiga snapped. Just follow orders. Don't forget how many of our comrades have turned into wooden dolls this past week. The young ninja shuddered and dared not speak again. The squad pressed on. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled spots of light. The forest was unnervingly silent, even the birdsong had ceased. Raiga's frown deepened. Too quiet. It was unnaturally quiet. Halt! He raised his right hand. The squad stopped instantly, forming a back-to-back defensive formation. Raiga extended his sensory perception to its limits, but aside from the normal ambient chakra of the forest, he sensed nothing. And then in that moment the shadow at his feet moved. It wasn't an illusion caused by shifting light. It was truly moving. The shadow slithered like a living creature coiling around his ankle. Raiga tried to struggle, but the shadow crept up his leg and everywhere it touched his body lost all control. Enem! His warning was cut short as the other 4 members were also ensnared by shadows. The 5 of them stood frozen like 5 statues suddenly turned to stone. From the depths of the forest Shikaku Nara walked out slowly. His hands remained in the seal of the shadow imitation technique, sweat beading on his forehead. Restraining 5 chunin simultaneously was a tremendous burden even for a genius like himself. Control secured, Shikaku said softly. Kagami, Uchiha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura appeared from 3 directions. Kagami's Sharingan swept over the immobilized 5, rapidly reading their surface memories. Inside Duanhuan Valley, Cloud has established 3 defensive lines, Kagami reported swiftly. The outer layer is regular patrol squads, the middle layer consists of barrier and sensory teams, and the inner layer is an elite force personally led by a numbering around 800. And the bait? Sarutobi asked. It's in a cave at the deepest point of the inner layer. Kagami's eyes narrowed. Guarded by 5 jonin surrounded by a complex sealing barrier. But as for what it actually is, these chunin lack the clearance to know. Danzo said coldly. Let's just fight our way in and take it. No. Shikaku shook his head. My shadow imitation technique can hold them for maybe 3 more minutes. And once we're exposed, Cloud will activate their contingency plans immediately. Lord Shoji said they must have a counter for space-time ninjutsu. Then we stick to the plan. Sarutobi looked at Kagami. Read their patrol routes and challenge codes. We will infiltrate in disguise. 3 minutes later 5 figures emerged from the forest heading towards the entrance of Duanhuan Valley. They wore Cloud's uniforms, their walking postures and chakra fluctuations perfectly mimicking the original patrol squad. The entrance to Duanhuan Valley was a narrow fissure barely wide enough for 3 men to walk abreast. The cliff walls towered overhead and sunlight only penetrated through the sliver of sky above, casting the valley floor into a dim, eerie gloom. Halt! A guard at the entrance blocked their path. Password. Thunder. Kagami mimicked Raiga's voice. Countersign. Eternal night. The guard nodded and stepped aside, letting them pass through the first checkpoint and into the valley's interior. The sight within caused their hearts to clench. Dense caves had been carved into the cliff faces, and within each cave Cloud Shinobi were moving about. In the open ground at the valley's center a complex formation was laid out. It was a barrier they had never seen before, its lines glowing with a sinister purple-black light. What troubled them more was the powerful chakra they could faintly sense emanating from within the depths of those caves. Not just 1 or 2, but the signatures of at least a dozen jonin. Among them a few were exceptionally strong, possibly elite jonin, or even higher. They're trying to surround us. Torian Yamanaka, disguised as the young ninja, communicated via mental link. Keep moving. Kagami's voice echoed in their minds. Don't act suspicious. Lord Shoji will handle the ambushes. They continued along the path deeper into the valley. Passing Cloud, Shinobi glanced at them, but no one suspected. Kagami's genjutsu had not only extracted memories and intelligence but also perfectly replicated each person's behavioral habits and gestures. But just as they were nearing the inner defense line, the unexpected happened. A figure clad in a black robe suddenly appeared in the middle of the path. The robed figure was entirely shrouded in a voluminous black cloak, wearing a pure white mask devoid of any markings. He stood there silently, as if he had been waiting for them all along. Members of the patrol squad. The man's voice was hoarse and eerie. Today's shift change is 17 minutes later than usual. Would you care to explain why? Kagami's heart tightened. The memories he had read contained no precise information about the shift change time. These chunin only remembered a vague time frame, data precise to the minute wasn't accessible to their rank. We encountered some wild beasts on the way which delayed us. Kagami answered calmly. Oh. The robed figure walked closer slowly. What kind of beasts could delay elite shinobi of Cloud for 17 minutes? His gaze, hidden behind the mask, swept over the 5 of them. In that instant Kagami felt a freezing spiritual pressure skim through his mind. It wasn't the gentle probing of the Yamanaka clan, but a malevolent, invasive force that seemed intent on tearing apart all pretense. His Sharingan activated, instinctively blocking the mental intrusion. But that brief flare of chakra was enough to expose them. Sharingan. The robed figure chuckled lowly. Kagami Uchiha. Decent infiltration. But alas, you're still too young. He raised his hand and made a simple gesture. The next second dozens of figures appeared simultaneously from the caves on the cliff walls. Each one was at least Jonin level and each one had them locked in their sights. More terrifyingly, the purple-black barrier in the center of the valley began to activate, radiating a chilling, ominous energy. Welcome to Duanhuan Valley. The robed figure's voice dripped with a sickly pleasure. Geniuses of Konoha. Battle erupted in that instant. Kagami Uchiha unleashed his fire release, immediately forcing back 3 Cloud Jonin who had lunged at them. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands flew through seals, unleashing a roaring fire dragon flame bullet. Combined with Danzo Shimura's wind release, the joint technique detonated a sea of fire within the enemy ranks. Shikaku Naro's shadow spread like a tide, trying to ensnare more enemies, but the Cloud Jonin were clearly prepared. They moved swiftly, constantly shifting positions to make it difficult for the shadow to lock on. Toryun Yamanaka closed his eyes, concentrating, and activated his mind-body switch technique. But the moment he invaded one Jonin's consciousness, he felt a powerful spiritual backlash. They have a counter for the Yamanaka clan techniques. Toryun grunted, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chozo Akimichi expanded into his sizable form, smashing his fist into the ground. The shockwave rippled outward, sending nearby Cloud Shinobi stumbling. But more enemies surged from all directions, a rain of ninjutsu descending upon them. Retreat! Kagami shouted. Break towards the entrance. But at the entrance the figure of A had already appeared. The first raikage was wreathed in raging lightning, released chakra each step, leaving a scorched footprint on the ground. You came, so forget about leaving. A's voice boomed like thunder. Today none of you will leave Duanhuan Valley. Their hearts sank. They were surrounded, and the enemy clearly knew their abilities in detail. Every tactic was being countered. Worse, the purple-black barrier was slowly closing. Once it fully formed, even Shoji's flying thunder god might not be able to break through. Just then a sudden change occurred. 12 kunai materialized out of thin air above the valley. Not flying in from outside, but simply appearing in midair. The blades of the kunai were etched with the flying thunder god's formula, emitting a faint glow in the dim valley. He's finally here. The robed figure looked up, his voice filled with anticipation. A's lightning-released chakra erupted violently. Activate the disruption barrier. At the center of the valley, the purple-black barrier's rotation suddenly accelerated. A strange wave of energy spread, disrupting the chakra in the air and destabilizing the spatial structure. The glowing formulas on the 12 kunai flickered erratically, as if they might extinguish at any moment. But the kunai didn't fall. They froze in midair and then began to spin. The 12 kunai revolved in a specific trajectory, forming a ring. The space within the ring began to warp and fold, rippling like water struck by a stone. For the first time, the robed figure's expression changed. This isn't the flying thunder god. This is spatial folding. A voice came from within the distorted space. A tall, upright figure walked out of the void. Not flash-stepping, not teleporting, but like a person stepping out of a painting, appearing in the real world with natural ease. Shoji wore his white mask. In his hand he held a new kunai, not like the others, but one that was pitch black, etched with a far more complex formula. Your disruption barrier was designed for the flying thunder god. Shoji's voice, distorted by the mask, sounded ethereal and strange. But unfortunately for you, I don't use the flying thunder god. He raised his hand and the black kunai slashed lightly through the air. Space split apart. Not a metaphor. It truly split. A pitch-black fissure appeared in the sky above the valley, its edges shimmering with a silver-white light. It was the void exposed by the tearing of the spatial structure. The robed figure recoiled, genuine terror in his voice for the first time. Spatial tearing. Impossible. How can an ordinary ninja achieve this? Nothing is impossible, Shoji said. Just like you using Hashirama's cells as bait to lure me here. His gaze locked onto the robed figure through the mask. Now tell me, who are you? Or rather, who is behind you? The robed figure was silent for a few seconds, then began to laugh lowly. The laugh turned from hoarse to manic, finally becoming a kind of hysterical shriek. Who am I? I am merely a witness. He abruptly tore the pure white mask from his face, revealing an aged and distorted visage. His face was covered in scars, but what was most unsettling were his eyes. They were not normal eyes, but two pitch-black hollows, and in their depths flickered a sinister red light. As for the one behind me, he spread his arms, the black robe flapping in the valley's fierce wind. You will meet him soon enough. Because today those destined to die in Duanhuan Valley are not just you brats of Konoha. His voice rose sharply like some ancient incantation. But also you. You fake Shinigami. The moment the words fell from the depths of the valley in the cave that held Hashirama's cells, a pillar of green light erupted into the sky. Within the light, a massive figure slowly rose to its feet. It was a humanoid form composed entirely of wood, but its face was identical to that of Hashirama Senju. A wood-release clone, one infused with Hashirama's cells possessing a fraction of the original's power. I laughed maniacally. Do you see? Shinigami of Konoha. The power of your first Hokage is now ours to command. Today you die at the hands of the man you admire most. Shoji looked silently at the wood clone, his expression hidden behind the mask. After a long moment he spoke softly. Brother Hashirama's power was not meant to be used this way, Shoji said. He pressed his hands together. Deep green chakra erupted from his body like a tsunami. It was not ordinary chakra, it was the power of wood release imbued with the ultimate essence of life force. All the trees within the valley began to grow at a frantic pace. From the cliff faces, from beneath the earth, even from the air itself, wooden vines burst forth like furious dragons. This was not an attack. This was a celebration of life. Wood release drew several thousand hands. Though it was only a prototype, the colossal wooden Buddha slowly manifesting behind Shoji was enough to freeze everyone present in place, including the robed figure, and even including the wood clone created from Hashirama's cells. Now, Shoji opened his eyes, a pale golden light swirling within them. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Sanjo Shoji, a shinobi of Konoha. And the phantom form of the wooden giant behind him slowly raised its 1,000 arms. The true inheritor of wood release. The wind in Duanhuan Valley fell silent. In its place, something far grander, far more ancient began to stir slowly within this valley of death. In the soul-severing valley, time itself seemed to freeze. Hashirama Senju's wood release clone stood silently deep within the valley, pale green chakra radiating from it like a tide. The aura was gentle yet powerful, but carried an unsettling strangeness. It was Hashirama's power, yet driven by a twisted will. The lightning release chakra around AI crackled violently, his eyes blazing with fervent battle lust. The god of death of Konoha. No Sandouchinger. Today I will make Konoha lose 2 legends at once. With that he moved first. Lightning release chakra mode at full power, AI's form became a blue bolt of lightning tearing through the air straight toward Chinger. The speed of this strike far exceeded anything before. Ripples spread through space where his fist passed. But Chinger did not move. One of the 1,000 arms of the giant wooden Buddha behind him slowly began to rise. The motion was slow, so slow that everyone could see every detail of the arm rising. But when that wooden arm collided with AI's fist, boom! A deafening explosion swept through the entire valley. The shockwave expanded from the point of impact, tearing up the ground. Kumogakure shinobi nearby were blasted away. AI's figure was sent flying backward, tumbling dozens of meters through the air before he barely managed to stabilize himself. When he landed, the rock beneath his feet shattered into powder. His right hand trembled slightly. Fine cracks appeared across the lightning release armor covering his fist. This is impossible. AI stared at the wooden arm slowly retracting. How can any physical defense be this strong? Because this is not ordinary wood release. Chinger's voice rang out calmly. This is the true several thousand hands, the ultimate secret technique Hashirama used in his final battle against Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End. Though what I'm showing now is only a prototype. But against you. He paused. It's more than enough. As the words fell, all 1,000 arms of the wooden giant moved simultaneously. Not one by one, but all 1,000 arms spread out at once like a peacock's tail. In the palm of each arm a hand seal materialized. 1,000 hand seals formed simultaneously, bathing the entire soul-severing valley in a green glow. Would release Senju eternal subjugation. 1,000 beams of light shot forth from the palms. These were no ordinary beams, they were would release chakra condensed to the extreme. Each beam upon striking its target did not explode. Instead it rapidly grew, spread, and transformed, converting any matter it touched into wood. Screams of agony from the Kumogakure shinobi instantly filled the valley. Some tried to resist with lightning release, but the lightning was transmuted into wood the moment it touched the beams, becoming frozen wooden bolts suspended in midair. Some tried to evade with the body flicker technique, but the sheer number of beams covered every angle, every possible space of escape. Only Jonin-level elites could barely weave through the gaps between the beams. Yet even so, a dozen Jonin were grazed, their arms, legs, or half their bodies beginning to turn to wood. Scatter! Everyone scatter! AI roared, his body erupting with lightning that formed a spherical electric field, deflecting all incoming beams. But the man in black robes, the one with hollow glowing red eyes, laughed. Magnificent! Truly magnificent! His voice rasped with fervor. So this is the true power of wood release. Is this the power that Hashirama Senju once wielded? He raised his hand pointing toward the wood-release clone deep in the valley. But unfortunately you're not just facing Kumogakure. The wood-release clone moved. Its movements were stiff at first as if unaccustomed to the body. But with each step its motions grew smoother. By the time it reached the center of the valley all trace of stiffness was gone. Its posture, its aura, strikingly similar to the real Hashirama Senju's 7 parts resemblance. It pressed its palms together. Deep green chakra erupted from its body. Though much weaker than Chinga's, the aura was pure, unrefined primordial Hashirama chakra. Would release advent of a world of trees. In the valley the trees that Chinga's would release had already spawned began to grow wildly. But unlike the trees Chinga had created, these were thicker, more ancient. Human-like faces emerged on the trunks. Two forces of wood release clashed, intertwined, and opposed each other in the valley. Chinga's wooden giant and the ancient forest summoned by Hashirama's clone formed a strange standoff. Pale green chakra and deep green chakra interwove in the air, producing a grating sound. Do you see? The man in black robes spread his arms, his voice filled with morbid excitement. This is Lord Hashirama's power. Even the residual power left in his cells is enough to counter your imitation. Chinga silently watched the wood-release clone, observing the face patterns emerging in the ancient forest. His perception delved into those trees, into that clone, and then he understood. This is not Brother Hashirama's power, Chinga said quietly. The black-robed man's laughter stopped abruptly. What? Hashirama's wood-release is the power that creates life and nurtures vitality, Chinga said slowly. In his advent of a world of trees, the trees are alive, they have life. But your trees, he raised his hand palm facing the ancient forest, are dead. As the words fell, the 1,000 arms of the wooden giant behind Chinga pressed together in unison. Would release resonance of life. An invisible wave spread outward. It was not an attack, not a defense, but a call. A call to the very essence of life. The ancient forest summoned by the black-robed man began to change. The face patterns on the trunks gradually became lifelike. Closed eyes slowly opened, wooden lips curled into faint smiles. Then these trees began to move. Not toward Chinga in attack, but turning to face the black-robed man and AI. This is impossible. The black-robed man stumbled backward. I had completely controlled those cells. You controlled cells, not life, Chinga interrupted. And the essence of wood release is the power of life. You used the dead man's cells to create puppets, yet you dare dream of wielding the power of the living. He shook his head. A pipe dream. By now the trees in the ancient forest had fully awakened. They extended their branches like arms grasping at the surrounding Kumogakure shinobi. The trees the black-robed man had used as weapons were now Chinga's allies. AI's expression finally changed. Retreat, he decided instantly. All units retreat. This battlefield is beyond control. But it was already too late. Behind Chinga the 1,000 arms of the wooden giant slowly spread open. In the center of each palm a Taiji Bagua pattern emerged. Would release 8 trigram ceiling formation. 1,000 Taiji Bagua symbols blazed to life, simultaneously weaving together into a massive 3-dimensional formation chart in the sky. The formation slowly rotated, enveloping the entire soul-severing valley. At the valley's entrance, space began to warp and fold, forming an invisible barrier. Space seal. AI gritted his teeth. You never intended to let anyone leave. Correct, Chinga admitted. You used Brother Hashirama's cells as bait to set this trap. Now you must bear the consequences. He turned to the black-robed man. Especially you. Tell me, where did you obtain these cells? The black-robed man fell silent. In his hollow eyes the red light flickered violently, as if struggling, hesitating. Then he smiled. You want to know? His voice suddenly became calm, terrifyingly calm. Fine. I'll tell you. These cells were dug up from Hashirama Senju's grave. In the tent, Sakumo Hatake and the others watching through the mental link via Yamanaka's techniques simultaneously drew sharp breaths. What did you say? For the first time a crack appeared in Chinga's tone. I said, the black-robed man spoke slowly and deliberately. 3 months after Hashirama Senju was buried, someone opened his grave and took part of his remains. Then through the black market those cells were sold to the major hidden villages. He spread his arms. Kumogakure bought a portion, Sunagakure bought a portion, Iwagakure bought a portion too. As for whether other villages bought any, I wouldn't know. Who did it? Chinga's voice turned cold. An organization calling themselves the Grave Diggers, the black-robed man said. They operate in the shadows of the shinobi world, specializing in stealing the remains of the powerful, extracting cells, organs, even memories. Hashirama Senju was only one of their targets. They've also searched for Madara Uchiha's corpse. A deathly silence fell over the soul-severing valley. Even AI stared at the black-robed man in shock. Clearly he had not known the origin of these cells. The Kumogakure High Command had only told him they were precious materials purchased from the black market. You knowing all this, Chinga said slowly, means you have ties to the grave diggers. Or rather, are you one of them? The black-robed man did not answer. But the red light in his hollow eyes flickered even more intensely. No, Chinga suddenly said. If you were just a member of the grave diggers you wouldn't have such an obsession with wood release. Your goal isn't selling cells, it's... He stared at the black-robed man's hollow eyes, a terrible realization forming in his mind. You want to resurrect Hashirama Senju. The black-robed man shuddered violently. No. Not resurrection. His voice began to tremble. It's recreation. Making Lord Hashirama's power manifest in the world again. You don't understand. None of you understand. A being like Lord Hashirama should not have died like that. His power, his ideals, everything about him should be inherited. Perpetuated. His voice grew louder until it became a roar. So I found these cells. So I studied wood release. That's why I want to create the perfect Hashirama clone. I will make Lord Hashirama's power shine upon this shinobi world once more. With this method. Chinga's voice was cold as ice. Digging up his grave, desecrating his remains, using his cells to create weapons of war. This is what you call inheritance and perpetuation. What would you know? The black-robed man shrieked. You, this counterfeit who appeared out of nowhere and learned would release from God's knows where, how could you possibly understand my reverence for Lord Hashirama? I did it for... His words cut off abruptly. Because Chunga had removed his mask. The white mask slowly fell away, revealing the young composed face beneath. The Konoha forehead protector gleamed with a warm luster under the glow of wood release chakra. But that wasn't the point. The point was Chenga's eyes. In those eyes the image of a nebula now appeared. Deep within the nebula a complex pattern slowly revolved. That pattern, the black-robed man recognized it. It was a pattern similar to the Uzumaki clan's emblem. You. The black-robed man's voice trembled. You're from the Uzumaki clan. Sanao Chinga. Chinga said slowly. Brother of Uzumaki Mito, brother of Hashirama Senju. And he raised his hand palm upward. A single drop of crimson blood seeped from his fingertips, suspended in midair. That drop of blood radiated a life force that was of the same origin as Hashirama's cells, yet pure. Another inheritor of wood release, Chinga said. Now do you understand? I am not a counterfeit. My claim to wood release is not through theft, not through transplantation, but... He clenched his fist, the blood dissipating into the air. Inheritance. The black-robed man stood frozen in place. He stared blankly at Chinga, at those eyes swirling with pale golden nebulae, at the ancient spiral pattern formed by the nebula. Then, as if all strength had drained from him, he slowly sank to his knees. So that's it. So that's it. He murmured to himself. A true inheritor. Then all my years of effort. What were they? His voice grew quieter and quieter until it became a sob. AI watched this scene, his face ashen. He knew that today's plan had completely failed. Not only had it failed, but it had exposed the secret of Kumogakure's dealings with the grave diggers. More terrifying still, they had provoked a true inheritor of wood release. Retreat, he ordered again, his voice hoarse. At all costs break through the space seal. The Kumogakure shinobi began frantically attacking the space barrier. Lightning release, fire release, wind release. A storm of jutsu poured against the barrier like a downpour. But the spatial seal formed by 1,000 Taiji Bagua patterns remained utterly immovable. Chenga ignored them. He walked toward the black-robed man kneeling on the ground and stopped before him. Tell me, Chenga said. Where is the headquarters of the grave diggers? Who is their leader? Whose remains have they stolen? The black-robed man raised his head. In his hollow eyes the red light had dimmed considerably. He was silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. The headquarters is in the underground black market of the land of hot water. As for the leader, I don't know his real name. He only calls himself the collector. As for the remains they've stolen, he recited a string of names. Each name made Chenga's heart sink deeper. The first Tsuchikage, the first Kazekage, the first Mizukage. And even the names of several Uchiha clan members who possessed the Sharingan. The collector's collection was far more extensive, and far more terrifying, than anyone could have imagined. One last question, Chenga said. The red light in your eyes. What is it? The black-robed man shuddered. Instinctively he raised his hand to cover his eyes, but it was too late. Shinger's dojutsu was a higher order of eye technique than the Sharingan. He had already seen through the disguise. Deep within those hollow eyes he spotted a small intricate jutsu formula. It was a variant of the caged bird curse mark. But far more refined, far more insidious. It not only sealed vision but also continuously absorbed the host's chakra and life force to maintain some kind of remote connection. This is... Shinger's pupils abruptly contracted. It's the shackle. The black-robed man laughed bitterly. Every member of the Grave Diggers is implanted with this jutsu. Once you betray or leak too many secrets. He didn't finish. But his body had already begun to disintegrate. Not turning to wood, not under attack, but a silent, soundless dissolution from within. Skin cracked, muscles dissolved, bones crumbled, everything transformed into the most basic particles in an instant, dissipating into the air. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds a living human being vanished completely. Not a trace remained. Only the black robe was left, falling empty to the ground. A deathly silence fell over the soul-severing valley. AI stopped attacking the space barrier. All the Kumogakure shinobi stared numbly at the spot where the black-robed man had vanished, their eyes filled with terror. That death was even more terrifying than turning into a wooden statue. Shinger silently watched the black robe. After a long moment, he slowly bent down and picked it up. Inside the lining of the robe he felt a small metal plate. On the metal plate a pattern was engraved, an eye. Not a Sharingan, not a Byakugan, but a Rinnegan. Shinger clasped the metal plate in his hand, sensing the residual chakra fluctuations on it. The fluctuation was faint but very unique, carrying a certain temporal-spatial aura. He looked up, gazing at the moon above the valley. The spatial tear that had been ripped open had not yet fully closed. Deep within the tear a pair of unseen eyes were still silently watching him. Their eyes met. In that instant Shinger understood many things. So that's how it is, he said softly. The Grave Diggers. The Collector, figures and forces never before heard of. And these eyes. He tightened his grip on the metal plate, turned and looked at AI. Lord Raikage, Shinger said. Today you may leave. AI was taken aback. But there are 2 conditions. Shinger raised 2 fingers. First, Kumogakure will immediately withdraw from the northeastern war zone and sign a peace agreement with Konoha lasting at least 3 years. Second. He paused. Tell me what else Kumogakure purchased from the Grave Diggers. AI fell silent. He looked at his trapped subordinates, at the impenetrable spatial seal, and finally at the metal plate in Shinger's hand. After a long moment he slowly nodded. Agreed. The wind in the soul-severing valley blew once more. But this time what the wind carried was no longer killing intent, but something heavier, more complex. And above the valley the spatial tear slowly sealed shut. In the final moment before it closed, a barely perceptible flicker passed through those eyes. The wind of Duanhuan Valley carried away the stench of blood and gunpowder, while also stirring up a storm that swept across the entire shinobi world. The news spread with astonishing speed. On the 3rd day after Ching'er and UUAI reached an agreement, the high-ranked officials of all major ninja villages in the 5 great nations received the incredible battle report almost simultaneously. In the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, Senju Tobarama stood before a massive map, his fingers tapping the desk unconsciously. Before him lay 3 intelligence scrolls, one from the northeastern front, one from the southwestern border, and one from the Ambu stationed in Kumogakure. In the Battle of Duanhuan Valley, Kumogakure deployed 821 elite shinobi, fewer than 200 survived. The first Raikage UUAI was severely wounded with permanent damage to his left arm and regression of his Reishin chakra mode. The Special Tactical Advisor Black-Robed Man was confirmed dead, cause of death unknown. On Konoha's side the Special Task Force sustained no casualties. Lord Ching'er publicly used would release through several thousand hands for the first time, confirming his status as the inheritor of the wood release. After the battle, Ching'er and UUAI reached a secret agreement, the details of which are unknown. Internal dissent has erupted in Kumogakure, and the election for the 2nd Raikage has been brought forward. UUAI announced his withdrawal from the election and designated his disciple AI as his successor. The Elder Council strongly opposes this, plunging Kumogakure's political situation into turmoil. Tobarama closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had expected Ching'er to win, but not so thoroughly so. Shockingly. Through several thousand hands, that was the ultimate technique his brother had used only during the decisive battle against Uchiha Madara. Ching'er was only 16, yet he could already manifest its rudimentary form. What was more troublesome was that the news had leaked. Have you identified the source of the leak? Tobarama opened his eyes and looked at the Ambu captain kneeling before him. Preliminary judgment suggests it leaked from Kumogakure's side, the Ambu captain replied quietly. After the Battle of Duanhuan Valley, some of Kumogakure's retreating soldiers spread the details of the battle. Now the entire shinobi world is saying. Saying what? The Umbu captain hesitated. Saying that Konoha has produced another god of shinobi and that he is more dangerous than the first Hokage. Tobirama's knuckles tightened abruptly. More dangerous. Those words pierced his heart like needles. His brother had been called the god of shinobi because he used his power to create peace. But the power Ching'er displayed in the eyes of the world today seemed more like pure destruction. This would surely invite mortal danger. What movements have Sunagakure and Iwagakure made? The Kazekage of Sunaгаkure's shaman urgently summoned the envoy from Iwagakure yesterday. The details are unknown, said the Umbu captain. But early this morning our surveillance outposts on the border of the Land of Wind discovered that Sunagakure and Iwagakure's forces conducted a joint exercise on the borderline. A joint exercise? Tobirama sneered. During wartime, two hostile ninja villages hold a joint exercise. They don't even bother to disguise it. And there is Kirigakure. The Umbu captain added. News from the Land of Water says that the second Mizuki Hozuki Genjutsu publicly stated yesterday that the balance of power in the shinobi world has been broken and all ninja villages should reassess the situation. Reassess the situation. Tobirama repeated, his eyes glinting coldly. Fine. Let them assess. He turned and looked out the window. On the streets of Konoha, children were chasing and playing, vendors were hawking their wares. Everything appeared peaceful and serene. But beneath this tranquility lay the impending cataclysm. Give the order, Tobirama said slowly. All shinobi enter combat readiness, including newly promoted genin. And he paused. Have Chang'er return. Immediately. At the same time, in the Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. In the top floor conference room of the Reikage building, the atmosphere was so oppressive it could be wrung like water. Yui sat in the main seat, his left arm wrapped in thick bandages, his face pale as paper. Across from him sat the 7 elders of Kumogakure's Elder Council, each wearing a more grim expression than the last. 821 men, said the first elder, his voice dry as sandpaper. Among them 47 jonin and 93 special jonin. This is the heaviest loss Kumogakure has suffered in a single battle since its founding. I know. AI's voice was very light, but every word struck the table like a nail. You know. The second elder slammed the table and stood up. You know, and still signed a ceasefire with that Konoha death god. You know, and still agreed to withdraw from the Northeastern Theater. Yui, you are the first Reikage. Your duty is to lead Kumogakure to prosperity, not to bow to Konoha. So what do you want? AI looked up, a trace of weariness in his eyes. Keep fighting. Send another 800 men to Duanhuan Valley to become wooden statues. Or perhaps one of you elders would like to personally experience the might of true several thousand hands. The conference room fell into dead silence. We are not here to blame you, AI, the third elder said slowly in a relatively gentle tone. But this failure must be shouldered by someone. Kumogakure cannot have a defeated Reikage, especially at this time. So the Elder Council has unanimously decided, said the first elder, that you need to step down due to injury. We will announce to the outside world that you suffered an incurable injury in the Battle of Duanhuan Valley and can no longer fulfill your duties as Reikage. As for the new Reikage, he looked toward the corner of the room. In the corner a tall figure slowly stood up. He was a young shinobi, perhaps in his early 20s, with a sturdy build and short hair standing up like steel needles. What was most striking were his eyes, blazing with undisguised ambition and battle spirit. AI, said the first elder. Your disciple will inherit the name AI and become the second Reikage. The young AI walked to the center of the conference room and knelt on one knee before Yu AI. Teacher, I will carry on your will and lead Kumogakure to new heights. Yu AI looked at the disciple he had personally trained, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. After a long moment he slowly nodded. Good. He said only that one word. But as the young AI rose, Yu AI said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Remember, do not provoke the death god of Konoha. At least, not until you are ready. The young AI's movement paused slightly, then he stood up calmly and faced the Elder Council. Then, he said, from today onward I am the second Reikage AI. And my first order, a cold light flashed in his eyes, is to rebuild Kumogakure's connections with all the other ninja villages. The disgrace of Duanhuan Valley cannot be borne by Kumogakure alone. That Konoha has a new god of shinobi, the entire shinobi world should know. Kumogakure had completed its change of power, though the facts differed considerably from the intelligence gathered by the other villages. 7 days later, in the Land of Earth, Iwagakure, Anoki, the future third Tsuchikage, was still just a young shinobi in his early 20s. But he had already stood at the center of power in Iwagakure, for his teacher the second Tsuchikage was receiving several special guests. In Iwagakure's reception room sat 4 people. The Kage of Sunagakure shaman, a cold-faced middle-aged man with a blue dragon and black dragon claw tattoo on his forehead. The second Mizukage of Kirigakure Hozuki Genjutsu, wearing the Mizukage Haori, playing with a water orb in his hand. The new second Reikage of Kumogakure AI sat in the corner with a blank expression, but the fire burning in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. And a mysterious figure shrouded entirely in a grey robe, wearing a featureless white mask, sat quietly in the shadows as if non-existent. "Everyone is here," the second Tsuchikage said slowly, his voice strange, as if resonating directly from his chest. "Then let us get straight to the point. You all know about Sandao Ching'er of Konoha?" "No," Shaman sneered. "The intelligence brought back by my scout says that 16-year-old brat used Hashirama Senju's true several thousand hands in Duanhuan Valley, single-handedly annihilating 600 of Kumogakure's elite." "That's not knowing, it's a nightmare. Nightmares can be awakened," said Hozuki Genjutsu, playing with the water orb which shifted shapes in his hand. "But the threat of Konoha will not disappear on its own. Hashirama Senju is dead, and we thought our chance had come. But what happened? Less than 2 years later, another would release inheritor appears." He looked at the second AI. "Lord Reikage, your village has seen this Ching'er firsthand. How does he compare to Hashirama Senju?" All eyes centered on AI. AI was silent for a long time. He recalled the scene his master described from that day in Duanhuan Valley, a 1,000-armed wooden giant Buddha, 1,000 beams of light covering the entire valley, and that terrifying power that could even seal space. "Hashirama Senju's would release was creation," AI said slowly. "His deep forest emergence gave birth to life. His wooden dragons would coil and bind but not directly kill. But Sandao Ching'er's would release," he paused, his voice low, "is destruction. His would release turns life into a chakra, into wood, everything it touches into an extension of his power. If Hashirama Senju was the incarnation of life, then Sandao Ching'er is the embodiment of death." The temperature in the reception room seemed to drop several degrees. "So," Anoki said softly, "we are not facing a second Hashirama Senju, but something more terrifying. And he also has space-time ninjutsu." The grey-robed mysterious figure suddenly spoke. His voice was processed, revealing neither age nor gender. "According to intelligence, Sandao Ching'er does not use ordinary flying thunder god, but a more advanced form of spatial folding technique. This means his mobility surpasses Senju Tobarama, and his attack range exceeds Hashirama Senju." "Who exactly are you?" Shaman squinted. "Intelligence of this level is not something an ordinary person can know." "Who I am is not important," said the grey-robed figure. "What matters is that I know what you all need. You need to unite to formulate a plan that can completely eliminate the threat of Konoha. And I can provide intelligence support as well as certain special resources." "What resources?" The grey-robed figure raised his hand, and a scroll appeared in his palm. Sealed within the scroll was a wisp of pale green chakra. "This is..." Mu's pupils abruptly contracted. "A sample of Hashirama Senju's cells," the man in grey said. "It was acquired from the gravedigger. Although its vitality is low, it's enough to research a countermeasure against wood release." "How much do you have?" asked the second Tsuchikage. "Enough for each hidden village to receive a share," said the man in grey. "But I have a condition." "Speak." "When we launch a joint assault on Konoha, I want the bodies of Sandao and the second Hokage." The man in grey said, a hint of fanaticism in his voice. "Complete bodies without any damage. In exchange, I will provide more intelligence about Konoha's defense system and..." He paused. "Methods to counter Flying Thunder God and space-time folding techniques." The reception room fell into silence. After a long pause, the second Tsuchikage spoke slowly. "A joint assault on Konoha is no small matter. It means the outbreak of all-out war, the death of countless shinobi. We need a more compelling reason, one that all shinobi can believe. The reason already exists." The second Reikage AI stood and walked to the center of the room. "Konoha concealed a new heir to would release, hiding the fact that they possess a second god of shinobi. This means that the peace treaty signed by the 5 great nations was done while Konoha deliberately withheld crucial information." His gaze swept over everyone present. "Konoha broke the balance. Konoha violated the treaty first. So we are not invaders. We are the righteous side maintaining balance." Everyone knew how flimsy this pretext was, but no one cared. After all, it was just a pretext. "Righteous." Genjutsu Hozuki laughed. "What a fine word. So what's the specific plan?" "1 month," the second Reikage said. Within a month the hidden villages of Cloud, Sand, Rock, and Mist will simultaneously move their forces to the borders of the Land of Fire. We'll put Konoha under attack from 3 sides, preventing them from concentrating their power against any single front. Konoha won't sit idle, said Mu. Tobirama Senju is no fool, he will prepare in advance. So he needs time to prepare, the man in gray interjected. And we will feed him false intelligence, causing him to concentrate his forces in the wrong direction. He took a scroll from his robes and slowly unrolled it on the table. The scroll displayed a map of Konoha's defensive deployment, marking every garrison's location, manpower, and even the names of the commanders. This is Konoha's current defense system, the man in gray said. But in a month it will change. I will ensure that all intelligence Konoha receives points to the same conclusion. Our main attack direction is the northeast, targeting the Broken Soul Valley. And in reality? Asked Inoki. The actual main attack direction. The man in gray's finger moved across the map and stopped at a certain point. Is here. Everyone's gaze converged on where his finger pointed. It was the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers, a dense forest. 100 kilometers behind the forest lay Konoha, said the man in gray. We don't want border outposts or strategic points. We want Konoha itself. Once we break through Konoha and kill Tobirama Senju and Sandao, the remaining shinobi of Konoha will be of no concern. That's too risky. Mu frowned. Konoha's sensory barrier was jointly constructed by the Uzumaki and Senju clans. The cost of a frontal assault. That's why we need an inside agent. The man in gray interrupted him. Within Konoha things are not monolithic. The Uchiha, the Hyuga, even factions within the Senju, there are voices dissatisfied with Tobirama Senju. If we give them enough benefits, enough promises. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. What do you need? The third Raikage asked. Authority, said the man in gray. A joint authorization from all Kage, allowing me to negotiate with cooperators inside Konoha on behalf of the 4 great villages when necessary. As well as permission to activate the contingency plan. Contingency plan. The man in gray produced a second scroll. This one was pitch black with 4 large characters written in blood red ink. Tailed beast weapon. Even the sound of breathing vanished from the reception room. You're insane, Genjutsu Hozuki said, for the first time losing his smile. If the power of a tailed beast spirals out of control, the entire shinobi world will suffer. That's why it's a contingency plan, the man in gray said. It will only be activated if the frontal assault fails or if Konoha's counterattack exceeds expectations. And we only need the power of one tailed beast. Which one? Shikaku the One-Tail. The man in gray looked at Mu. Lord Kazekage the Sand should be able to control Shikaku, right? Mu was silent for a long time, then slowly nodded. It's possible. But the sealing of Shikaku requires time to prepare, at least 3 months. Then we'll take 3 months. The third Raikage decided. 3 months from today the allied forces of the 4 great villages will gather at the border of the Land of Rivers. Break through Konoha's defenses within 1 month and end the war within 2. He looked at everyone present. Do you agree? No one spoke. But each person slowly raised their hand. The man in gray also raised his, a strange smile curling beneath his mask. In the deep shadows of the reception room a pair of eyes quietly watched all of this. But no one noticed. 3 days later, Konoha. Sandao stood atop Hokage Rock overlooking the village below. The autumn wind carried a chill, lifting the hem of his clothes. In his hand he held the metal fragment obtained from the man in black. The eye pattern on the metal fragment glinted faintly in the sunlight. What troubles you? A voice came from behind. Sandao didn't need to turn to know who it was. Tobirama Senju. The second Hokage walked to his side, also overlooking Konoha. His eyes held a concern similar to Sandao's. The 4 great villages are about to unite. Intelligence from the ANBU, the high-ranking leaders of Cloud, Sand, Rock, and Mist, held a secret meeting in Iwagakure 3 days ago. Although the details are unknown, it's certain they reached some agreement. An agreement aimed at Konoha. Yes. Tobirama looked at Sandao. And you are the trigger. The appearance of the true several thousand hands has made them feel threatened. One Hashirama Senju maintained the balance of the shinobi world for 5 years. Now another one appears. They won't allow Konoha to have a second god of shinobi. Sandao was silent. Do you blame yourself? Tobirama asked. No. Sandao said softly. Everything is going according to plan. I will carry out the agreement from before, but I hope you'll keep your word as well. I will. Tobirama interrupted him. Konoha is too strong, so strong that it makes everyone uneasy. That's a lesson our elder brother learned long ago. That's why he used his life to buy peace. But peace can never be maintained through unilateral concessions. He patted Sandao's shoulder. But in truth, Konoha is not a single block. I increasingly feel you're right, but as the Hokage of Konoha, I don't have much room to choose. What we now face is the siege of the entire shinobi world. How much time do we have? At most 3 months, Tobirama said. The 4 villages need time to gather their forces, allocate supplies, and devise tactics. And during these 3 months we must prepare for everything. He paused, looking at Sandao. Including you. Me. Your power hasn't fully awakened, Tobirama said. I can sense that although your chakra is vast, its application is still crude. The true several thousand hands is just a prototype. You have yet to grasp the true essence of wood release. He turned to face Sandao. Starting tomorrow I will personally train you. The wood release scroll left by our elder brother, Mito, has a copy. You need to master all the basic techniques of wood release within 1 month. And then, a look of resolve flashed in Tobirama's eyes. I will teach you the advanced version of Flying Thunder God. Not just simple space-time movement, but a true space-time tactic that can alter the course of battle. Sandao looked at Tobirama for a long time, then slowly nodded. All right. The two stood side by side atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the peaceful Konoha below. On the streets, children played shinobi, trained, and merchants peddled their wares. All of this was what they would protect with their lives. And in the shadows of Konoha, eyes were watching. Deep within the Uchiha compound, the clan head knelt before the shrine, facing the memorial tablets of his ancestors. His eyes with 3 Tomo Sharingans slowly rotated. Elder! A voice came from behind. The news of the 4 villages uniting has been confirmed. He didn't turn around. Then we. Stay still, the clan head said slowly. The future of the Uchiha lies not in this war. It lies further ahead. His gaze fell upon the deepest tablet in the shrine. That tablet bore no name, only a pattern, a fan. In the main house of the Hyuga clan, the current clan head was in a confidential meeting with several elders. How is the progress on the caged birds improvement? Tenshi asked. It's 80% complete, an elder replied. The new version of the curse mark can not only control the branch family, but can also, when necessary. A flicker of complexity passed through Tenshi's eyes. This is the final safeguard. If war breaks out and Konoha falls, we must ensure the Hyuga bloodline continues. And what if Konoha wins? Another elder asked. Then destroy all records of the improved curse mark, Tenshi said. The Hyuga will always be Konoha's Hyuga. The elders exchanged glances and finally nodded slowly. In a place no one could see, those eyes continued to watch everything silently. The owner of those eyes stood in the forest outside Konoha, holding a crystal sphere. In the sphere, the images of Sandao and Tobirama on Hokage Rock were reflected. Finally it begins, he murmured to himself, his voice old and hoarse. Hashirama, Tobirama, how long can the Konoha you protected endure? He looked up at the sky. Dark clouds were gathering. A storm that would engulf the entire shinobi world was about to arrive. In the hidden chamber deep within the Senju clan's territory of Konohagakure, candlelight cast flickering shadows across 3 faces, Senju, Tobirama, Uzumaki, Mito, and Shunner. 4 intelligence scrolls from different sources lay spread on the table, yet their conclusions were brutally consistent. Nara Shikama pushed open the door, his face bearing an unusual gravity. The last words from our infiltrator before the link went dead were, they don't want war, they want annihilation. He unrolled a resource allocation chart. The sealing talismans, barrier materials, and bloodline suppression devices mobilized by the 4 great ninja villages far exceed the levels for conventional warfare. Materials targeting would release account for 37, and there's a large quantity of soul imprisonment items. Those are used for dealing with tailed beasts or enemies that cannot be completely killed. Mito's hand trembled slightly. After the Battle of Soul-Breaking Valley they became afraid. Shikama looked at Shinger. Your wood release can transform life forms touching the boundary between life and death. They fear that even if they kill your physical body, your consciousness might linger and revive through wood release. So their goal is not to kill but to erase, body, soul, and chakra as a trinity. Silence fell over the chamber. After a long moment, Shinger spoke. Then the first thing they must deal with is my space-time ability. Exactly. Shikama nodded. They will set a trap you cannot refuse. The bait must be absolutely real, for instance the desecration of the first Hokage's remains. Mito's head snapped up. My sensory barrier detected nothing unusual. They don't need to actually desecrate it, Shinger said coldly. They only need to make me believe it has been desecrated. Falsified memories, relics, coordinated intelligence misdirection. Then along the path of my investigation they would set up barriers to seal space-time seals to imprison the soul and jutsu to purify chakra. A slaughterhouse designed specifically for me. After all, they do possess Big Brother's cells. He rose the candlelight, stretching his shadow long. Since they want a corpse, I'll give them a corpse. The next day, in a secret laboratory, a clone identical to Chunga floated inside a cultivation tank. Mito touched the glass wall. The clone base came from Hashirama's cell research, but we did more. Chakra imprint injection scar simulation 27 points in total, matching all your real wounds. Not enough, said Chunga. So we have this. Mito took out a test tube containing a dark red liquid. Your blood sample mixed with a cell activity decay agent. After injection, the clone's time of death will lock at 70 hours. Any inspection will indicate a corpse that has been dead for approximately 3 days. Tobirama added. Also residual space-time jutsu traces. I'll inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal on the clone and use lightning release to simulate the effect of the seal being forcibly destroyed. Almost no one understands space-time ninjutsu well enough. Everyone will believe you tried to escape before death but failed. The biggest flaw is the soul. Mito looked directly at Chunga. But the Uzumaki clan has the soul-binding false curse, a high-level sealing genjutsu that creates the illusion of the soul being sealed on the target. It requires your full cooperation with no resistance. Use it, Chunga said without hesitation. I want this corpse to pass any inspection, body, chakra, soul, all matching the characteristics of complete erasure. Mito's eyes reddened. Are you certain you want to go this far? Konoha faces a coalition of nearly 10,000 shinobi from the 4 great villages. Our combat-ready forces number less than 4,000. Chunga's voice was terrifyingly calm. The odds of a frontal victory are below 20. But if I die, the coalition's foundation will crumble. Their only reason for uniting was to eliminate the threat of the Konoha death god. With the threat gone, they'll fall into internal conflicts over spoils, let their guard down, and shift from fear to contempt. He paused. And I will move from the light into the shadows. A dead genius is far more easily underestimated than a living one. When they believe victory is within reach and the high-ranking leaders emerge from their strongholds, that will be the true moment of the hunt. Tobirama was silent for a long time, then finally nodded slowly. Then identity separation. He spread out a map. Sandow Chunga must die publicly beyond doubt. The death god must die secretly, leaving some mystery. The overt narrative: you were ambushed at the border, severely wounded, missing, and confirmed dead. The covert narrative: the death god fell into a trap, was sealed, and the corpse was obtained by the Grey Robe organization. That corpse will be our bait to lure them out. And I, Chunga interjected, will become someone else. The new identity Tatebia is a descendant of a secret technique clan that went into seclusion at the end of the Warring States period. He specializes in plant-based secret techniques similar to wood release but fundamentally different. Tobirama pulled up a file. The Nara clan has already forged a family ruin in the land of hot springs with 50 years of living traces, a family tree, training scrolls, and even ancestral skeletons. It will pass the most rigorous inspection. Mito asked softly. What is the action plan? Phase 1: you are ambushed and missing at the northeastern border. Simultaneously, the news of the death god being sealed is released. Phase 2: hold a public funeral leak through the black market that the death god's corpse will be traded. Phase 3: Kagami disguised as a rogue ninja escorts the corpse to the trade. You disguised as Tatebia infiltrate the black market and follow. Phase 4: you infiltrate the Grey Robe organization. Kagami provides covert support. Phase 5: before the coalition's general assault, you sabotage from within and Konoha launches a counterattack. Tobirama put down his pen. Each phase has backup plans. But success depends on the most critical factor. Both of them looked at Chunga. Acting, said Chunga. I must truly disappear like a dead man, live like a stranger, and move with the caution of an infiltrator. But before that, there is one last thing. The authenticity of farewell. He spoke softly. If I am to die, sister and Tobirama and I must show genuine grief in public. But true grief cannot be acted, unless we truly experience a farewell. The candle flame crackled. Mito slowly rose and walked to Chunga. She reached out, gently stroking his cheek as tears streamed silently down. Then let us truly say goodbye. My little brother. This mission may be the last time we see each other. Chunga held her hand warm and firm. Tobirama placed his hand on Chunga's shoulder. The usually composed man's eyes were reddened. Before he died, Big Brother asked me to take care of you. But if this is the only way to protect Konoha, Chunga, come back alive. This was not acting. All three understood that the abyss Chunga was about to step into was the darkest depth of the shinobi world, madmen who would dig up the dead fanatics researching forbidden techniques and enemies who could see through his disguise at any moment. The survival rate was less than 30%. Chun'er smiled a smile carrying the characteristic openness of the Uzumaki clan. I will return. When Konoha needs me most, I will crawl back from hell. He turned and walked toward the exit. Before pushing the door open, he paused, not looking back. Tell Tsunade that her third granduncle has gone on a long journey. It will be a very long time before he comes back. The door closed softly. In the chamber, Mito's tears finally broke through. Tobirama turned his back, his shoulders trembling slightly. Outside the door in the corridor, Chun'er leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. I'm sorry. This plan is destined to fail. When he opened his eyes again, they were cold and clear. At the end of the corridor, Naruto Shikama was waiting for him. Seeing the look in the figure's eyes, Shikama froze for a moment, then nodded. Ready. Ready. Shikama handed over a scroll. All the information on Tapia. Catchphrases, habitual gestures, even sleeping posture. Memorize it within an hour. Chun'er unfurled the scroll, his eyes scanning swiftly. His eidetic memory allowed him to absorb all details in 10 minutes. This was one of the skills he had acquired from a lottery 3 months prior. Tapia unconsciously rubbed his left thumb when speaking, tended to look up to the right when thinking, and hated rainy days because his clan's secret techniques lost effectiveness in humid conditions. Operation time. He handed the scroll back. Early tomorrow morning, you will depart with the Border 7th Patrol Unit. Near the 7th observation point, a Kumogakure ambush squad will appear. Shikama's voice was low. According to the script, you will cover the retreat of your comrades and finally disappear in the explosion of lightning release lightning burial. Everything within the blast radius will be ionized, leaving no corpse. This will perfectly explain why no remains were found. Do the ambush forces know the truth? Only 3 know. They are sleeper agents embedded in Kumogakure willing to cooperate in this play. They will protect your escape at the critical moment. But the other Kumogakure shinobi are unaware, so the battle will be real. Shikama paused. And the casualties will be real. Chun'er fell silent. 3 sleeper agents, 9 patrol members, all volunteers. Shikama's voice dropped further. Their families will receive the highest compensation and their names will be inscribed on the Monument of Heroes. But the truth of their deaths will never be known. That is war. That is war. They exchanged glances, sharing the same weight and the same resolute determination beneath it. Then, Chun'er made a final check of his ninja tool pouch. See you tomorrow? Or rather, farewell forever, Shikama. He donned the mask and turned into the shadows. Shikama stood still for a long time, whispering to himself. You must come back alive. The next morning at Konoha's northeastern border, dawn mist shrouded the forest. Chun'er casually wore his own clothes, the death god mask hanging at his waist, walking among the patrol members. The team members chatted and laughed. After volunteering for the mission, they had willingly accepted memory sealing to ensure everything appeared normal. To some extent, they were unaware of what was about to happen. Chun'er-sama, I heard you single-handedly repelled a 30-man Kumogakure squad last time. A young Chunin asked excitedly. Lucky. Chun'er smiled. Everyone stay alert. This area has been unstable lately. The team advanced to the 7th observation point, a cliff with a wide view. Suddenly birds took flight in alarm. Enemy attack. Dozens of figures burst from the forest, their Kumogakure forehead protectors glinting in the morning light. The leading Jonin crackled with lightning in his hand. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The battle erupted instantly. The Konoha patrol fought back hastily, the screech of lightning release mixing with the clang of kunai. Chun'er rapidly formed hand seals. Wood release tree wall. A wall of wood rose from the ground, blocking a barrage of lightning spears. But the enemy numbers were overwhelming and Konoha members began to fall. Retreat. I'll hold them off. Chun'er shouted. But execute the order. The team gritted their teeth and pulled back. Chun'er stood alone at the cliff's edge, facing the surging Kumogakure shinobi. His chakra surged forth as a wooden dragon erupted from the earth, sweeping across a swath of enemies. But the enemy was prepared. 3 Kumogakure Jonin simultaneously formed seals. Lightning release triangle sealing array. A triangular cage of intense lightning descended from the sky, using violent lightning chakra to constantly churn the space, trapping Chun'er inside. Meanwhile, 6 other ninjas began preparing a larger-scale jutsu. Lightning release lightning burial ready. Chun'er looked into the distance. The Konoha team had retreated to a safe distance. He took a deep breath and pressed his palms together. Wood release grew wildly, attempting to break through the cage. No! The leading Jonin roared. Blinding lightning engulfed everything. The cliff collapsed, rocks melted, and the ionized air let out a piercing screech. When the light faded, only a charred crater remained at the edge along with a few smoldering wood chips. Target confirmed, eliminated. A ninja who had charged into the lightning dragged his broken body out of the smoke, whispered, then collapsed, and lay still. In the distance, the Konoha team stared blankly at the scorched earth. "Chinga-sama!" Cries drifted through the morning mist. Facing the pursuing Kumogakure forces, they could only retreat with all their might. Whether they would survive depended on their own fates. At the same time, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tobirama stood by the window looking northeast. Mito stood beside him, clutching a tracking talisman that had already shattered, one she had secretly slipped into Chunga's pocket that morning. "The signal is gone," she said softly. Tobirama did not turn around, but his fists were clenched tightly. "Proceed as planned. Issue the obituary, prepare the funeral. Notify all clans. The memorial service for the heroes will be held in 3 days. The clone. It will be sent to the secret base tonight for the final soul-binding false curse processing." Tobirama turned his eyes deep with exhaustion. "Then through Kageme's channels release the news that the death god's corpse will be traded. Be careful not to make it too obvious." Mito nodded, tears streaming again. "I really can't act out grief. I truly am." "I know," Tobirama said, gently embracing her. "Me too." 3 days later, before Konoha's memorial monument, a fine drizzle fell. All the village's shinobi stood silently in black attire. 12 new names were added to the monument, and at the top was Sanao Chinger, born at the end of the Warring States period, died in the autumn of Konoha year 17 at the age of 16. Sarutobi Hiruzen Shimura Danzo Uchiha Kagami Akimichi Torifu stood in the front row. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, tears mixing with the rain. Danzo was expressionless, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Tsunade, held by Mito, fought back tears, feeling a tightness in her chest. "Grandma, when will third granduncle come back?" Mito turned and gently pulled Tsunade into her arms, unable to speak. Tobirama, as the second Hokage, delivered the eulogy. His voice, amplified by a sound jutsu, spread across the entire venue. "Sanao Chinger, younger brother of Senju Hashirama, my beloved younger brother, guardian of Konoha. With his life he embodied the will of fire. In the face of hopelessness he protected his comrades, and shed the last drop of his blood for Konoha. Today we mourn not only the passing of a hero but also remember the spirit he represents. Wherever Konoha's leaves dance, the fire shall burn eternal." The eulogy was long, but everyone listened in silence. Sorrow fermented in the rain, transforming into something heavier, anger and resolve. At the back of the crowd, a gray-clad figure wearing a conical hat stood motionless. He looked up at the name on the monument, then at the grieving crowd, a faint, imperceptible curl at the corner of his mouth. He turned and vanished into the curtain of rain. No one noticed him. Nor did anyone notice that deeper in the shadows of the forest another figure watched everything through the eye-holes of a wooden mask. The mask was carved with vine patterns. The figure wore a gray combat suit. When the funeral ended and the crowd dispersed, he gently rubbed his left thumb, Tapir's small thinking habit. Then he turned and walked in the direction opposite to Konoha. The rain grew heavier, washing over the new engravings on the monument, and washing over every street of Konoha. Sorrow enveloped the village, but beneath that sorrow something more resilient was growing. And outside Konoha the news had spread. The Konoha death god was dead. In the coalition command headquarters of the 4 great ninja villages, cheers of celebration erupted. In the secret base of the Grey Robe organization, someone caressed the newly arrived experiment container, greed flickering in their eyes. Everyone believed the threat had been eliminated. Everyone believed the scales of victory had tipped. No one knew that the true hunt had only just begun. The death god had not died. He had only put on another mask and stepped deeper into the shadows, waiting for the moment to bare his fangs in the darkness. 7 days after the hero's funeral, the village appeared calm on the surface, but beneath it a restless undercurrent of anxiety surged. Inside the Hokage's office the air was thick with the mingled scents of tea and tobacco smoke. Tobirama Senju had not left this room for 3 days. The battle reports piled high on the desk, each one telling the same truth: the pressure on the borders was increasing at an alarming rate. Kumogakure has deployed 800 additional troops at the Tang country border. Shimura Danzo's voice was as cold and hard as iron. Sunagakure has cut off all trade routes with the Fire Country. The Kirigakure fleet has appeared 50 nautical miles off the eastern coast, and Iwagakure's explosive corps has advanced to the Kyusugure borderline. Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed at the map where arrows from 4 directions converged menacingly. They are still testing, but at most 10 days and the probing will become a full-scale assault. He paused, his voice dropping low. And our morale is very low. This was the truth. The impact of Chinger's death on my far exceeded expectations. Although this my god of death had appeared for less than half a month the moment, he felt the pillar of support within many hearts crumbled along with him. In the taverns drunken complaints began to emerge, the eyes of young ninjas on the training grounds lost their luster, even the clan leaders' meetings were shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere of despair. We must do something, said Koharu Yuditane. At least let people see hope. Hope? Danzo sneered. Hope cannot repel the enemy. What we need is actual combat power. Sensei, that plan? Can it be advanced? He referred to Mai's final trump card, a large-scale technique secretly developed by Tobirama. But only Tobirama knew that the so-called trump card did not exist, at least not now. The feigned death plan had drained too many resources and energy. The true counterattack force was currently lurking in the shadows, advancing slowly. It still needs time, Tobirama said briefly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his students, the current middle and upper echelons of Mai. None of them knew the truth. Everyone's grief and anxiety were genuine. This was good. It had to be real. Then buy us time, said Hiruzen, clenching his fist. I'll lead a counterattack on the northeastern border. We don't need to win just to show some spirit. And then die. Danzo interrupted. You are now one of Mai's most important combat assets. If you die too, the morale will only collapse faster. The argument erupted once more. Tobirama did not join in. He walked to the window and looked down at the sparse pedestrians on the street. The rain had stopped, but the sky remained overcast. He knew that Mito was now deep within the clan compound, staring blankly at the few old belongings Chinger had left behind. He knew that Jing had already defected according to the plan, and should now be approaching a contact point of the grey-robed man with the corpse of the god of death. And Chinger? Tobirama looked north. According to the plan, Chinger should have now entered the black market of Tang country under the identity of Feiju. He hoped everything went smoothly. He hoped he was still alive. At the same time, in the Tang country border area, the black market stronghold Snake Cave. The so-called stronghold was actually a transformed natural cave. 3 levels of platforms were carved into the rock walls, each level crowded with stalls, gambling tables, and hastily erected tents. The air was mixed with the smell of blood, cheap tobacco, and the lingering scorched odor of lightning release. A firefight had occurred here just yesterday. The bodies had been cleared, but the traces remained. Feiju, or rather Chinger as he was now, was crouched in front of a herb-selling stall, his fingers pinching a dried luminous mushroom. His movements were natural, his left thumb habitually rubbing the stem. Average quality, he said in a hoarse voice, part of the disguise, his vocal cords finely adjusted with chakra, sounding completely different from his original voice. The drying was overdone, losing 30% of the spore vitality. The stall owner, a one-eyed old man, looked up at him. A connoisseur. My family has gathered herbs for generations. Chinger put down the mushroom and pointed at a few inconspicuous brown tubers in the corner of the stall. Ghost face root, how much? That's my prized item, not for sale. The old man squinted with his one eye. Unless you can tell me its true use. This was a test. In the black market, everyone wore a mask. Everyone could be a spy, a rogue ninja, or a bounty hunter. Trust was a luxury here. Identity verification relied on specialized knowledge and coded signals. Chinger crouched down, his fingers lightly touching the surface of the tuber. Ghost face root grows in places where resentment gathers, usually on ancient battlefields or large graveyards. The surface is brown when cut open, the inside is blood red. The sap is extremely toxic, but when combined with specific sealing techniques it can be used to refine soul-solidifying elixir, a forbidden medicine for stabilizing damaged souls. Am I correct? The old man's expression changed. He looked around and lowered his voice. The recipe for soul-solidifying elixir is a secret of the Uzumaki clan. How do you know? My family has ties to the Uzumaki, Chinger replied according to the script. 60 years ago an elder of the Uzumaki clan was injured and took refuge, staying at my home for 3 years. As a token of gratitude he taught some things. This story was half true and half false. It was indeed a fact that an Uzumaki elder had disappeared for 3 years at the end of the Warring States period. When Nara Roken forged the Feiju family history, he cleverly incorporated this real event. Even if someone investigated, they could only find that it indeed happened, but the details had long been lost in time. The old man stared at him for a full 10 seconds before finally nodding. What do you need the ghost face root for? To save someone, Chinger said. A member of my family was ambushed and suffered a mishap, their soul damaged. I need this as a medicine lead. Who? My sister. Chinger's voice carried a hint of pain at the right moment, part of the script. Feiju had a sister who was attacked by enemies, a setup that explained why he needed rare herbs and provided motivation for his future actions. The old man was silent for a moment, then pulled out a small cloth bag from under the stall and pushed it over. 300 taels. Also, If you really understand sealing techniques, someone is recruiting. Chung'er took the cloth bag, carefully counting out coins one by one. Recruiting. North on the third level, the tent with the gray flag. The old man's voice dropped even lower. They're recruiting ninjas who know sealing techniques. The pay is high, but the mission is very dangerous. If you're short on money, you might give it a try. Chung'er nodded to show he understood, tucked the cloth bag into his chest, rose and left. The moment he turned, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The gray flag tent. The gray-robed organization. The bait was cast and the fish were beginning to nibble. The northern third level was the most chaotic area of the entire snake cave. There were no fixed stalls here, only temporary tents dealing in all sorts of illicit trades, human organs, forbidden techniques, scrolls, heads of wanted criminals, and even secret commissions from minor country daimyo. The gray flag tent was conspicuous not because of its size but because it was too quiet. The surrounding tents were bustling with noise, but this one was eerily silent. 2 masked guards stood at the entrance, their presences so well concealed that one could almost overlook them without deliberate perception. Chung'er stopped 5 steps before the tent. The left guard raised a hand, his voice coming through the mask. State your business. I heard you're recruiting, Chung'er said. A ninja who knows sealing techniques. The guard looked him over. Prove it. Chung'er raised his right hand, his fingers flicking through hand seals as he performed a small, extremely basic sealing technique. Such a fundamental seal was familiar to any ninja family specializing in sealing arts, and performing it now seemed natural, while the speed of the hand seals clearly demonstrated his proficiency. The guards exchanged glances, and the right guard lifted the tent flap. Enter. Inside the tent it was very dark, lit only by a single oil lamp. 3 gray-robed figures sat around a low table, a map spread across it. When Chung'er entered, the one in the middle raised his head. He wore a bird-beak mask, and the gaze piercing through the eye holes was as sharp as a blade. Name. Senju. Origin. Descendant of the hidden clan Fuji clan. The bird-beak mask was silent for a moment. Fuji clan. I've heard of it. It did exist 60 years ago, specializing in plant-based secret arts, then went into hiding after being involved in a certain war. How do you prove it? Chung'er took out a wooden token from his bosom, a family heirloom meticulously forged by the Nara clan. The wood had been specially treated to show nearly a century of natural aging, and the clan emblem carved on it matched exactly the Fuji clan recorded in ancient texts. The bird-beak mask took the token, rubbing the patterns with his fingers, then examined it closely under the lamp. After a long while he returned the token. Your clan should be down to just you now. This was both a test and a confirmation. If Senju refuted it, meant the intelligence was wrong. If he admitted it, proved the information they held was accurate. And my sister, Chung'er said, his voice tinged with just the right amount of bitterness. But she has been in a coma for 3 years. The bird-beak mask nodded, apparently satisfied with the answer. We need you to complete a mission. After completion, the reward is 5 million taels and 1 chance to use the soul-solidifying elixir. Chung'er's pupils contracted slightly, not from acting but genuine surprise. The gray-robed organization knew even this. How deeply had they investigated? What mission, he asked? The bird-beak mask pointed a finger at the map on the table. It was a detailed topographical map of the border between Tang Country and Fire Country, with a certain valley circled in red. There is an ancient ruin here recently revealed. We need you to enter the deepest part of the ruin and retrieve an item. What item? A coffin, the bird-beak mask said without a ripple in his voice. Legend says the coffin contains the remains of a certain powerful being. The interior of the ruin is filled with plant-based traps and natural seals. Ordinary ninjas entering would die. But for someone skilled in plant secret arts and sealing techniques, there is a chance. Chung'er stared at the map. Why choose me? You shouldn't be short of hands. Because we sent 3 people in and 3 died, the gray-robed figure on the right spoke, a female voice. The first was strangled by vines, the second poisoned by pollen, and the third triggered a seal and left no remains. We need a professional. And the bird-beak mask added, this mission has a time limit. The entrance to the ruin opens every 7 days and only 1 person can enter each time. The next opening is at midnight 2 days from now. You have only 2 days to consider. Chung'er was silent. He needed to get close to the gray-robed organization, but this mission sounded like suicide. More importantly, a coffin of a powerful being. This reminded him of the tidal grave digger. Could it be that the gray-robed organization not only excavated the remains of the powerful but also pursued rumors without discrimination? I'll give it a try, he finally said. But I want to see the deposit first and a sample of the soul-solidifying elixir. The bird-beak mask seemed to have anticipated this request. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his robe and pushed it over. This is the sample. The deposit is 1 million taels. The remaining payment and the complete elixir will be given after the mission is completed. Chung'er picked up the bottle, pulled out the stopper, and sniffed lightly. It was indeed the smell of soul-solidifying elixir, and of high purity. The Uzumaki clan's secret medicine, and the other party had managed to obtain it. Deal. A wise choice. The Birdbeak mask pushed over another scroll. This is the partial intelligence brought back by the 3 previous victims along with our speculated internal structure of the ruin. You have 2 days to study it. At midnight 2 days from now we will escort you to the entrance. Chung'er took the scroll, turned, and left the tent. When he stepped out of the snake cave the sky was already near dusk. He found a remote cave, set up a simple barrier, and then unrolled the scroll. The contents of the scroll made him frown deeply. The ruins were located in the Fugu Canyon on the border of Tang and Fire countries, a place perpetually shrouded in poisonous miasma where even beasts dared not approach. According to the intelligence, the ruins had 3 levels. The first was a vine maze filled with aggressive man-eating plants. The second was a pollen. The first was a vine maze filled with aggressive man-eating plants. The second was a pollen. 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 The third layer is the sealing chamber, the chamber where coffins are kept. Its specifics remain unknown, for no one has ever survived reaching it. The 3 victims' corpses were described in chilling detail. The first impaled through the heart by thorny vines suspended midair with all blood drained. The second wearing an eerie fixed smile. Autopsy revealed lungs saturated with iridescent spores. The third left no corpse at all. Only garments and ninja tools remained, as if the body had simply evaporated. Sanao Chung'er rolled up the scroll and closed his eyes. Dangerous, but also an opportunity. If he succeeded where even grey-robe agents had failed, his standing within the organization would rise swiftly. Moreover, the ancient cultivator's coffin, he must see it with his own eyes. More urgently still, Mirror should have sent word by now. He withdrew another small scroll from his robe, a secured communication tool linked to Mirror, activated only by a precise chakra frequency. As chakra flowed and characters shimmered into view upon the scroll, contact established with seller. Corpse confirmed received. Preliminary analysis to commence in 3 days at Bones City. Buyer identity codename Raven, likely mid-tier within the organization. 4 elite guards accompany him, each ranked Jonin level. I will continue surveillance. Proceed with utmost caution. Mirror. Sanao Chung'er burned the scroll. Mirror had successfully delivered the Shinigami corpse to the grey-robe agents, and secured permission to accompany them into the research facility. The plan advanced smoothly. Now all rested upon him. 2 days later, at midnight in the rotting Bone Gorge, moonlight filtered through thick toxic miasma, bled into sickly green, casting spectral shadows across jagged, weathered cliffs. Sanao Chung'er stood before the ruin's entrance. A stone door set deep into the cliff face, it seems, exhaling damp, decaying breath. The Birdbeak mask and the female grey-robe agent stood 10 meters behind him. Remember, said the Birdbeak mask, you have precisely 6 hours. At dawn the entrance seals shut, and will not reopen for 7 days. If you fail to emerge, you will be entombed alive. What does the coffin look like? Sanao Chung'er asked one final time. A stone sarcophagus, its surface inscribed with sealing runes. Size. Sufficient to hold an adult, replied the female grey-robed agent. Bring it out, and your mission is complete. Do not attempt to open it, the seals upon it are beyond your capacity to break. Sanao Chung'er nodded and stepped forward toward the stone door. When he stood 3 paces away, it slid open soundlessly, revealing absolute darkness within. A wind exhaled from the depths, carrying loam, rotting vegetation, and something older, deeper, nameless. He crossed the threshold. Behind him the door sealed shut, cutting off the last sliver of moonlight. Darkness, absolute, suffocating. Sanao Chung'er lit no torch. Instead he closed his eyes and let chakra unfurl slowly outward like silent roots. His wood release granted innate affinity with flora. Even blind, he could feel the living presence of plants around him. Then he saw thousands of vines coiled like serpents across every inch of the passage. They slept, but any intrusion would awaken them, instantly striking with lethal precision. Sanao Chung'er drew a slow breath and formed hand seals. Not wood release, but the secret art of the Vine clan, at least in appearance. Chakra bloomed into soft emerald motes, drifting like fireflies into the gloom. The motes settled upon the vines. They trembled faintly, then parted, yielding a narrow, clear path forward. A technique gleaned from the scroll. The vine labyrinth of the first layer bore no hostility toward pure botanical chakra. If no aggression was shown, it would not attack. He advanced with glacial care. The corridor spiraled downward, steep and unrelenting. Deeper he went, The air grew damper, slick with condensation. Bioluminescent moss began glowing faintly along the walls, casting ghostly illumination. An hour passed. He emerged from the first layer. The entrance to the second was an archway. Beyond it drifted pale pink mist, the pollen illusion. Sandow Chunga retrieved a mask from his robe, a hastily crafted filter made from ghost face root, and other herbs designed to block most airborne spores. Yet the scroll warned the pollen infiltrated not only through breath, but permeated skin. He formed seals, once more sheathing his body in an imperceptibly thin chakra membrane. A technique taught by Mito Uzumaki, the Uzumaki clan's defensive art originally meant to repel toxins. It fit this trial perfectly. He stepped through the archway. The world dissolved. Pink mist filled the space, visibility less than 3 meters. The floor was spongy humus yielding beneath each footfall like flesh long dead. Whispers, laughter, weeping, faint shifting, impossible to locate. All illusion yet rendered with unbearable verisimilitude. Sandow Chunga shut his eyes and navigated solely by chakra sense. Within 20 paces the illusion seized him. He saw Mito collapse before him, a kunai buried in her chest. He saw Tobarama pierced by lightning nature chakra. He saw Tsunade weeping, begging him why he never returned. He saw Konoha ablaze, the memorial stone engraved with names he knew, etched in ash and sorrow. Each vision tore at his heart, but he walked on. He knew they were false. He knew they waited for him, still breathing, still believing. Meanwhile the pollen gnawed at his chakra membrane. His skin prickled, his thoughts blurred. The whispers swelled, pressing inward, threatening to breach his mind. Stay, death is peace. You cannot save anyone. Sandow Chunga bit down hard on his tongue. The searing pain cleared his consciousness for a fleeting instant. He quickened his pace, then broke into a run. Time dissolved. At last the pink haze thinned. Ahead a descending staircase appeared. He lunged down the steps and collapsed at the threshold of the third layer. His chakra membrane shattered entirely, the pollen burned his skin, but he had passed through. The third layer, the sealing chamber. A circular stone chamber 30 meters across. At its center sat the sarcophagus, stone, its surface etched with luminous sealing runes. Yet what arrested Sandow Chunga's breath was not the coffin, but what else filled the chamber. 12 skeletons were embedded in the walls. Each preserved in its final posture, some forming seals, some gripping swords, some kneeling in prayer, encased in crystalline substance that glowed with a spectral muted light. Above the sarcophagus floated a black crystal, fist-sized, rotating slowly, radiating a palpable crushing pressure that chilled the marrow. Sandow Chunga rose, slowly approaching the sarcophagus. 5 meters away the black crystal froze mid-rotation. A voice resonated directly within his mind, another, Gravebringer. Sandow Chunga froze. You've come for the coffin, the voice murmured, ancient, weary. 3 others did. All perished. You will too. Who are you? Sandow Chunga thought, certain the voice heard him. I? It seemed almost to chuckle. I am the tomb warden. I have guarded this coffin, how long? 3 centuries. 5. I no longer recall. Who lies within? One who must never awaken. The warden's tone hardened. Those outside seek to resurrect him, to wield his power for unspeakable ends. I will not allow this coffin to leave. Sandow Chunga fell silent, calculating swiftly. The grey-robed agents sought this sarcophagus precisely for the remains of a legendary cultivator. Given their codename, Gravedigger, their purpose was unmistakable: to collect powerful corpses for study, or worse, attempted resurrection and exploitation. And the warden stood against them. If I do not take the coffin, Sandow Chunga said, they will send stronger agents. Sooner or later you will fall. I know. Despair threaded the warden's voice. My strength wanes. This soul crystal is my core, and it is already fractured. I may withstand only 3 more incursions before dissolving entirely. After that, he left the sentence unfinished, but its meaning hung stark and inevitable. Sandow Chunga gazed at the black crystal, and saw the fine hairline fissures webbing its surface. Is there another way, he asked? The warden remained silent for a long while. Yes, he finally answered. But it demands a choice. What choice? I may temporarily inhabit your body, the warden said. The soul crystal remains here, as decoy. You may carry the coffin away, but I will accompany you. Thus outsiders are deceived, and I retain vigilance over the relic, preventing its misuse. Sandow Chunga's heart hammered. Inhabit my body. Will you control me? No, the warden replied, earnest. I merely dwell within. You may expel me at any moment, but doing so will dissolve me utterly. I bear no ill intent. I only wish to shield my master's remains from desecration. He was a great soul in life, and deserves not to become a tool in death. Sandow Chunga weighed the stakes. To host an unknown entity carried immense peril. Yet refusal might cost him his life. The warden clearly possessed the power to end him. Indeed, with each step deeper, Sandaochinger felt his chakra grow sluggish, as though the chamber itself had been inscribed with an ancient hidden barrier. And if the warden truly sought only to protect the coffin, this could be a rare advantage, gaining knowledge and aid from an ancient being, while still fulfilling the grey-robed agent's task and ascending within their ranks. If you betray me, Sandaochinger thought, I will erase you instantly. I understand. Also, you may not probe my memories. You may not interfere with my actions. Agreed. I shall offer counsel only when necessary. Sandaochinger drew a deep breath. Then come. The black crystal blazed, transforming into a streak of light that pierced Sandaochinger's chest. A wave of icy energy spread through his veins, settling near his heart. The warden's voice sharpened, intimate. It is done. Now lift the coffin. We depart. Sandaochinger approached the sarcophagus. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, the ceiling runes dimmed. It weighed far less than expected. Not stone, but some rare dense wood. He hoisted it onto his shoulders and turned back toward the entrance. Passing through the second layer, the pollen parted before him like obedient mist. In the first layer, the vines bowed aside with reverent silence. Clearly the warden guided him. In the final moments before dawn, Sandaochinger emerged from the ruin's mouth bearing the stone sarcophagus. The birdbeak mask and the female grey-robed agent stood waiting, and their masked eyes widened in disbelief. You succeeded, the woman breathed, incredulous. Sandaochinger lowered the coffin, his voice ragged with exhaustion. I nearly died within. Yet I have fulfilled my duty. The birdbeak mask strode forward, inspecting the sarcophagus. Satisfied the seals remained intact, he nodded. Excellent. Truly excellent. His gaze shifted to Sandaochinger, not with scrutiny but with quiet acknowledgement. Sandaochinger, you have proven your worth. From this day forth you are an outer member of the organization. Here is your remainder payment, and soul-stabilizing elixir. He handed over a heavy coin purse and a large porcelain vial. Sandaochinger accepted them, his fingers trembling, half feigned, half genuine depletion. What comes next, he asked. Rest for 3 days, the birdbeak mask instructed. Then report to Bone City. The organization has a far greater task awaiting you. Bone City. Mirror was there too. Sandaochinger inclined his head. Understood. The two grey-robed agents lifted the sarcophagus and vanished in a blur of Shunshin technique. Alone in the pre-dawn dark, Sandaochinger felt the warden's faint voice echo within his chest. They are dangerous. Tread carefully. I know, Sandaochinger whispered. But remember our pact. I will. The eastern horizon flushed pale silver. A new day had begun. Sandaochinger turned and walked toward the black market. Phase 1 was complete. He had infiltrated the grey-robed agent's outer circle. And Konoha's war countdown ticked onward, 7 days remaining. The true Shadow War had only just commenced. Bone City was not a city, at least not in the traditional sense. It lay hidden deep within the snow-capped mountains of the northern land of Soup, a labyrinth of natural caverns and artificially carved tunnels woven together like a colossal beast coiled within the mountain's skeletal frame. As the first light of dawn pierced the snow, Mistchinger stood on a ridge 3 kilometers from the entrance, gazing at the lifeless expanse of gray-white rock face. They're 300 meters underground. The gravekeeper's voice echoed in his mind, clearer than before, as if the entity dwelling within him was gradually recovering. I can sense a great deal of malevolent chakra and the stench of death. The bones piled here are mountains high, truly a bone city. Chinger did not respond. He simply tightened the gray fighting attire around his body. The mountain wind was biting sharp with ice and snow, but the chakra circulating slowly within him maintained his body heat. For 3 days he had studied the organization regulations obtained from the beak-masked figure by day and engaged in perilous exchanges with the gravekeeper by night, gleaning information while guarding his true memories from prying. The gravekeeper had kept his word, refraining from invading his mind. Yet Chinger could sense a veiled suspicion in that entity's attitude toward his identity. After all, the mental fortitude and adaptability displayed by a scion of a reclusive clan seemed somewhat extraordinary. What do you know about the Grey Robes? Chinger asked in his mind. It was his 3rd time asking. The previous 2 attempts had been deflected. This time the gravekeeper hesitated briefly before finally speaking. They call themselves the Gravediggers Association, but outsiders know them as corpse thieves or desecrators. They've existed for at least 200 years. They roam between nations, plundering the corpses of the powerful to study forbidden arts. Initially their operations were minor, but in recent decades their actions have grown bolder, their organization more tightly knit. Their purpose: immortality. The gravekeeper's voice dripped with undisguised disgust. They believe that the corpses of the mighty retain traces of their former power and wisdom. By extracting, transplanting, or even fusing these remnants through special methods, they can transcend the limitations of lifespan. That death god body of yours, they would consider it the ultimate prize. Chinger's heart tightened. Even knowing it was a clone, the thought of his body being studied and dissected by those madmen sent a chill through him. Have they ever succeeded? They've had both successes and failures, the Gravekeeper said. The successes have spawned a few monstrous entities, but most attempts have failed, producing things that are either human nor ghost. I once saw, they transplanted the heart of some Kage-level powerhouse into a youth. The boy went insane, slaughtered the entire laboratory, and finally burst apart, consumed by his own chakra. Chinger fell silent. The mountain wind howled. It's almost time, the Gravekeeper said. Remember, once inside, trust no one. Everyone here is driven by self-interest and may betray you at any moment. And if you encounter anyone wearing a golden mask, avoid them. Those are the high-ranking gravediggers with power, at least at the shadow level. Chinger nodded, then leaped off the ridge. He left shallow footprints in the snow, altering his gait every 100 meters, a technique to evade tracking. Approaching the rock face, he followed the beak-masked figure's instructions and located an unremarkable crevice. The gap was barely wide enough for one person, and pitch darkness yawned within. After walking about 50 meters, a stone door appeared ahead. 2 guards stood beside it, not in gray robes but in black ninja attire with pure white masks covering their faces. Their chakra fluctuations were alien, cold and mechanical, as if controlled by something. Identification, said the guard on the left, his voice utterly flat. Flying bamboo outer member reporting as ordered. Chinger presented the token given by the beak-masked figure, a metal plate engraved with a skull entwined with vines. The guard took the plate and pressed it into a recess on the stone door. The door slid open silently, revealing a descending staircase. Luminescent oars embedded in the walls on either side cast a dim, eerie light. Go straight to the end. Someone will meet you. Chinger stepped through the doorway, and the door immediately slid shut behind him, cutting off any retreat. The staircase was long, spiraling downward. The air grew colder, laced with a cloying sweet stench, a mix of preservatives and blood. Murals began to appear on the walls depicting grotesque scenes, bodies disassembled and reassembled, chakra extracted from corpses, souls sealed into containers. The deeper he descended, the heavier Chinger's heart became. This was no simple criminal organization. It was a cult with a complete ideology and a tightly controlled system. At last the staircase came to an end. Before him lay a vast hall, its ceiling soaring at least 20 meters high, hung with dozens of lanterns casting a sickly pale glow. The hall bustled with people, most in gray or black robes, a few in varied attire, likely outer members like himself. At the center stood a colossal statue, a humanoid figure with arms outstretched, but upon closer inspection it was assembled from countless interlocked bones. 2 crimson gems gleamed in the eye sockets of the skeletal statue, radiating an ominous red light. Newcomer, a voice interjected from the side. Chinger turned to see a man around 30, clad in deep blue fighting attire with 3 short blades at his waist. A scar running diagonally from forehead to chin marred his otherwise handsome face, lending him a fierce appearance. Flying bamboo, Chinger replied curtly. Scar. The man gestured to his face by way of introduction. Beak Mask sent me to fetch you. Come with me. First you'll get your ID tag and a room key, and then you'll meet your future teammates. Scar turned and walked off at a brisk pace. Chinger followed, observing his surroundings. 8 corridor openings ringed the hall, each guarded by sentinels. Conversations were hushed like whispers in a church, but the subject matter was bone-chilling. Subject 3 went berserk again yesterday, devoured 2 researchers. A fresh batch of materials arrived from Cloud, prisoners captured on the battlefield. The corpse Raven brought back is remarkably well preserved. Residual chakra concentration is terrifyingly high. Noticing his gaze, Scar flashed a grin. First time here. You'll get used to it. Here corpses aren't corpses, they're resources. And living people aren't people, they're convertible resources. Got it. Got it, Chinga said. They crossed the hall and entered the second corridor on the left. Iron doors lined both sides, each marked with numbers. Scar stopped before door out 107, produced a keyring from his belt, and unlocked it. The room was small, a bed, a desk, and a cabinet. On the desk sat a bundle. Your stuff. Scar gestured to the bundle. ID tag, regulation manual, and a basic access card. The card opens the doors to the common areas and laboratories on the first 3 levels. Higher levels require clearance or an escort from senior members. Chinger opened the bundle. Inside, besides the items Scar had mentioned, was a gray uniform similar in style to the gray robes worn by the others, but without a hood and bearing the embroidered emblem of a skull and vines on the chest. Change into that. In 5 minutes I'll take you to meet your team. Scar leaned against the doorframe. And a word of warning, your teammates aren't easy to get along with. But it's the rule newcomers must join a squad and complete 3 missions before operating independently. Chang'e swiftly changed into the uniform. It was a perfect fit as if tailored for him. He stored his gray fighting attire in the cabinet, and hung his ID tag around his neck, a black metal plate engraved with flying bamboo and the number out 742 on the front and intricate anti-counterfeit patterns on the back. Ready. Scar gave him an appraising look, nodded, and said, "Let's go." They returned to the main hall and headed toward the 3rd corridor on the right. This passage was wider with spaces resembling training grounds on both sides where people practiced ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even sparred. But Chang'e noticed that most of those jutsu were sinister and bizarre, forbidden arts that used corpses or blood as catalysts. "Your squad is called Bone 7, Scar said. "The captain is a madman named Blood Raven. There are 3 other members: the puppet master Corpse Stitcher, the medical mean plague doctor, and a sensory-type blind girl. Just remember their code names. Real names are meaningless here." He paused, lowering his voice. "Blood Raven likes to test newcomers. He'll probe your limits in various ways. If you cower, he'll treat you like trash. If you resist too much, he'll break you. Find your own balance." "What kind of test?" "No telling. It changes every time." Scar shrugged. "Last time he made a newcomer soak overnight in a pool filled with corpses. The guy went insane. Before that he made a newbie dissect a still-living prisoner with bare hands. Anyway, good luck." At the end of the corridor stood a heavy iron door. Scar knocked 3 times, then twice. The door opened. Beyond it lay a room that seemed to serve as both laboratory and torture chamber. The walls were festooned with instruments: scalpels, bone saws, hooks, forceps, along with organ specimens suspended in formaldehyde. A long metal table dominated the center, surrounded by 4 figures. At the head sat a red-haired man around 40 wearing a half-mask shaped like a crow, revealing a hard jawline. He wore a dark crimson robe, his fingers drumming rhythmically on the tabletop. That was Blood Raven. To his left was a gaunt tall man in a white lab coat stained with dark brown blotches. He toyed with a scalpel, flipping it deftly between his fingers. Corpse Stitcher. To his right sat a woman in a birdbeak mask, her cold eyes peering through the eyeholes. She was arranging a row of test tubes, the plague doctor. In a corner, a girl with a black cloth wrapped around her eyes stood silently. She looked no older than 15 or 16, her skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, clutching a blind man's cane. The blind girl. "Newcomer," Blood Raven spoke, his voice hoarse as if scraping sandpaper. "Flying bamboo. Specialties: plant-based techniques and sealing arts," Scar said, then quickly retreated out the door, pulling it shut behind him. The room fell silent, leaving only the 5 of them. Blood Raven studied Chang'e from head to toe, a full minute passing without a word. Corpse Stitcher continued toying with his blade, the plague doctor kept arranging her tubes, and the blind girl looked in Chang'e's direction. Despite the blindfold, he could sense a probing chakra scan. "A descendant of the Fuji clan," Blood Raven finally spoke. "A family that's nearly extinct. Do you know why the Fuji clan died out?" Chang'e answered according to his cover story. "They were caught in a war and wiped out." "No." Blood Raven rose and walked over to stand before Chang'e. He was half a head taller, exuding an oppressive presence. "It was because they were too weak. Clinging to those ancient rules, refusing to fight for what they deserved. And what happened? They were crushed by those stronger and greedier than them. Weakness invites destruction. That's the first lesson of Bone City." Blood Raven's mask seemed to leer as he leaned closer, his voice a low rasp. "Now show me what you're made of, little plant boy." His hand shot out, fingers curling into a claw aimed at Chang'e's throat. He reached out and seized Chang'e's jaw with crushing force. "Here weakness means death. If you wish to live, you must prove your worth." "How?" Chang'e did not struggle, his voice remained calm. Shiraya released him and strode toward the corner of the room, where a cage lay shrouded in black cloth. He pulled back the cloth. Inside the cage was something. It had once been human, but now that was nearly impossible to discern. Its body had been grotesquely reforged, limbs replaced by bestial claws, skin stitched together with crude sutures, eyes clouded yellow. It paced restlessly within its confines, emitting low guttural growls. "This is a beast slave, one of our failed experiments," Shiraya said. "It retains fragments of human intellect, yet is enslaved by primal instinct. Your test is simple: enter the cage and survive 10 minutes. If you walk out alive, you pass." Fengshi chuckled softly, glanced up briefly, then lowered her gaze again. The blind girl frowned faintly, but said nothing. Chang'e studied the cage. The beast slave's chakra surged chaotically, violently, its power roughly equivalent to that of a special jonin. In such cramped quarters ninjutsu would be nearly impossible, only close-quarters combat remained viable. I accept, he said. Shibuya raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by his unhesitating reply. He swung open the cage door and gestured inward with a curt, mocking flourish. Chenga stepped inside. The door sealed shut behind him. The beast slave lunged instantly, blindingly fast claws shrieking through the air. Chenga sidestepped the claws, grazed his shoulder, tearing a crimson gash. He did not employ wood release, not even a significant surge of chakra. He relied solely on taijutsu, dodging, weaving, observing the creature's attack patterns. In his mind the gravekeeper murmured, "Its weakness lies at the third vertebra, where a neural control implant resides." Chenga evaded another lunge, then struck, his chakra-fortified fingertip piercing the precise point as the beast slave whirled around. A shriek tore from its throat, then it froze mid-motion, collapsed, and convulsed violently. 10 minutes had not yet elapsed. Chenga knelt beside it, examining its condition. The implant was shattered. Vital signs faded rapidly. A flicker of relief crossed its dull eyes, then they dimmed forever. The cage door opened. "Fascinating," Shibuya clapped, though his applause held no praise, only cold appraisal. "What technique did you use?" "A family secret art, meridian sealing pressure point strikes." Chenga emerged, blood still welling from his shoulder wound. He approached and tossed him a roll of bandages. "Tend to it yourself." Shibuya settled back into his chair, fingers tapping rhythmically upon the desk. "Provisionally qualified. But remember, killing is easy. Control, that is mastery. Next time preserve your subjects. They are expensive." "Understood. Now to business." Shibuya lifted a dossier from the desk. "The organization has assigned us a mission. In 3 days' time a joint force of Kumogakure, Wabakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure will launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. Our objective: infiltrate Konoha amid the chaos, and steal 3 things. Chenga's heart nearly ceased, but his face betrayed nothing. First, the remains of Hashirama Senju, if they can still be located. Second, the Uchiha clan's stored Sharingan eyes. Third, Shibuya paused, fixing Chenga with a deliberate stare, the complete lineage of Konoha's sealing arts, especially the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Fengshi licked his lips. At last, we strike Konoha. They say the spoils there are plentiful. Yet Konoha's defenses remain formidable, he observed coolly. Even with 4 villages assaulting it head-on, internal security will not collapse entirely. Hence we require an insider. Shibuya turned his gaze fully upon Chenga. You are new, and thus unknown. The organization needs you to pose as a wandering shinobi infiltrating Konoha before the war begins and opening a path for us. Chenga remained silent for a moment. Konoha's current vigilance is extreme. Entry for strangers is nearly impossible. We have a method. Shibuya extended a small vial filled with translucent liquid. This is chakra disguise serum. Taken orally, it mimics a designated chakra signature for 24 hours. We've assigned you the identity of a confirmed dead Konoha Chunin. You'll return under the guise of a wounded soldier rejoining his unit. And if I'm exposed, then you die. Shibuya spoke without inflection. Or you succeed, return alive, and ascend directly to core member status, with access to the organization's highest secrets. Chenga accepted the vial. It was a cruel dilemma: accept and return to Konoha. Face those who believed him dead, risking everything; refuse and invite suspicion, perhaps triggering exposure. I accept. Shibuya smiled, a chilling predatory curve of the lips. Excellent. For the next 3 days Fengshi will drill you on every habit, every relationship of that Chunin. He will adjust your physiology to perfect the deception. The blind girl will brief you on Konoha's current defensive layout. And I. He rose, walked to Chenga, and placed a heavy hand upon his shoulder. I will watch you. Should you deviate, even slightly, I will eliminate you myself. Understood. Understood. Dismissed. Feiju, stay. Fengshi and the blind girl departed in turn. Only Shibuya and Chenga remained. Shibuya sank back into his chair, and asked abruptly, Are you truly only a descendant of the Fujino clan? Chenga's pulse quickened, but his expression stayed neutral. What do you mean? Your combat style is too refined, Shibuya said, eyes locked onto him. Even using only taijutsu and basic ninjutsu, you move like one rigorously trained, disciplined, precise, economical. A fallen clan does not mean broken tradition. Our training never ceased. Is that so? Shibuya's fingers tapped slowly upon the desk. Then, who taught you sealing arts? Uzumaki techniques are not accessible to just any clan. An elder Uzumaki who instructed my family left behind partial scrolls. Shibuya stared at him, long enough that Chenga felt certain he'd been unmasked. Yet finally Shiraya waved dismissively. Go. Remember, depart in 3 days. Succeed, and you earn a future. Fail, and you forfeit it entirely. Chung'er nodded and turned to leave. Shiraya's presence was suffocating. Those eyes seemed capable of peeling away every layer of pretense. Yet thankfully his masterful acting skill lent him quiet, unshaken confidence. That man is dangerous, the gravekeeper warned. His chakra carries at least 10 distinct foreign signatures. He has undergone multiple organ transplants, from others. Chung'er offered no reply, hastening toward his quarters. He needed time, to think, to plan. The Grey-Robed Order intended to seize Konoha's most vital legacies during wartime, and he had been appointed their inside agent. It was a helter assignment. Yet perhaps, it was also an opportunity. If he could exploit this dual identity to uncover the Order's full strategy, and relay it to Konoha. What will you do? The gravekeeper asked. Chung'er closed the door behind him and wove a rudimentary sound-dampening barrier. Then from within his robes he withdrew the encrypted scroll used to communicate with Jing. Infusing chakra, the scroll shimmered with fresh text. Infiltrated Bone City's mid-tier. Shinigami Corpse delivered to core laboratory, under direct supervision of Raven. Lab location Sublevel 5 Sector 7. Security 24 personnel, including 8 Jonin-class operatives. Attempting internal contact. Proceed with utmost caution. Maintain radio silence. Jing! Chung'er burned the scroll to ash. Jing had already penetrated deeper. And he himself stood poised to operate across 2 identities, both Grey-Robed Insider and Konoha Sleeper Agent. In 3 days he would return to Konoha, to confront Kinfriend's subordinates who mourned him as dead. He must perform flawlessly, without a single slip. For exposure would not only cost him his life, but unravel the entire feigned death operation, robbing Konoha of its final chance. Outside Bone City's perpetual gloom cast warped shadows across the walls. Chung'er sat on the edge of his bed, eyes closed, recalling every detail of that Konoha Chunin name, face, mannerisms, relationships. Fincher's intelligence was unnervingly thorough, suggesting the Grey-Robed Order's infiltration of Konoha ran far deeper than Chung'er had imagined. Meanwhile, deep beneath Bone City, the cloned body of the Shinigami lay motionless upon a sterile surgical table. Standing beside it, clad in an obsidian raven mask, Raven held a scalpel gleaming with cold light. What a perfect vessel, he murmured. Chakra pathways thrice the density of a normal human, cellular vitality astonishingly preserved, even post-mortem. And these scars, each tells a story of battle. He raised the scalpel, and sliced open the clone's chest. No blood flowed, the circulatory system had been deliberately degraded per protocol. Yet muscle tissue retained elasticity, as though merely sleeping not deceased. Begin recording, Raven instructed his assistant. Subject designation Shinigami 01. Preliminary dissection confirms subject possessed at least 3 distinct bloodline limits. Premortem physical resilience rated S-class. Chakra capacity, incalculable. Even residual dissipated energy exceeds Kage level benchmarks. The assistant scribbled furiously. Raven continued, removing heart, liver, kidneys, weighing, measuring, slicing each with practiced reverence, as if performing sacred ritual. Inform the professor, he said. This corpse may be the perfect vessel we have sought for decades. Extracting intact cellular memory could restore his power, or surpass it. The assistant bowed and departed. Raven gazed down at the hollowed-out shell upon the slab, his masked eyes burning with fanatical fervor. Shinigami, you guarded Konoha in life, yet in death you shall become the weapon that destroys it. How bitterly ironic. He reached out, lightly tracing the clone's icy cheek. Rest now. Soon you shall awaken, reborn in another form. Beyond the lab doors, in the corridor's deepest shadow, Uchiha Jing held his breath, his Sharingan glowing faintly in the dark. He had witnessed the entire dissection, heard every word. His hand clenched the hilt of his blade, veins pulsing with suppressed fury. But he could not move. Not yet. He must wait, for Chung'er's signal. For the moment of counter-strike. Far away in Konoha's Hokage tower, deep in the night, Tobirama Senju stood before a window holding a shattered tracking talisman. It had been slipped into his palm by Mito moments before Chung'er's apparent death. 4 days remain, Tobirama whispered. Chung'er, wherever you are, whatever you endure, you must arrive in time. Outside, Konoha's lanterns flickered in the wind, like candles trembling in a gathering storm. The tempest was imminent. And victory would not be decided by armies marching in daylight, but by the solitary figures moving unseen in darkness. For 3 days Bone City's preparations proceeded in absolute secrecy. Chung'er now assumed the identity of Daisher, a Konoha Chunin formerly of the 3rd Border Patrol Unit, standing in the shadow at Bone City's eastern gate. He wore the standard Konoha green vest, his left arm wrapped in bandages soaked with simulated blood dust and dried gore smudged across his face. Through the transformation technique, the face reflected in the mirror belonged entirely to a 28-year-old man named Daisher, square jawline, thick brows, and a faint childhood scar tracing his left cheek. Remember, C-Corp said conducting his final disguise check, Daisher is reserved, socially awkward, but fiercely loyal. His closest friend was Kojima, a fellow graduate killed 3 months ago during a Cloud Village ambush. His team leader was Moonlight Hate, the sole surviving member of the Moonlight clan. Your severe injury occurred during patrol when you encountered a Rock Village reconnaissance squad. After a desperate breakout, you lapsed into unconsciousness inside a mountain cave for 5 days, and only today managed to stagger back. Epidoc handed him a pouch of powdered medicine. Sprinkle this near the wound to simulate chakra disruption caused by infection. Konoha medics will scan it, but won't scrutinize closely. With war imminent, they're critically understaffed. The blind girl turned her black-veiled face toward him. There are 3 breaches along Konoha's eastern defense line. The safest lies 300 meters south of Watchtower No. 7, where the barrier fluctuates predictably, opening a 27-second gap every 2 hours. You'll arrive before dawn tomorrow. I'll guide you remotely. Blood Crow leaned against the wall. Twin glints of scrutiny flickered within the eye slits of his crow mask. One final warning, Feiju, or rather Daisher. Your mission has 3 objectives. First, confirm the precise location and guard disposition of Hashirama Senju's tomb. Second, map the internal layout of the Uchiha compound. Third, obtain access logs for the Forbidden Ceiling archives. 7 days from now, when the Allied forces launch their full-scale assault, will signal you. At that moment you must destroy the 3 core nodes sustaining the eastern barrier, opening a passage. He stepped closer, voice dropping to a whisper. Do not entertain betrayal. Epidoc has implanted the bone-eroding worm within you. Without its antidote, the larva will hatch in 7 days, and consume you from within outward. Complete your task and return alive. You'll receive both the antidote and full membership in our inner circle. Chung'er felt a faint, undeniable anomaly deep in his chest, subtle yet unmistakable. He nodded. Understood. Depart. Chung'er turned, and vanished into the blizzard beyond Bone City's walls. The forest surrounding Konoha before dawn lay unnervingly still. Chung'er lay prone on the slopes south of Watchtower No. 7, camouflaged beneath snow and withered leaves. His chakra sank to its lowest threshold, his breath slowed to near imperceptibility. In his mind the Gravekeeper's voice echoed 200 meters ahead. The barrier's rhythmic fluctuation is confirmed. That blind girl's perception is extraordinary. She appears to see chakra flow directly, not as light or heat but as living trajectories. She does not see with her eyes, Chung'er replied inwardly, but through a mutated sensory faculty. The Grey Robe organization has gathered many such anomalies. Caution, approaching personnel. Chung'er held his breath. A patrol unit passed below, a 4-man squad led by a young Jonin, exhaustion etched across his features. They spoke in hushed tones. Rumors say Cloud Village has reinforced its border forces again. Not just Cloud, Sand Village puppet troops have already advanced into the land of rivers. The Hokage didn't sleep last night. The office lamp burned until sunrise. Enough. Focus on patrol. The squad faded into silence. The blind girl's voice materialized beside his ear via a silent transmission technique now. The barrier's pulse began, 30, 29, 28. Chung'er rose, and at the final count's vanishing he became a blur slicing through the barrier. A faint ripple spread, then dissolved seamlessly into the barrier's natural undulation. He had entered Konoha's territory. Familiar forests. Familiar paths. In the distance Konoha's silhouette emerged from morning mist. The colossal Hokage monument loomed in the first light. A fierce contradictory surge gripped him, home yet forbidden recognition. Focus. The Grey Keeper cautioned. You are Daisher, a wounded Chunin returning to duty. Your home lies at East District 3rd Street No. 17. Your mother lives. Your father fell defending Konoha during Madara Uchiha's invasion. Chung'er drew a slow breath, recalibrating his gait to mimic lingering injury. He dragged his left leg, gripping tree trunks for support, limping toward Konoha's main gate. 500 meters from the gate, sentinels atop the watchtower spotted him. Halt. Identify yourself. Konoha Chunin. Daisher, Chung'er rasped, voice raw and strained. 3rd Border Patrol Unit, severely wounded, reporting back. Several figures leapt down from the tower landing before him. Konoha's gate guards, led by a Hyuga clansman whose Byakugan glowed with activated veins. Chakra signature, confirmed. This is Daisher. The Hyuga shinobi spoke, but his gaze remained sharp with suspicion. Your unit reported total annihilation 5 days ago. How did you survive? Cave, Hid for 5 days. Infected wound. Chung'er coughed violently, epidox powder taking effect, his chakra pulsing erratically, unsteadily. The Hyuga frowned, turning to his comrades. Take him to the medical ward for examination. Notify Intelligence Division to verify his account. 2 Shinobi escorted Chung'er through Konoha's towering gates. Familiar streets. Familiar buildings. Familiar villagers. The scent of breakfast grills drifted past. Children laughed as they raced by. Elders sat beneath eaves sipping tea. This was Konoha's daily rhythm, yet tears stung Chung'er's eyes. Yet he restrained himself. He was Daisher now, a common grievously injured shunin. The medical ward occupied the hospital's western wing. With war looming, it overflowed. Lightly wounded patients slept on corridor floors. Mednin hurried between beds, harried and exhausted. Chung'er was ushered into an examination room. His examiner was a young female Mednin, barely 20. Senior Daisher. She glanced at his identification tag, then gestured toward the bed. I've heard of your case. Please lie down, I'll examine the wound. Chung'er reclined. She unwrapped his left arm bandages, and her brow furrowed. Deep-seated infection. Pus has formed. How did you endure this long? Had to, return, Chung'er murmured, eyes closed. Her hands glowed emerald as the medical ninjutsu activated. Chung'er sensed her probing, not merely the wound but his chakra pathways. Epidox powder worked flawlessly. His meridians registered multiple ruptures and blockages, perfectly mirroring the physiology of a near-fatal injury. You'll require hospitalization for at least 1 week, she said. I'll fetch medication, rest while you wait. She exited, leaving Chung'er alone in the sterile room. He opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling. He rarely visited here. After all, the regeneration capacity of his stage 1 Shinigami immortal body was absurdly potent. The door opened. Not the Mednin. Kurama Mito. Chung'er's heart nearly ceased. He forced his breathing steady, adopting Daisher's appropriate demeanor, awe and nervous deference befitting a low-rank shinobi confronting a high-ranking elder. Mito approached the bedside and stood silently gazing at him. Her eyes were red and swollen, fresh tears had fallen. The Grey Keeper whispered in Chung'er's mind, her perception is formidable. She's scanning you, not with malice but with sorrow. Daisher-kun, Mito murmured softly, I've heard of your ordeal. Your entire unit perished. You alone returned. Would you tell me what happened? Her voice was gentle, yet beneath it thrummed layered intent, verification, interrogation. Mito knew of the feigned death protocol. She knew Chung'er would return, somehow. But she lacked specifics, timing, method, identity. She doubted whether this grievously wounded Chunin truly was the one she awaited. We patrolled 7th Observation Post, ambushed by Rock Village Squad, 15 strong. Chung'er recounted the Grey-Robe scripted narrative in halting fragments. Our captain ordered retreat, held the rear. I was struck by Earth release, fell into a cave, lost consciousness, woke up 5 days later. Mito listened without interruption. Her fingers unconsciously traced the cracked tracking talisman hanging at her throat, the very one she'd gifted Chung'er before his death. Though shattered, she still wore it. Did you know Chung'er? She asked suddenly. Chung'er's pulse spiked, but his expression remained bewildered. Chung'er-sama. The Shinigami of Konoha. Of course I know him. No, I mean I know of him. But someone like me, he never noticed me. He is dead. Mito's voice trembled. 7 days ago, northeastern border. To shield his comrades he was obliterated by lightning release. A tear slid down her cheek, landing silently on the edge of the hospital bed. He was my younger brother. Her eyes locked onto Chung'er's, penetrating, searching, raw with grief. If you ever see him, if you ever have the chance, tell him his sister waits for him to come home. Chung'er clenched his jaw, suppressing instinctive emotion. His skill mastery in acting surged, delivering Daisher's proper tone, respectful, sorrowful, reverent. Lady Mito, please accept my deepest condolences. Chung'er-sama was a hero. Konoha will never forget him. Mito studied him for a long silent moment, then gave a quiet nod. Rest well. Konoha needs every warrior who can still stand. She turned and walked out, pausing briefly at the doorway, though she did not look back. Only after the door clicked shut did Chung'er allow himself a deep, shuddering breath. In that instant, exposure felt inevitable. Mito's perception was terrifyingly acute. Even Epidox medicine and the system's transformation technique could not fully withstand scrutiny from someone who knew him most intimately. Deception hung by a thread. She suspects you, the Gravekeeper observed, not because she found flaws, but because she wishes it were you. Human obsession is a force more fearsome than any jutsu. The Mednin returned with medication, administering antibiotics and analgesics. Half an hour later an Intelligence Division operative arrived, a middle-aged man wearing spectacles, stern-faced. Daisher-kun, I am Yamanaka of Intelligence Division. Per protocol I must verify your memories, to ensure you are not an enemy imposter. Please cooperate. Yamanaka Inoichi. Chinger's stomach tightened. The Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique could probe memory directly. This was his gravest trial yet. SeamCorp and Epidoc had prepared countermeasures, a fabricated memory implant embedded within Daisher's psyche, effective only against superficial scans. Should Inoichi delve deeper, anomalies would surface. I understand. Chinger replied. Inoichi formed hand seals and pressed his palms to Chinger's temples. Relax. Do not resist. An alien chakra stream breached Chinger's mental space. Instantly the Great Keeper warned, he's scanning surface memory. The forged recollections hold, for now. His memories were being read. But if he delved deeper he would touch upon my existence, and your true consciousness. Chinger maintained mental relaxation, allowing Hai to read the memories of those boulders. Border Patrol ambush encounter squad leader covering the retreat, falling into a cave, struggling to survive, barely making it back. Hai's brow gradually unfurrowed. After a few minutes he withdrew his hand. The memories match. No traces of mind control. Welcome back to Shur. Rest well, Konoha needs you. He rose and left, but at the door he suddenly turned back. By the way, Lord Chinger's funeral. Did you attend? The question was abrupt. Chinger reacted swiftly, adopting a sorrowful tone. I was unconscious in the cave. I missed it. Once I recover I will definitely pay my respects at the memorial stone. Hai nodded and left for real this time. The crisis was temporarily resolved. At the same time, in the Hokage's office of Konoha, Fei Jian stood by the window. Behind him stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo, Koharu Yuditane, and Hamira Mitokado. Spread across the desk was a fresh battle report. The allied forces of Cloud Rock, Sand, and Mist had completed their assembly at the border of the Grass Country with a total strength of 12,000 troops. Konoha could only mobilize 4,300 ninja plus the reserves of various clans, at most 5,000. They will launch a general offensive within 3 days. Rijan's voice was heavy. According to intelligence, the first wave will be a coordinated assault by Rock's Bombing Corps and Cloud's Lightning Release Corps, aiming to breach our northeastern defense line head-on. Sand's Puppet Corps will pin us down from the west. Tuan Seng added, and Mist Fleet is already on standby off the eastern coast. Once we shift our main force they will land. Fei Jian remained silent. His gaze fell on the desk, where a newly delivered report lay. Chunin Dishur ID 0127 returned to duty with severe injuries. Memory verification passed, confirmed as himself. Currently hospitalized in the medical unit. Dishur. The sole survivor of the 3rd Border Patrol Squad. Coincidence? Sensei Rijan asked. Our defense plan. Execute as planned. Fei Jian turned around. Rijan, you take charge of the front line. Tuan Tseng lead the route to monitor the west. Xiao Chun and Minyan logistics and medical care are your responsibility. He looked at Shui Hu, who had been sitting silently in the corner. Shui Hu, you have full command of the barrier team. Also, that to sure once he recovers a bit, assign him to assist with barrier work. We need everyone who understands barrier techniques. Shui Hu looked up, a glint flashing in her eyes. I understand. After the meeting, Shui Hu did not leave immediately. She walked to the window and stood shoulder to shoulder with Fei Jian. Do you suspect him? She asked softly. Anything is possible. Fei Jian's voice was low. But if it really is him, we cannot acknowledge each other. The Grey Robe organization is pervasive. They must have spies inside Konoha. Hai's memory probe found nothing. The Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique is not infallible. If the enemy possesses a more advanced mental disguise technique, Shui Hu clutched the charm on her chest, I will bring him close. If he truly is Chinger, he will find a way to signal us. If not, at least I can keep an eye on him. Fei Jian nodded. Be careful. In Bone City 5th Underground Level Core Laboratory, Uchiha Jing, disguised as an ordinary Grey Robe researcher, pushed a cart laden with experimental equipment past the metal gate of Sector 7. The guard at the door checked his access card, which he had stolen and forged 3 days ago from a drunken researcher. Go in. Lord Crow is conducting an important experiment, don't disturb him. Jing lowered his head and pushed the cart inside. The laboratory was larger than expected, a circular space with a 10-meter-high ceiling. In the center stood a massive cylindrical cultivation tank, submerged within it the clone of the Death God. But the clone was now unrecognizable. Its chest had been opened, its organs removed, replaced by intricate chakra conduits and glowing runic arrays. Crow stood before the console, fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard. On the screen, dense data scrolled: cell activity, residual chakra gene sequences. Inject serum no. 3. Crow commanded. An assistant pressed a button. In the tank, dark red liquid flowed through tubes into the clone's veins. The clone's fingers suddenly twitched. Neural response restored, another assistant exclaimed. Under the mask, Crow's lips curled. Excellent. Continue injection until the critical point. I want this body to come alive even if only as a mindless corpse. Jing pushed the cart pretending to organize equipment, but his eyes observed everything through the gaps in the shelves. His Sharingan glowed faintly in the shadows, recording every detail. Lord Crow, a researcher, asked, even if we revive this body, it has no soul, it cannot use the ninjutsu it possessed in life. Soul? Crow sneered. We don't need a soul. We only need the flesh and the muscle memory and chakra instinct left within it. Have you heard of impure world reincarnation? It uses living sacrifices to summon the souls of the dead. But our technique is more advanced. We don't summon souls, we directly control the body. He pointed at the data on the screen. The cells of this body are engraved with the chakra circulation patterns of countless ninjutsu. As long as we can activate these patterns, the body will unleash those techniques automatically. No consciousness, no emotions, just a perfect killing machine. Jing's fingers dug into his palms. These lunatics. They wanted to turn Ching Er's body into a puppet weapon. What about wood release? Another researcher asked. Wood release requires immense vitality and chakra control. Without a consciousness to guide it, can it be performed? That's why we need one final step. Crow walked to a corner of the lab where a freezer stood. He opened it and took out a transparent container inside which a still beating heart was immersed. This was obtained from the battlefield in the grass country 3 days ago. Crow's voice was fervent. From a collateral descendant of the Senju clan. Though the bloodline is thin, it does possess the potential genes for wood release. Transplant this heart combined with the chakra induction program we've developed, and the body will be able to perform basic wood release techniques. But sir, transplanting organs from different individuals will cause severe rejection. We'll solve it with sealing techniques. Crow said. I've already designed a symbiosis seal that forcibly merges body parts from different origins. Of course the success rate is only 30, but if it succeeds. He didn't finish, but Jing already understood. If successful, the Grey Robe organization would gain a puppet weapon with instinctive wood release and space-time ninjutsu completely under their control. And they would use this weapon to destroy Konoha in the war. Must be stopped. But how? The security here was tight. Crow himself was a Kage-level powerhouse. Charging in would be suicide. Must wait for an opportunity or... Jing's gaze fell on a certain button on the console, the emergency drainage switch for the cultivation tank. If pressed, all the liquid in the tank would drain within 10 seconds, exposing the clone to air, forcing the transplant surgery to be interrupted. The risk was enormous, but worth a try. He pushed the cart, slowly approaching the console. Konoha Medical Unit, late night. Ching Er lay on the hospital bed pretending to be asleep. In reality, his consciousness was conversing with the tombkeeper. Your sister came again this afternoon, the tombkeeper said. She sat on the bench outside the door for an hour, saying nothing, just staring at your door. Ching Er's heart ached. She's confirming. She hopes it's me, but at the same time fears it really is, because that means the mission I have to carry out is extremely dangerous. Human emotions are truly complex. The tombkeeper paused. However, I sense a massive chakra source beneath Konoha. Very ancient, very vast, like a sleeping beast. That's Konoha's ultimate defense system, Ching Er explained. One of the first Hokage's trump cards. It won't be activated unless the village faces annihilation. It seems your world is more dangerous than I imagined. Suddenly the war door was gently pushed open. Ching Er immediately entered a sleeping state, breathing steadily. A small figure slipped in. It was Tsunade. She tiptoed to the bedside holding a small bundle. Ching Er could sense her chakra, much stronger than 3 months ago, but still unstable. Clearly she was growing rapidly. Uncle Dashur, Tsunade whispered. Grandma said you were hurt badly? This is for you. She placed the bundle on the nightstand. It's red bean cake Grandma made. She said people who are injured will recover faster if they eat it. Though Grandma has been crying a lot lately, so the red bean cake might be a little salty. Her voice choked. Third grandpa died. Grandma is very sad. Dad and the uncles are all very sad too. Uncle Dashur, do you know my third grandpa? The one called Ching Er. Ching Er's heart clenched as if squeezed. Dad said third grandpa was a hero, he protected many people. Tsunade continued. But why didn't he protect himself? If he were alive, Grandma wouldn't cry and Konoha wouldn't be so scared. She sniffled. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say these things. You rest well, Uncle Dashur. When you're better, can you teach me a little ninjutsu? I want to get strong enough to protect Grandma and Konoha so no one else has to be like third grandpa. She couldn't finish, turned around and ran out of the ward. The door closed softly. In the darkness, Ching Er opened his eyes, tears silently streaming down. He reached out and picked up the bundle. Opening it, inside were 4 slightly deformed red bean cakes, indeed a bit burnt. He picked up one and put it in his mouth. It was very sweet to the point of bitterness. Now do you understand why I have to guard my master's body? The tombkeeper's voice sounded. Death is not the end, forgetting is. As long as someone still remembers, as long as someone still grieves, the departed never truly leave. Xing'er wiped his tears and lay back down. He must complete the plan. He must win this war. For Shuehu, for Tsunade, for all those still waiting for him to come home. Outside the window the lights of Konoha flickered in the night. In the eastern sky dawn was about to break. 2 days remained until the Allied general offensive. In the morning my hospital was thick with the mingled scent of disinfectant and anxiety. Xing'er sat propped against the bed, the mission scroll in his hand burning like a branding iron. Barrier Squad support responsible for inspecting the eastern barrier nodes. He read aloud the transfer order personally signed by Feijian, his gaze halting on the additional clause at the end. Effective immediately under the direct command of Xuanhua Shuehu. This was no coincidence. Shuehu was confirming, or rather creating, an opportunity for him to make contact. But it also meant tighter surveillance. If Deshir showed any anomaly, Shuehu would be the first to notice. Your wounds are healing faster than expected, said the Kunoichi medic as she unwrapped the bandages. But your chakra network is still somewhat blocked. You'll need at least 3 days before you can carry out combat missions. Auxiliary work should be fine. Xing'er moved his left arm. The fake wound from Fengshe had already healed to a degree that wouldn't arouse suspicion. The bone-eroding goo from the plague doctor throbbed dully in his chest like a countdown pendulum. 6 days until the larvae hatched. The Kunoichi finished recording the medical notes, hesitated, then said, Senior Deshir, there are rumors everywhere that war could break out any moment. You've just escaped death. You could apply to stay in the rear. Mine needs everyone. Xing'er cut her off, his voice adopting the dull, deliberate tone he had crafted for Deshir. And I have reasons I must fight. The Kunoichi said no more, handing him a fresh uniform. Stepping out of the hospital, the morning light was blinding. The streets were sparse with pedestrians, most shops closed, only the line in front of the ninja tool shop stretching long. A mother hurried past with a child who clutched a small ninja tool pouch, just issued from the ninja academy, meaning even the youngest students were being trained in basic combat skills. Deshir-kun, a voice came from the side. Xing'er turned, his heart stopping for an instant. Yuan Fei risen. The future third Hokage was still young, but his brows already carried the calm of a leader. He wore a combat vest, clearly just out of the command center. Risen-sama. Xing'er bowed. I heard you've been transferred to the barrier squad. Risen studied him. Healed. Barely fit for work. Risen paused, his gaze drifting to the distant Hokage rock. Lord Xing'er used to say that in war the ones who suffer most aren't the fallen but the living. Because they have to carry the memories forward. He turned back, his eyes sharp. You were the last survivor of Lord Xing'er's escort squad. What happened that day? I want every detail. This was an unexpected interrogation. Risen wasn't from intelligence, but his keenness, and his close bond with Xing'er, made him harder to deceive than anyone. Xing'er took a deep breath and began recounting the memory implanted by Fengshe. The morning mist at the 7th observation post, the sudden ambush from Yunin, the flash of lightning released the captain's roar, his own fall from the cliff. He spoke slowly, pausing now and then as if reliving painful images. Risen listened in silence until he finished. Before you fell, did Lord Xing'er say anything? Or make any particular move? This question was dangerous. Xing'er shook his head. It was too fast. I only saw the lightning engulf him, and then I fell. I see. A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Risen's eyes. Well, go to work. Shuehu-sama is waiting for you. He turned and left, but stopped after a few steps. Oh, and if you find anything unusual, any clue about Lord Xing'er's whereabouts, no matter how absurd, report it immediately. That's an order. Xing'er watched his receding figure, his face betraying nothing. Risen was suspicious, not of Deshir's identity, but of the possibility that Xing'er might still be alive. The barrier squad was stationed in an underground facility within the Qianshou clan territory. Xing'er passed 3 checkpoints before stopping before a stone door covered in sealing runes. After the guards verified his identity, the stone door slid open soundlessly. Inside was a vast circular chamber with hundreds of crystal screens embedded in the walls displaying real-time conditions of Mai's barrier nodes. Over a dozen barrier ninja worked at consoles, and in the central control chair sat Xuanhua Shuehu. This monitoring system was originally proposed and established by Xing'er. Deshir, come here. Shuehu did not turn around. Xing'er walked to her side. Shuehu pointed to a screen showing the energy flow of the eastern barrier. Nodes 7, 9, and 11 have shown abnormal chakra output fluctuations in the past 24 hours. I need you to inspect them in person and confirm whether it's human interference. She handed him a scroll. This is the inspection procedure and report template. Submit it directly to me after completion through no intermediary. Understood. And Shuihu finally turned to look at him, the bloodshot veins in her eyes clearly visible. These 3 nodes happen to be the barrier extension zone where Ching-Er was attacked. If you find any trace related to him, even a residual chakra, seal it immediately and bring it back. Her voice was calm, but her fingers trembled slightly. Ching-Er took the scroll, nodded, and left. As he stepped out of the clan territory, the Gravekeeper whispered in his mind. She's using the mission to gather clues and also testing you. If you were truly her brother, you would leave a signal only she could read during the inspection. I know, Ching-Er replied in his mind. But I can't. The Grey Robe organization must be monitoring Mai's barrier squad. Any irregularity could expose me. And that you and Fei Risen too? His questions earlier were too specific. He might have sensed something. Ching-Er's heart tightened. Yamanaka and Noichi hadn't found anything, but Risen had spent more time with Ching-Er and knew his combat habits better. If there was a flaw in the memory implanted by Fengshi, finish the mission first. He headed toward the eastern zone. The eastern barrier node was located in a stone tower deep within the forest. Ching-Er inspected Node 7, normal operation, the fluctuation caused by aging equipment. Node 9 was also normal. Node 11 was situated halfway up a small hill. When he pushed open the stone tower's door, he froze. Someone was already inside. Yuzebo Jing. No, not Jing himself. A clone, or rather a residual illusion left by the Sharingan. In the illusion, Jing wore the robes of the Grey Robe organization, carving something into the inner wall of the tower. The image was blurry and fragmented, clearly left in haste. Ching-Er approached and made out the carvings, not words, but a set of coordinates combined with several specific sealing runes. Guqing. Laboratory. Tonight. Midnight. Jing's mouth moved soundlessly in the illusion. Clone. Transplant surgery. Stop. The image flickered and vanished. This was a message Jing had risked everything to deliver. He had used some method to leave this illusion within Mai's barrier, knowing the barrier squad would inevitably inspect this node. And Shuihu had specifically assigned Dishur. Perhaps a coincidence, perhaps a kind of intuition. The coordinates pinpointed the exact location of the Guqing laboratory. The time was midnight tonight. The message was clear: Jing intended to sabotage the clone transplant surgery and needed support. But Ching-Er was now Dishur, an ordinary Chunin unable to leave Mai. And tonight at midnight, according to the plan, he was supposed to be gathering intelligence on the Yuzebo clan territory. This is a trap, the Gravekeeper warned. Or a genuine call for help. But you cannot go. Your identity is more important. Ching-Er clenched his fists. Jing was his only inside agent in the Grey Robe organization. If Jing was exposed or killed, the entire latter half of the feigned death plan would collapse. But on the other hand, if this was a test by the Grey Robe organization using Jing as bait to see if Dishur would act abnormally, then responding would immediately expose him. A dilemma. He completed the inspection, sealed the residual illusion using standard procedures. No extra handling. Then he returned to the Qianshou clan territory and submitted the report to Shuihu. Shuihu quickly scanned the report, pausing at the line abnormal chakra residue found at Node 11, sealed and preserved. She looked up at Ching-Er. What kind of residue? Like illusion residue, very faint, nearly dissipated. Ching-Er handed over the sealing scroll. Shuihu took the scroll but did not open it immediately. Instead, she stared into Ching-Er's eyes. Dishur, do you believe the dead can return? The question was sudden and direct. I don't know, Ching-Er answered cautiously. But I believe that even after death, some people continue to protect those they care about. Shuihu's eyes reddened. She lowered her head, fingers tracing the scroll. Go. Tomorrow you'll need to gather defense information on the Yuzebo clan territory. This is a direct order from the Hokage to prepare for possible internal conflict. Yuzebo. Internal conflict. On the eve of war, anything is possible. Shuihu's voice was very soft. Remember, all intelligence you gather must be reported only to me or the Hokage himself. If anyone else asks, you say no comment. It was dusk when he left the clan territory. Ching-Er did not return to the dormitory but headed toward the Nanga River, the marker at the edge of the Yuzebo clan territory. According to the plan, he was to record the entrances, patrol patterns, and defensive weak points of the Yuzebo clan territory under the guise of patrolling the barrier perimeter. But his true focus was elsewhere. Jing's message stuck in his heart like a thorn. Midnight was 3 hours away. Guqing was over 200 kilometers from Mai. Even at full speed it would take at least 2 hours. And once he left, he could never return. Dishur would become a deserter, triggering a full-scale search. You're considering going to save him, said the Gravekeeper. I can't watch him die. But your mission is more important. If the clone is successfully turned into a weapon, I will pay a far greater price in the war. This is a trade-off. I know. Chang'er stood by the Nanga River watching the sunset dye the water blood red. But Jing is also a ninja of my subordinate. I sent him into hell, I can't abandon him. He closed his eyes, calculating the risks. If he didn't go, Jing might die, the clone modification succeed, and the Grey Robe organization gain a super weapon. If he did go, he might be exposed, the famed death plan collapse, Mai would lose its only eye inside the enemy, and the village would likely face the combined armies of the four great nations. Either outcome could cost Mai the war. Unless there is a way. Chang'er opened his eyes. I won't go as the Shur and not as Feiju either. What do you mean? I'll go as the Death God. The Gravekeeper fell silent. After a moment he said, You're insane. The Death God is dead. His body is in the Grey Robe organization's laboratory. If you appear as the Death God, they'll realize immediately it was a feigned death. The entire plan. But what if the Death God was only near death, not dead? Chang'er's thoughts grew clearer. What if the Death God used some forbidden life-saving technique at the last moment, barely escaped, and now returns for revenge? That explains why he's still alive and why he's attacking Guqing. And how do you explain the clone? The clone could be his body substitute or avatar. The Death God mastered wood release, which can create wood clones. It's not impossible to create a near-physical avatar. The avatar the Grey Robe organization obtained had no soul, so their modification failed. That actually makes sense. The Gravekeeper pondered for a long time. This logic barely holds. But the risk is still enormous. You'll be in the Grey Robe organization's core base, facing at least one Kage level and dozens of Jonin. You need to rescue someone, sabotage the experiment, and escape unharmed. I don't need to escape unscathed, Chang'er said. The Death God can barely escape again, leaving enough blood and chakra traces to convince the Grey Robe organization that he's truly dying. It would only drive them to pursue more frantically, thus diverting attention from Mai. Chang'er turned and strode toward the outskirts of Mai. Besides, I have your help, Jing's backup, and my knowledge of Guqing's terrain. The odds are about 3 in 10. 3 in 10 and you still go. 3 in 10 is enough. Deep in the forest outside Mai, Chang'er found the equipment pack he had hidden earlier, prepared by Jing before his supposed defection. Inside were a white Death God robe, a white mask, and several special ninja tools. He shed his uniform and donned the Death God robe. His fingers traced the mask's surface. The cold touch reminded him that from this moment on, Sanao Chang'er would briefly be resurrected. But the resurrection would last only one night. I need you to do 2 things for me. Chang'er addressed the Gravekeeper in his mind. First, simulate a critical chakra state within my body, not a fake but a genuine disruption of chakra flow, and damage to the meridians, yet controlled enough not to hinder combat. This is dangerous, it could cause permanent damage. Do it. The Gravekeeper fell silent for a moment, then a surge of icy energy spread from Chang'er's chest, disrupting his chakra circulation. Agonizing pain shot through him like countless needles piercing his meridians. Chang'er gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Second, he gasped, once we enter Guqing, you must temporarily leave my body and enter that clone. What? The Grey-robed man wants to activate the clone. It needs a soul or something similar to guide it. If you enter the clone, you can pretend to be activated by their technique, then create chaos, giving Jing and me an opening. The Gravekeeper was silent for a long time. If I enter that clone, I might never return. Their sealing technique will trap me. I will leave a reverse summoning formula inside you before you enter. Chang'er said. When the time comes, I'll break the seal on the clone and activate the formula, pulling you back to me. You even know reverse summoning. I picked up a bit. Chang'er put on the white mask. Let's begin. Time is short. The Gravekeeper offered no further objection. The icy energy began to separate. Most remained in Chang'er's body to create the illusion of severe injury, while a small core condensed, waiting to be transferred. Chang'er formed hand seals and performed the Flying Thunder God technique, not the full version but a weakened one that allowed only short-range consecutive teleportation. This consumed more chakra but was faster. In the night, a white silhouette flickered through the forest, each flash covering hundreds of meters as it raced northward. Guqing Laboratory, 5th underground level. Time 10:45 p.m. The transplantation surgery had entered its final stage. The clone lay on the operating table, its chest cavity open. The heart of a Senju clan member was implanted inside, connected to the host body through a dense network of chakra conduits. Raven stood before the control console, fingers flying across the keyboard. Symbiotic seal injection initiated. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Outside the laboratory, Jing, disguised as a researcher, tightened his grip on the kunai hidden in his sleeve. He observed the guard positions, 4 at the door, 2 patrolling the corridor, and 2 in the monitoring room. He had to destroy the console in an instant, then dashed to the emergency release switch of the cultivation tank. 3, 2, 1, inject. Raven pressed the button. At that moment, a piercing alarm wailed through the entire Guqing. Enemy attack. Eastern entrance breached. Identification signaled the White Death God. Everyone in the lab froze. Raven jerked his head up. Death God. He's not dead. The monitor screen switched to show the eastern entrance, a white figure charging at high speed through the corridor, guards falling in its wake. The figure wore a white mask and a white robe. As its hands formed seals would release, vines tore through the walls. Impossible, a researcher muttered. That corpse was clearly. It's a clone. Or a substitute. Raven reacted, fury blazing in his eyes. All personnel engage. Notify Shuya to bring his squad to intercept. Laboratory is under level 1 lockdown. The guards rushed toward the door. Jing seized the moment, not toward the console but toward the main power switch in the corner of the lab. He threw a kunai, precisely severing the main cable. The lights went out instantly, leaving only dim red emergency lights. The cultivation tank's life support system lost power, and the liquid began to drain slowly. Who? Raven spun around, his crow-beaked mask grotesque in the red glow. Jing had already torn off his disguise, his Sharingan glowing crimson in the darkness. 3 Tomos spinning. Uchiha Jing on orders from I here to destroy this place. Uchiha. Jing. Raven laughed. So you're a spy. Excellent. Then I'll use your Sharingan as the next material for my experiment. He formed hand seals and a massive sealing array emerged on the lab floor, a trap laid in advance. Jing felt his chakra suppressed, his body growing heavy. But he pressed forward instead of retreating, his Sharingan locking onto Raven. Genjutsu Sharingan. Raven's body shuddered, his movements freezing. Jing seized the chance to dash toward the operating table, his kunai aimed at the clone's chest, to destroy the transplanted heart. Too naive. Raven's voice came from the side. Jing's kunai struck only an afterimage. The real Raven had already appeared behind him, a black scalpel formed of chakra in his hand. Your genjutsu is useless against me. Raven sneered. My eyes have been transplanted. The scalpel thrust down. Jing barely twisted aside, the blade grazed his shoulder, drawing a spray of blood. Through the pain he saw the eyes faintly visible beneath Raven's mask, Sharingan but with eerie grayish-white pupils like rotting fruit. You transplanted a Sharingan. Not just the Sharingan. Raven attacked again. I also have the Hyuga's Byakugan. I am the perfect vessel, the future that contains all bloodline limits. His assault was a storm, each strike aimed precisely at vital points. Jing defended desperately, his Sharingan could read the movements, but his body couldn't keep up. In seconds he had 3 more wounds. Give up. Raven's voice carried pleasure. Join us. You can gain greater power, see a wider world. Why risk your life for villages that will be destroyed sooner or later? Jing spat out a mouthful of blood. Because I am a Uchiha of Mai. He pressed his palms together, ignoring the chakra drain, and forced out a technique, fire release, great fire dragon technique. A blazing dragon surged toward Raven. Raven formed a single hand seal, water release, water formation wall. Water and fire clashed, filling the room with steam. Jing seized the moment to rush toward the operating table, not for the heart but for the console, to delete all experimental data. But just as he reached the console he felt a chill in his back. He looked down, the tip of the black scalpel protruded from his chest. Game over. Raven whispered in his ear. Jing coughed blood, his vision blurring. But he smiled. It's not over yet. With his last strength he pressed the button on the console, not the data delete but the emergency discharge switch for the cultivation tank. The liquid gushed out, exposing the clone to the air. The life support system shut down, and the transplanted heart stopped beating. You! Raven roared in fury, twisting the scalpel. Just as the blade was about to tear through Jing's heart completely, the lab wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. A white figure stood in the breach, eyes beneath the mask as cold as frost. Release him, said Death God Chinger. Raven turned, his grayish-white Sharingan spinning wildly. You really aren't dead. Excellent, excellent. A living specimen is 10,000 times more valuable than a dead one. He dropped Jing and charged at Chinger. The black scalpel turned into countless afterimages, each strike tearing through the air. Chinger did not dodge. He raised his hand, would release burst from his palm, a thick trunk crashing into Raven. At the same time his other hand formed a seal, lightning release, lightning blade. The scalpel struck the trunk but seemed to hit a void. The blade was redirected to the wall 10 meters away. Raven froze and Chunga appeared at his side, palm pressed against his chest. Sealing technique 5 elements seal. 5-colored light exploded. Raven was thrown back, crashing into the wall. But he scrambled up immediately with only a slight burn on his chest. Useless. He laughed hysterically. My body has been modified. It can resist most sealing techniques. Death God, what else have you got? Chunga did not answer. His gaze swept the lab. Jing lying in a pool of blood, the clone on the operating table gradually losing vitality, the trembling researchers in the corners. Then he looked at Raven. One move is enough. He clasped his hands, chakra surging wildly. The Gravekeeper's voice rang in his mind now. Now. The icy core left Chunga's body, turning into a stream of light that shot into the clone. The next moment the clone opened its eyes. Those eyes were hollow, devoid of spirit, but the body sat up. Its hands formed seals. The simplest would release hand seals the Gravekeeper had learned through Chunga's memory. Would release deep forest emergence. Countless trees sprouted from the clone's body, instantly filling half the lab. Researchers screamed and fled. Raven was entangled by vines, struggling wildly. Chunga seized the chance to rush to Jing's side and hoist him onto his back. Hold on. Jing's consciousness was fading, but he still recognized the voice. Chunga-sama. Don't talk. Chunga performed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting both of them outside the lab. He set Jing down quickly, stopped the bleeding, and infused medical chakra. Then he turned back to face Raven, who was still trapped by the trees. The Gravekeeper-controlled clone continued to unleash, would release, but Chunga could feel the clone's energy rapidly depleting. After all, it was an empty shell without a soul, driven only by the Gravekeeper's force. Enough, Chunga said in his mind. Come back. He formed a seal, activating the reverse summoning formula left inside the Gravekeeper. A stream of light flew out of the clone and returned to Chunga's chest. The clone, losing its support, collapsed back onto the table. The trees stopped growing. Raven broke free, covered in blood, but his eyes were even more frantic. You all must die. He formed hand seals, ready to unleash some forbidden technique. But at that moment the entire Guqing shook violently. The alarm grew even more shrill. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Repeat, self-destruct sequence initiated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Countdown 5 minutes. Chunga was stunned. He hadn't triggered the self-destruct. It was me, Jing said weakly. The button I pressed just now was the emergency self-destruct trigger. The grey-robed man's rule: if a key lab is breached, it auto-destructs. Chunga looked at Raven. Raven clearly hadn't expected this development either. He roared and lunged toward the console to cancel it, but once the self-destruct sequence was initiated, it couldn't be stopped. Go. Chunga hoisted Jing onto his back and used the Flying Thunder God technique at full power, teleporting continuously through the corridors. Behind them explosions roared. Flames consumed the lab, consumed Raven's howls, consumed the clone and countless experimental data. When they burst out of Guqing and plunged into the snowy ground outside, the entire mountain began to collapse. Chunga glanced back. The city of Sin, hidden deep in the snowy peaks, crumbled into ruins under fire and detonations. Then he turned and raced through the night toward Mai, carrying the dying Jing in his arms. Jing's breathing grew weaker and weaker. Hold on, Chunga said. I'll take you home. Jing did not respond. Only the wind and snow howled as if playing a dirge for all the lives extinguished that night. And on the distant horizon the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness. Only one day remained before the Allied forces' general assault. The morning of November 7, Konoha year 17 was drenched in blood. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the eastern clouds, the explosive core of the Wagakure crashed against the northeastern defenses of Konoha like a tidal wave. Amidst the deafening explosions, the puppet army of Sunagakure tore a rift in the western line, while the lightning release forces of Kumogakure stabbed into the northern front like silver bolts. The allied forces of 4 nations launched their full-scale assault without any warning, erupting with sudden ferocity. 7 breaches have been torn in the defensive line. Mito Uzumaki's voice trembled with disbelief within the Hokage command center. This is not a matter of inferior strength on the front lines. It was precise internal sabotage. Tobirama Senju stared at the blinking red dots on the monitoring crystal, each one representing a collapsed front. Can you determine the time of the sabotage? Almost simultaneously, the intelligence ninja reported urgently. The margin of error is less than 3 seconds. This requires at least 7 teams to coordinate precisely, and moreover they needed to know the exact layout of all defensive lines. Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected with a grim expression. Konoha's defense deployment has been leaked. Shimura Danzo's fingers pressed against the table, veins bulging. The grey robes. Only they are capable of such infiltration, and even now we have found no trace of them. At that moment a massive explosion resounded from within Konoha. 7 locations simultaneously erupted with smoke: the eastern wing of the hospital, the ninja tool depot, the communication tower, the granary, the ninja academy training ground, the center of the commercial district, and the flank of the Hokage building. They want to create total chaos. Koharu Yutane gritted her teeth. No. Tobirama stood up, his gaze fixed on the east. They want to create chaos in a specific area. Order all defensive units hold their positions according to the contingency plan. The Umbra block the explosion zones. Hiruzen Danzo go to the front lines. Mito maintain the core of the perception barrier. I. His gaze sharpened. We'll deal with the true threat. Downstream of the Naka River, the morning mist was tinged with a pale red. Sandow Chinger stood by the riverbank, his white death god robe fluttering gently in the morning breeze. His face was unmasked, and for the first time the countenance of the Konoha death god was exposed so openly under the dawn light in the guise of Cheng. 30 paces away opposite him stood the elite of the Grey Robe organization. Shiraya stood at the forefront, flanked by Fengshi and Yi. Behind them were over 20 Grey Robe members wearing various masks, each exuding a chakra fluctuation not inferior to a jonin. Finally showing your true face, Sandow Chinger. Shiraya's voice rasped like a broken gong. Or should I call you Feiju? Chinger's gaze swept calmly over everyone. How did you find out? You guess. Yi replied coldly. Fengshi toyed with the scalpel, letting out a low laugh. We have plenty of time, so why not have some fun? What do you think? Could it be that another infiltrating spy slipped up? Chinger's emotions remained largely unruffled. Since he had decided to rescue Kagami the night before, he knew exposure was only a matter of time. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. So what do you want to do now? Kill me? Kill you? Shiraya shook his head. No. We want to complete you. Your body, your bloodline, limit, your chakra nature. You are the most important research specimen for the organization. We will take you away and claim you died in the chaos of the Allied forces battle. After all, a death god dying in an espionage mission sounds far more credible than one dying in a sudden attack. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand and formed a hand seal. The ground glowed with a dark purple light, the sealing array that had been set up long ago. It was not an offensive barrier but a restraining one, 7 rings of sealing nested layer by layer, primarily designed to prevent Chinger's elusive space-time abilities. We have prepared this array for a year, Shiraya said, stepping into the formation as the other Grey Robes moved accordingly, occupying various seal nodes. Today you have nowhere to run. Chinger watched the sealing array gradually close, then suddenly smiled. That smile made Shiraya's heart tighten. Do you think, Chinger began slowly, that I would stand here without any preparation? He pressed his palms together. It was not an attack seal but a release seal. From his center another barrier emerged on the ground, a high-level sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan executable by a single person. How is this possible? He exclaimed. This is the Uzumaki clan's heaven-covering barrier. Before she finished, she understood. It was Shuehu. Only Mito Uzumaki, the supreme master of Konoha's barriers and sealing arts, had the ability and opportunity to teach such a technique to Sandow Chinger. After all, ever since his identity was exposed, the sibling relationship between him and Mito Uzumaki had been uncovered, and this was not a secret Konoha had tried to hide. But this meant that the advantage of the battlefield could no longer be considered his own. The heaven-covering barrier's function was not to break the original sealing array but to create a new space to deceive the original barrier. In other words, he placed another cage within the cage. However, the original barrier not only prevented Chinger from escaping but also restricted the use of space-time abilities within that area. Now, although Sandow Chinger still could not leave the barrier's range, at least within this barrier he could use space-time abilities, rendering him virtually invincible. It also meant that the one who had truly fallen into the trap was not Sandow Chinger. Retreat. Shiraya made the snap decision. But it was already too late. 4 figures descended from 4 directions, cutting off all escape routes. Tobirama, Senju, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Shimura, Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami. Kagami's face was still pale, but his Sharingan had already ignited with a crimson glow. Members of the Grey Robe organization. Tobirama's voice was as cold as ice. Your activities in Konoha end here. In an instant, battle erupted. Hiruzen's fire release combined with Danzo's wind release formed a combined technique of fiery tornado that swept toward the Grey Robes on the right. Kagami's Sharingan Genjutsu immobilized 3 on the left. Tobirama went straight for Shiraya, the cold gleam of flying thunder god flickering in the morning mist. Chinger did not move. He was waiting. Because he sensed that something inside him was awakening. Finally, the graveyard keeper's voice echoed in his mind, but its tone had completely changed, no longer old and weary but cold and greedy. Finally, all conditions are gathered for this moment. Chung'er felt a surge of frigid chakra explode from his chest, spreading instantly throughout his body. His meridians were forcibly taken over and the control of his body was being seized by some entity. You are not the graveyard keeper after all, he gritted out in a low growl. Graveyard keeper. That was merely an identity I fabricated to get close to you. The voice laughed. You may call me Heijue. And I have been waiting for this moment for a year. Heijue. Chung'er was slightly startled. He had not expected that the ancient schemer who had lurked in the shadows for 1,000 years had not only manipulated Uchiha Madara in this era but had also secretly developed such a force. So the so-called grave diggers and collectors might not simply be searching for the corpses of the strong from each era, they might be seeking the original source. Rikudo. Chung'er's heart trembled but he did not show excessive reaction. Heijue. As a normal ninja, this name would not have been heard in this era. So even if Heijue revealed its name, Chung'er's acting mastery covered it well. Moreover, Chung'er was confident that even if Heijue temporarily controlled his body, it could not access his core memories. That's right. Heijue had fully taken over Chung'er's body. It flexed its limbs, feeling the young, powerful, and vibrant vessel. By assuming the guise of the graveyard keeper and guiding the Grey Robe organization to collect the remains of the strong and study the secrets of bloodlines, I was only selecting the most perfect host. And you? The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, the inheritor of, would release mastery over multiple chakra nature transformations. This is simply the most perfect choice. Chung'er's consciousness was squeezed into a corner. He fought desperately, but Heijue's power was like an abyss, bottomless. During this time I waited patiently, watching you execute your fake death plan, watching you infiltrate the organization, watching you cooperate with Kage. Heijue manipulated Chung'er's body, beginning to form ancient hand seals. All of this was for this moment. When I had fully understood this body, and you had exhausted your strength, I would completely take over this perfect vessel. The dark purple ceiling array suddenly blazed with light. It was not the original array of the Grey Robes, but a barrier secretly modified by Heijue and set up at an unknown time. More than a dozen Grey Robes lay scattered like corpses at the nodes of the barrier, continuously outputting chakra. The array began to reverse its operation. No longer restraining Chung'er, it furiously absorbed all chakra from the surroundings. The fighters in the midst of battle all felt their chakra being drained. What's going on? Hiruzen's fire release abruptly weakened. The array is absorbing our chakra. Danzo leaped back but found his escape route sealed by a new barrier. Shiuya also noticed the anomaly. He looked at Chung'er, saw the unfamiliar light flickering in those eyes, and suddenly understood something. Master, have you been using us all along? The Grey Robe organization was merely a tool I created. Heijue replied with Chung'er's voice. Now it's time for the tool to fulfill its purpose. It raised its hand and the dark purple light in the array turned into tentacles that lashed out at all the Grey Robes, including Shiuya, Fengshe, and Yi. The tentacles pierced their bodies, frantically draining their chakra and life force. No! Fengshe's scream was cut short as his body rapidly shriveled, turning to dust. He tried to resist with medical ninjutsu, but the tentacles tore straight through her defenses. Shiuya desperately formed hand seals, but his chakra was drained in an instant. He let out a final unwilling roar before dissipating into the morning light. In a matter of seconds the entire Grey Robe organization was annihilated. And Heijue, manipulating Chung'er's body, absorbed all their chakra. Its aura surged and a pitch-black tangible malevolence emanated from its form. Next, it said, turning its gaze to the Konoha ninja. It's time to deal with the witnesses. Tobirama was the first to react. You are not Chung'er. What are you? I am the will that will take over this era. Heijue raised its hand and would release burst from the ground. Surged forth, but it was no longer the vibrant green of life, instead twisted branches black as ink. And you shall be the first sacrifices of this new era. The pitch black would release surge toward the assembled like a tidal wave. Hiruzen and Danzo combined their techniques, forging a barrier of wind and fire, but the black would easily tore through their defenses. Kageme's Sharingan attempted to cast a genjutsu, but he found the enemy's consciousness as deep as an abyss, utterly impenetrable. Useless. Kurozetsu's voice carried a note of delight. The original owner of this body, his soul is being digested by me. Once I am fully merged, I will possess all his abilities combined with the knowledge and power I have accumulated over a millennium. In this era no one can stand against me. Chung'er's consciousness struggled in the darkness. He heard his sister's voice. Mito was calling his name from afar. He heard the roars of Hiruzen and Danzo. He heard Kageme's rapid breaths. And farther away the explosions of Konoha, the sounds of slaughter, the cries of civilians. I cannot let this monster use my body to harm them. To harm those I cherish. A forbidden technique's name surfaced in the depths of his soul. The most taboo technique of the Uzumaki clan, soul combustion. It uses one's own soul as fuel to erupt into flames that purify all evil. The cost is the complete dissipation of the soul, not even the chance for reincarnation. When Mito taught him this technique, she said, "Unless you are in dire straits, unless you must protect something more precious than life itself, never use it." Now was the time to gamble. After all, he was no ordinary shinobi, he was a cheater. Ching'er ceased resisting. He deliberately relaxed his consciousness, allowing Kuro Zetsu to merge deeper with him. Only by doing so could he lock this millennium-old evil entirely within his own soul structure. Oh. Giving up. Kuro Zetsu felt the resistance vanish and greedily accelerated the fusion. Now. In the deepest part of his soul, Ching'er ignited that flame. It was not a flame of chakra but a burning of the soul's essence. Pure white light burst from the depths of his consciousness, spreading instantly to every corner. "You!" Kuro Zetsu let out a terrified scream. "Are you insane? You'll also, I know." Ching'er's voice was calm and firm. "But so will you." White flames erupted from Ching'er's body. The light was so pure, so dazzling that anyone who looked directly at it felt their eyes sting. In the light, Ching'er's body gradually turned translucent. Faintly visible were two entangled soul silhouettes, one white as snow, the other black as ink. "No! My millennium of schemes!" Kuro Zetsu's scream mingled with ancient rhythmic words. The white light expanded to its limit, then collapsed inward. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, only a slight tremor in space. When the light faded, only a shallow pit remained by the Nanha River. Inside the pit, nothing. Sanao Ching'er and the ancient evil parasitizing him had vanished together. No corpse, no remains, not even a trace of chakra. Complete utter disappearance. Wind swept across the battlefield, lifting a few fallen leaves. Silence. Until a heart-wrenching cry broke the stillness. Mito fell to her knees, reaching toward the empty pit but grasping nothing. Tobirama stood frozen, the kunai in his hand clattering to the ground. Hiruzen and Danzo were pale. Kagene's Sharingan shed silent tears, and in the next moment 3 tomos slowly merged together. Farther away, the high-ranking officials of the other great villages who had secretly infiltrated with a dozen elite shinobi had also witnessed everything. Though they did not understand the specifics, they saw the disappearance of Konoha's death god and the grief of Konoha's leadership. "That man! Is he really dead?" murmured the second Reikage of Kumogakure. "Seems. He annihilated himself together with something," his adjutant said uncertainly. The elite captain of the Wagakure frowned. "Regardless, Konoha's strongest combat power is gone. This is an opportunity." Before he could finish, a messenger shinobi rushed in. "Report. Sunegakure's forces are retreating. Kirigakure is also pulling back." "What?" the Kazekage shaman said. "This war smells wrong." Kirigakure said they were merely invited to join, and now the inviter seems to be having problems. Suspicion spread like a plague among the allied forces. If Konoha's death god truly annihilated himself together with something, what was that something? Who was manipulating behind the scenes? Was this war meant to destroy Konoha or for some other purpose? "Iwagakure, retreat." The Tsuchikage gritted his teeth and gave the order. "But sir, I said retreat." The Tsuchikage growled. "I don't want Iwa shinobi to die in a war without purpose." The alliance of the 4 great villages, having lost its common goal and now riddled with suspicion, began to crumble from within. Only A of Kumogakure remained standing, staring toward Konoha, toward that empty pit, silent for a long time. A hero's magnificent demise temporarily bridged the rifts among Konoha's clans. He had not died in an ambush, but chose to annihilate himself with the mastermind right at Konoha's front door. United, Konoha no longer feared any village, especially after Kagami awakened the Mangekyo and mastered Susanoo. Few shinobi could withstand the charge of a giant. Thus Sunegekyo was the first of the 4 great villages to declare its withdrawal from the First Shinobi World War. Iwagakure and Kirigakure, having taken each other's measure due to the nicknames Little Whitebeard and Bandage Man, eventually annihilated each other in one battle and both withdrew from the war. Konoha, facing only Kumogakure, achieved a great victory. The flames of war across the villages continued sporadically for nearly a year. Until the autumn of Konoha year 18. Konoha's reconstruction was nearing its end. New buildings rose from the ruins and fresh flowers were always placed before the memorial stone. The newest stone tablet bore the inscription, Sanao Ching'er, Konoha's death god, born in the late Warring States period, died on the 7th day of the 11th month of Konoha year 17 at the age of 18. He fought by the Nanha River to protect Konoha and ultimately perished with his enemy, leaving no remains. This time no one doubted. In the Hokage's office, Tobirama Senju was signing documents. On his desk lay 2 treaties: the Border Non-Aggression Pact with Iwagakure, and the official ceasefire declarations with Sunagakure and Kirigakure. The treaty with Kumogakure and subsequent mutual assistance plans required the Hokage to go to Kumogakure for detailed discussions. The First Shinobi World War, after lasting 1 year and 3 months, ended with Konoha's victory. Konoha had suffered heavy losses but had defended the village and its core interests. Kumogakure obtained certain trade privileges, while Iwagakure and Kirigakure both lost their second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage, forced to retreat to their home territories and lick their wounds. The outcome in essence seemed no different from before the war. The door opened and Mito entered. She appeared much calmer, but her eyes always held an unfading sorrow. "Kageme's final report," she said, handing over a document. "Over the past year we have completely eradicated all remnants of the Grey Robe organization. But according to the captured materials, the organization's leader, the Gravekeeper, seems to have died a year ago." "At Chinger's hands?" Tobirama asked. "Not sure." Mito shook her head. "The records show that the Gravekeeper's last appearance was on the day of the Nanha River battle. After that, all Grey Robes lost contact with him. Kagami speculates that the one Chinger annihilated himself with was likely the Gravekeeper." Tobirama was silent for a moment. "What was that thing?" "At the time, his conversation with Chinger was too quiet. With enemies all around, we couldn't hear their exchange." "I don't know," Mito said softly. "Kagami found some vague records in the materials mentioning that the Gravekeeper called himself a Millennium Observer, but there was no specific information. Perhaps with Chinger's sacrifice this secret will disappear forever. Maybe that's for the best." Tobirama closed the report. "Some truths are better left unknown." They fell silent. Outside the window, Konoha's streets were bustling with people. Children played in the newly built parks, the ninja academy echoed with training sounds, and smoke rose from restaurants. Ordinary daily life, a luxury of peace. And this peace was bought with countless lives. Among them was that red-haired youth who always hid in the Senju compound but stepped forward at the critical moment. Tobirama still remembered his words. "The method to unite Konoha, besides time and education, can also be achieved in the short term by using a heroic martyr to ignite everyone's anger. Tsunade will officially become a medical ninja next month," Mito suddenly said. "So soon?" "She said she wants to become stronger quickly, strong enough to protect those she cares about." A faint smile appeared on Mito's lips. "Just like her third uncle." Tobirama looked out the window and after a long while said quietly, "He would be proud of her." Elsewhere in the shinobi world, deep underground in the shadow of a rock crevice, a faint, barely perceptible mass of black matter was slowly writhing. It had no form, no consciousness, only the most primal sense of existence. This was the most original essence that Kurozetsu had stripped away at the final moment, abandoning all power and retaining only the obsession to survive, thus escaping Chinger's soul combustion. Now it was so weak that it could not even possess the weakest animal. But it still existed. A millennium of obsession prevented it from completely perishing. "I will return." A vague thought drifted in the void. "Next time, I will be more cautious, more patient." Then it fell into silence. Such a heavy blow would take decades or even centuries to recover. And during its slumber, the shinobi world would experience a relatively stable period. The First Shinobi World War was over, but the great nation's games never ceased. Seeds of hatred had been sown and conflicts of interest would always exist. Winds swept across the Nanha River, carrying invisible particles randomly to other regions of the shinobi world. In a dense forest, a faint crackling sound suddenly arose, a frequency ordinary people could neither hear nor understand. Condition triggered. Ninjutsu imprint scroll Izanagi -1. The war that swept across the entire shinobi world dragged on intermittently for a full year. Battles among the major hidden villages gradually concluded. Only minor friction persisted between Kumogakure and Konohagakure. Indeed, the conflict had ignited with Kumogakure's incursion into foreign territory. Deep within an unnamed forest, a shallow depression, neither large nor small, began to stir without warning. An arm burst forth from the earth, followed swiftly by a second. The fingers were long and powerful, the skin flawless and pristine, not a speck of soil clung to it. A figure rose slowly from the pit's depths, movement fluid, as if awakening gently from slumber. Sandao Chinger brushed non-existent dust from his shoulders, his crimson hair cascaded like living flame beneath the night sky. He gazed down at his body. The white Shinso robe remained immaculate, untouched by time or decay. His bare skin bore no wound, no scar. Chakra surged through his meridians, dense, tangible, almost solid, and life force thrummed with such intensity it seemed ready to overflow. System notification: Izanagi activation confirmed. Host has undergone true death reversal sequence. Physique: Shinigami immortal body has advanced to stage 2. New ability unlocked chakra vitality, and cellular regeneration rate scaled dynamically with injury severity. Sign-in lottery system upgraded to version 2.0 incorporating faction management module. Item synthesis functionality enabled. Prize pool categories activated ninjutsu taijutsu ninja tools and others. Consecutive sign encounter reset. The vitality of would release the resonance of spacetime techniques, the intricate sigils of Uzumaki sealing arts. All swirled vividly within his consciousness. Everything had returned, stronger than ever before. He raised his hand and curled his fingers inward. A soft crackle rippled through the air, the natural hum of chakra so abundant it vibrated reality itself. The sensation of death. Sandao Chinger murmured softly. Rather unique. He turned his gaze toward Konoha. He had no idea where he stood geographically. Izanagi's activation condition had been triggered not by a scroll, but by the system nearing forced the activation. Over the course of 1 year during soul combustion, the first to vanish was not the soul, but the physical body. When Black Zetsu's soul burned away entirely, the latent power of the Shinigami immortal body stirred. Though its first stage could not achieve true immortality, it fought desperately, yet ultimately failed to preserve even the final wisp of soul energy. Just as that last fragment flickered toward dissolution, and the system began detaching, the conditional quest Sandao Chinger had etched into his being long ago finally activated. This gamble had paid off. Izanagi succeeded. And the system, upon redetecting Sandao Chinger, chose to remain bound. Should he return? Sandao Chinger pondered for 3 seconds, then shook his head. Returning now would force him to explain his survival, exposing the feigned death ruse, alerting the shadowy mastermind behind the gray-robed organization. Though Black Zetsu embedded within him had surely been eradicated, that did not guarantee its extinction. A schemer who'd waited millennia to resurrect his mother. Sandao Chinger refused to believe such a being would simply fade into oblivion. Moreover, Konoha had already adapted to his death. That adaptation itself was a rare and valuable asset. A legendary warrior declared dead held far greater deterrence, and far deeper psychological leverage, than one still breathing. And besides, Sandao Chinger turned his gaze northeast, toward the land of lightning. Returning now would ruin certain performances still unfolding. He sensed intriguing shifts. During his year in death, though his body lay inert, his soul's perception sharpened, becoming unnervingly acute. He saw the underground landscape reshaping, with the gray-robed organization dismantled, the fragile equilibrium among black markets, bounty exchanges, and information brokers collapsed, triggering a ruthless realignment of power. The 3 dominant bounty exchanges, Bone City, Blood Pool, and Dark Fang, had already clashed 3 times in brutal succession, vying for dominance over the vacuum left behind. Chaos was opportunity. From within his robes, Sandao Chinger withdrew a new mask, not the white Shinso mask, but one forged of dark silver metal, featureless save for narrow slit-like eye holes. It was a contingency identity he'd prepared long ago. From this day forward, he said, voice muffled and chilling as the mask settled into place, I am Dobeo, founder of the Shadow Bounty Exchange. At that instant, a system interface materialized. Faction name Shadow Bounty Exchange. Tier minor members 1 functions unlocked. Mission posting assignment. System intelligence. Marketplace. Resource exchange. Shop. Select initial base location. A map of the shinobi world unfolded in his mind. He required a location both concealed and strategically accessible, ideally straddling the borders of several great nations, to facilitate intelligence flow and mission coordination. His consciousness settled upon a point, the frontier between the land of grass and the land of rain, a derelict subterranean trading post known as the Maw of Yomiai. Base confirmed. Maw of Yomiai ruins. Initial resources deployed. Granted base infrastructure 1 intelligence network access 1 seed capital 500000 Rio. Shadow Bounty Exchange established. Beneath the mask, Sandao Chinger's lips curved faintly upward. Phase 1 complete. 3 days later, in the 3rd sublevel of the Maw of Yomiai along the border of the land of grass, the abandoned underground exchange gleamed anew. Luminous mineral veins embedded in the vaulted ceiling cast a gentle ambient glow. At the hall's center floated a massive mission board scrolling fresh bounties and commissions, its interface uncannily advanced for its era. Around it stood 20 sealed consultation booths, ensuring absolute anonymity between clients and contractors. Within just 3 days, the Shadow Bounty Exchange had become a whispered name in the black market, thanks to one simple truth: its efficiency was unparalleled. No matter how obscure the intelligence sought, answers arrived within 72 hours. No matter how perilous the task, there was always someone willing and able to accept it. Its confidentiality protocols were flawless. All transactions conducted via encrypted scrolls. Clients, contractors, and intermediaries never met face to face. Every operation overseen personally by Dobeo. Now Sandao Chunga sat deep within the control chamber. Before him shimmered 10 water mirror jutsu screens, each displaying live feeds from different corners of the hall. In his hands rested a freshly delivered intelligence scroll, originating from within Kumogakure itself. Through mere days of shadow clones he had not only forged the exchange's reputation, but also recruited numerous partners. It was no longer a one-man enterprise. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, they couldn't wait, Sandao Chunga murmured. The scroll detailed Kumogakure's recent anomalies. 37 jonin loyal to Kinkaku had been reassigned from their posts under dubious pretexts. Over the past week Ginkaku had grown unusually active at the Raikage's court, seeking political backing. Raikage's second generation had abruptly accelerated peace negotiations with Konoha, even inviting Hashirama Senju himself to sign the treaty in Kumogakure. Meanwhile the Kumogakure Elder Council fractured. 7 elders backed Kinkaku, 5 supported the Raikage and 3 remained neutral. To any seasoned observer catastrophe loomed. Interesting. Sandao Chunga set the scroll aside and summoned another. Hashirama Senju, Hokage of Konoha, departed this morning for Kumogakure. Accompanying personnel Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and 4 other elite operatives. His fingertips tapped lightly against the desk. Under normal diplomatic protocol, a Hokage's foreign visit demanded 3 months of preparation, escorts arranged, ceremonial receptions scheduled, security protocols enacted. Yet this invitation arrived suddenly, and Hashirama accepted just as swiftly. The entire itinerary felt rushed, as if racing toward an appointment. Or racing toward death. Brother Hashirama, Sandao Chunga whispered. You still love gambling with fate. He knew him too well. That silver-haired man appeared calm, rational, yet beneath ran the Uzumaki bloodline's gambler's fire, willing to stake everything on a single desperate chance. Hashirama had sensed danger. Yet he went anyway. He needed to verify Kumogakure's internal state firsthand, to gauge Raikage's sincerity, to secure the best possible outcome for Konoha before Kinkaku and Ginkaku struck. System. Sandao Chunga commanded inwardly. Post a bounty mission. Select mission type. Intelligence gathering. Mission description: track Hashirama Senju's delegation in real time across the land of lightning. Report every 6 hours. Tier S class. Reward 300000 real. Mission posted to Shadow Bounty Exchange Board. Accepted by codename Kakuzu. Trust rating A excellent. Sandao Chunga leaned back, eyes closing. Now came the waiting for rebellion to erupt, waiting for a Hokage's fateful choice. 7 days later, in the land of lightning 50 miles outside Kumogakure, the Thundercloud Canyon, Hashirama Senju stood atop a massive cliffstone at the canyon's edge, flanked by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Master, we must go no further, Hiruzen said, voice grave. Our guide vanished yesterday. Patrol units we've encountered grow increasingly hostile, deliberately steering us toward this path. It's a trap. Danzo gripped his kunai tightly. Kinkaku and Ginkaku never intended peace talks to succeed. Hashirama remained silent. He stared into the mist-shrouded canyon ahead, the final stretch to Kumogakure. Per schedule they should have reached the village by noon today, welcomed formally by the Raikage. Yet no emissary had appeared. Instead, 2 hours earlier they'd sensed massive chakra signatures converging from 3 directions, at least 50 jonin-level shinobi, each radiating raw volatile energy. The hallmark of Kinkaku and Ginkaku's personal forces. Hiruzen, Hashirama spoke at last. Yes. If I do not return to Konoha, you will be the 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen's head snapped up, shock flashing across his face. Master! That is an order! Hashirama turned his gaze, sweeping over each disciple. Danzo, you will support Hiruzen. But remember, your duty is to protect Konoha, not to seize power. All of you must survive and return to the village. What will you do? Danzo demanded urgently. Hashirama gave no reply. He removed his Hokage robe, folded it neatly, and handed it to Hiruzen. Wear it. From this moment you are acting Hokage of Konoha. Hiruzen's hands trembled, but he accepted the robe. Master, we'll break through together. Danzo gritted his teeth. With our strength, Kinkaku and Ginkaku harbor the chakra of the 9-tailed beast. Tobirama interrupted him. In their half-tailed beast forms their strength approaches the peak of Kage-level power, and they brought at least 50 elite shinobi. A frontal breakthrough would leave none of you alive. He glanced toward the opposite side of the canyon, where a concealed trail wound down to the coastline of the Land of Lightning. Take that path, follow the coast southward, then circle back to the Land of Fire through the Land of Hot Springs. I will remain here to draw their attention. But there is no but. Tobirama's voice was unyielding. I am the Hokage, this is my duty. And you are the future of Konoha. He raised his hand and began forming seals, one intricate hand sign after another, while chakra coalesced around him in radiant azure light. Flying Thunder God Lightning Guidance Revised. A massive spatial mark was etched at the canyon's entrance, pulsing with an ethereal sapphire glow. This was a variant of the Flying Thunder God technique, not for instantaneous movement but for inducing large-scale spatial distortion. Anyone entering the marked radius would be randomly displaced within a 10-kilometer radius. The jutsu had been jointly developed with Sandow Chinger. It would buy enough time. Go! Tobirama commanded. Hiruzen bit his lip until blood seeped, yet he turned and ordered Danzo and the others. Retreat. 6 figures vanished swiftly along the narrow trail. Tobirama stood alone at the canyon's mouth, watching distant dust clouds rise ever closer. He could sense their turbulent chakra, hear Kinkaku's unmistakable booming laughter, feel the earth tremble beneath Kinkaku's earth-release techniques. He drew the tanto from his back. The blade reflected his calm, resolute face. Come, he murmured softly. Let me see just how formidable Cloud Village's traders truly are. At that same moment, 300 meters above the canyon, hidden within the shadow of a cliff face, Sandow Chinger crouched behind a protruding rock, his dark silver mask concealing his expression as his eyes remained locked on the unfolding scene below. He had lain in wait there for 6 hours, using real-time intelligence from Kakuzu to precisely anticipate Kinkaku and Ginkaku's encirclement route. So he stayed behind alone. Sandow Chinger whispered to himself. Just like the Tobirama he knew, always placing his students' safety first, always choosing to shoulder the gravest peril himself. Below, battle erupted. Kinkaku swung his colossal iron fan, unleashing gales laced with lightning toward Tobirama. Simultaneously, Ginkaku formed seals. Molten lava surged forth from the ground. Wind, lightning, fire, and earth, 4 elemental natures fused into a terrifying composite assault, transforming the canyon's entrance into a living inferno. Yet Tobirama did not retreat. Seals flowed effortlessly from his hands. Water released great exploding water shockwave. Every jutsu he wielded possessed the raw, awe-inspiring power of forbidden techniques, both devastating and breathtaking. A towering tidal wave erupted from nothingness, colliding head-on with molten lava and crackling lightning. The resulting steam explosion sent shockwaves shattering surrounding boulders into dust. Amid the billowing mist, Tobirama's figure vanished, only to reappear instantly behind Kinkaku. Flying Thunder God Slash. His blade flashed like lightning. Yet Kinkaku reacted with uncanny speed. Just as the blade neared his flesh, he completed partial tailed beast transformation. His skin darkened crimson, and 3 chakra tails burst forth behind him, halting the fatal strike mid-air. TCH. Sandow Chinger frowned. In his half-tailed beast form, Kinkaku's strength now surpassed even standard Kage level capacity. Ginkaku too had transformed. The brothers flanked Tobirama with flawless synchrony, moving as one. Tobirama began losing ground. His flying thunder god was swift, but Kinkaku and Ginkaku's perception, amplified by tailed beast chakra, matched it perfectly. More than once, the moment he reappeared, their attacks were already upon him. Worse still, the 50 elite shinobi had completed their encirclement, erecting a sealing barrier around the perimeter. They came prepared. Sandow Chinger sneered. From his ninja tool pouch he withdrew 3 specially forged kunai. Each kunai's blade bore the flying thunder god seal, not the version he'd made famous, but the original technique Tobirama had mastered from the Forbidden Scroll. Sandow Chinger infused chakra into the kunai and launched them upward with a flick of his wrist. Shush! 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 Flying in perfect triangular formation toward the outer edge of the battlefield. They struck no one, instead embedding precisely into 3 critical nodes of the sealing barrier. Below, amid the fierce clash, Tobirama suddenly froze mid-motion. He sensed an anomaly in the surrounding space-time. The space previously sealed by the barrier now rippled with faint, unstable fissures. The minute those fissures were enough. An opening! A flash of cold resolve lit Tobirama's eyes. He deliberately feigned vulnerability, letting Ginkaku's jutsu graze his left shoulder, then used the impact to propel himself backward while completing seals mid-flight. Flying Thunder God Lightning Guidance, second stage. The spatial mark at the canyon's entrance blazed with sudden violent radiance. The once stable distortion spiraled outward like ripples from a boulder cast into still water, rippling into chaotic vortices. Kinkaku and Ginkaku paled. No, he's detonating the space. But it was already too late. Azure light swallowed everything. Reality tore. Time warped. Every object within the marked radius, rock, tree, shinobi, even jutsu, was hurled into a maelstrom of violent space-time turbulence. Perched on the cliff, Sandow Chinger watched solemnly behind his mask. He knew the cost of this technique. The second stage detonation of Flying Thunder God Lightning Guidance required the user's own chakra as catalyst, and their physical body as anchor. meaning Tobarama himself must remain within the blast radius. This was a suicide technique, a final mutual annihilation. Ruthless, Sandow Chinger murmured quietly. The azure light persisted for 10 full seconds before collapsing inward and vanishing. The canyon's entrance lay unrecognizable, ground gouged into a crater 10 meters deep surrounding cliffs, half-collapsed air thick with the acrid stench of burnt flesh and blood. Kinkaku and Ginkaku lay sprawled at the crater's bottom, forcibly reverted from their half-tailed beast forms, drenched in blood, grievously wounded yet still breathing. And Tobarama. He stood at the crater's center, leaning heavily on his tanto, one knee braced against the shattered earth. His layered armor lay in ruins, deep bone-exposed wounds crisscrossed his body, his left arm twisted grotesquely, shattered beyond repair. Yet his grip remained steady. His gaze undimmed. Cough! Blood spilled from his lips, laced with fragments of internal organs. He had absorbed 70% of the blast's force. That he still stood was nothing short of miraculous. Kinkaku staggered upright, eyes wild with fury. Hashirama, Tobarama. You're finished. Perhaps. Tobarama actually smiled. But you will never reach Konoha. His eyes lifted toward the distant sky. Hiruzen and the others should have reached the coastline by now. Enough. The mission was complete. Tobarama closed his eyes, and began gathering his last reserves of chakra. He intended to take a few more with him before death claimed him. But at that very instant, a dark silver figure descended from the heavens, landing silently at the crater's rim like muted light. Who? Kinkaku whirled sharply. The newcomer wore a dark silver metal mask and form-fitting black attire, devoid of insignia or affiliation. He didn't glance at Kinkaku or Ginkaku, his gaze fixed solely on Tobarama. Can you still move? A low resonant voice emanated from behind the mask. Tobarama opened his eyes, studying the stranger who'd appeared without warning. You are Bounty Hunter. Codenamed Tabeo. Sandow Chinger replied succinctly. Contracted to extract you. Contracted. By whom? That cannot be disclosed. Sandow Chinger knelt beside Tobarama, fingers rapidly pressing key acupuncture points to stem the bleeding. Can you still perform the Flying Thunder God? Tobarama assessed his nearly depleted chakra reserves, and shook his head. Then we'll use mine. Sandow Chinger placed one hand on Tobarama's shoulder, with the other he executed no visible seals, either Tobarama's original version nor any known variant, but a streamlined system-optimized adaptation. Kinkaku roared and lunged, but it was already too late. Spatial ripples shimmered outward, and both figures dissolved into nothingness. Only Kinkaku and Ginkaku remained raging helplessly in the crater's depths, and in the distance the approaching thunder of Cloud Village's pursuit forces Raikuge's personal guard arriving at last, yet a heartbeat too late. 30 kilometers away, inside a secluded cave along the Land of Lightning's coastline, the spatial distortion settled. Sandow Chinger released his grip, letting Tobarama slump against the rocky wall. From his vest he retrieved a medical scroll and began treating Tobarama's wounds. You know the Flying Thunder God. Tobarama studied the masked man before him. And it's not my version. All shinobi arts converge upon the same truth, Sandow Chinger said as he bandaged the wounds. Your injuries are grave. You require at least a month of absolute rest. And your left arm's nerves are severely damaged. Even if healed, its function will never fully recover. I know, Tobarama replied calmly. Hiruzen and the others. They're safe. My agents confirmed their boarding of the vessel bound for the Land of Hot Springs. Tobarama fell silent for a long moment. Who exactly are you? Sandow Chinger's hands paused briefly. He gazed upon this man, whom he'd long regarded as his elder brother. His body ravaged, yet his eyes unwavering in their quiet, unbroken resolve even at death's threshold. For a breath he almost reached up to remove his mask. But in the end, he did not. A businessman, Sandow Chinger said. Owner of the Shadow Bounty Agency. I rescued you because someone paid a price too high to refuse. Who? Still undisclosed. Sandow Chinger finished bandaging and rose. But I'll tell you this one thing, Kinkaku and Ginkaku's rebellion was known to Raikuge beforehand. He deliberately invited you here, to weaken those two through your hand. Perhaps even, to have them eliminate you. Tobarama's pupils contracted sharply. Politics, Sandow Chinger sighed, shaking his head. Always so filthy. Rest well, Hokage-sama, but for now you cannot return to Konoha. He turned to leave. Wait, Tobarama called out. What is your purpose? Sandow Chinger halted, without turning back. My purpose is simple, he said. To preserve balance across the shinobi world, to prevent war from igniting so easily. Too many lives have already been lost. So you founded the Bounty Agency. Intelligence is the finest weapon, Sanao Chinga finally looked back, his eyes visible only through the narrow slits of his mask holding Tobarama's gaze. Knowing all that I do not know ensures I shall never become a pawn. Farewell, Lord Tobarama. I hope our next meeting occurs at a peace negotiation table, not on a battlefield. He stepped into the shadows, and vanished. Only Tobarama remained inside the cave leaning against the stone wall gazing at the moonlight spilling through the entrance. After a long silence he let out a soft quiet laugh. Tabeo. Shadow Bounty Agency. Interesting. Far-off waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. Night stretched long, but dawn would come. Across the sea Konoha's lanterns burned steadily. Those protected slept unpeacefully. That was enough. In a modest inn on the border of the land of grass Tobarama Senju's wounds had healed by 7/10. The nerve damage in his left arm was irreversible, yet it no longer hindered his daily activities, though intricate chakra control and high-speed hand seals were now but a distant dream. He stood by the window gazing at the iron-gray sky characteristic of the land of iron, holding a freshly delivered intelligence scroll in his hand. The intelligence network from the Shadow Bounty Office, the masked man called Duobao, had departed but left behind a contact channel and a scheduled intelligence service. The price was steep yet worth every coin. The scroll recorded the shifting tides of the shinobi world over the past fortnight, and Konoha Hiruzen Sarutobi formally assumed the title of the third Hokage at the end of December. The inauguration ceremony was held with quiet solemnity. All clan heads attended and Fugaku Uchiha presented congratulatory gifts on behalf of the Uchiha clan with a demeanor of utmost respect. But behind closed doors the Uchiha police force's request for expanded personnel had been deferred by Hiruzen, citing wartime budgetary constraints, the price being that the other clans who could have been integrated into the police force were all separated from the division entirely. In Kumogakure, Kinkaku and Ginkaku had launched a coup a week prior. While the Reikijay traveled to the land of iron for peace negotiations with Konoha, the brothers led their remaining forces in a surprise assault on the hidden cloud village, routing the garrison and seizing temporary control of the village. However, upon receiving word, Reikijay rushed back in a fury and both sides clashed in a fierce battle outside the village gates. In other villages, Inoki had officially assumed the role of the third Tsuchikage. The Kazekage of Sunagakure shaman maintained an unusual silence, the entire village eerily quiet, while Kirigakure once again resumed its blood mist policies. The newly appointed third Mizukage remained silent, with the village virtually cut off from the outside world. Kinkaku and Ginkaku. They actually made their move. Tobarama muttered to himself. Hiruzen. He walked to the table, spread out a map, and pressed his finger on the location of Kumogakure. Reikijay should have returned by now. With his temperament and strength, even if Kinkaku and Ginkaku had gained a temporary advantage, they wouldn't hold out for long. But the real question was, how long would this rebellion last? How much damage would it cause? Most importantly, what impact would it have on Konoha? If Kinkaku and Ginkaku were swiftly suppressed and Kumogakure regained stability, the peace negotiations could still proceed. But if the rebellion escalated into a prolonged civil war with Kumogakure unable to manage its own affairs, border skirmishes could intensify, even giving other hidden villages an opportunity to strike. My lord! The innkeeper, a scar-faced samurai of the land of iron in his 50s, knocked and entered carrying a tray of lunch. Lord Duobao instructed that when you've recovered and wish to leave, we can arrange a safe route. The innkeeper set down the meal. Anywhere but Konoha, you may go wherever you please. Duobao hasn't returned yet? Tobarama asked. No, my lord. His whereabouts are unpredictable, sometimes he's away for months. The innkeeper paused. But news came yesterday. He's taken on a major commission from the bounty office. He may need to travel to the land of rain. The land of rain. That small country of perpetual downpour and chaos, now even more turbulent with the Akatsuki's recent activities. Duobao's journey there was unlikely to be for an ordinary job. Send him a message for me, Tobarama said. Tell Duobao I wish to meet with him again. This. The innkeeper's face showed reluctance. My lord's movements are uncertain, the message may not reach him in time. Do your best. Tobarama sat down to eat. Also book the room for another 10 days. I won't be leaving yet. Understood. After the innkeeper left, Tobarama ate, while deep in thought. He couldn't return to Konoha, at least not now. On one hand, his wounds hadn't fully healed and returning would only make him a burden. On the other, Hiruzen had just taken office and needed a stable environment to establish his authority. If he returned now in any condition, it would invite unnecessary attention and speculation. But staying in the land of iron indefinitely wasn't a viable solution either. He needed intelligence, to understand Konoha's true situation, to determine his next move. Duobao's bounty office was a solid channel, yet that man was too enigmatic, his motives unclear. Though he had proven reliable so far, Kurama didn't believe in unearned kindness in this world. I need a contingency plan. He set down his chopsticks and began attempting single-handed seals and simplified hand signs to activate jutsu. At the same moment, 20 li outside Kumogakure. The battle had raged for an entire day and night. Kinkaku stood atop the highest watchtower of Kumogakure overlooking the burning village below. Half his face was scorched, his left arm hung limp and unnatural, but the mad flames still blazed in his eyes. Brother, the Raikage forces have breached the third defensive line. Kinkaku rushed up the stairs drenched in blood. We can't hold much longer, let's retreat. Retreat. To where? Kinkaku laughed hoarsely. The entire shinobi world has no place for us now. Konoha wants our heads, the village wants our heads. Then let's all die together. He pulled a scroll from his robes. Its surface was covered in dark crimson sealing script radiating an ominous aura. This is... Kinkaku's face drained of color. A little treasure I acquired from the gray-robed man. Kinkaku grinned. The tailed beast rampage catalyzing technique. I originally planned to use it on Konoha, but now, letting Kumogakure taste this power suits me just fine. You've lost your mind. Using this will destroy the entire village. So what? Kinkaku cut him off. Since the village chose Konoha over us, this village has no reason to exist anymore. Better to destroy it than leave it to that coward. He bit his finger and smeared blood across the scroll. The sealing script flared with crimson light as a terrifying surge of chakra began seeping from the scroll. It was Nine Tails chakra, specially processed, teeming with aggression and destructive intent. Kinkaku stepped back, fear flashing in his eyes. But soon that fear was replaced by the same maniacal gleam. Then let's die together. He grinned savagely, biting his own finger and smearing blood onto the scroll. The brothers' chakra merged with the tailed beast chakra from the scroll, forming a pillar of dark red light that shot into the sky. Within the pillar, the spectral form of the Nine Tails flickered, unleashing a silent roar. Below, Raikage, mid-command of his assault forces, jerked his head upward. What is that? His guard's face went pale. That's tailed beast chakra. Lord Kinkaku-en. Retreat. I made the call instantly. All units evacuate the village immediately. No. But it was already too late. A tide of dark crimson chakra surged from the watchtower like a flood. Wherever it passed, buildings collapsed, shinobi screamed, and all life withered rapidly beneath that savage power. Kinkaku stood at the epicenter, his body beginning to swell and distort. His skin cracked, revealing dark red flesh beneath. His eyes transformed into pure beast pupils, and the tails behind him multiplied from 3 to 6. An incomplete tailed beast transformation. But even so, its power was enough to annihilate half of Kumogakure. Kill! Kinkaku howled at the heavens, his voice no longer human. Watch me. Watch how those who shed blood for this village were betrayed by it, and how they now destroy it. He opened his mouth wide, a dark crimson-tailed beast ball condensing before it. Just then, a bolt of golden lightning descended from the heavens, striking Kinkaku precisely on the head. This was no ordinary lightning release. It was the body flicker lightning strike, achieved by pushing the lightning release chakra mode to its absolute limit, elevating physical speed to its peak. Only one person in all of Kumogakure could perform it. The second Raikage. Kinkaku. A's figure materialized atop the watchtower, wreathed in golden lightning. Wake up. You'll destroy Kumogakure at this rate. Then let it be destroyed. Kinkaku roared, redirecting the tailed beast ball toward A. This village that betrayed us, this clan that abandoned us, they all deserve to die. The tailed beast ball was launched. A did not dodge. He activated his chakra mode with both hands, forming a colossal shield of blue lightning before him. Lightning released Thor's shield. The tailed beast ball collided with the lightning shield, erupting in blinding radiance. The shockwave rattled the entire watchtower, sending Kinkaku flying to crash into the rubble below. When the light faded, A knelt on one knee, his shield shattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But he had blocked it. Not enough. Kinkaku snarled, beginning to condense a second tailed beast ball. But this time A gave him no chance. Golden lightning coalesced in A's hand, forming the shape of a spear. He poured every ounce of his chakra into it, the weapon crackling with piercing thunder. Lightning released Thor's spear. The spear flew from his hand, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning that pierced straight through Kinkaku's chest. Time seemed to freeze. Kinkaku looked down at the hollow in his chest, then lifted his gaze to A. The madness in his eyes slowly dimmed. Brother! He spoke softly, his voice returning to its natural timbre. Then his massive form crashed to the ground. The dark crimson-tailed beast chakra began to dissipate, and the pillar of light atop the watchtower gradually faded. Below, the surviving Kumogaku shinobi stared in stunned silence, as if unable to believe the rebellion had ended so abruptly. A walk to Kinkaku's body, knelt down, and gently closed his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "But I must protect the village." In the distance, Ginkaku's anguished wail echoed. Arose to his feet, gazing toward that direction, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Guards!" "Yes." Several escorts immediately stepped forward. "Take Ginkaku alive," A commanded. "Lock him in the maximum security prison. Life sentence. And Lord Kinkaku's body. Bury him with honor." A turned and descended the watchtower. "As a jonin of Kumogaku. He too once shed blood for this village." "Yes." A walked down from the watchtower, gazing at the devastation that had befallen the village, drawing a deep breath. At that very moment, Ginkaku, who had appeared to have lost all ability, and could only roar in fury, suddenly flickered behind a claw coated in Ninetales chakra tore through A's chest, crushing his heart in a single strike. As the limp body hung from the claw, the tailed beast chakra receded from Ginkaku's form. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. For having endured the berserk Ninetales chakra, Ginkaku had long forfeited his right to live. The rebellion had ended, but the suffering of Kumogaku was only just beginning. Rebuilding the village, soothing the people, dealing with the aftermath of the rebellion, electing a new Raikage, and continuing peace talks with Konoha. The road ahead was long. A week later, at the border of the Land of Grass, the headquarters of the Shadow Bounty Office, Chinger sat in the control room, the water mirror technique before him displaying the latest images of Kumogaku. Reconstruction had begun, but progress was slow. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's funeral had been held 3 days prior with few attendees. "Kumogaku is essentially crippled." Fox Shadow stood to the side, analyzing. "This rebellion has cost Kumogaku at least a third of its jonin, destroyed over half its buildings, and brought its finances to the brink of collapse. Without 5 years they won't recover to pre-war levels." Chinger nodded. "And Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi seized the opportunity." Fox Shadow brought up another intel report. "After news of Kumogaku's rebellion reached Konoha, Hiruzen immediately issued a statement in his capacity as the third Hokage, expressing understanding of Kumogaku's internal difficulties, willingness to appropriately extend the peace talk deadline, and out of humanitarian considerations offering limited assistance." "Good political maneuvering," Chinger commented. On the surface it was a gesture of goodwill, but in reality it was pressure. Extending the peace talk deadline meant Kumogaku had to maintain border stability for a longer period. Offering assistance meant Konoha could use it to intervene in Kumogaku's internal affairs. And most importantly, this statement allowed Hiruzen to make his debut on the international stage as Hokage, showcasing his decisiveness and leadership. "What about the reactions of the major clans? For now they're all staying put," Fox Shadow said. "With such external pressure, internal infighting would be suicide." "Fugaku Uchiha has been very quiet lately, and the Hyuga have even publicly expressed support for the Hokage's decisions. The Akimichi Nara and Yamanaka clans stand with the Hokage as always." Chunga leaned back in his chair. It seemed Hiruzen was doing a fine job. Though young, he had sharp political instincts, and acted decisively, showing the demeanor of his master in his prime, as long as he didn't become foolish with age later. Konoha was stable for now. "Boss!" Tetsuman knocked and entered. "Kakuzu-sama has returned, and he brought a few people with him. Let him in." A few minutes later, Kakuzu, leaning on a cane, walked into the control room. Compared to a month ago, he looked more spirited, followed by 3 masked individuals. "Toibao-sama." Kakuzu bowed slightly. "Mission complete. These are recruits I gathered in the Land of Rain, all promising talents." He pointed to the first. "Mizuju, skilled in water release, and Genjutsu, former Kirigakure Anbu, defected due to opposition to the blood mist policy. The second. Genkin, an earth release specialist, former Iwagakure Explosion Corps member, forced to flee after being made a scapegoat by his superiors for a failed mission. The third. Kaze no Koa, sensory-type ninja, former Sunagakure intelligence officer, hunted for knowing too many secrets." The 3 knelt simultaneously on one knee. "We pay our respects to Toibao-sama." Chinger's gaze swept over them. Their chakra fluctuations were not weak, at least special jonin level. And from their eyes and posture they were all veterans who had faced life and death. "Rise," he said. "Since Kakuzu recommended you, I trust his judgment. Do you all know the rules of the bounty office?" "Yes," the 3 answered in unison. "Good." Chinger looked at Kakuzu. "How are things in the Land of Rain?" "Very bad." Kakuzu's expression turned grim. "Hanzo of the Salamander's grip on the Land of Rain is beyond imagination. And Hanzo seems intent on elevating the Land of Rain to great nation status, secretly recruiting many rogue ninja," Kakuzu said. "Continue surveillance, but don't tip them off," Chinger said. Our current strength is not enough to clash head-on with any organization. Understood. Kakuza nodded. Kakuza, take the new recruits to familiarize themselves with the place and arrange their quarters. Chenga stood up. Tetsuman, prepare. I'm going out for a few days. Where are you headed, boss? The land of iron, Chenga said. To meet an old friend. 3 days later at a hot spring inn in the land of iron. Tobirama Senju was in his room studying a post-war assessment report on Kumogakure which had just been delivered by Dwabao's bounty office. It detailed Kumogakure's losses, reconstruction plans, and development forecasts for the coming years. The report's final conclusion: Kumogakure would not pose a substantive threat to Konoha within the next 5 years, but precautions were needed against their adoption of extreme measures to divert internal conflicts. A knock at the door. Enter. Dwabao, wearing a dark silver mask, pushed the door open carrying a flask of sake. Tobirama-sama, you look like you're recovering well. Chunga sat down across from him and poured 2 cups of sake. Thanks to you. Tobirama put away the report. You know about Kumogakure? Just learned. Chenger took a sip. Ginkaku is dead, Kinkaku is dead, the second is dead too, Kumogakure is half crippled. For you and Konoha that's good news. Not necessarily. Tobirama shook his head. A weakened neighbor is more dangerous than a strong one. Weakness drives people to take desperate risks, to resort to extreme measures. So you think Kumogakure might start another war? Not in the short term, but in the long run it's hard to say. Tobirama looked at Dwabao. You didn't come here just for a drink, did you? Indeed. Chenger set down his cup. I'd like to invite you to join the Shadow Bounty Office. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. I thought I was already your client. Being a client and being a member are 2 different things, Chenger said. As a client you pay, we provide services. As a member you participate in decisions, share profits, and bear responsibilities. What would you have me do? Take charge, Chenger said bluntly. I need someone with strategic vision, familiar with all the great ninja villages and understanding the state of the shinobi world to guide the direction of the bounty office. And to stand at the front under a different identity. You are the most suitable person. Tobirama was silent for a moment. Why me? Because you have nowhere else to go. Chenga said. Return to Konoha. Your injuries haven't healed, going back would only be a burden. And Hiruzen has just found his footing, your appearance would only disrupt his rhythm. Go to another country. With your identity you'd invite suspicion and trouble wherever you go. He paused. But at the bounty office you can operate under a new identity, do what you want, continue to influence the course of the shinobi world, just from the shadows, not the spotlight. That made a lot of sense. Tobirama had to admit Dwabao's analysis was precise. He was indeed in an awkward position, alive but unable to return, influential but unable to use it directly. The role of the bounty office's public figurehead might be a good transition. What do I need to do? He asked. I need you to establish a new power in the open, perhaps a small ninja group. The bounty office will provide funds and other support from the shadows, but there must be no visible connection. And he looked out the window. You can continue to watch over Konoha and at critical moments help it in your own way. That last sentence struck a chord with Tobirama. He did need to observe Konoha. Hiruzen was doing well, but he was young and lacked experience. The Uchiha Hyuga and other major clans wouldn't stay docile forever. Border threats, though temporarily eased, were far from eliminated. If he could obtain intelligence through the bounty office and secretly safeguard Konoha. I accept, Tobirama finally said. But I have a few conditions. Please speak. First, I will not participate in any action against Konoha. Second, my true identity must be kept absolutely secret. No more than 3 people within the bounty office may know it. Third, I reserve the right to refuse any commission I deem immoral or harmful to the stability of the shinobi world. Agreed. Chenger nodded. Welcome aboard, Tobirama-sama. He produced a specially made mask from his robe, pure white without any pattern, only slits for the eyes. This is your identity token. From today onward your code name within the bounty office is White Crow. Tobirama took the mask and examined it. White Crow. A white crow, symbolizing both wisdom and ill omen. A fitting alias. Oh, by the way. Chenger turned to leave but paused. Don't worry about Konoha. Hiruzen is more capable than you think. Kagami Uchiha's eyes are receiving special treatment, and his condition is improving. Tsunade has been quite active in the medical unit lately, reportedly developing a new healing technique. He said it casually, but Tobirama caught the deeper meaning. Dwabao's knowledge of Konoha was suspiciously detailed. Not only did he know about Hiruzen, but also about Kagami's eyes and even Tsunade's activities. Just how many informants did this man have planted in Konoha? Or rather, who was he really? Dwabao. Tobirama called after him. Have we met before? Chung'er paused, a faint smile curling beneath his mask. Perhaps we have, perhaps we haven't, he said. In this shinobi world everyone wears a mask. What matters is what the person under the mask wants to do, not who they are. He pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor. Rest well, White Crow-sama. In 3 days someone will come to escort you to the bounty office headquarters. Then we'll discuss the next steps in detail. The door closed softly. Tobirama sat in the room staring at the white mask in his hand. After a long while he sighed. The shinobi world is indeed like this. Everyone wears a mask and plays a different role. It's just that some masks are worn for so long that one forgets their original face. He walked to the window and looked in the direction of Konoha, Hiruzen Kagami Tsunade, and all the people he knew. Please give me a little more time. Until I find a new path, until I prepare a new identity. I will return. In another way. Snow began to melt. Along the mountain road at the border of the grass country an unassuming carriage crept forward in the pale light of dawn. The driver was a scar-faced samurai from the Iron Country, the very same man who owned the hot spring inn. Inside the carriage Senju Tobirama lifted a corner of the cloth curtain and gazed outward at the increasingly familiar landscape. They were leaving the grass country behind, heading toward its frontier with the rain country. It was there that the Shadow Bounty Agency's headquarters, referred to by Takao as the Shadow Bounty Agency HQ, was concealed. Mr. White Crow, the samurai said softly over his shoulder, we approached the border checkpoint. Per Master Takao's instructions you must change your attire. Tobirama lowered the curtain and looked down at the garments laid upon the seat, a plain traveler's outfit in deep gray coarse woven and devoid of any clan or village insignia. Also included was a wide-brimmed conical hat, large enough to conceal most of his face. He dressed swiftly, carefully tucking his signature silver hair beneath the hat's shadow. Finally he donned the pure White Crow mask. The carriage halted before the checkpoint. 2 Iron Country samurai approached, inspected the travel documents, and waved them through without hesitation. Evidently Takao had already secured their passage. Beyond the checkpoint the scenery shifted abruptly. The Iron Country's austere stony terrain gradually gave way to the grass country's dense verdant forests. The air grew moist, scented with damp earth and greenery. We should arrive by dusk, the samurai remarked. Master Takao awaits you at the gate of Yomiai. The gate of Yomiai. Tobirama had heard of the place. 2 decades prior it had been the grass country's largest black market exchange, later abandoned after a large-scale raid. He had not expected it to become the Shadow Bounty Agency's headquarters. The carriage jostled along a forest trail. Tobirama leaned back inside, practicing hand seals with one hand. Though nerve damage in his left arm prevented him from executing complex high-speed seals, he could still manage simplified foundational ones. Water release, water disruption, wave. A slender stream coalesced briefly in his palm before dissipating. Enough, Tobirama thought. Though he could not yet employ Flying Thunder God or advanced techniques requiring 44 or more seals, basic water-based jutsu and sealing arts remained intact. Coupled with his decades of battlefield experience and profound mastery of ninjutsu, self-preservation seemed assured. After all, even the most rudimentary water release required no more than 4 or 5 seals, certainly not 40. More crucially, he was no longer Senju Tobirama, not the second Hokage. He was White Crow, a newly inducted member of a mysterious organization. With identity came transformation, and so too must his methods of combat. At dusk the carriage reached its destination, a valley hidden deep within the forest, its entrance veiled by thick vines and cloaked in illusionary barriers. The samurai halted the carriage at the valley's mouth. I may go no further. Someone will meet you inside. Tobirama stepped down and entered the valley. The moment he passed through the barrier he paused, slightly startled. Contrary to his expectation of a grim subterranean lair, the valley interior was orderly and meticulously structured. Wooden buildings rose tiered along the mountainside. At the center sprawled a spacious training ground where a dozen masked shinobi practiced with disciplined precision. In the distance stood storerooms, dormitories, and even a small herb garden. Welcome to the gate of Yomiai. A voice emerged from the side. Takao stepped from the shadows wearing a dark silver mask. Behind him walked 3 figures, a woman bearing a fox mask, a burly man clad in an iron mask, and an elderly man leaning on a cane, his face obscured by a broad-brimmed hat. Takao. Tobirama acknowledged with a nod. Allow me to introduce them, Takao said, gesturing behind him. Kijiko, the intelligence director; Tetsuman, the security director; and Kakuzu, well, he is one of our members. Kakuzu had appeared almost immediately after the Shadow Bounty Agency's founding. Though countless underground organizations existed, and initially multiple bounty agencies operated independently, Kakuzu's presence surfaced wherever commissions were posted. When Takao first noticed Kakuzu's name, he sought him out. Following a cordial negotiation, Kakuzu joined the agency, the sole member privy to Takao's true identity, having endured the encounter only by virtue of his vast experience and tenacity against wood release. Kakuzu raised his head, sharp calculating eyes peered from beneath his hat as he offered a slight nod. Mr. White Crow, long have I heard of you. His tone was neutral, yet Tobirama sensed scrutiny, an instinctive appraisal of strength, identity, and worth. The hallmark of a seasoned veteran. Kajiko will orient you and assign your quarters, Takao said. Tomorrow morning we shall convene in the council chamber to discuss our next steps. Understood. Kajiko stepped forward, gesturing politely. This way, Mr. White Crow. She led him across the training ground toward the eastern cluster of buildings. Along the path, masked agents moved silently, bowing respectfully or continuing their tasks without uttering a word. Discipline was absolute, efficiency palpable. How many reside here? Tobirama asked. 47 core members permanently stationed, Kajiko replied, and roughly 200 affiliated external contractors. Only 7 hold senior status: Master Takao, Master Kakuzu, Master Tetsunin, and 4 department heads, myself included. Now with your arrival 8. She halted before a 2-story wooden house. This is your residence. The ground floor houses a sitting room and study, the upper floor your bedroom. All essentials are provided. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call upon me. The dwelling was modest but immaculate. Even the study held shelves lined with scrolls and volumes, primarily intelligence dossiers on regional geography, history, and shinobi clan lineages. Master Takao instructed us to prepare these for you, Kajiko said. Dinner will be delivered shortly. Tomorrow at 9 I shall await you in the council chamber. She bowed and departed. Tobirama removed his hat and mask, settling into the study. Upon the desk lay a freshly compiled intelligence summary, dated that very morning. He opened it at random. In Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi had begun reforming the academy curriculum, introducing 2 new courses: tactical analysis and team coordination. Uchiha Kageme's ocular treatment progressed favorably. His vision had partially recovered. Tsunade's newly developed medical technique, palm healing art, had entered clinical trials. In Kumobikure, the Reikage election was scheduled for early next month. 3 candidates had emerged: the late Reikage disciple, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, and a female jonin nominated by the Elder Council. Their standings were nearly equal, making the outcome highly uncertain. In Iwagakure, Noki had formally assumed the title of Third Tsuchikage. His first decree ordered reinforced border defenses, particularly along the grass country frontier. In Sunagakure, Kazakage Seibo maintained his customary low profile, though Suna's Umbu had recently intensified covert operations, investigating something undisclosed. In Kirigakure, no confirmed sighting of the Third Mizukage had surfaced, and the Bloody Mist policy persisted unabated. Their intelligence network is remarkably extensive, Tobirama murmured, closing the scroll. To simultaneously track the movements of all 5 great shinobi villages surpassed even a mid-tier village's intelligence capacity, and arguably rivaled Konoha's own capabilities. Takao was indeed formidable. He moved to the window, watching the valley darken. Trainees dispersed from the grounds, lanterns flickered awake one by one across the settlement. It truly was an exceptional location, concealed, methodical, well-resourced. An ideal temporary sanctuary. Yet only temporary. Tobirama studied his left hand, slowly curling his fingers inward. He must adapt swiftly to this new identity, and to forging new power. Then, at the right moment, and by the right means, he would continue safeguarding all he held dear. Meanwhile, in Konoha's Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, reviewing the Uchiha clan's newly submitted police force reform proposal. Elegant in phrasing, its core demands were stark authority, funding, personnel. Your thoughts, he asked, turning to Danzo Shimura seated opposite. Danzo remained impassive. Grant nothing fully, nor reject outright. The Uchiha remained subdued, for now, due to Cloud's external pressure. Remove that pressure, and they will revert to old habits. So. Approve incrementally, Danzo replied. First authorize 10 additional officers and allocate limited funds. But impose a probationary period if crime rates decline and case resolution improves within 3 months. Further concessions may follow. A prudent strategy, balancing appeasement with restraint. Sarutobi nodded. Proceed accordingly. And regarding Kageme's eyes. The medical division's latest report. Danzo handed over a dossier. The specialized therapy succeeded, but at great cost. Kagami has regained 70% of his vision, yet his Sharingan's chakra capacity is permanently diminished. He can now manifest only the 3-tomo pattern, his Mangekyo abilities, effectively lost. Sarutobi fell silent. Kagami was among his generation's most gifted, and one of the few Uchiha whose loyalty to Konoha was unwavering. Such a loss struck Kagami personally weakened Konoha's standing and strained Uchiha village relations. Reassign him, Sarutobi decided at last. Transfer him from ANBU to the Intelligence Division, as Deputy Director. His intellect and experience suit him better for strategic work behind the scenes. Kagami will not welcome this. Nonetheless, it is the optimal course. Sarutobi rose and walked to the window. I cannot send him back onto the battlefield. A half-crippled Uchiha genius holds greater value to Konoha than a fallen Uchiha hero. Cruel, yet undeniably truthful. Danzo offered no rebuttal. Both men understood the Hokage's decisions weighed lives and futures, not sentiment. One more matter, Danzo added. Border patrols report unidentified shinobi activity near the grass country frontier over the past fortnight. Few in number, but elite, disciplined and methodical. Not wandering mercenaries. Which faction? Unknown. By description they wear masks, uniform garb and display rigorous training, reminiscent of a professional force cultivated by a single organization. Sarutobi frowned. Few entities in that region possess such capability. Hanzo of the Rain Country. Iron Country Samurai. Or perhaps, an emergent power. Maintain surveillance, but avoid provocation, Sarutobi instructed. Our priority remains the Cloud peace talks. Success there ensures border stability, and buys time to resolve other concerns. Understood. After Danzo departed, Sarutobi stood alone at the window gazing down at Konoha's luminous expanse. 2 months into his tenure, as Hokage, solitude still settled upon him each night like a heavy shawl. Every decision bore weight, determining thousands of lives. Every calculation shaped the village's destiny. Sensei, what would you have done? He recalled Tobirama's final gaze in the Thundercloud Canyon, calm, resolute, prepared to embrace death. Perhaps that was the essence of the Hokage title. To sacrifice when necessary, oneself, others, without flinching. Sarutobi drew a slow breath and returned to his desk, resuming his review of official documents. The road ahead stretched long, but he would walk it. 3 days later, at the gate of Yomiya in the grass country's borderlands, the council chamber convened. 8 figures sat around a rectangular wooden table. At the head sat Takao. To his left, Kakuzu Kajiko Tetsuman and 3 other department heads, the quartermaster Kozo, the medic Yakushu, and the instructor Kyoken. To his right sat White Crow Tobirama with the adjacent seat vacant. All present, Takao announced, his voice muffled by the mask. Today 3 matters require discussion. He turned to Tobirama. First, the formation of the new faction under Mr. White Crow's command. Kajiko, brief us. Kajiko rose and unfurled the scroll. Per Master Takao's directive and Mr. White Crow's specifications, we propose the following framework. The faction shall be named Dawnbreak, ostensibly an independent minor shinobi collective covertly backed by the agency. Initial strength capped at 20 members selected from external contractors meeting stringent criteria, chakra proficiency equivalent to at least Chunin rank, clean backgrounds, and no record of grave misconduct. As indicated on this map, operational zones will focus on the grass, rain, and river countries, accepting commissions for protection, reconnaissance, and bandit suppression. Its purpose to cultivate reputation and alliances while serving as both a public-facing front and an intelligence-gathering conduit for the agency. Might the name draw undue attention? Kakuzu interjected. A simple name stirs no waves, provided we begin quietly and deliberately. Personnel selection rests solely with Mr. White Crow, Takao declared, turning to Tobirama. Training and command likewise fall under your full authority. The agency provides funding, equipment, and intelligence support, but refrains from direct involvement in daily operations. Is this arrangement acceptable? Tobirama nodded. Acceptable. Thus resolved. Takao shifted focus. Second, the Cloud Reikage election. Kakuzu, you brief us. Kakuzu rose, leaning on his cane, voice gravelly. Latest intelligence indicates the late Reikage's disciple holds strongest advantage, young, powerful, widely admired among peers, and heir by lineage. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is temperate, lacking political ambition. The female candidate enjoys elder council backing, but gender remains a liability in Cloud. Will the disciple prevail? Tetsuman asked. Highly probable, Kakuzu replied. The concern lies in his stance toward Konoha. His master perished at Jinjaku's hands, and Jinjaku's rebellion was indirectly linked to Konoha given their original objective, sabotaging peace negotiations and assassinating Senju Tobirama. He will not blame Konoha, Tobirama stated calmly. He is rational, he knows the true enemy. Moreover, Cloud requires recovery, not renewed war. Yet negotiations may stall, Kajiko observed. A new Reikage often asserts authority through hardline posturing during talks. Then we adjust strategy, Takao said. Facilitating Konoha cloud reconciliation becomes a primary agency objective. Where necessary, we may extend assistance. What form? Yakusha asked. Removing obstructionist extremists. Providing mutually acceptable compromises. Engineering unforeseen circumstances compelling cooperation. The implication hung clear: the agency would intervene directly in great nation politics. Risky, Kakuzu cautioned plainly. The 5 villages possess formidable intelligence networks and retaliatory capacity. Exposure invites annihilation. Hence discretion is paramount, Takao countered. All actions must be layered with deniability, leaving zero traceable evidence. We do not seek to control negotiations, only to gently nudge them forward. He turned to Tobirama. Your assessment, Mr. White Crow. Feasible, but demands surgical precision, Tobirama reflected. I recommend a 3-phase approach. First, gather exhaustive profiles on all 3 candidates, focusing on vulnerabilities and ambitions. Second, during the election, discreetly signal goodwill to the disciple. If he favors peace talks, we offer targeted support. Third, recalibrate strategy post-election based on the outcome. A measured, pragmatic plan. Takao nodded. So be it. Kajiko, you oversee intelligence collection. Kakuzu, you liaise with cloud contacts. Affirmative. As the meeting adjourned, attendees filed out. Takao detained Tobirama. Mr. White Crow, please remain. Once the chamber emptied, Takao withdrew a small scroll from his robes. This is what you requested. Tobirama accepted it, unrolling the contents: Konoha's most recent classified intelligence, including internal reports accessible only to the Hokage. Sarutobi's reform proposals, clan movements, frontline deployments. How did you obtain this? Tobirama asked, brows furrowed. Through my channels, Takao replied. Rest assured, it is shared exclusively with you. I will never exploit it to endanger Konoha. Why assist me? Because we need each other. Takao moved to the window, observing trainees below. You require a hidden vantage from which to protect Konoha, while I require your wisdom and experience to grow the agency. This is mutual benefit. A candid admission. Tobirama rolled the scroll. Then, cooperation is welcome. Likewise, Takao said, turning away. By the way, when assembling Dawnbreak, keep an eye on certain individuals. I have compiled a list of promising talents currently at crossroads, vulnerable to recruitment. He proffered another scroll. Tobirama scanned it. 8 names appeared, each annotated: missing, mean, wandering shinobi, fallen nobles of minor states, even a former ANBU operative from another village. You anticipated this. A merchant always keeps inventory, Takao smiled. Work diligently, Mr. White Crow. I trust you'll forge a unit rivaling Konoha's ANBU. He exited the chamber, leaving Tobirama alone. Tobirama gazed at the list, then out the window. A new identity. A new unit. A new beginning. Perhaps this path could succeed. He secured the list, adjusted his mask, and stepped outside. On the training ground, fresh recruits paused mid-drill and bowed deeply. Lord White Crow. The title still felt unfamiliar, yet time was not scarce. From the valley's shadows, Takao, watching Tobirama stride toward the trainees, allowed a faint, knowing smile to curve beneath his mask. The plan advanced steadily. Tobirama built his force openly, the agency supported it covertly. Konoha stabilized under Sarutobi. Cloud neared a new breakage. The shinobi world entered a rare era of relative calm. A golden opportunity for growth. Takao intended to seize it, transforming the Shadow Bounty Agency into a power capable of reshaping the entire shinobi world. Then, when Black Zetsu re-emerged and dormant crises erupted, he would possess the strength to confront them. Wind swept through the valley, carrying distant scents. Takao lifted his gaze toward Konoha. Sister. Tsunade. Kagami. Sarutobi. Please wait just a little longer. Until I am ready. Until I wield sufficient power, I will return. In ways you cannot yet imagine. The spring sunlight filtered through scattered clouds, bathed the training grounds of Konoha, where the shouts of young ninjas sweating profusely rose and fell in waves. But within the Hokage's office the atmosphere was heavy. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the documents and looked at the 3 seated opposite him: Koharu Yudatane, Hamura Midokado, and Danzo Shimura, who had just returned from the border. Danzo, report on the border situation in detail. Danzo spread out a sketched map, his finger pointing at the border between the grass country and the rain country. That organization called Daybreak is expanding. According to the latest reconnaissance, they already have over 30 members, well trained and with strict discipline. Last week they completed a bodyguard mission for the daimyo of the river country with outstanding performance, earning official mission qualification. Have you cleared their background? Hamura Midokado pushed up his glasses. The surface leader's code name is White Crow, identity unknown. But clearly there is a larger force backing the organization. Before Danzo could finish, the office door was urgently knocked. An ANBU knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, urgent intelligence. Jonin Kagami Uchiha was attacked 5 kilometers outside the village downstream of the Naka River. There are signs of fierce fighting, but Kagami is missing. Missing? Hiruzen shot to his feet. What about the scene? Who was the enemy? The ANBU handed over a report. At the scene, a large amount of blood was found belonging to Kagami. Also, this. He unfolded an evidence bag containing a blood-stained forehead protector fragment, and a few strands of black hair clearly torn off during the struggle. Danzo's right hand clenched almost imperceptibly, then slowly relaxed. The wound under his right arm's bandages throbbed with pain. It was from the struggle with Kagami in the darkness half an hour ago. That crimson Sharingan, the source of power he had long coveted, was now sealed in a special container in a secret laboratory somewhere. Pity he only got one. Kagami at the last moment had destroyed the nerve socket of his left eye, preventing the Sharingan from being fully extracted. But no matter. One was enough. Combined with the Hashirama cell's research data he had stolen from the ANBU's secret archives. Danzo. Hiruzen's voice pulled him back to reality. What are you thinking? I am thinking. Danzo spoke slowly, his voice unnervingly steady. That an enemy capable of attacking a Jonin near Konoha and making him vanish is no ordinary foe. Hiruzen, this is likely connected to Daybreak. They have been active near the border recently, and he paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. According to an informant I planted in the Bounty Hunter Guild, a mysterious figure codenamed Duobao has been secretly gathering intelligence on the bloodline limits of various ninja villages. The Uchiha clan Sharingan is one of his targets. This statement was half-truth. Duobao was indeed collecting bloodline intel, but Danzo concealed the most crucial part. He had struck first. The wound on his right arm needed the power of the Sharingan to balance the erosion of Hashirama cells, and his envy of Uchiha power had taken root in his heart for years. Organize a search team immediately. Hiruzen ordered. Koharu, you are in charge of the medical support unit, ready to treat at any time. Hamura, coordinate the sensory squad. Danzo. He looked at his old friend. Take the ANBU elites to track them down. Find Kagami, alive or dead. Understood. Danzo turned and left a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, 7 kilometers outside Konoha, inside a hidden cave, Kagami Uchiha lay on a makeshift blanket, a ghastly blood hole where his left eye had been, the blood already dried. His breathing was weak and rapid, his chakra turbulent like a stormy sea. 5 more minutes and he would have been dead. Chung'er was stabilizing Kagami's injuries with a complex sealing technique. His fingers traced pale blue trajectories in the air, each seal inscription merging into Kagami's body. At the cave entrance, Tobirama stood silently still, wearing the white crow mask. His perception had extended to its maximum range, ensuring no pursuers approached. Danzo's technique was professional, Chung'er said in a low voice. He used a modified cursed binding technique that destroys the host while extracting the Sharingan. Kagami's left optic nerve is completely destroyed, and the right eye's pupil power has lost nearly 40% due to backlash. Can he survive? Tobirama's voice came through the mask, carrying suppressed anger. Yes, but it will take time. Chung'er completed the last seal, letting out a long breath. I use Soul Vein Seal to temporarily lock his chakra flow, preventing the Sharingan's backlash from further corroding his body. But real treatment requires returning to the base with better equipment. He turned to Tobirama. Are you sure you want to do this? Saving Kagami means directly opposing Danzo and even the entire Konoha ANBU. Kagami is my disciple. Tobirama's voice held no hesitation. When I taught him back then, I promised to protect him and his clan. Now Danzo is willing to harm comrades for power. This shows that the root of Konoha has rotted. He walked to Kagami's side, looking at the pale face drained by blood loss. This young man, once full of ideals, now had only a hollow wound where his left eye should be. And, Tobirama continued, if Danzo dares to lay hands on Kagami, he will dare to do the same to others. Hiruzen is too soft-hearted. Koharu and Hamura lack decisiveness. Konoha needs a force that can check Danzo from the shadows. Chung'er was silent for a moment. He recalled the moment on the way to the scene when he had confessed his identity to Tobirama. Second brother, there is something I must tell you. Chung'er had suddenly spoken while racing through the forest. My true identity can only be known by a few of us now. Tobirama's pace did not falter. He only replied calmly. I guessed as much. From the moment you rushed here upon hearing about Kagami, I had my suspicions. I just didn't think you could survive that situation. You're not surprised. Not surprised. Ever since you made that bet with me and stepped down from Konoha's management, I had a feeling this day would come. Tobirama's voice was surprisingly calm. And no matter who you are, Chinger, as long as it's you, that's enough. At that moment, Chinger finally understood why Tobirama could so quickly accept Daybreak, this organization operating in the gray zone. Because Tobirama had never seen identity, he saw essence. The tracking team is almost here, Tobirama suddenly said. 3 squads, 12 people led by Danzo's trusted root ninja. They will arrive in 10 minutes. Chinger immediately carried Kagami on his back. Which route? East through the swamp area of the Forest of Death. The poisonous miasma there will interfere with sensory ninjutsu. Tobirama quickly formulated a plan. You take Kagami first. I'll stay behind to set up some gifts. Be careful. Chinger disappeared into the cave entrance with Kagami. Tobirama meanwhile swiftly formed hand seals, creating dozens of shadow clones inside and outside the cave. They began setting traps, not lethal ones but deceptive fake footprints, misleading blood trails, disrupted chakra residues. When the last ANBU squad tracked to the cave, they found only an empty cavern and dozens of traces leading in different directions. Captain, the traces are too chaotic to determine where they went. The root ninja captain knelt down, carefully examining the ground. Under his mask his brow was furrowed. Such a method, such a thorough disruption of tracking was beyond the ability of ordinary rogue ninja. Split into 3 groups, each tracking one direction. Signal when you find the target. Do not engage alone. Yes. The ANBU scattered and departed. And 100 meters above them in the treetops, Tobirama silently lurked, waiting until all pursuers were out of sight before disappearing without a trace. Konoha Hokage's office. Still no news. Hiruzen stood by the window, his voice tired. Koharu Yutane shook her head. The sensory squad lost all traces at the edge of the Forest of Death. Kagami's chakra signal is completely gone. Hamura Mitokado pushed up his glasses. 2 possibilities. 1. Kagami is. 2. Someone used a high-level sealing technique to block his chakra. Given the amount of blood at the scene, the latter is unlikely. The office door opened and Danzo entered. His expression was grave and the bandages on his right arm seemed tighter than usual. My tracking team also lost them. Danzo's voice carried a hint of frustration. The enemy set up a large number of misleading traps in the Forest of Death with at least 5 Jonin-level clones active simultaneously. This was not a spontaneous attack but a premeditated rescue or kidnapping. You think Kagami is still alive? Hiruzen turned around. Uncertain. Danzo walked to the map, his finger pointing at the Forest of Death. But if he is alive, then the one who took him must be connected to Daybreak. Only an organization of that caliber could pull off such an operation right under Konoha's nose. He paused and looked at Hiruzen. And I suspect that behind Daybreak there is someone we know. What do you mean? Their tactical style, their operational patterns. Remind me of someone. Danzo's voice turned low. Someone who should have died. Hiruzen's pupils contracted slightly. You mean? Just a guess. Danzo didn't finish, but the implication was clear. The office fell into silence. Outside the window the sun was setting and the lights of Konoha were being lit one by one. But this night no one would sleep peacefully. 3 days later, deep in the Death's Mouth Valley at the border of the grass country. Inside the medical room, Kagami Uchiha slowly opened his eyes. The vision in his right eye was blurry and distorted, his left eye was in eternal darkness. He tried to raise his hand but found himself completely weak. Don't move. Your body hasn't recovered yet. A voice came from beside him. Kagami turned his head with difficulty and saw a person wearing a dark silver mask sitting by the bed holding a medical report. Who are you? Kagami's voice was hoarse. Where am I? You can call me Duobao. This is the base of Daybreak. Chinger put down the report. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Your left eye was forcibly removed, the optic nerve completely destroyed beyond repair. The right eye's Sharingan lost 37% of its pupil power due to backlash, but after treatment it should retain basic insight and copying abilities. Kagami's breathing quickened as memories flooded back. The mission handover point, Danzo's sudden appearance, the unfair battle, the Sharingan opening on Danzo's right arm, and the agony at the final moment. Danzo! Kagami's right hand clenched. He took my eyes. I know. Chinger said calmly. We also know that he is secretly researching Hashirama's cells. Your Sharingan is a tool for him to balance the cell erosion. Why? Kagami's voice was filled with pain. We were comrades. He was a high-ranking official of Konoha. Because people's hearts change. Another voice spoke. Tobirama, wearing the white crow mask, walked into the medical room. He looked at Kagami, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Danzo's thirst for power has surpassed his loyalty to comrades. And Hiruzen's indulgence, Koharu and Hamura's hesitation allowed this distortion to breed. Kagami looked at the masked man, suddenly feeling a strange familiarity. That feeling of chakra, that tone of voice. Who are you? Tobirama did not answer but removed his mask. When he saw that face, Kagami's breath stopped. His right eye, the damaged Sharingan, activated involuntarily, the three tomos spinning painfully as if trying to confirm that this was not an illusion. Second Hokage-sama. Kagami's voice trembled. But you have already died. Yes, in the eyes of the world, Tobirama Senju is dead. Tobirama walked to the bedside, his voice low. But the one standing before you now is also Tobirama Senju. The reasons are complicated. You just need to know that I have returned and I have seen the darkness of Konoha. He paused. Kagami, you now have two choices. First, we send you back to Konoha, but Danzo will surely strike at you again and Hiruzen cannot protect you. Second, stay here and join Daybreak. We will heal your wounds, train you to fight with one eye, and then give you a chance to demand justice from Danzo with your own hands. Kagami closed his eyes. The hollow of his left eye throbbed with pain, the pain of betrayal, the pain of having a part of himself torn away. He thought of the Uchiha clan, of his fellow clansmen whose Sharingan were coveted. If Danzo dared to harm him, then the other Uchiha's Sharingan. I choose to stay. Kagami opened his right eye, the crimson Sharingan's three tomos slowly turning. But I have one condition: when I seek revenge against Danzo, you cannot stop me. We will not stop you. Tobirama put his mask back on. Because we have a common enemy. Danzo has not only betrayed you but also all the ideals I taught him. Chenga stood up. Rest well. Rehabilitation training begins in a week. Kagami, welcome to Daybreak. The two left the medical room, leaving Kagami alone on the hospital bed. His right hand slowly rose, touching the bandage over his left eye. The pain was still there, but something new was growing in his heart, not despair but resolve. In the corridor, Chinga and Tobirama walked side by side. Are you really sure? Chinga asked. Letting Kagami join means formally opposing Danzo, and even Konoha. The existence of the Sharingan cannot be hidden. Konoha is no longer the ideal village, my brother, and I found it. Tobirama's voice carried deep weariness. When the higher-ups begin to plunder the power of their comrades, the village is already sick. And sometimes curing an illness requires strong medicine. He looked at Chinga. As for you, after telling me the truth, aren't you afraid of my reaction? You are Tobirama Senju, Chinga said flatly. You always see things rationally and realistically. I am Dwabao, the founder of Daybreak. That is more important to you than what other role I am. Tobirama showed a rare hint of a smile. You really do know me well. The two walked to the base's control center. In the water mirror technique, multiple images were displayed: Konoha strengthening border patrols, Danzo conducting forbidden experiments in a secret lab, a secret meeting in the Iron Country, Cloud ninjas preparing for elections. What's next? Chinga asked. Continue developing Daybreak. Tobirama looked at the world in the water mirror. Cultivate strength, gather intelligence, and wait for the right moment. Danzo's ambition will not stop here. When he moves again, we must have enough power to respond. And Kagami. He will become Daybreak's sharpest blade. Tobirama's gaze was profound. Hatred toward Danzo, guilt toward the Uchiha, and desire for power, these will drive him to become stronger. And we only need to guide this force in the right direction. Outside, the night was deep. In the Death's Mouth Valley, members of Daybreak were training under the moonlight, their masks gleaming coldly. This was an organization growing in the shadows, an alliance of traitors, exiles, and idealists. Their goal was to change this increasingly distorted ninja world. In distant Konoha, Danzo stood in his laboratory, staring at the crimson Sharingan and the culture tank. His right arm throbbed with pain, the rejection of Hashirama's cells. More experiments are needed, he muttered to himself. More data, more samples. The Uchiha's Sharingan the Senjus would release. When these powers are united in one body, I can truly protect Konoha. The lab lights reflected his twisted shadow. The shadow stretched long on the wall like some monstrous clawing creature. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen stayed awake all night. He looked out at the nightscape of Konoha, his heart filled with unease. Kagami's disappearance, Danzo's abnormality, the daybreak on the border, and the vague suspicion. Teacher, if you are truly alive, Hiruzen whispered to himself, why don't you come back? Why act in the shadows? No one answered him. Only the night wind passed through the window, carrying the scent of distant lands. The undercurrents of the ninja world were silently surging. And all who were swept into it would face choices: light or darkness, ideals or reality, protection or plunder. The answers would only gradually reveal themselves over time. Uchiha Jing stood at the edge of the Yumingji-ko training ground, his right eye covered by a newly made black eye patch. 2 weeks had passed since he lost his left eye, but every time he blinked his brain still tried to receive non-existent visual signals from the darkness. "It's normal not to be used to it," a voice came from behind. Jing turned to see Ching-Er wearing a dark silver mask standing with arms crossed. "It takes 3 to 6 months for the brain to rebuild spatial perception models." Ching-Er walked to Jing's side and handed him a specially crafted shuriken. "Until then, the precision of all your ninjutsu will drop by 30 to 40. More importantly, you've lost the wide-angle vision of the Sharingan, and your blind spots have increased." Jing took the shuriken. It was lighter than the ones he used before, slightly different in shape, with the center of gravity shifted forward, more suitable for single-eye aiming. "This is one of the standard equipment of Dawn," Ching-Er said. "The edges have a micro-wind release formula allowing you to adjust the trajectory after throwing. It will help in your current situation." Jing gripped the shuriken, feeling the texture on the metal surface. Over the past 2 weeks he had gradually learned about this organization, 37 members all wearing masks addressing each other by code names. Training grounds, medical rooms, intelligence centers, living quarters. The base, hidden deep in the valley, was surprisingly well equipped. What surprised him even more was the organization's operating model. There was no strict hierarchy, all decisions were made jointly by the ones codenamed Baya and Duo Bao, while other members could offer suggestions. Task rewards were distributed according to contribution, and no one was forced to take on a mission. This was completely different from the ninja organizations he knew. "Baya wants to see you," Ching-Er said. "In the third training room." The third training room was a completely dark space. When Jing pushed the door open, the walls around him suddenly lit up with a soft blue glow, not from lights but from some kind of jutsu formula embedded in the walls. Fei Jian, wearing the Baya mask, stood in the center of the training room. Dozens of tiny glowing specks floated around him, each moving slowly. "After losing one eye, your biggest weakness isn't impaired vision but the reconstruction of balance and distance perception." Fei Jian's voice echoed in the empty training room. "Conventional ninja training has no targeted methods for this. But I have studied the Uzumaki clan sealing technique texts, which record a technique that uses chakra perception to compensate for the loss of sight." He raised his hand and a light speck flew toward Jing. Jing instinctively sidestepped to dodge, but the speck still grazed his shoulder. "Too slow," Fei Jian said. "Your body is still relying on the reflexes of binocular vision. From now on you need to completely forget that fighting style." More specks began to move, gradually increasing in speed. Jing struggled to dodge them. His right eye's field of vision was limited and he had to turn his head frequently to compensate for the blind spots. "Don't turn your head." Fei Jian's command was concise and stern. "Turning your head takes 0.3 seconds, enough time for an enemy to kill you 3 times. Use chakra to perceive. Your skin, your hair, the air around you, all are your eyes." Jing closed his eyes. For the first few seconds he completely lost his sense of direction. 3 light specks consecutively hit his chest, shoulder, and abdomen. But gradually a vague perception began to form in his mind, not vision but a kind of outline. The flow of air, subtle changes in temperature, fluctuations in chakra. He took a step to the left, and a light speck brushed past him. He rolled to the right, dodging 2 that attacked from both sides. As he rose, he raised his hand and caught another that came from behind. The training room fell silent. All the floating specks stopped. "Not bad." There was a hint of approval in Fei Jian's voice. "It took you 11 minutes to establish basic perception. The Uchiha bloodline truly has its merits." Jing opened his eyes and found himself drenched in sweat. The brief period of fighting with his eyes closed had consumed as much mental energy as a real life-or-death battle. "What kind of jutsu is this?" "It's not a jutsu but a technique." Fei Jian waved his hand and all the specks vanished. "Every ninja has chakra perception ability, but most people rely too heavily on their 5 senses and neglect this instinct. You are now forced to develop it. It's both a bad thing and a good thing." He walked up to Jing. "Starting today you will train in perception for 6 hours a day. After 2 weeks I will teach you how to combine this perception with your Sharingan. Although a single-eye Sharingan has a limited field of view, its dynamic vision and insight remain intact. If you can coordinate it with 360-degree chakra perception." Fei Jian didn't finish, but Jing understood his meaning. A new way of fighting. A way that no longer relies on the eyes but uses the entire body to see. "Why are you helping me?" Jing suddenly asked. "I've only been in Dawn for 2 weeks, Sen. I was once a ninja of Konoha. Don't they suspect me?" The eyes behind the Baya mask calmly gazed at him. For a moment Jing felt that gaze was unsettling. "They did suspect you," Fei Jian said frankly. That's why for the first week all your actions were under surveillance. When you slept, ate, or even went to the medical room to change dressing, someone was watching in the shadows. And now they temporarily trust you. Fei Jian turned and walked toward the door. Because every time you wake up from a nightmare you shout Tuan Tsang's name. Hatred is sometimes more reliable than loyalty, especially when facing a common enemy. The door opened and closed. Jing stood alone in the training room, his right hand slowly clenching into a fist. Yes. Hatred. Hatred toward Tuan Tsang, hatred for the pain of having his eye taken, hatred for betrayal. These emotions would drive him to become stronger, strong enough to reclaim everything he had lost with his own hands. Outside the training room, in the small meeting room at the end of the corridor, Ching Er was already waiting. When Fei Jian pushed open the door, Ching Er was organizing a scroll of intelligence. How is Jing's training progressing? Ching Er asked without looking up. Faster than expected. Fei Jian took off his mask and placed it on the table. The talent of the Uchiha ninja is indeed outstanding. Losing one eye was a heavy blow to him, but it also forced him to develop new potential. The potential of hatred. Ching Er put down the scroll, his dark silver mask turning toward Fei Jian. But have you considered that Jing's misfortune is actually a microcosm of the Uchiha clan's situation in Konoha? Fei Jian sat down on a chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. What are you trying to say, Ching Er? I'm saying that Jing's eye being taken by Tuan Tsang was not an accident. Ching Er's voice became serious. It is an inevitable result of Konoha's high-level long-term vigilance and suppression of the Uchiha. And the source of all this, second brother, can be traced back in part to your policies and attitudes. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. Go on. Fei Jian's voice was calm, but his fingers stopped tapping the table. When Konoha was founded, the Uchiha were the second largest clan, second only to the Senju. Ching Er stood up and paced slowly in the room. But in the village's power structure, the Uchiha were always marginalized. During the era of the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara left. During your tenure you established the Konoha military police force, nominally giving the village's security to the Uchiha, but in reality it bound them to fixed duties for easier surveillance. Fei Jian finished the sentence, a trace of weariness in his voice. I know. The establishment of the military police force was indeed a double-edged sword. It gave the Uchiha honor and responsibility, but also isolated them from ordinary villagers. The villagers saw the Uchiha as strict enforcers of the law, not as comrades protecting the village. Ching Er stopped by the window, his back to Fei Jian. And that's not all. The duties of the military police force made the Uchiha bear all the resentment from law enforcement, while the real political decision-making power always remained in the hands of the Hokage and his advisory council. The Uchiha were excluded from the core decision-making level generation after generation. My original intention in establishing the military police force was to have the Uchiha earn trust through serving the village. Fei Jian closed his eyes. I wanted them to prove their loyalty, to give them a way to integrate into the village. But the result was counterproductive. Ching Er turned around. Trust is not built through isolation and surveillance. When you placed the Uchiha in a special position, you already tacitly acknowledged that they were special, not in a noble sense but in a way that required vigilance. He walked to the table and spread out a piece of intelligence. Look at these. After Jing's incident, I had Jiao Du gather Konoha's open and covert policies toward the Uchiha. Over the past 5 years, the Uchiha clan compound was placed at the farthest edge of the village. Uchiha ninja mission records were subject to extra scrutiny. The approval rate for Uchiha applying to enter the Umbu was only 1/3 of that of other clans. Even Uchiha children at the Ninja Academy were given special attention by their teachers. Fei Jian picked up the intelligence and flipped through it page by page. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Some of these policies were made by me, some were continuations made during the era of Hiruzen. He put down the documents, his voice low. But I didn't expect it to develop to this extent. Because discrimination and vigilance breed themselves. Ching Er sat back in his chair. Once it starts, it creates inertia. High-level officials are wary of the Uchiha. The Uchiha feel the wariness and become more closed off. The Uchiha's isolation makes high-level officials even more wary. It's a vicious cycle. He paused, and the eyes behind the mask stared directly at Fei Jian. And Jing's misfortune is the first spark that erupts in this vicious cycle. Tuan Tsang dared to attack a Uchiha Jonin not because he was personally bold and reckless, but because the overall atmosphere of Konoha gave him confidence. The Uchiha were objects requiring surveillance, so taking their Sharingan in Tuan Tsang's twisted logic might have become acquiring strategic resources for the village. Absurd. Fei Jian's palms slammed onto the table. The Uchiha are one of the founders of Konoha. Jing is my disciple. How dare Tuan Tsang? No matter how you think he dared, the fact is he has already done so. It is precisely because the Uchiha. His standing in Konoha is already nominal. Chang'er's voice was chillingly calm. Second brother, think about it. If the Hyuga clan's main house had been attacked, would Danzo have dared? If the Byakugan had been stolen, would Hiruzen have merely sent out a few search parties? Tobirama fell silent. He recalled Hiruzen's reaction after Kageme's disappearance. Concern, yes, but without the righteous fury and decisiveness that should have been there. The search dwindled after just a few days, and now few within Konoha even mentioned it anymore, as if Uchiha Kagami were merely an ordinary missing nin. Based on my analysis, Chang'er continued, tracing several arrows on the map with his finger. If Konoha's policy of vigilance toward the Uchiha continues, and if hawkish factions like Danzo's continue to grow, then within at most 20 years the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha will erupt completely. And by then... He paused. What will happen then? Tobirama asked. Chang'er was silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. Then the Uchiha may be wiped out. What? Tobirama shot to his feet. Impossible. The Uchiha are one of Konoha's strongest clans. Even if conflict arises, it would be political infighting. How could it possibly? How could they be annihilated? Chang'er interrupted him. Because when suspicion festers to its peak, when both sides lose trust, when someone like Danzo decides the Uchiha are a threat that must be eliminated, bloodshed will occur. And once it starts, it will spiral to the most extreme outcome. He looked at Tobirama's shocked face and continued. I've studied history, Tobirama. When a group is systematically marginalized, watched, and excluded from the core of power, they have only two paths: either submit completely and lose their identity, or rebel, establish a new order, or be crushed. And the Uchiha's pride and bloodline ensure they will never choose the first path. The conference room held only the sound of their breathing. After a long silence, Tobirama sat back down and buried his face in his hands. It's my fault. His voice came through his fingers thick with pain and self-reproach. I established the police force, I created those policies. I thought I was protecting the village, giving the Uchiha a chance. But I was actually pushing them toward the abyss. It's not entirely your fault. Chang'er said, his voice softening. The limitations of the era, the limitations of understanding. And you did try to balance things. You took Kagami as your disciple, you fought for the Uchiha's interests in high-level meetings, including when I suggested bringing in other clans to share the burden. But good intentions aren't enough, the force was too weak and it couldn't overcome the inertia of the entire system. And after Hiruzen took over, he completely replaced the members of other clans. On the surface it was devolving power, but in reality it was the final stone that sealed the path to survival. Tobirama lowered his hands, light reigniting in his eyes. But now I know. Since I know, I cannot stand by and do nothing. The Uchiha cannot be annihilated. Kagami's tragedy must not be repeated on more Uchiha. What do you plan to do? Chang'er asked. Rush back to Konoha now and abolish all restrictions on the Uchiha. That would only expose your identity, and Hiruzen may not listen. Danzo would certainly exploit it. Of course I won't do that. Tobirama stood and walked to the map. Change takes time, strategy, and power. Right now dawn is our way to accumulate strength. He pointed to several locations on the map. First, we must continue developing the organization and cultivate enough influence. Second, we must gather more evidence of Danzo's persecution of the Uchiha and his forbidden research. Finally, he turned his gaze resolute. We must intervene at the critical moment. When the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha is about to erupt, we must have enough strength to prevent the tragedy, or at least save the innocent. You want to save the entire Uchiha clan? Chang'er's voice carried a hint of astonishment. That's nearly impossible. The Uchiha's internal problems, Konoha's external pressure, an ambitious man like Danzo. Difficult but not impossible. Tobirama said. We need allies, intelligence, and a detailed plan. And we have an advantage. He looked toward the training room. We have Kagami. He is a genius of the Uchiha, a former Konoha Jonin and an avenger who hates Danzo. He will become our bridge to the Uchiha. Chang'er pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. All right. Since you've decided, I'll support you. But Tobirama, you must understand this path will be long and hard, and we may face the most difficult moral choices, for example protecting Konoha or protecting the Uchiha. When the two conflict, what will you choose? Tobirama was silent. He had pondered this question many years ago, but had never found a perfect answer. I will find a third path, he finally said. A path that allows the Uchiha to truly integrate into Konoha while protecting the village's safety. Maybe it's naive, but this is what I owe the Uchiha, what I owe Kagami, what I owe those Uchiha clan members who trusted me. Chang'er did not argue. He knew that it was precisely this kind of stubborn naivety that made the seemingly rational Tobirama Senju the true Tobirama Senju, not merely a character constructed by something artificial. Then let's start with what's in front of us. Chang'e stood. We need to intensify Kageme's training. Also, I've received intelligence that Cloud is secretly purchasing samples of the first Hokage's cells. The transport route passes through the Land of Iron's border. I've already sent Goose Team to intercept Hashirama's cells. Tobirama's eyes sharpened. More of that forbidden research. Danzo is researching them and Cloud wants to get their hands on them too. Chang'e, after the interception, destroy all samples. Leave none. Understood. The two left the conference room. At the end of the corridor, the training room door opened and Kagami emerged. Under his black eye patch, the gaze from his right eye was far more resolute than 2 weeks ago. He looked at the approaching figures. Tobirama wearing the white crow mask and Chang'e with his dark silver mask. Kagami, Tobirama began. Starting tomorrow, double your training time. You must regain Jonin level combat power in 3 months and reach elite Jonin level in 6. Can you do it? Kagami knelt on one knee. Yes, White Crow-sama. I will use all my time and life to become stronger. Not to become stronger for revenge, Tobirama corrected him. To become stronger for protection. Protect yourself, protect your future comrades, and protect your clan. Kagami looked up, a flicker of confusion in his right eye quickly replaced by resolve. I understand. Tobirama nodded and left with Chang'e. The corridor was left with only Kagami. He stood touching the eye patch over his left eye. The pain was still there, but beneath the pain something new was sprouting. Not only hatred but a more complex, heavier sense of responsibility. Konoha Root's secret laboratory. Danzo stood before a cultivation tank, the bandages on his right arm already unwound. On his pale arm 3 scarlet Sharingan were neatly arranged, all currently closed. The skin of his arm showed an unnatural grayish blue covered with faint wood grain textures. The erosion rate of Hashirama's cells is 23 faster than expected. A masked researcher reported in a low voice. The Yin chakra of the Sharingan can slow the erosion, but cannot stop it completely. At the current rate, your right arm will be fully lignified in at most 3 months. Danzo looked at his arm expressionlessly. What about the experimental subject data? Subject 17 survived 6 days after implanting the Sharingan. Cause of death was chakra rampage. Subject 22 survived the rejection reaction, but the Sharingan could not be activated normally. The most successful so far is Subject 31, who successfully awakened a single Tomo Sharingan and maintained it for 12 hours but then showed symptoms of mental breakdown. Cause: the Sharingan's spiritual bond with its host is too deep. The researcher pulled up a data file. Forcible transplantation causes memory fragments to erode the host's consciousness. Unless the host possesses a powerful spirit or has a blood relation or emotional connection with the original owner of the eye. Danzo was silent. He stroked the eye on his right arm that belonged to Uchiha Kagami, the only one that had been successfully transplanted and stabilized. Was it because Kagami was a fellow villager? Or because when he took it Kagami was still alive and the eye still retained the chakra imprint of its original owner? The Uchiha bloodline, Danzo murmured. If only I could have more Uchiha experimental subjects. No, if I could obtain the voluntary cooperation of Uchiha clan members. But he quickly suppressed the thought. Not yet. Hiruzen weak would not allow him to act against ordinary Uchiha clan members. Unless the Uchiha did something outrageous first, giving him an excuse. Continue the experiments, Danzo finally said. Also increase surveillance on the Uchiha compound. I want to know every detail of their high-level meetings, every abnormal move. Yes. After the researcher withdrew, Danzo stood alone in the laboratory. He raised his right arm and all 3 Sharingan opened simultaneously, their scarlet pupils eerily vivid in the dim light. Power. This was the feeling of power. But it wasn't enough. Far from enough. The laboratory door suddenly knocked. Danzo-sama, the Hokage requests your presence in his office. Emergency meeting. Danzo quickly wrapped the bandages around his right arm. Understood. As he left the laboratory, he had already resumed his calm, stern demeanor of Shimura Danzo. No one could see the eyes stirring beneath the bandages nor detect the darkness growing in his heart, the craving for more Sharingan, the pursuit of more complete power. And he did not know that far away in the valley of the netherworld mouth 2 men who had once founded Konoha were silently gathering strength to stop his darkest plan. Time slipped like a white steed across a crevice. 21 years had passed since the founding of Konoha, and summer had arrived once more. Beneath a brooding sky, the village hidden in the rain revealed its singular oppressive silhouette, a forest of towers either built of wood nor stone alone but forged from somber steel and coarse masonry, crisscrossed by countless pipes, thick and slender alike, forming a vast intricate drainage network. Here spring sunlight was unknown, only an eternal downpour veiled the land, bleaching all color into cold ashen monotony. Within the tallest tower at the village's heart, Sanzobi Hanzo stood before a watchtower window, his breath steady and muted behind his respirator mask. Though over 40, the jagged scar that carved diagonally from his temple to his jawline appeared in the dim ambient light like a trench etched deep into weathered earth. He gazed down upon his domain, the silent rain-slicked steel edifices, and swept his eyes across the training grounds where shinobi moved in wordless, unrelenting rigor. "How proceeds the expansion project?" His voice emerged from behind the mask, cold, metallic, unyielding. A Rain Village jonin knelt on one knee. 3 new eastern watchtowers have been completed, each constructed with double-layered steel walls that conceal bunkers, are equipped to deploy toxic gas on command. The western defensive wall has been reinforced, and newly installed floodgates conceal off-access routes at a moment's notice. Hanzo gave a slight nod. For 3 years he had not indulged in grandiose constructions, no so-called modern armories, as some outsiders speculated. Instead, every resource had been channeled into fortifying defenses and honing the shinobi's discipline and skill. The architecture of Amigekyo was inherently austere and functional. Those massive exposed pipes served not merely drainage but, when necessity demanded, could become integral components of a three-dimensional battlefield or lethal trap. The training camp. Hanzo's words were terse. The 7th cohort completed their graduation trials yesterday, with a 76 pass rate. 3 orphans displayed exceptional aptitude and have, per your directive, been assigned to the Special Observation Unit. The jonin paused, then added, 3 years ago you found them amid the ruins along the border. He had taken them in, not out of compassion alone, but subjected them to the harshest regimen, investment and surveillance intertwined. Increase the difficulty of their missions, but constrain casualty risk. Hanzo commanded. I intend to witness their true worth, not in drills but in war. Yes, sir. The jonin withdrew, leaving Hanzo alone in the lofty tower. He strode slowly to the opposite wall where a vast map of the shinobi world hung. The land of rain resembled a wedge driven deep into the contested tri-bordered junction of fire, wind, and earth. This geography granted Amigekyo unique strategic weight, yet also rendered it the most vulnerable theater in great power conflicts, less a sovereign stronghold, more a sacrificial pawn. The horrors of the last shinobi world war remained seared into memory. As one of the primary battlefields, Amigekyo endured unimaginable devastation. Countless civilians and shinobi perished, leaving behind orphans stripped of everything. Hanzo's finger pressed heavily upon the map squarely over the land of rain. Weakness invites annihilation. An iron law of the shinobi world. Rain could no longer afford mere survival in the cracks between empires. He required power, not merely for conquest but power that would compel the 3 great nations to hesitate before igniting war upon his soil. Expansion need not be waged with swords alone. Through tightened border control, absorption of rogue shinobi, cultivation of unique assassination and poison arts, and shrewd exploitation of internation rivalries, Amigekyo could grow silently and inexorably. Hanzo's gaze sharpened. He knew well the shadow of the Second Shinobi World War had never truly lifted beneath the facade of peace currents, churned unseen. Before the storm broke anew, Amigekyo must amass not just the means to endure, but the leverage to sway fate itself. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against steel pipes, a somber, resolute prelude to war. Meanwhile, in Konoha, sunlight bathed the training grounds in golden clarity, starkly contrasting Amigekyo's perpetual gloom. Fire, release fire, dragon, flame, bullet. Jiraiya's booming cry erupted as a colossal fireball roared forth. At 18, his long white hair streamed in the heat haze. Though painted with whimsical makeup, his eyes burned with fierce, unwavering focus. 3 years of growth had shed much of his boyish softness. His frame hardened, his mastery of ninjutsu refined to near perfection. The trajectory of the fireball was captured precisely by a pair of golden serpentine eyes. Orochimaru slid aside like a wraith, evading the inferno by a hair's breadth. His pale face betrayed no emotion, every motion economical, calibrated, flawless. The instant he avoided impact, his hands completed a rapid sequence of hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent countergale surged forward, colliding head-on with the flames, igniting a scorching shockwave. At the epicenter of the blast, Tsunade cried out and slammed her fist into the earth. Strength of 100. With a thunderous roar, the training ground's solid earth fractured like shattered glass boulders hurled skyward by sheer force, hurtling toward Jiraiya and Orochimaru. At 18, Tsunade stood tall and radiant, her twin golden pigtails whipping in chakra-charged gusts, her brow bearing the indomitable pride and valor inherited from the Senju clan. On the observation platform, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded faintly, his eyes shimmering with quiet pride and profound satisfaction. Among these 3 disciples, Jiraiya's fiery resilience, Orochimaru's icy genius, Tsunade's unyielding courage, they formed Konoha's brightest new constellation, complementary symbiotic ascending. They've grown beyond measure since this time last year, Koharu Yuditane murmured. Especially Orochimaru. His report last month on improving forbidden sealing techniques earned unstinting praise even from the head of the sealing division. Hamura Mitokado adjusted his spectacles, voice edged with concern. Their rapid growth is welcome, but other villages are not idle. Border intelligence indicates Chiyo of Suna has nurtured several youths gifted in puppetry. Cloud Village's AB Duo executes missions with ever greater synchrony and success rates, and Sepchikage's son Kankuro, though young, has already demonstrated extraordinary earth-release prowess and tactical acumen in recent border skirmishes. And Rain. Danzo Shimura's voice drifted from behind them, quiet, chilling. He had appeared unnoticed on the observation platform, his right arm still swathed in thick bandages. Sanzobi Hanzo's activities these past 3 years betray no interest in civic development. Rain's border patrols have doubled in frequency, the shinobi selection criteria have grown harsher, and mission logs show a marked rise in assassination and reconnaissance assignments. He is sharpening his blade. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not turn. He kept his gaze fixed on the combatants below. I know. Peace does not arrive through waiting. It is seized by strength sufficient to command respect. Danzo stepped to the railing, his bandaged arm brushed the metal bar almost unconsciously. If we nurture saplings while neglecting to hone the swords that guard the grove, the next storm may uproot everything. Below the battle-reached fever-pitched, Jiraiya summoned the colossal toad Gamabunta. Orochimaru unleashed his eerie shadow clone serpent technique. Tsunade transformed half the training field into a weapon with her strength of 100. Explosions, shrieking winds, and blinding flashes of jutsu converged, a symphony of Konoha's vibrant burgeoning might. Sarutobi watched, his heart swelling with pride, even as the weight of leadership deepened upon his shoulders. The stronger his students became, the nearer they drew to the brutal crucible of real war. And as Hokage he bore the solemn duty, to shield them, to shield all of Konoha, beneath a sky wide and safe enough for them to grow. In the land of wind, Suna's merciless sun beat down upon golden dunes. At the shaded edge of a training ground, Chiyo watched the duel unfolding before her, eyes clouded with ambivalence. One side, her brother, the elite puppet master Ebizo, commanding 2 puppets with ruthless precision. Opposite him stood her grandson Sasori, the Red Sand, only 16 years old. Sasori stood motionless at the center, his expression unnervingly serene. Without shifting his feet, a subtle tremor of his fingers set 3 exquisitely crafted puppets into lifelike motion. Not bound by conventional chakra threads, but guided by finer, more direct chakra filaments, each puppet operated autonomously, executing complex tactical commands in seamless coordination. Crow, faint left. Salamander, blanket the right flank with toxin mist. Hiriko, flank and strike from behind. With those terse orders the puppets surged forward. Ebizo, seasoned and astute, nevertheless faltered under this unprecedented living artistry, his movements growing ragged, disjointed. Within 5 minutes 1 puppet's joints were surgically disassembled, another slowed by creeping poison mist. Battle concluded. Sasori retracted his puppets without expression and approached Chiyo. Uncle Ebizo's tactics remain constrained by traditional puppetry paradigms. Puppets are tools, but the mind that controls them must never be shackled by the tool itself. Surprise, unpredictability, these are the keys to victory when strength is unequal. Ebizo approached, wiping sweat from his brow, and offered a rueful smile. That boy is nothing short of monstrous. Sister, I believe, in pure puppet mastery and innovation, he has already surpassed me. Chiyo studied her grandson's unnervingly calm eyes, not with pride but with deepening dread. His talent was unparalleled in Suna's century-long history, yet his obsession with puppetry spiraled toward a terrifying precipice. Just last week she'd stumbled upon draft notes in his laboratory, sketches merging biological tissue with mechanical components, trespassing into forbidden realms. Sasori, she said, voice grave. Begin tomorrow studying the ancient scrolls on soul and contract within the Sealing Arts Codex. Sasori tilted his head, slightly puzzled. Why? Those theories yield no direct enhancement to puppet combat efficacy. Because puppetry's ultimate frontier lies not in controlling the dead, but in understanding life itself. Chiyo's gaze grew profound. Respect for the soul defines the boundary of power. Tools forged solely for destruction will inevitably breed deeper ruin. Sasori fell silent, not in acquiescence but with a flicker of quiet, unspoken dissent deep within his eyes. He raised his gaze northward, toward the long, desolate border where wind met rain. Grandmother, if enemies arrive at our gates wielding weapons designed only to annihilate. What then? Should we use philosophy to convince them? Shio was momentarily speechless. Indeed, in this desert nation where resources were scarce and the environment harsh, the absence of power meant extinction. Sunagakure shared the longest border with the land of rain, and any move by Hanzo would strike Sunagakure first and foremost. She turned to her brother, her tone turning decisive. Ebizo, on behalf of the Council of Elders, requests the Kage to heighten the alert level along the northwestern border. At the same time, the adaptive training for the one-tailed Jinchuriki must be accelerated. If conflict cannot be avoided, we need to utilize every ounce of strength. In the land of lightning, Kumogakure, deep beneath the Raikage Tower. Here there was no sunlight, only the blinding glare of violent lightning chakra flickering and the deafening roar. The third Raikage Uchiha stood bare-chested, his bronze skin crisscrossed with old and new scars like medals of strength. At 25 he was in his prime. In the 3 years since becoming Raikage, he had pushed Cloud's martial spirit and military might to new heights with his iron-fisted methods. At this moment he was sparring with a young boy. No, it was more like a one-sided tempering. Too slow. Your power is too scattered. Where is your will? A's roar accompanied his fist, which struck like true lightning. The boy, Ba's sworn brother, and the eight-tails Jinchuriki at just 15 barely raised his arms to block, but was still sent flying backward by the terrifying force, sliding more than 10 meters and crashing heavily into a specially reinforced wall. Cough. Big brother B struggled to stand, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Would the enemy listen to your excuses on the battlefield? A was instantly before B looking down at him from above. You are the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Cloud's most important strategic weapon and also the most unstable risk factor. If you cannot control that power, you are a calamity. If you control it but cannot use it, you are worthless. Tell me, which do you want to be? B gritted his teeth, veins bulging faintly under his dark skin, a flame of defiance burning in his eyes. With a low growl he stopped trying to argue and instead fully mobilized the wild chakra within him. Crimson ominous-tailed beast chakra surged out like boiling magma, forming a flickering cloak around him. His pupils sharpened and his aura skyrocketed. Excellent. That's more like it. I was not alarmed but delighted, laughing heartily. Let Big Brother see what these 3 months of sweat and blood have earned. The next second, 2 equally violent chakras, one golden yellow, one crimson, clashed violently together. The entire underground training ground shook violently, the specially reinforced floor and walls cracked as lightning and dark red-tailed beast chakra twisted, eroded, and exploded in a frenzy. In the shadows of the spectator seats, several Cloud Elders calmly recorded data. Tailed beast chakra output stability rating B. Up 1 grade from last assessment. Rampage risk threshold estimated to have increased by 15. Lord A's lightning release armor is nearing perfection, and his hell stab penetrative power ranks among the best of all Raikages. But it is still not enough. An elder with white hair and beard said hoarsely. Konoha has the 9 tails, Suna has the 1 tail, IWA has the 4 tails and 5 tails. We have the 8 tails, but the Jinchuriki's complete control remains uncertain. If all-out war breaks out, the tailed beasts are the key weight that tips the balance. Another elder nodded. The lightning release chakra mode must be popularized and trained faster. Also, the secret channel with Iwazanoki must remain open. That old fox is cunning, but when it comes to checking Konoha, we share common interests with IWA. What about Hanzo of the Rain? He rejected our alliance proposal. He wants to be a player, not a pawn. No matter, as long as he doesn't side with Konoha or IWA, his neutrality works in our favor. In the arena, A ended B's release-tailed beast state with a heavy but perfectly measured straight punch, pulling his panting sworn brother to his feet. Progress. But you're still far off. A patted B's shoulder, his tone unusually softened. Starting tomorrow, double the tailed beast chakra control training. I give you 3 years, B. Within 3 years you must fully earn the recognition of Gyuki and achieve a heart-to-heart connection. Cloud's future needs your strength. B wiped away the blood and nodded firmly, his eyes filled with undisguised trust and admiration. Yes, big brother. A's gaze pierced through the training ground as if through the thick rock walls, seeing Kumogakure standing proudly amidst the thunderclouds. His father had died in a rebellion. He would never allow Cloud to suffer such turmoil and disgrace again. Power, absolute power, was the only foundation for survival and rise in this chaotic age. The shadow of the Second Great Ninja War. No, that would be Cloud's lightning, the perfect stage to illuminate the ninja world and establish hegemony. In the land of Earth, the Wagakure. The diminutive figure of Inoki of the 2 scales floated midair, white beard and hair gently swaying in the breeze. He looked down at the IWA ninja conducting explosive training below, his golden eyes filled with the wisdom and vigilance of weathered experience. Kitsuchi angled the detonating talismans inward by 3 degrees. His voice was calm but carried an undeniable authority. Below, a tall, sturdy young man with a simple, honest face, Anoki's son Kitsuchi, immediately bent down to adjust. At 20, Kitsuchi already displayed a maturity beyond his years and exceptional talent in earth release. Father, will this angle ensure the shockwave spreads mainly upward and diagonally forward, maximizing the power of the mountain collapse? In theory. Practice will test it. Kitsuchi formed hand seals and shouted. Explode. Boom. A mountainside in the distance burst open as expected. Countless boulders did not tumble randomly but followed a pre-calculated trajectory, piling up and colliding, eventually forming a chaotic yet highly effective natural barricade at the valley mouth, perfectly blocking the passage. Qualified. Anoki slowly descended beside his son. Remember this explosive array. In border defense battles, adapting the terrain with earthworks can sometimes be more effective than 1,000 ninja. Father. Kitsuchi looked toward the distant layered national borders. Our large-scale reinforcement of the border and stockpiling of supplies, does it mean the days of peace are numbered? Anoki snorted lightly, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sky of the land of Earth, which was cut into patches by the high mountains. Peace. It's only the breathe between two wars. Look at our neighbors. The rain under Hanzo has become a hedgehog bristling with spines. Cloud's Rakage practically wants to train his muscles into his brain. Suna licks its wounds in the desert, but its eyes have never left the water sources. Konoha seems gentle, but look at their young generation. The 3 Sannin. Their growth rate is alarming. He turned and walked toward the village. Iwa is surrounded by mountains, easy to defend but difficult to attack. This is a natural barrier but also a cage that traps us. Once blockaded, food, ore, and supplies will be tight. Therefore we must prepare for the worst, stockpile grain and troops, and turn every pass into the enemy's nightmare. Back in the Tsuchiki's office, Anoki stared at the giant sand table on the wall. 5 great nations, many smaller countries scattered like stars. The wounds of the Second Great Ninja War had not truly healed, and new conflicts of interest and shifts in power were quietly brewing. In the last war, Iwa had suffered heavy losses. This time he would never allow Iwa to suffer the same. Order the Explosion Corps to maintain Level 1 combat readiness, ready to mobilize to designated border areas at any time. He instructed his secretary behind him. Also in my name, send friendly visit invitations to the daimyo of the grass and waterfall countries. Set the time. For next month. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. A visit. No, it was a show of force, drawing lines, ensuring that these fence-sitting small countries understood which side to lean toward before the war clouds gathered. This was the fundamental law of survival for great nations in times of chaos. At the border of the grass country, deep within the valley of the Hades Gate, the Dawn Base. Inside the control room, several water mirrors floated in the air, silently reflecting scenes from all over the ninja world: the rainy training grounds of the rain, the fierce battles under Konoha's sun, the puppet performances under Suna's scorching sun, the thunderous clashes beneath Cloud's earth, the explosive blasts among Iwa's mountains. Chinger stood before the water mirrors, his dark silver mask gleaming with a metallic sheen under the cold light of the technique. He watched silently, his brow furrowed beneath the mask. The sword is drawn, the bow is fully pulled. He murmured to himself, his voice unusually clear in the silent control room. So-called peace is nothing but a brief suffocation before the storm. Tobirama walked to his side and removed the mask of the White Crow. 3 years had left no trace on his face, but the thoughts and vicissitudes settled in his eyes were heavier than ever. Hanzo's choice is understandable, Tobirama said slowly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the gloomy sky of the rain country on the water mirror. Small countries caught between great powers either submit completely or strive to strengthen themselves. He chose the latter. Reinforcing defenses, training elites, developing a unique system of assassination and poison arts. This is the most pragmatic choice under limited conditions. But it also means that when the next conflict erupts, the rain will no longer passively endure like last time, but will become a more troublesome hedgehog, possibly even seeking battle opportunities. Then the chain reaction will begin. Chunger interjected, analyzing the situation calmly. The rain's toughness will stimulate the sensitive nerves of the surrounding great powers. To suppress or exploit the rain, the great powers will inevitably project more power into this region. Small countries will be forced to choose sides, local skirmishes will escalate, and eventually a single spark will set the whole plain ablaze. The Second Great Ninja War. Its brutality will likely far exceed the first. He switched the water mirror view, showing the jagged borders of the rain country with the grass, bird, and river countries. Although the surface was calm, intelligence from the dawn reconnaissance talismans indicated that the rain's patrol squads were secretly and steadily increasing their frequency in these areas. Should we intervene in this impending deluge? Chinger asked, turning his gaze to Tobirama. Tobirama was silent for a long time. In his mind flashed the vision of peace in his elder brother Hashirama Senju's eyes when he founded Konoha, the countless innocent lives extinguished in successive wars, and the empty eye socket of Uchiha Kagami after losing his left eye filled with deep-seated hatred. Our current strength is insufficient to change the course of the deluge. Tobirama finally admitted, his voice heavy. Dawn has 52 members, all elites, but on the battlefield of great powers crushing each other with tens of thousands of ninja, we are nothing more than a pebble thrown into the sea. But we can try to catch some of those swept away by the torrent. Chinger turned, and the gaze behind the dark silver mask seemed to pierce through the walls, peering into the depths of the base. When the flames of war erupt, the civilians whose homes are destroyed, the children who lose their parents, the shinobi who are unwilling to kill yet are dragged into the conflict. We can establish secret sanctuaries providing medicine, food, and temporary shelter. Tobirama looked at Chinger, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This was not the Chinger he knew, who always calculated gains and losses with cold rationality. People change, second brother. Chinger seemed to read his thoughts. And besides, this is not pure benevolence. Rescuing the innocent can earn us precious prestige and a foundation of popular support. In this chaotic era, sometimes the alignment of people's hearts holds greater long-term value than sheer military power. He paused, his voice dropping lower. More importantly, we need to pave the way for a more distant future. If Konoha ever decides to act against the Uchiha clan in the future, we need a place far removed from the great nation's conflicts, secure and secluded enough to take in and shelter the survivors. Tobirama understood. Chenger's considerations extended far beyond the impending war. He was laying the groundwork, preparing a retreat, and a beacon of hope for that darkest possible future. Then let us begin preparations. Tobirama made his decision. In the hidden borderlands of the grass, rain, and river countries, locate and construct multiple safe havens. Secretly stockpile supplies and train medical and logistics personnel. It is already underway. Chinger summoned another water mirror projection, revealing a deep valley surrounded by towering peaks and dense forests. This place, we call it Sanctuary Valley. Preliminary construction has been ongoing for 4 months. Current capacity is 300 people, expandable. 2 other locations are under survey. Funding and supplies. The mission earnings accumulated by Dawn over 3 years plus a portion of the surplus from the Shadow Bounty can support the initial phase. Through multiple underground channels, Kakuzu has begun batch purchasing non-perishable food and basic medicines. Tobirama gazed at the hidden valley in the water mirror, a complex tangle of emotions surging within him. Once as Hokage, his thoughts were consumed by winning wars and protecting Konoha. Now his thoughts were focused on how to save as many innocent lives as possible beneath the grinding wheels of war, and to prepare an arc of redemption for the even greater tragedy that might come. Perhaps this too was a form of growth or transcendence. What about Kagami? Tobirama changed the subject. How is his condition? His combat strength has stabilized at the elite Jonin level. Chinger answered affirmatively. The combination of his single Sharingan and full-body chakra sensing has developed into a highly unique combat style, granting him a significant advantage in darkness or complex environments. More importantly, he has established a stable one-way intelligence link with Uchiha Shin in Konoha. Tobirama's eyes narrowed. When did this happen? Is it safe? Through highest encryption communication scrolls, they have been secretly in contact for several months. Chinger did not conceal it. Shin is now one of the influential figures in the Uchiha police force and has been secretly investigating the suspicious activities of Danzo and his route. Kagami has provided him with some key directional hints and external corroboration, but has never revealed his own location or the existence of Dawn. So far it seems Shin has not aroused Danzo's suspicion. This was a risky move, but a necessary one. Uchiha Shin had become an eye of Dawn deep within Konoha's core, monitoring Danzo's movements, while Uchiha Kagami was the most crucial bridge connecting Dawn to the future fate of the Uchiha clan. Tell Kagami to come see me. Tobirama replaced his mask, his voice regaining the calm authority of White Crow. It is time for him to gain a deeper understanding of some choices concerning the future, concerning responsibility, and concerning how to protect what is precious amidst the torrent. On the training ground, Uchiha Kagami's figure transformed into a series of elusive afterimages in the last rays of the setting sun. His right eye was closed, the edge of his black eye patch soaked with sweat, yet his movements were terrifyingly precise. 23 shuriken shot out simultaneously, tracing 23 distinct arcs through the air, bypassing all obstacles, and with a series of clinks struck 23 moving targets at the same time. The moment the last shuriken embedded itself in the target, his body pivoted rapidly on his left foot, and the short sword in his right hand traced a fierce cold gleam, precisely deflecting a kunai that had silently struck from a blind spot behind him. Beautiful. The member codenamed Wind removed his mask, revealing an approving smile. Both the arc control of the shuriken and the preemptive block against the rear attack are flawless. Your non-visual perception has become a true instinct. Kagami sheathed his blade, adjusting his slightly labored breathing. 3 months of relentless training had forged him from the weakness of a recovering severe injury back into the ranks of elite shinobi, and in some aspects, such as combat in darkness terrain perception and countering sudden ambushes, he had surpassed his former self. Not fast enough. Kagami's voice was low. His right eye Sharingan had silently activated 3 tomos, slowly rotating. Compared to a true formidable enemy like Danzo, I am still far from enough. As his voice fell, a messenger shinobi hurried over. Lord Kagami, Lord White Crow requests your immediate presence in the strategy room. The atmosphere in the strategy room was heavier than usual. The water mirror jutsu projection no longer displayed a specific location but rather a complex map of power distribution and intelligence summaries. Tobirama, White Crow, and Shingerdwabao were already waiting there. As Kagami entered, he immediately sensed the grave air permeating the room. What happened? He asked. Sit down, Kagami. Tobirama gestured for him to look at the largest central water mirror, which was scrolling various intelligence summaries from the 5 great ninja villages and the hidden rain. There are some things about the impending storm in this shinobi world, about the Uchiha's position in that storm, about dawn, and the role each of us should play, that you need to know. In the time that followed, Kagami heard a suffocating vision of the future outlined from a vast array of intelligence and rational deduction. The escalation of the great nation's arms race, the silent arming of the hidden rain, the fate of smaller nations forced to choose sides, and in the more distant future the intensified internal conflicts in Konoha leading to suspicion, oppression, and even that chilling word, liquidation of the Uchiha. This. Impossible. Kagami's voice trembled with shock and anger, the Sharingan in his right eye accelerating uncontrollably. The Uchiha are the founders of Konoha. We have bled for Konoha, sacrificed countless clansmen. Lord Hiruzen. How could the higher-ups allow such a thing to happen? Hiruzen might hesitate, might suffer. Chinga's voice was cold and ruthless, tearing apart all illusions. But when he sits in the Hokage seat, swept by pressures from all sides, when he must make the ultimate choice between Konoha's overall stability and the survival of the Uchiha clan, history has proven countless times that rulers tend to sacrifice the few to preserve the many. Especially when someone like Danzo constantly whispers in his ear, painting the Uchiha as an unstable factor and potential rebels. Kagami stood frozen as if struck by lightning. In his mind, fragments uncontrollably flashed: the left eye that had been taken from him, the more scarlet Sharingan eyes that might be hidden under the bandages on Danzo's right arm, the almost isolated location of the Uchiha compound at the edge of Konoha, the growing resentment and alienation among the clan elders. Countless pieces of detail now linked by Chunga's words pointed to a dark future he had never dared to imagine, yet now seemed disturbingly plausible. So you saved me, trained me, gave me power. Kagami's voice was hoarse, his eyes fixed on the eyes behind Tobirama's mask. Not only for me to take revenge on Danzo, but also to prepare for that even more terrible moment that might come. It is to create the possibility of changing that future. Tobirama met his gaze, his eyes frank and resolute. But that requires your strength, Kagami. Not as an avenger driven by hatred, but as a bridge for the Uchiha, a guardian who keeps the flame alive in the darkness. And what are the key pieces to alter the tragic fate? What should I do? Kagami felt a 1,000-pound weight instantly press down on his shoulders, a burden even heavier than the hatred of having his eye taken. Keep getting stronger, stronger than you are now, strong enough to protect those you want to protect at the critical moment. Tobirama spoke each word with deliberation. Continue to maintain discreet contact with Uchiha Shinhi as our crucial eyes and ears within Konoha. At the same time, within Dawn you need to start consciously cultivating trustworthy comrades, building your own team. When that worst if truly arrives, we need to have an elite, reliable force that is familiar with Konoha and willing to act to save the Uchiha. Kagami lowered his head, looking at his clenched hands, the knuckles white. The phantom pain in his empty left eye socket seemed to throb again. Revenge was a clear and direct goal, but protection was a far more complex, heavy, and prolonged path. After a long silence, he raised his head. In his right eye, the 3 tomo of the Sharingan had stopped their frantic spinning, settling into a deep, unwavering resolve of burning one's bridges. I understand. Uchiha Kagami knelt on one knee, his voice calm yet carrying the will of steel. I accept this mission. Not for revenge, but for protection. To protect my clan, to protect the innocents who should not be dragged into the vortex of hatred. Tobirama nodded, a trace of barely perceptible approval flickering in his eyes. He turned his gaze back to the central water mirror, where the image froze on the steel forest shrouded in rain over the land of rain. Before that, he said quietly, as if to Kagami, to Chinga, and to himself. All of us must first face the second storm that is about to sweep across the entire shinobi world. It is coming. Outside the window the valley was now completely shrouded in night. The mouth of the abyss was swallowed by darkness with only the scattered lights of the base like vigilant eyes in the dark. Across the shinobi world, whether it was the hidden rain honing their blades under the rain, the three Sannin spending their youth in the sunlight, the genius manipulating puppets in the sea of sand, the brothers tempering their strength amidst thunder, or the father and son calculating explosions in the mountains, countless forces were accelerating along their own trajectories, brewing, waiting. The sprouts of a new era had already emerged from the cracks of the old, but whether they would be nourished by the light of hope or by blood and war no one could foresee. All anyone could do was grip the power in their hands and then face the approaching unavoidable giant wave. In an unnamed valley straddling the border between Kusa no Kuni and Aim no Kuni, autumn rain fell softly, soaking the withered yellow leaves until they deepened to rich brown. Three figures clad in straw raincoats moved swiftly through the downpour, light as cats, leaving no discernible footprints even upon the slick, muddy mountain path. At their head walked Uchiha Kage. His right eye remained concealed beneath a black eye patch, yet his stride was steady and the chakra sense radiating from him rippled outward like invisible waves, sweeping across every inch of land, every tree, every stone within 100 meters. 3 months of intensive training had expanded his sensory range to 70 meters, its precision refined enough to detect the subtle movements of insects burrowing underground. Chakra signature detected, 300 meters ahead. Kage abruptly halted and raised a hand in warning. Behind him 2 members of the Dawnbreak unit, Leaf a wind-style shinobi and Thorn a master assassin, immediately dropped low into concealment. The trio melted into the landscape like shadows gliding soundlessly to a vantage point atop a high ridge. Below in the valley basin a sight tightened Kage's pupils. Roughly 20 Aim no Kuni shinobi escorted 3 heavily shrouded wagons, their wheels carving deep ruts into the mud, betraying immense weight. Blocking their path stood over a dozen Konoha shinobi bearing leaf forehead protectors, and at their forefront stood a familiar-faced Naro Shikaku, a newly promoted chunin, and one of the most gifted youths of the Nara clan. "Friends from Aim no Kuni, please halt." Shikaku's voice cut cleanly through the rain, calm, unwavering. Though only 17, he carried a gravity beyond his years. "Per the alliance treaty between Konoha and Kusa no Kuni, we must inspect your cargo crossing the border. Kindly comply." From the Aim no Kuni ranks stepped a towering shinobi wearing a respirator mask, a hallmark of Hanzo's elite personal guard. He replied coldly, "This is internal Aim no Kuni logistics, no reporting to Konoha required. Stand aside, or be deemed hostile." Tension coiled instantly, taut as drawn wire. Beneath his eye patch Kage's Sharingan warmed faintly. He sensed both sides tightening grips on weapons, chakra surging like rising tides. "Something's off," whispered Leaf. 3 among the Aim guards radiate unusually potent chakra, at least Jonin-level strength. Is such escort warranted for routine cargo? And the weight distribution across those wagons is strange," added Thorn, her voice low and sharp. Her expertise lay in infiltration and reconnaissance. "The central wagon bears markedly less load than the flanks, yet the bulk of the guard concentrates around it, as if protecting something, or concealing it." Kage's brow furrowed. He knew Nara Shikaku, an intellect famed for prudence. Such a direct interception would never be undertaken without irrefutable intelligence. Unless Konoha had received concrete evidence this shipment was compromised. "Shall we intervene?" Leaf asked. "Wait," Kage commanded, voice grave. "Our mandate is border surveillance and intelligence gathering, not engagement. Unless—" His words died mid-breath. Below chaos erupted. The tall Aim shinobi thrust his arm skyward. A signal flare pierced the leaden rain clouds, detonating in a violent crimson bloom. Simultaneously reinforcements surged from the forest flanking the valley, over 30 Aim shinobi encircling the Konoha team in a tightening noose. "It's a trap." Shikaku recognized it instantly. "Fall back." But retreat was already impossible. Aim shinobi sealed hand signs in unison. Countless water-based techniques erupted from all directions, amplified tenfold by the torrential downpour. Though the Konoha squad reacted swiftly, forming a defensive formation, they were overwhelmed, outnumbered and outmaneuvered by terrain and tide alike. Kage's right hand settled upon his blade's hilt. He watched as Shikaku directed his clansmen in shadow imitation technique, barely restraining several foes, while Aim's toxic mist began seeping across the battlefield like creeping venom. A young Konoha shinobi inhaled the fumes, his limbs slowed, his reflexes dulled, and a kunai pierced his shoulder. "Lord Kage!" Leaf cried urgently. Kage closed his right eye, channeling every ounce of his chakra sense. Within 70 meters every detail flooded his awareness, 3 Konoha chakra signatures fading rapidly, the Aim encirclement contracting. The 3 wagons now maneuvered to the battlefield's periphery, guarded exclusively by those 3 elite jonin. And beneath the tarp of one wagon a faint, unmistakable human chakra pulse trembled. That isn't cargo, Kagami said, voice colder than winter ice. It's living people. AIM is trafficking humans. Thorn drew a sharp breath. Human trafficking. Or experimental subjects. Kagami recalled intel from Sandow Chung'er, Danzo's clandestine research into Hashirama cells and Sharingan eyes funded by black market acquisitions of biological material. If AIM had entered that trade, or worse was delivering cargo for another power. Below, the Konoha squad teetered on collapse. Shikaku's shadow technique was shattered by two AIM Jonin acting in concert. A water dragon bullet hurtled toward his face. At the final instant, a figure descended from above. It was Kagami. He wielded no signature fire technique. His Sharingan remained sealed. Only a short blade and ghost-like movement carved his path into the fray. His blade flashed like liquid mercury, severing the water dragon midair, then kicking aside two AIM shinobi lunging from the flank. Each motion was stripped bare, efficient, economical, relying solely on chakra sense to anticipate every strike, navigating the storm-lashed chaos as though the battlefield held no adversaries at all. You! Shikaku faltered upon recognizing him, a lone-eyed man masked in black, unfamiliar in face yet bearing echoes of a strangely known combat rhythm. Lead your team east. 300 meters out lies a cave for defense. Kagami did not turn, his voice deliberately altered. I'll hold them here. Who are you? A passerby. Kagami parried three attackers with swift strokes, then formed hand seals, not Uchihas but composite seals learned during his 3 months with Dawnbreak. Wind release, chaotic airflow. A maelstrom of gale force wind burst from his center, whirling rain, leaves and gravel into a temporary blinding vortex. Seizing the moment, the Konoha squad broke eastward under Shikaku's command. Think you're leaving? The tall AIM shinobi sneered, weaving seals. Water release, water prison technique. A colossal sphere of water materialized, rushing to engulf Kagami and several lagging Konoha shinobi. Yet Kagami vanished the instant before the sphere sealed. No body flicker, but a masterful illusion born of wind, rain, and hypervelocity, mimicking instantaneous teleportation. He reappeared behind the tall shinobi, blade aimed straight for the heart. Clang! Steel met steel as a kunai intercepted his strike. The defender was one of the 3 elite Jonin, eyes sharp as hawks behind his mask. Impressive taijutsu, the AIM Jonin assessed. But insufficient. All 3 attacked in flawless synchrony, one pressing forward, one disrupting balance, one weaving poison, mist, and auxiliary techniques. Worse still, they clearly trained to counter the Sharingan, striking from blind angles, exploiting every perceptual gap. 3 months ago Kagami would have fallen here. But now, he shut his sole remaining eye. Darkness swallowed his vision, yet another kind of sight bloomed vivid and 3-dimensional within his mind. The arc of each raindrop, the turbulence stirred by enemy motion, the undulating patterns of chakra flow, the whisper of blades cleaving air, all fused into a seamless living map. He moved. No grand jutsu. No dazzling flourishes. Only the purest, most direct strikes, slash, thrust, block, parry. Each blow landed precisely where an opponent's attack weakened, each evasion slipped just clear of lethal convergence. Like a phantom who saw perfectly in darkness, he wove effortlessly through the triple assault. What kind of technique is this? One AIM Jonin gasped, unsettled. Kagami answered with silence. His blade traced a surreal arc, striking from an impossible angle to pierce one Jonin's shoulder, not fatal but crippling enough to remove him from the fight. Simultaneously, his left hand wove a subtle seal behind his back, the vibration technique taught by Sandow Chung'er, pulsing chakra at precise frequencies. 50 meters away, the AIM squad escorting the wagons felt the earth tremble faintly beneath their feet. The next instant, pre-planted explosive tags detonated, not laid by Dawnbreak but placed by Kagami himself during his earlier infiltration, a quiet gift left in plain sight. Boom! The blast was modest, but sufficient to overturn one wagon. Its tarp ripped open, revealing not cargo but 3 reinforced iron cages, each holding 2 or 3 emaciated figures. They wore tattered rags, stared blankly ahead, wrists and ankles shackled with chakra-suppressing restraints. Experimental subjects. Kagami's heart sank. He recognized the design, identical to those used in Danzo's laboratory. Damn it! Roared the tall shinobi. Kill them all, no survivors! The AIM assault intensified. Kagami knew restraint was no longer viable. He inhaled deeply, and at last his right eye opened. The Sharingan ignited, not to copy or perceive but to amplify his dynamic vision and neural response to superhuman speed. 3 Tomo blazed crimson in the rain. Uchiha! Panic flashed across the AIM shinobi's faces. The Sharingan's legend preceded it, its dread undeniable even with but one eye revealed. Kagami seized their hesitation, hands flashing through Uchiha seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted against the downpour, heat vaporizing rain into thick concealing steam. Kagami dissolved into the mist, and reappeared beside the overturned wagon. His blade sheared through the iron lock. To the cowering captives he commanded, voice low but commanding, "If you wish to live, follow me." But terror had hollowed them. Only a pair of siblings staggered free, a boy of 12, his sister no older than 10, both bearing rare pale lavender eyes. Kagami wasted no time. He lifted them one beneath each arm and retreated at blinding speed. Ninjutsu and kunai rained after him, yet each found only air. "Leaf. Thorn. Cover us." "Understood." From the ridge, leaf and thorn struck as one. Wind release whipped up gales to disrupt pursuit trajectories, while thorn hurled dozens of custom kunai, each veering mid-flight, forcing aimed shinobi into frantic evasions and blocks. Kagami plunged into the eastern woods, with the children reuniting with the Konoha squad entrenched within the cave. "You!" Shikaku studied Kagami, then the trembling siblings, his gaze layered with gratitude, suspicion, and profound uncertainty. "Thank you? But who?" "My identity is irrelevant," Kagami interrupted, setting the children down gently. "What matters is that Aim no Kuni traffics living human subjects, experimental specimens. Their destination is unlikely to be Aim no Kuni itself." He withdrew a compact scroll, from Dawnbreak's proprietary encrypted intelligence series, and tossed it to Shikaku. "This contains our border surveillance logs of AIM's anomalous troop movements, and definitive evidence from today, coordinates, witness accounts, and forensic traces. Deliver it to Konoha. To someone you trust absolutely." Shikaku caught the scroll, his expression hardening with resolve. Taking the scroll, he paused for a moment. "You know me, don't you?" Jing did not answer. Instead, he turned to leave. "Wait." The rescued brother suddenly spoke, his light purple eyes fixed on Jing. Are you the one-eyed guardian? I heard people in the black market talk about a one-eyed ninja who rescues children from traffickers." Jing's body stiffened slightly. "I am no guardian." He spoke with his back to the children. "I am merely a ninja who no longer wishes to see the innocent suffer." With that, his figure vanished into the curtain of rain. Yi and Ci had already finished clearing the battlefield, not by killing but by using genjutsu and drugs to incapacitate the pursuing rain shinobi while erasing all traces left by the Dawn members. "Lord Jing, those two children." Yi caught up, lowering his voice. "Konoha will take care of them," Jing said. "Nara Shikaku is a wise man, he will know what to do. Our mission is complete. Withdraw." The three swiftly retreated from the battlefield. The rain continued to fall, gradually washing away the blood and signs of combat. But some marks could not be washed away by rain. 3 hours later, at the central tower of Amigakure, Hanzo stood by the window listening to his subordinates report, his face behind the breathing mask unreadable. So the mission failed. 1/3 of the cargo was lost. Konoha obtained evidence, and a mysterious Uchiha ninja intervened. "Why, yes, Lord Hanzo," the kneeling ninja stammered, his voice trembling. "That one-eyed ninja. He is formidable. He could simultaneously fight 3 special jonin with his eyes closed. The fire jutsu he used at the end was indeed the Uchiha clan's great fireball." "Uchiha." Hanzo tapped his fingers lightly on the windowsill. "Why would a Konoha Uchiha appear on the border between grass and rain, specifically targeting our transport?" "I do not know, my lord. But based on the residual chakra at the scene, the techniques he used were diverse, not entirely Uchiha in style. Moreover, he rescued 2 experimental subjects, a brother and sister with suspected Kekkai Genkai reactivity." Hanzo turned around. "Have you identified the origins of those siblings?" "Yes. They come from a minor clan in the Land of Frost. Their clan trait is light purple pupils suspected of possessing a special visual type, Kekkai Genkai. The clan was annihilated by an unknown force a month ago. Only these 2 children were taken and put up for sale on the black market. We purchased them through an intermediary." "Who is the intermediary?" "Code name Undertaker. True identity unknown, but they have connections with underground networks in various nations. The intelligence they provided indicated that the bloodline of these siblings might hold significant value for research into dojutsu-type Kekkai Genkai." Hanzo fell silent. He had purchased experimental subjects to study the secrets of Kekkai Genkai, seeking ways to enhance the strength of Amigakure's shinobi. But if Konoha obtained solid evidence of this, it would put him in a very passive diplomatic position. More importantly, who was that mysterious one-eyed Uchiha? Was he a secret weapon cultivated by Konoha, or a rogue agent of the Uchiha clan acting on their own? Or was he a third-party force? "Strengthen border security and replan all transport routes," Hanzo finally ordered. "Also send someone to investigate the title One-Eyed Guardian. I want to know everything about him." "Yes." After his subordinate withdrew, Hanzo walked to the map of the shinobi world. His finger traced the border between the land of rain and the land of fire. The fuse of the Second Great Ninja War seemed to be burning faster than he had anticipated. And this border skirmish might be the first spark. He needed to prepare for the worst. At the same time, in Konoha, the Hokage's office, Naro Shikaku stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting in detail everything that had occurred at the border. The encrypted scroll had been deciphered by the Yamanaka clan shinobi, and the intelligence within was alarming. Amigakure is secretly transporting living experimental subjects, destination unknown. Moreover, according to additional intelligence attached to the scroll, in the past 6 months at least 5 similar disappearances of people have occurred on the borders of grass, rain, and bird, all suspected to be linked to Amigakure. Shikaku concluded. Hiruzen's expression grew stern. The provider of the scroll. That one-eyed ninja. What are your thoughts on him? Shikaku pondered for a moment. He is extremely strong. His fighting style is unique, seeming to rely heavily on some kind of perception ability rather than sight. He recognized me, knows Konoha, but is unwilling to reveal his identity. Moreover, he briefly activated the Sharingan during the fight. Only one-eyed, but it was indeed the Uchiha's Sharingan. A one-eyed Uchiha ninja, Hiruzen murmured. He thought of Uchiha Jing, who had gone missing 3 years ago, also having lost his left eye. But Jing should be dead, and the man's age, build, and voice did not match Jing's. Lord Hokage, Shikaku continued, I believe whoever this person is, the intelligence he provided is trustworthy. Amigakure's actions have crossed the line. We must respond. I know, Hiruzen said, rubbing his temples. But to directly accuse Hanzo, we need more solid evidence. Besides, the current relations among the great nations are delicate. Acting rashly could trigger a chain reaction. The office door opened and Danzo entered. He had obviously already learned of the border incident. Hiruzen, you can no longer hesitate, Danzo said in a firm voice. Hanzo is testing Konoha's limits. If we do not respond forcefully, he will escalate. I suggest we immediately dispatch 2 additional platoons to the Land of Rain border and issue a formal diplomatic note to Hanzo demanding an explanation. That would be a direct provocation. Hiruzen shook his head. We need a more cautious approach. The result of caution will be more Konoha shinobi attacked like today. Danzo raised his voice, a rare occurrence. Shikaku's squad nearly perished today. If not for that mysterious ninja's intervention, we would now be preparing for 11 funerals. Hiruzen fell silent. He looked at the intelligence scroll on the table, then at Shikaku, this young genius who had just faced a true life-and-death trial yet could still analyze the situation calmly. The next generation of Konoha was indeed growing up, but he could not let them be lost in meaningless conflicts before their wings were fully fledged. Shikaku, go to the medical unit to have your injuries treated and get some rest, Hiruzen said finally. I will handle this matter. Shikaku bowed and withdrew. Only Hiruzen and Danzo remained in the office. What do you plan to do? Danzo asked. First, apply pressure through diplomatic channels and have the Umbu continue gathering evidence, Hiruzen said. If Hanzo is truly conducting human experiments, the other great nations will not sit idly by there. We can unite to pressure him. Too slow, Danzo sneered. By the time you gather enough evidence, Hanzo will have already erased his tracks. Hiruzen, sometimes you must solve problems as a ninja, not as a politician. I am the Hokage, Danzo, Hiruzen said, meeting his gaze. Every decision I make concerns the survival of the entire village. Impulse only brings disaster. The two stared at each other, the air thick with silent confrontation. Finally Danzo turned and left. As you wish. But I will have Root prepare, for the consequences your naive decisions may bring. The door closed. Hiruzen stood alone in the office, gazing at the night view of Konoha through the window. The days of peace were truly numbered. At the border of the land of grass in the valley of the Nether's mouth, Jing removed his eye patch. His right Sharingan ached from overuse. He sat in a chair in the medical room while Chang'er examined his eye. Pupil power consumption exceeded the safety limit by 15, Chang'er said, putting down the diagnostic device. You need to rest, no using the Sharingan for at least 3 days. How are those 2 children? Jing asked. Konoha has taken them and temporarily housed in an orphanage. Shikaku was clever. He did not mention your specific traits in his report, only saying that an unknown wandering ninja helped, Chang'er said. However, Hanzo's side has certainly noticed you now. The One-Eyed Guardian. That title has already spread in the black market. Jing smiled bitterly. I never expected that child to know about it. Having rescued 4 groups of war orphans being trafficked in the past 2 months, people are bound to remember. Chang'er patted his shoulder. This is not a bad thing. In chaotic times, goodwill is a scarce commodity, and it is the power that unites hearts. Feijian walked into the medical room holding a new intelligence report. Just received word. 2 detonation squads from Iwagakure are secretly moving toward the grass border. The AB combo from Kumogakure has finished their mission in the eastern land of lightning and their whereabouts are unknown. Chiyo of Sunagakure personally led a team to reinforce patrols along the northwest border. He looked at Jing. Your actions today may have inadvertently accelerated certain processes. Jing lowered his head. Did I do wrong? No. Feijian shook his head. You saved Konoha's shinobi, rescued innocent children, and exposed Amagakure's dark dealings. None of these are wrong. But at this sensitive time any spark could ignite the powder keg. He walked to the window watching the members of Dawn training in the valley. The prelude to the Second Great Ninja War may well begin with this border skirmish. And we of Dawn need to redefine our role. What do you mean? Jing looked up. No longer merely observers and builders of sanctuaries. Feijian's gaze sharpened. When war truly erupts, we must become a force capable of influencing the situation at critical nodes. To save people and to save the situation, Chang'er added. The 3 refuge valleys already under construction will be operational next month. We need more hands, more resources, and more shinobi like you, both powerful and principled. Jing looked at his own hands. These hands had saved lives today and taken lives as well. He still hated Danzo and craved revenge, but the path Chang'er and Feijian had pointed out to him, the path of guardianship, seemed to give this power a greater meaning. What do I need to do? He asked. Continue to grow stronger, Feijian said. At the same time, start selecting and training your own squad. When war comes, you will need comrades you can trust. Jing nodded. He thought of Yi and Ci who had fought alongside him on the battlefield today, and of the members of Dawn, in the base, each with their own stories yet a shared desire to change their fate. Perhaps he was not alone. Outside the window the night was deep. In the valley the lights of dawn still burned like scattered sparks in the darkness. And across the entire shinobi world more sparks were igniting. Some were flames of war, others were flames of hope. They intertwined and collided, about to illuminate a chaotic and cruel era. Jing put his eye patch back on, covering that crimson Sharingan. But his other eye, that perception of the world, that trust in comrades, that persistence in the way of guardianship, saw more clearly at this moment than ever before. War was coming, and he was ready to face it. In the 21st year of Woodleaf, the last rain of deep autumn ceased in the border valley, but the taut string of the ninja world showed no sign of loosening. 3 days later, within the Hidden Leaf village, the atmosphere in the meeting room of the Hokage building was as heavy as lead. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, flanked by Udatane Koharu, Mitokado Hamura, Shimura Danzo, and several border force commanders who had been urgently recalled. In the center of the long table lay several intelligence scrolls and a border map marked with colored indicators showing the movements of various nations' armies. The latest intelligence. The captain of the Umbu Intelligence Division knelt on one knee to report, his voice piercing the silence of the chamber. 2 explosive squads of Iwagakure have arrived 10 kilometers from the northern border of the Land of Grass and are constructing defensive fortifications on site. The leader is Kitsuchi, the son of Inoki. The AB combo of Kumogakure has been confirmed to appear in the Land of Hot Water, meeting with the top brass of Yudakure under the guise of friendly visit, accompanied by 20 elite ninja from Kumogakure. Regarding Sunagakure, Chiyoba herself is stationed at the northwest border fortress. The Jinchuriki of Shikaku, the monk Bunpuku, has completed his year-long secluded training and is currently missing. It is speculated that he has moved secretly with the troops. As for Amagakure, the Umbu captain paused. Hanzo of the Salamander personally inspected the eastern border defenses yesterday, accompanied by the elite Poison Fang squad of Amagakure. At the same time, 7 of our monitoring posts on the Grass-Rain border were lost within the past 48 hours. The last intelligence from the remaining 3 indicates that Amagakure is conducting a large-scale purge of suspicious persons in the border area. Each piece of intelligence weighed like a heavy stone on the hearts of all attendees. Hanzo is showing off his power. Danzo broke the silence, first the arm under his right bandage, the one implanted with a Sharingan, seeming to burn faintly. Clearing our monitoring posts is a clear message. The border of Amagakure is his to command. If we fail to respond in kind, the next things to be cleared won't be monitoring posts but our patrols. Mitokado Hamura adjusted his glasses. But rashly deploying reinforcements will trigger a chain reaction. If we send troops to the Grass-Rain border, Iwagakure will think we are about to go to war with Amagakure, and they might take the opportunity to pressure us from the south. Kumogakure's actions in the Land of Hot Water are clearly tying down our eastern front. As for Sunagakure would love nothing more than for us to fight Amagakure. Udatane Koharu interjected. They can then exploit the northwest border for profit. Hanzo dares to be so arrogant because he sees we are currently constrained on multiple fronts and dare not act rashly. Hiruzen's fingertips tapped lightly on the map at the position of the Land of Grass. 3 years ago the Second Great Ninja War erupted in the Land of Grass, a three-way conflict between Konoha Iwabakure and Amigakure. The Land of Grass became the main battlefield with countless civilian casualties, and it has yet to recover. Now history seemed about to repeat itself. That mysterious one-eyed ninja. Hiruzen suddenly spoke. Any new intelligence? The Umbu captain shook his head. No effective leads. The name One-Eyed Guardian has spread rapidly in the black market and among rogue ninja circles over the past week, but descriptions vary wildly. Some say he is a fugitive of the Uchiha clan, others say he is a secret weapon cultivated by some minor ninja village, and still others say he is Uchiha Kagami who went missing 3 years ago. The air in the meeting room seemed to freeze for an instant. Impossible. Danzo's voice was categorical, but his right arm twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. Uchiha Kagami is dead. I personally confirmed the scene. With that kind of injury and blood loss, survival is impossible. But no body was found at the scene, Mitokado Hamura pointed out. Moreover, that one-eyed ninja can use the Uchiha's Great Fireball technique and the Sharingan. Sharingan can be bought on the black market. Danzo interrupted, his voice with a hint of sharpness. And Kagami's left eye was. He paused. Confirmed destroyed when I pursued the attacker. The one-eyed ninja activated his right eye. Hiruzen gave Danzo a long, deep look. Regarding the truth of Kagami's disappearance 3 years ago, Danzo had always been evasive, only saying that they encountered an unknown attacker, and Kagami's whereabouts became unknown. Hiruzen had his suspicions but lacked evidence. Moreover, Kagami's disappearance had temporarily suppressed the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with the high command, because Kagami was one of the few Uchiha who held a key position in the police force while also being trusted by the Hokage. Now thinking back, it was all too coincidental. Regardless, Hiruzen pulled back his thoughts. The appearance of this one-eyed ninja has disrupted Hanzo's plans and bought us time. The human experimentation scandal he exposed in Amigakure is a powerful diplomatic weapon for us. But it's also a double-edged sword, Yuditane Kohara said worriedly. If we publicly accuse Hanzo of human experimentation, we must present evidence. The most direct evidence, the rescued brother and sister, are now in Konoha. That would tell the entire ninja world that the one-eyed ninja is one of ours, or at least has ties to us. Hanzo won't admit it, Danzo sneered. He'll turn the accusation around, saying we staged the whole thing to frame him. Such mutual mudslinging is meaningless in diplomacy. What truly matters is strength. He stood up and walked to the map. My suggestion is not to send troops under official guise, but to dispatch 3 elite Umbu squads to the Land of Grass under the pretext of eliminating border smuggling rings. The mission objective: gather solid evidence of Amigakure's human experiments, and if necessary take extraordinary measures. At the same time, Root will cooperate, focusing on infiltrating Amigakure's interior to find Hanzo's weaknesses. What do extraordinary measures include? Hiruzen asked in a low voice. Including but not limited to capturing key witnesses, intercepting experiment records, and even... Danzo lowered his voice. If it is confirmed that Amigakure is conducting forbidden research targeting Konoha, destroying the relevant facilities. Silence fell over the meeting room. Everyone knew this meant Konoha would officially launch a secret war against Amigakure. If the operation were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. But if they did nothing, Hanzo's ambitions were already clear. Amigakure's expansion would sooner or later threaten Konoha's border security, and could even become the spark for the Third Great Ninja War. Hiruzen closed his eyes. He remembered the words of his teacher Senju Tobarama. The Hokage's decisions are often not choices between good and bad, but between bad and worse. Approved. He finally opened his eyes. But with 3 restrictions. First, all operations must be strictly confidential and participants must use disguised identities. Second, do not actively attack Amigakure regular forces unless attacked. Third, if solid evidence is obtained, prioritize diplomatic channels to expose and pressure rather than direct military confrontation. A faint, barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of Danzo's mouth. Understood. He knew that once the operation began, there would always be ways to reasonably circumvent the restrictions. War, once it entered the phase of secret operations, blurred the rules. After the meeting ended, Danzo did not return to his office but went straight to the underground base of Root. There an even more covert operation was already being planned. That one-eyed ninja, Danzo said to his trusted subordinate who had been waiting, must be found. Alive or dead, I want him. The key is his eye. Yes, Lord Danzo. However, the intelligence on the one-eyed guardian in the black market is chaotic. Our people have traced 3 leads all pointing in different directions. Then expand the search scope. Danzo's eyes were icy. Focus on one-eyed rogue ninja who have recently appeared and are exceptionally strong. Also secretly investigate within the Uchiha clan whether anyone knows of Kageme's whereabouts or if any other clan members have disappeared. The trusted subordinate received the order and withdrew. Danzo stood alone in the dim underground chamber, slowly unwinding the bandages from his right arm. On his pale arm 3 Sharingans slowly opened in the darkness, their crimson pupils like the gaze of hell. Among them the eye belonging to Uchiha Kagame was now emitting a searing burning pain. Kagame, Danzo murmured to himself. If you are truly still alive, this time I will make you disappear completely. Your eyes, your power belong to me, to Konoha. The Sharingan on his arm seemed to sense his desire, its tomos slowly beginning to rotate. At the same time, 1,000 miles away at the border of the Land of Iron, in the auction hall of the Black Market Mortuary House, a secret transaction was underway. This was not a public auction but a closed-door event for guests with special invitations. Kakuzu, wearing a hood, sat in a shadowy corner, his green eyes scanning the room through the slits of his mask. As the most veteran bounty hunter and intelligence broker in the underworld, he was a regular here. But today he was not here to buy or sell, he was here to observe on the orders of Lord Duobao. The auctioneer was an old man with a hoarse voice. He lifted the black cloth from the tray in front of him, revealing a specially made glass container. Inside, immersed in a pale green liquid, was a crimson eyeball, a Sharingan. A suppressed murmur rippled through the room. As you can see, this is an intact 3-tomo Sharingan. The old man's voice was like sandpaper. The source is clean, no tracking jutsu and no residual chakra from the original owner. Starting bid. 80 million ryo. Bidding began instantly. Sharingan were always a hot commodity on the black market, especially clean ones, meaning the buyer need not fear pursuit from the Uchiha clan nor worry about hidden traps left by the original owner. The price quickly climbed to 120 million ryo. Kakuzu silently noted the most aggressive bidders, one wearing a bird-beak mask, apparently a representative of a certain minor ninja village. Another was a tall cloaked figure with a scarred face, likely a rogue ninja from the land of waterfalls, and a third a woman in a veiled hat, her identity unknown. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. He had seen that Sharingan before. It belonged to a Uchiha who had been killed in a skirmish a few years ago. The eye had been harvested by a rogue ninja and had passed through several hands. Now it was being sold here as if it were a common commodity. He recalled the instructions from Lord Duobao: keep an eye on the Sharingan trade. Someone is trying to monopolize them. Report any unusual transactions. This auction was definitely unusual. The bidding continued, the energy in the room growing tense. Kakuzu's mind wandered. The reappearance of the one-eyed guardian, the human experiment, scandaled the secret movements of the great villages. All signs pointed to a gathering storm. And in the eye of that storm, the Sharingan seemed to be the prize everyone sought. But what did they really want? Power? Revenge? Or something else entirely? The auctioneer's hammer fell. Sold to the masked gentleman for 150 million ryo. The bird-beak masked figure nodded, standing up to complete the transaction. Kakuzu memorized his face, and then slipped out of the auction hall unnoticed. Outside the night was dark. The Land of Iron's eternal snows reflected the faint moonlight. Kakuzu pulled his hood lower and walked into the shadows. He had a report to deliver. Meanwhile, in a hidden safe house on the border of the Land of Grass, the one-eyed guardian sat cross-legged meditating. His single eye glowed faintly in the darkness. He knew that both Konoha and Amigekyo would be searching for him. But he had his own mission. He touched the bandage over his missing eye. The memory of that night was still vivid, the betrayal, the pain, the fall. But he had survived. And now he would uncover the truth, no matter the cost. In the distance, the wind carried the sound of clashing swords. The ninja world was on the brink of war. And he was caught in the middle, a pawn in a game much larger than himself. But he had no intention of remaining a pawn. He would become a player or die trying. The night deepened. Somewhere a crow caught its cry echoing across the empty fields. The first snow of winter began to fall, silent and cold. In the Hokage building, a candle burned low. Hiruzen sat alone, staring at the map. The weight of the office pressed down on him. He thought of the one-eyed guardian and of Uchiha Kagame. If Kagame was alive. No, that was impossible. But the doubt lingered. He sighed and blew out the candle. Dawn would come soon, and with it difficult decisions. A Rain Village merchant, and middle-aged man clad in Cloud Village-style attire but deliberately masking his accent, plus one other figure who made Kakuzu narrow his eyes. That person sat in the front row, entirely shrouded in an oversized black robe, face obscured. Yet when he raised his bidding paddle, a faint mark appeared on his wrist, the insignia of Danzo Shimura's Root Division. Though cleverly disguised, Kakuzu recognized it instantly. Root operatives, here at the black market to purchase Sharingan eyes. Kakuzu's mind raced to intelligence fragments. 3 years ago, Uchiha Miru had been ambushed and vanished. One Sharingan stolen. Danzo sustained severe injury to his right arm, thereafter perpetually wrapped in bandages. Recently, Root had launched clandestine forbidden experiments, requiring abundant chakra-rich biological tissue. His fingers concealed within his sleeves subtly formed a hand seal, a nearly imperceptible reconnaissance technique locking onto the robed figure. Ultimately, the Sharingan was auctioned for the staggering sum of 150 million real, won by the robed figure. Upon transaction completion, he departed the auction hall without delay. Kakuzu followed silently. The robed man demonstrated exceptional counter-surveillance awareness, weaving through Iron Country's alleyways in 7 or 8 intricate loops before entering an unassuming inn. Kakuzu did not enter. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadow of the building opposite, pressing his fingers to the ground and channeling chakra downward to weave a subtle sensory net enveloping the entire inn. Half an hour later, the robed man reemerged, dressed differently. But Kakuzu's chakra net had already registered residual signatures within his room, not 1 but 3 distinct chakra presences, 2 strong and 1 exceedingly faint, like that of a gravely ill patient, or an experimental subject. Kakuzu infiltrated the room. It stood empty, yet upon the table lay a scroll left behind. He swiftly unraveled its rudimentary sealing array and unfurled its contents. It was a partial transcription of experimental records documenting data from an organ compatibility trial. Test subjects were numbered 01 through 17. 0109 marked deceased 1015, labeled severe rejection, response only 16, and 17 noted as preliminarily stable, requires further observation. The records highlighted a critical parameter: inattribute chakra supply source. In the footnote for subject 16, a line read: provisionally implanted with Uchiha Miru's eye, stability period extended by 47, yet signs of psychological erosion observed. Kakuzu's gaze hardened. He copied the scroll's contents in full, then erased every trace of his intrusion before vanishing into the night. 2 hours later, the intelligence reached the Valley of Yomiai via encrypted channel. So Danzo not only seized Miru's eyes, he now sustains his experimental subjects using them. Sandao Joji set aside the report transmitted by Kakuzu. His voice muffled behind the dark silver mask turned glacial, and he continues acquiring more Sharingan on the black market. Proof that 1 eye is insufficient. He requires additional inattribute chakra supply sources. Tobirama stood before a water mirror, its surface reflecting Konoha's sweeping panorama. His face paled with fury, his knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists. Using Uchiha Sharingan as mere experimental tools. Danzo, your moral boundaries erode further with each passing day. His voice trembled with suppressed wrath. Brother founded Konoha so children would no longer perish on battlefields, as disposable instruments. And you now transform living souls into laboratory specimens. Rage solves nothing, brother. Sandao Joji remained composed. This intelligence's true value lies in confirming our hypothesis. Danzo's experiment has entered its decisive phase, and he urgently needs more Sharingan. And the Uchiha clan remains his largest reservoir. We must accelerate our response. Tobirama turned sharply. How proceeds Miru's squad formation? Taking shape. Sandao Joji summoned another image in the water mirror, revealing a training ground. Miru personally selected 4 members, Yi skilled in wind release and intelligence analysis, Shura master assassin, Gu a former Iwagakure dark division operative seasoned and pragmatic, and a newly recruited medical nin codenamed Yu, a wandering physician we rescued at the border, clean background, exceptional skill. On-screen, Miru guided his team through synchronized drills. Since losing his left eye, his command style had grown remarkably holistic. Deprived of sight, he now relied entirely on chakra perception to map the battlefield, attuning himself precisely to each comrade's position, condition, and chakra flow. This singular approach granted his unit innate tactical cohesion. Bring them to me, Tobirama commanded. It is time they received their first official assignment. 10 minutes later, Miru and his 4 comrades stood assembled in the strategy chamber. After 3 months of rigorous integration, the quintet had forged palpable unity. Miru stood foremost, behind him stood Yishur, Gu, and Yu. An assignment awaits. Tobirama spoke without preamble. Objective: infiltrate northern Kusagakure to surveil Iwagakure's explosive demolition unit, assess Hodo's command acumen and unit combat capability. Simultaneously gather intelligence on any covert contact between Iwagakure and Amigakure, or between Iwagakure and Konoha. This is a reconnaissance mission. Miru asked. Outwardly, yes. Sandao Joji took over, unfurling a map and pointing to a valley marked in crimson within northern Kusagakure. Here, during the Second Shinobi World War, Iwagakure established a temporary laboratory studying recovered shinobi corpses and the remains of bloodline limit bearers from battlefields. The lab was abandoned after the war, but recent intelligence confirms Iwagakure personnel have returned. Mira's right pupil contracted slightly. They intend to reactivate the facility. Or have already done so, Sandao Joji replied. Your secondary objective: verify the lab's current status. If feasible, retrieve its research archives, particularly any documentation concerning Sharingan or Uchiha bloodline studies. Gu asked gravely Lord Tsuchigumo, do you suspect Iwagakure conducts similar experiments? Anoki, the wily old fox, never overlooks opportunities to strengthen Iwagakure, Sandao Joji sneered. During the war, Iwagakure captured several fallen Uchiha corpses. Given his nature, he would certainly dissect them. Mira's fist tightened. The desecration of Uchiha remains by enemy nations was an unforgivable sacrilege to any clan member. When do we depart? His voice remained level, but those who knew him sensed the volcanic fury beneath. At dawn tomorrow. Tobarama affirmed this mission carries extreme risk. Iwagakure's explosive demolition unit is no ordinary force, Hodo though young commands with tactical brilliance rivaling his father's. Remember, reconnaissance is paramount, not combat. Avoid exposure unless absolutely necessary. Understood. All five responded in unison. Additionally, Sandao Joji added, Kakuzu will rendezvous with you at the border providing vital intelligence support. Should you encounter route operatives, evade them if possible. But if evasion proves impossible, he paused. Mira, you know what must be done. Mira nodded. He understood Sandao Joji's meaning. Should route agents, especially those who might recognize him, appear, absolute silence must be ensured before word reaches Konoha. After the squad departed, only Tobarama and Sandao Joji remained in the strategy chamber. Sending Miru to confront a laboratory that defile Uchiha remains, Tobarama murmured, is that not cruel? Cruel, but necessary. Sandao Joji gazed out the window. He must grasp that hostility toward the Uchiha stems not solely from within Konoha, but also from beyond its borders. Only then can he evolve from a vengeful survivor into a true leader capable of safeguarding his clan. A leader, Tobarama smiled bitterly. Is Mira truly suited for such a role? No one is born suited. Sandao Joji turned. Circumstance shapes character. The Uchiha require a new path, one that protects their people without severing ties with Konoha entirely. Mira may not be ideal, but he is our sole viable choice. He stepped before the water mirror, its image shifted to display the entire shinobi world. Armies of the great nations advanced across the map like chess pieces, repositioning, aligning, confronting. The curtain rises on the second shinobi world war. Sandao Joji intoned, voice low and resonant. Within this storm, dawn must claim its place. We rescue lives. We gather intelligence. We build strength. Yet above all, we must carve a path to survival, for those like the Uchiha, marginalized and coveted, caught between the grinding gears of empires. Tobarama stared silently at the map. Once as Hokage of Konoha, his calculations centered on securing Konoha's advantage amid international power struggles. Now his perspective had transformed. He contemplated how those crushed between great powers could endure, not merely survive but live as human beings. Mira's squad will succeed, he declared at last. I believe in them. So do I, Sandao Joji affirmed. For Mira's gaze, now, is utterly unlike the one he bore 3 years ago. Outside, night descended upon the valley of Yomiai. Lights flickered awake across the base, stars of guidance piercing the darkness. Across the wider shinobi world, countless forces stirred in shadow, testing, probing, colliding. The illusion of peace hung brittle as ice beneath its surface. The undercurrents of war surged with gathering force. At dawn, Miru and his squad would depart, slipping into lands poised to become battlegrounds. Their actions might well become the first variable to shift the war's trajectory. No one could foresee what lay ahead. Yet tonight, there remained those willing to grip their weapons tightly, not for conquest but for protection. That for now was enough. Before dawn, the northern mountain range of the land of grass lay shrouded in an impenetrable fog. Morning dew soaked the withered grass and jagged rocks, rendering the already treacherous path slick and perilous. Uchiha Kagami and his squad advanced toward their target valley at a painstakingly slow pace. They had deliberately avoided all known patrol routes, instead winding along sheer cliff faces and a dense forest edge. Kagami led the formation, his right eye tightly shut beneath a black eye patch that merged seamlessly into the dim light. His chakra perception extended fully, like invisible tendrils, scanning every subtle movement within a 300-meter radius ahead. 2 stationary sentries 60 meters up the left cliff face. Kagami whispered, barely audible while signaling silently to his teammates behind him. Their breathing is slow, they're dozing. Bypass them. Enya nodded, tracing a miniature wind-release seal in the air, not offensive but designed to mask even the faintest sounds generated by their movement. A nearly imperceptible breeze swept past, enveloping their footsteps, the rustle of clothing, even the rhythm of their heartbeats, and carried them away toward the valley opposite their direction of advance. This was one of Kageme's tactical innovations developed over the past 3 months, the seamless fusion of perception and concealment. After losing his left eye, he had honed his chakra sensing to its absolute zenith, so refined he could discern how terrain modulated sound propagation, enabling him to direct wind techniques with surgical precision for acoustic camouflage. The squads slipped like phantoms beneath the cliff face. Indeed, the 2 Iwagakure sentinels were slumbering. 3 consecutive days of vigilance on this desolate mountainside had eroded even the discipline of elite IWA shinobi. 2 kilometers further, Kagami abruptly halted, clenching his fist. Instantly the entire squad froze, each member vanishing into the most concealed cover within a heartbeat. Chakra barrier at the valley entrance, 400 meters ahead, Kagami murmured, voice low. Not a standard alert barrier, a variant of sealing art. It detects both life signs and chakra flow. And Katsu moved silently to Kagami's side from the rear, the former Iwagakure Umbu intimately familiar with IWA tactics and barrier systems. He closed his eyes, concentrating for several seconds, then his expression hardened. This is a modified version of the rock prison perception barrier. His voice held disbelief. Originally devised to monitor prison inmates, its range never exceeded 50 meters. Yet this barrier spans at least 300 meters, and... He paused. Its energy sources are no fewer than 3 nodes. Which means there is indeed a high-value facility inside, and under formidable protection, Kagami assessed. Can we circumvent it? The 3 nodes form a triangular configuration covering the entire valley mouth. Katsu replied, shaking his head. Unless we fly over it, passage requires breaching the barrier. Flying offers no safety either, Ye added. Such barriers often incorporate 3-dimensional defense layers. Even aerial space may be monitored. Kagami fell silent for a moment, then turned to you. Among your medical ninjutsu, is there a technique to temporarily suppress vital signs and chakra fluctuations? You, a woman in her early 20s, wore a medical mask covering the lower half of her face, revealing only calm, observant eyes. She nodded. A simplified variant of the feigned death technique can reduce metabolism and chakra flow to near zero levels, for approximately 15 minutes. But during that time, movement is impossible, and response to emergencies is non-existent. And 15 minutes is insufficient to traverse the barrier's full coverage. Kagami dismissed the option. As the squad weighed alternatives, Shiki reappeared silently from the flank. She had scouted an alternate route. An underground river entrance lies west of the valley mouth, swift current yet navigable. It should bypass the surface barrier. And are there barriers within the river? Kagami asked. And none detected at the entrance, but deeper currents remain uncertain, Shiki replied. Moreover, the roar of the water will severely impair our sensory perception once submerged. A dilemma emerged: force breach risked catastrophic exposure, while submersion would render them blind. Kagami closed his right eye, pushing his chakra perception to its limit. His chakra extended like fine silk across the ground, probing inward toward the valley, seeking to skirt the barrier and glimpse what lay beyond. Yet the barrier actively disrupted and reflected chakra, yielding only fragmented impression structures deep within the valley. More than one, roughly 30 to 40 chakra signatures concentrated centrally, and an anomalous intermittent chakra fluctuation, either alive nor derived from conventional ninjutsu. We take the underground river, Kagami decided. But we split into 2 teams. Katsu, you'll lead you and Shiki through the river to infiltrate the structures and gather intelligence. I'll draw attention with Ya on the surface, creating the diversion you need. And that's too dangerous, Katsu objected immediately. If you're discovered, you'll face the entire garrison. Then move swiftly. Kagami's tone brooked no dissent. 15 minutes, counting from your entry into the river. Regardless of intelligence gathered, you must withdraw to the designated extraction point within that window. Yeah, and I will generate chaos first, then extract ourselves. And Katsu opened his mouth again, but seeing the taut line of Kagami's jaw beneath the eye patch, he gave a single solemn nod. He knew Kagami, as team leader, had chosen the optimal tactical balance, minimizing risk per unit, while maximizing the probability of success. Move out! And the 2 groups parted. Katsuyu and Shiki headed west toward the subterranean river entrance. Kagami and Ye began laying decoy traps along the surface. Kagami withdrew 3 custom-made explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch, not conventional gunpowder devices but delay-triggered tags activated by chakra resonance. He buried them at 3 distinct positions along the barrier's perimeter, programming them to detonate 12 minutes hence, each 3 seconds apart. Upon explosion, Iwagakure's first instinct will be outward pursuit, Kagami told Ye. By then Katsu's team should have penetrated the inner structures. Our role is to sow sufficient confusion on the periphery, delaying their search, without engaging in direct combat. He acknowledged with a nod. A master of wind release and speed, he excelled at guerrilla warfare and harassment tactics. Time ticked steadily forward. Kagami and Ye crouched behind a jumble of boulders just outside the barrier, motionless and silent. The morning mist began to lift, revealing the valley's contours, a fortress unmistakably IWA in style, massive stone blocks stacked with brutalist solidity built for impregnability. At its center rose a 3-story main tower, its roof bearing Iwagakure's emblem. At the 11th minute, Kagami's perception registered anomaly, not from within the valley but from behind them. 5 figures approached rapidly, less than 500 meters distant. Their chakra signatures were chillingly familiar, and rude operatives. Kagami's voice chilled. He recognized one chakra signature, the same presence present 3 years ago, the night he was ambushed. A trusted confidant of Danzo, codenamed Crow. Yes, expression darkened. How did they find us? Has our mission been compromised? And not necessarily. Kagami's mind raced. Danzo is also investigating the IWA laboratory. Our objectives converge. But ally or adversary? And before he could finish, alarm bells blared from within the valley, not triggered by Kagami's explosives but by combat erupting from the underground river direction. Katsu's team has been exposed, Kagami concluded instantly. Revised plan: Ye intercept and extract Katsu's team via the contingency route. I'll hold off route. That's an order. Kagami's command left no room for debate. Enya clenched his jaw, then vanished into the thinning mist, a streak of blurred motion. Kagami turned, facing the direction from which Root advanced, drawing his short blade with deliberate slowness. And what was destined would come. Perhaps today he'd collect interest on a debt 3 years overdue. 5 figures emerged from the mist, the foremost cloaked in black, wearing a crow-beaked mask, Crow himself. His gaze fixed upon Kagami, lingering briefly on the black eye patch. The one-eyed guardian, Crow's voice rasped. I never expected to meet you here, or that you'd align yourself with Dawnbreakers. Kagami's pulse tightened. Not only had Crow identified his black market alias, he knew of Dawnbreakers. This meant Root's infiltration ran deeper than anticipated. What does Danzo want you to do here? Kagami's voice remained level, though his grip tightened on the hilt. And same as you, to investigate Iwa's little toys. Crow stepped forward. The other 4 Root agents fanned out in a semicircle, cutting off every escape route. Though our purposes may diverge. You intend to destroy evidence, don't you? After all, certain findings within that IWA lab might disturb you deeply. And Kagami's pupils contracted slightly. Crow knew he was Uchiha. And I don't know what you mean, Kagami replied coolly. And let me clarify then. Crow halted, cold eyes gleaming behind the mask. 3 years ago, Iwagaku recovered 7 Uchiha corpses from the battlefield. That wily old man Inoki entrusted them to his research division. For 3 years they've dissected the Sharingan's mysteries, striving to replicate its power. And he drew a scroll from his robe and unfurled it. It bore hand-drawn schematics and Uchiha strapped into a chair, intricate tubes and sealing runes converging where the eyes should be. They call it the Ocular Power Extraction Project, Crow said, voice laced with perverse excitement. Using specialized seals, they drain ocular chakra from the deceased and inject it into living test subjects. Though success remains rare if achieved. And Kagami's breath quickened. Vision surged, his kin defiled in death, their sacred eyes violated, hollowed, and exploited. Rage boiled like magma in his chest. Unbidden, his right Sharingan flared open, 3 tomos spinning violently. Angry, Crow chuckled. But the cruelest irony. The technical foundation for this project originates partly from Konoha, from Danzo's own laboratories. So in a sense, we and Iwagaku are partners, and silence. Kagami snarled. It clicked, everything clicked. Danzo wasn't merely conducting his own research on the Sharingan, he was exchanging data and methodology with Iwagaku, trading the corpses and eyes of Uchiha for scientific advancement. So you understand, Crow said, rolling the scroll shut. Now you face 2 choices. First, join us. Assist in securing the IWA laboratory's assets. The core data. Then we'll deal with everything there. In exchange, you can avenge your clan with your own hands. And the second. Ya's hand went to the hilt of his blade. We kill you here and take the data ourselves. After all, that Sharingan in your right eye, Lord Danzo is quite interested in it. He said Kagami's left eye served him well. If he could obtain the right eye as well, perhaps it could unleash even greater power. The moment the words fell, battle erupted. Jing's figure vanished from his spot, reappearing to Ya's left the next instant. His short blade darted like a viper toward Ya's ribs. But Ya reacted swiftly, sidestepping to block while flicking 3 poisoned kunai from his left hand. Clang! 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 Jing deflected all the kunai with his blade, but the other 4 root ninja had already encircled him. Their coordination was flawless, their assault relentless as crashing waves targeting every blind spot and defensive gap. Jing closed his right eye, relying entirely on chakra perception to navigate. In the darkness, each enemy movement became a clear silhouette, every attack a predictable trajectory. His blade wove a silver halo around his body, deflecting all strikes one by one. But Root's tactics did not end there. One ninja suddenly made hand seals. Poison mist, suffocating shroud. Purple toxic mist rose from the ground, spreading rapidly. Jing held his breath at once, but the poison could penetrate not only through the respiratory tract but also through the skin. A wave of dizziness hit him, his movements slowed by a beat. That split-second opening was all you needed. Shadow binding technique. Countless black shadows shot up from the ground, entangling Jing's feet. At the same time, another root ninja struck from behind, his short blade aiming straight for the back of the heart. Jing whirled around, deflecting the attack with his blade, but the shadow binding distorted his movements. The sword edge barely grazed the opponent's weapon. And at that moment the third ninja's attack arrived, a specially crafted senbon aimed at Jing's right eye. In the nick of time, Jing made an unexpected move. He abandoned defense, allowing the shadows to tighten their grip while leaning forward to take the senbon on his left shoulder. A sharp pain shot through him as the senbon pierced muscle, but it avoided a vital point. His own blade, propelled by the forward momentum, plunged like lightning into the chest of the ninja attacking from the front. Thud. The sound of steel entering flesh was starkly clear in the silent morning mist. That root ninja stared down in disbelief at the blade in his chest, then collapsed limply. Jing pulled out the blade, blood dripping from its edge. He yanked the senbon from his shoulder with his left hand and tossed it to the ground. The effects of the poison mist combined with blood loss blurred his vision, but his perception remained sharp. One down, Jing said, his voice eerily calm. 4 left. Ya's expression grew serious. He hadn't expected Jing to kill one even while poisoned and wounded. This one-eyed Uchiha's growth rate exceeded his expectations. Switch to plan B, Ya ordered. If we can't capture him alive, kill him. But leave the eyes. The remaining 3 root ninja changed tactics, abandoning close-quarters combat in favor of long-range attrition with jutsu and projectiles. The poison mist thickened Jing's breathing, grew more labored, his movements more sluggish. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer. But Gu and the others hadn't evacuated yet. He had to buy more time. Just then an explosion echoed from the valley. The detonating tags Jing had planted earlier went off. Though a few minutes later than planned, the effect was the same. The IWA garrison was alerted and a surge of chakra signatures began moving toward the valley mouth. Damn it! Ya cursed. Iwa's been alerted. Finish this fast. The assault intensified. Jing fought with all his might, but the poison and blood loss were taking their toll. His consciousness began to waver. A dodge came a fraction too slow. A kunai carved a deep gash under his ribs. Is this the end? The thought flashed through Jing's mind. He hadn't avenged Danzo, hadn't protected his clan, hadn't. A wind blade suddenly ripped in from the side, forcing back the root ninja about to land the killing blow. Lord Jing! Ye's voice rang out. He rushed out of the mist carrying the battered Gu and Ci on his back. He was slung over Gu's back, apparently unconscious. You all! Jing panted. The lab is destroyed, Gu reported tersely. We got the core data, but a self-destruct mechanism was triggered. You took poison to cover us. No time to talk now. You send out more wind blades, temporarily driving back the enemy. Retreat. But Root wouldn't let them leave easily. You sneered and made hand seals. Barrier 4, violet flames formation. Purple flame walls rose from 4 directions, trapping everyone inside. This was Root's encirclement barrier. Once formed, it was extremely difficult to break. Jing looked at the approaching IWA forces, then at the barrier trapping them, and made his decision. Ye take them underground, he said in a low voice. Use earth release, go deep enough, then move east. The barrier is weakest at its base. What about you? He asked urgently. I'll stay and hold them off. Jing took a deep breath. The Sharingan in his right eye began to spin violently. The 3 Tomo patterns started to warp and connect. And I have some scores to settle with these people. But that's an order, Jing roared. Go. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands to the ground. Earth release, underground travel technique. The ground softened and he Gu Ci and Yu sank into the earth, vanishing. Within the barrier only Jing and the 4 root ninja remained. You think you can take all 4 of us alone? Ya mocked. Brave but foolish. Jing did not answer. He closed his eyes and channeled every ounce of chakra, including the power deep within the Sharingan that he usually dared not touch, all of it. The three-tomo pattern fully connected, forming a brand new shape, a pattern resembling a three-bladed shuriken. This was not the Mangekyo Sharingan but a pseudo-Mangekyo state forcibly catalyzed by overdrawing life force and ocular power with only one eye. Jing knew the consequences, permanent damage to his ocular power, even blindness. But now he had no choice. When he opened his eyes again, the pattern in his right eye sent a chill through every root ninja. This is... Ya's voice wavered for the first time. Jing raised his hand and formed an extremely complex seal. This technique, developed secretly under Chunger's guidance over the past 3 months, had never been used in combat. Forbidden technique. Time prison. For an instant, time seemed to freeze within the barrier. Not truly stopping time, but using powerful genjutsu to disrupt everyone's perception of time. In that single instant, Jing's figure split into 4, appearing simultaneously before each of the 4 root ninja. Blade light flashed. When time perception returned to normal, Ya found himself still standing, but the other 3 comrades had fallen, each with a hair-thin line of blood across their throats, trachea and arteries severed precisely, not even a scream to escape. Only Ya remained alive, but his right hand was severed at the wrist, his blade clattering to the ground. You! Ya clutched his stump, the first hint of fear visible behind his mask. Jing stood before him, the pseudo-Mangekyo pattern in his right eye was rapidly fading, reverting to 3 tomo, then the tomo themselves began to grow dim. Blood trickled from the corner of his eye, mixing with earlier blood and sweat, tracing a stark, shocking line down his face. Go back and tell Danzo. Jing's voice was hoarse, barely audible. The blood of the Uchiha is not a toy he can desecrate at will. One day I will come for him and take back what is mine. With that he turned and walked toward the barrier's edge. The purple flame walls parted before him. The time prison technique had not only affected the people but also briefly disrupted the barrier's chakra flow. Jing's figure disappeared into the morning mist. Seconds later, Iwa's garrison arrived, finding only corpses and the shattered barrier. Ya knelt on the ground, staring in the direction where Jing had vanished, his eyes filled with venom and a trace of barely perceptible fear. That one-eyed Uchiha was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. 30 kilometers away, a hidden cave. In the temporary shelter Yi had carved with earth release, you lay on a simple bedroll as Gu tended to her wounds. Ci stood guard at the entrance while Yi anxiously watched the path. When Jing's staggering figure appeared at the cave mouth, Yi nearly rushed to embrace him but stopped short at the sight of his blood-soaked clothes and ghastly pallor. Lord Jing. You. I'm fine. Jing slumped against the cave wall, breathing heavily. Did you get the data? Gu took out a sealed scroll from his chest. The lab's core data, including their experiment records, technical principles, and the records of Uchiha, remains processing. Jing took the scroll, his hands trembling slightly. He didn't open it immediately but asked, How is you? The poison is under control but she needs rest. Gu replied. She took the lab's self-destruct trap head-on to buy us time. Jing nodded and closed his eyes. The backlash from overusing his ocular power began to set in, a tearing pain in his right eye, his vision blurring. He knew this time he might have truly damaged the root of his power. We must evacuate immediately, Yi said. Neither IWA nor Root will let this go. This area will soon become a search zone. Let's go. Jing struggled to his feet but stumbled and nearly fell. Yi quickly steadied him. Lord Jing, your eyes. I can still see for now, Jing gritted out. But it might not last long. We have to reach the base before I go blind. The squad gathered their gear ready to withdraw. Jing took one last look back in the direction they had come. There the IWA lab's ruins still belched black smoke, burying the Uchiha's disgrace, but the truth had been carried away with them. This game was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. But at least today they had won the first round. The cost was high, but it was worth it. Jing tightened his grip on the scroll. It contained not only evidence of Iwa's crimes, but also the bargaining chip for his and Dawn's future negotiations. And another weapon for his revenge against Danzo. The morning light finally dispelled the mist, completely illuminating the blood-stained mountain path. The squad's figures vanished into the dense forest, while a greater storm was brewing across the entire ninja world. The footsteps of the Second Shinobi World War drew ever closer. The medical bay in the valley of the ghostly mouth was thick with the mingled scent of herbs and disinfectant. Uchiha Kage lay on the central bed, his right eye tightly wrapped in multiple layers of medicine-soaked gauze, the dark red bloodstains seeping through the edges already dried and blackened. His breathing was weak but steady, yet his pallid paper-like complexion and the bandages covering his entire body silently spoke of the brutality of the border skirmish. Yu stood by the bedside, her own injuries not yet healed. Her left arm was in a sling, her face equally pale, yet she insisted on personally treating Kage. Her hands were astonishingly steady, her fingertips flickering with pale green medical chakra scanning every minute tissue of Kage's eye like the most precise instrument. Optic nerve damage. 47%. Yu's voice was calm, but her tightly pressed lips betrayed the weight in her heart. The iris and ciliary body show irreversible atrophy. The worst is the fundus vessels. Massive hemorrhaging occurred when he overexerted his dojutsu. Although I removed most of the accumulated blood using the fine extraction technique, some blood has seeped into the vitreous body, forming permanent cloudy plaques. In layman's terms, asked Chinger from the foot of the bed. His dark silver mask glinted coldly under the harsh medical bay lights. In layman's terms, Yu lowered her hands, the glow of medical chakra fading. Lord Kage's right eye retains basic light perception and vague silhouette recognition, but fine vision, dynamic tracking, color differentiation, these foundational functions of the Sharingan, are likely permanently lost. Moreover, due to optic nerve damage, even if a healthy eyeball is transplanted in the future, the visual quality will be severely compromised. A deathly silence fell over the medical bay. Yi Xiai and Gu stood by the wall, each face etched with heaviness and self-reproach. If only they had been faster, if only they had been more decisive in retreat. It's not your fault. Kage suddenly spoke from the bed, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. I chose the tactics. I decided to overexert my dojutsu. To come back alive with the data is already a blessing. But your eye. Ye's voice choked. At least I still have one eye that can see light. Kage tried to force a smile, but it pulled at the wounds on his face, twisting into a grimace. And after this experience, I think I understand chakra perception a little deeper. Not being able to see isn't entirely a bad thing. How much of this was meant to comfort his comrades, and how much to comfort himself, even Kage couldn't tell. The hollow sensation in his right eye and the occasional flickering of distorted light constantly reminded him of what he had lost. The feeling of having half the world's clarity brutally stripped away was far more unbearable than the physical pain. What about Yu's poison? Tobirama's voice came from the doorway. He had been standing there for some time, his white crow mask removed, revealing a young but exhausted face. Yu turned around. The poison in my body is 85% cleared. The remaining part has been temporarily sealed in my liver by medical ninjutsu. It will take at least 2 weeks of continuous treatment to fully eliminate it. During this time I cannot use chakra or the poison will spread. So, Chinger summarized, we've lost 2 core members' combat capabilities. Kage's Sharingan is essentially useless, and you can't participate in missions for the short term. And at this moment, he walked to the wall, pulled aside the curtain, and revealed the massive water mirror technique behind it. The screen was divided into several segments displaying movements across the shinobi world. Iwa's explosion corps were massing in large numbers on the northern border of the land of grass, increasing from 2 to 5 squads. Kumo's AB combo had left the land of hot water and appeared in a border town adjacent to the land of rain with double the number of accompanying Kumo ninjas. Suna's northwestern border fortress had raised a black flag representing first-level combat readiness, and the figure of the Ichibi Jinchuriki monk Bunpuku was confirmed on the front lines and in the land of rain. The silhouette of Hanzo the salamander appeared in the center of the water mirror, standing atop the highest tower of Amigekure, addressing hundreds of elite rain ninja assembled below, seemingly delivering a pre-war speech. At this moment the gears of the Second Great Ninja War have already begun to accelerate. Chinger finished the second half of his sentence. The data we acquired might be the final spark that ignites the powder keg. Has the data analysis been completed? Kage struggled to sit up but was pushed back down by Yu. Tobirama walked to the bedside and took out the scroll retrieved from Iwa's lab. Preliminary analysis is complete. The contents are even more shocking than we anticipated. He unrolled a small portion of the scroll, revealing densely packed experimental records and hand-drawn anatomical diagrams. Iwa's dojutsu extraction project began in Konoha Year 17, shortly after the end of the First Great Ninja War. They recovered 6 Uchiha clan corpses and 11 other ninja bodies with Kekei Genkai from the battlefield. Over 6 years they conducted more than 200 experiments. Tobirama's tone was icy. Experimental methods included but were not limited to direct eyeball transplantation, extraction and infusion of dojutsu chakra, cultivation and implantation of Sharingan cell tissue, and he paused. Dissecting Uchiha brain tissue to study the neural connection between memory and dojutsu. Kage's fists clenched, nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. What were the results? Asked Chinger. Failures, mostly failures. Tobirama flipped to the back of the scroll. Of the 37 subjects who received eyeball transplants, all died between 3 days and 3 months after surgery from causes such as rejection, chakra berserk, and mental breakdown. Of the 42 cases of dojutsu infusion, only 3 showed brief signs of Sharingan activation, but the longest duration did not exceed 12 hours, after which all subjects suffered brain death. But they didn't give up, Gu said solemnly. Otherwise they wouldn't have continued for 6 years. Because they received technical support. Tobirama turned to the last few pages of the scroll. The handwriting there was noticeably different from the earlier sections, more neat, systematic, and accompanied by complex technique analysis diagrams. Starting from Konoha year 19, a new technical pathway began to appear in Iwa's experimental records, stabilizing the chakra flow of transplanted eyes through special sealing techniques and using Yin chakra supply sources to alleviate rejection. Yin chakra supply source. He repeated the term. Is it a Sharingan? Precisely, a living Sharingan that can continuously generate Yin chakra. Tobirama looked at Kagami. The experimental record specifically mentioned sample E03, that should be Kagami's left eye. The note reads donor Uchiha Kagami Konoha Jonin left eye integrity 92 Yin chakra activity rating A. After pairing with subject 16 rejection rate decreased by 61 stabilization period extended to 47 days. Kagami felt a wave of nausea. His eye had been used to sustain those experiments, defiling the Uchiha remains. Has the source of the technology been identified? Asked Shinger. Yes. Tobirama extracted a separate slip of paper from the scroll containing deciphered ciphertext. Through handwriting comparison and technique style analysis, the person providing technical support is Danzo's root. Moreover, it was not one-way provision but two-way cooperation. IWA shared Kekei Genkai cadaver dissection data with Root, and Root provided IWA with stable Sharingan transplantation technology. A trade of interest, Shinger sneered. Danzo wanted more research data on Kekei Genkai to perfect his experiment fusing Hashirama's cells with the Sharingan. Anoki wanted the power of the Sharingan. The two struck a deal using Uchiha corpses and eyes as bargaining chips. Not only that. Tobirama pulled out another sheet of paper. Before the lab's self-destruct mechanism activated, you rescued an encrypted communication record from the core database. After decryption, it shows that Amigekyo was also involved. The water mirror technique screen switched to display the decrypted communication fragments. Konoha year 21 March 15 IWA AIM. The third batch of goods has passed through the grass rain border route. Confirm receipt and remit the remaining payment. Konoha year 21 April 7 AIM. IWA new batch of volunteers is ready. Please pay 50 deposit in advance. Additionally, Lord Hanzo inquires about the research progress on the special sample. Konoha year 21 May 22 IWA AIM analysis report on the special sample note suspected to be brain tissue slices from Uchiha remains has been encrypted and sent. Experimental results meet expectations. Recommend expanding the sample size. Amigekyo was providing experimental materials to IWA. C's voice carried a chill. The so-called volunteers and goods were the abducted civilians and war orphans. And IWA reciprocated with research results. Bu continued. What did Hanzo want? The power of Kekei Genkai. Or, the land of rain wants to rise and it needs everything that can enhance national strength. Shinger walked to the water mirror the screen, switching back to Hanzo's speech. Research results on Kekei Genkai forbidden techniques and even, possibly tailed beast-related technology. He turned around, his eyes behind the mask scanning everyone in the room. What we hold in our hands now is a bombshell powerful enough to simultaneously bring down IWA Root and Amigekyo. But the problem is, once this bomb is detonated, it may kill not only our enemies but also ourselves and the fragile peace of the entire shinobi world. What do you plan to do? Asked Tobirama. Shinger was silent for a moment, then slowly said, 3 steps. First, use this intelligence to force Danzo and Anoki to back down. We can let them know through secret channels that we have the evidence. If they don't want to be disgraced, they must stop the experiments and make concessions to us. Second step. Second, make contact with Hanzo. Shinger's words were startling. Not confrontation but cooperation. Show him the evidence we have, tell him the cost of continuing to cooperate with IWA. At the same time, offer him a better choice. What choice? The true independence of the Land of Rain. Not by relying on great powers or engaging in forbidden research, but through a genuine balance of power. Shinger traced his finger across the water mirror displaying the Land of Rain's geographic position surrounded by the 3 great nations. We can help Amigekyo develop a unique ninja system that doesn't depend on Kekei Genkai, provide intelligence support, and even become an external ally if necessary. Cooperate with Hanzo. He found it hard to believe. He's conducting experiments on living people. So this is a transaction, not a friendship. Chenga said calmly. We offer secrecy and technical support in exchange for Amigakure stopping human experiments, remaining neutral in the coming war, and even leaning toward our side at a critical moment. Hanzo is a realist. As long as the benefits are sufficient, he will weigh the pros and cons. What about the third step? Asked Kagami. Chenga looked at Kagami. The third step, and the most important one, use this intelligence to secure a future for the Uchiha clan. What do you mean? Hand over the evidence of IWA and root desecrating Uchiha remains and conducting forbidden experiments to Hiruzen. Chenga said. Not all of it, but enough to shock anger and force him to act. Let him see that the Uchiha's enemies are outside, not inside. Make him understand that if even the dead Uchiha cannot find peace, how can the living Uchiha truly trust Konoha? He walked to Kagami's bedside. This evidence will become your political leverage when you return to Konoha and fight for the Uchiha's rights. It will force Hiruzen to confront the Uchiha issue, to restrain Danzo, and to reconsider the Uchiha's position in Konoha. Kagami was stunned. He had never imagined that this operation filled with blood and pain would ultimately point towards such a goal. But I am no longer a Konoha ninja, he said in a low voice. I may never even recover the power of my Sharingan. There are many kinds of power, Kagami. Tobirama spoke up. The power of the Sharingan is one, but the power of intelligence, the power of human hearts, the power of justice are equally strong. You lost one eye, but you have seen more clearly the darkness of the shinobi world, the Uchiha's predicament, and the path you truly should walk. He patted Kagami on the shoulder. Rest and heal properly. When you recover a bit, we need you to personally participate in the next steps. The game with Danzo, the negotiations with Hanzo, the contact with Konoha. Every step needs you. Because you are Uchiha Kagami, the bridge connecting Dawn to the Uchiha clan, to Konoha, and to the future of the entire shinobi world. Kagami closed his eyes. The pain in his right eye was still clear, but something new was sprouting in his chest. Not hatred, not anger, but a more complex and heavier sense of responsibility. I understand, he finally said. I will recover as soon as possible. Until then we will start the first step. Chenga took over. You are responsible for the secret contact with Root. Use our preset third channel to send a message to Danzo. We have all the evidence of his dealings with IWA. If he does not want this evidence to appear on the Hokage's desk, he must stop all Sharingan-related experiments within 3 days and destroy the existing test subjects. You are responsible for contacting IWA. Through an intermediary in the underworld, send a message to Anoki. If he does not want the Dojutsu extraction project to be made public, causing IWA to be internationally disgraced, he must immediately withdraw all explosion core from the land of grass border, and promise to permanently cease the desecration research on Kekkai Genkai remains. CIU and you stay here responsible for base security and Kagami's treatment. I will work with Tobirama to formulate the specific plan for contacting Hanzo. Orders were issued one by one, and everyone understood their tasks. The heavy atmosphere in the ward was replaced by a tense but resolute fighting spirit. What about us? Asked Kagami. You and I just wait. You have a more important mission. Chenga took out a small scroll from his breast and handed it to you. This is an ancient medical technique I found in a Uzumaki clan scripture called vital reconstruction. Originally used to treat severe organ damage, I've studied it for 3 months and believe it can be adapted for repairing ocular nerves. You took the scroll, quickly scanned it, and her eyes lit up. This technique is theoretically feasible, but it requires extremely precise chakra control, and during the procedure the patient must remain fully conscious, enduring immense pain. I can endure it, Kagami said without hesitation. It's not just about the pain. Yu's expression was serious. This technique requires continuous application for at least 72 hours with no interruption. My chakra reserves may not be enough, and the poison in my body. I will assist you, Chenga said. My chakra has a special nature, it can serve as an auxiliary energy source for the technique. As for the poison, during your application I will use a sealing technique to temporarily fully seal your poison. The cost is that you will need a longer recovery period afterward. It's worth a try, Kagami said. Even if there's only a 1% chance of recovering my sight, I want to try. Not 1%. Chenga looked at him. According to my calculations, the success rate is about 38%. And even if successful, it cannot fully restore the Sharingan's power. At most it can preserve basic vision. 38%. Kagami smiled, a truly relieved smile. Much higher than I imagined. When do we start? Tonight, Chenga said. We need 3 days of uninterrupted time. During this period the base will be on maximum alert and all external missions are suspended. Night fell and the valley of the ghostly mouth sank into unprecedented stillness. All defensive barriers of the base were activated, patrols were doubled, and even Kakuzu temporarily returned from the underworld to personally oversee the central control room. In the medical bay, Kagami lay flat on the bed. Yu stood on his right, her hands suspended above his eye, pale green medical chakra already cocooning the two of them. Chung'er sat at the foot of the bed, hands forming seals, his dark silver chakra flowing like a stream into Yu's body, then transforming into purer life energy, merging into the medical technique. "We're starting," Yu said softly. "Lord Kagami, remember, no matter how painful, do not lose consciousness. Once you faint, the technique will be interrupted and your eye will truly be beyond saving." "Understood." Kagami took a deep breath. "Do it." Yu's hands pressed down. In an instant an indescribable agony exploded from his right eye, as if a red-hot iron rod were being thrust into the eyeball, stirring every nerve. Kagami's body arched violently, his teeth clenched, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. But he made no sound. The medical chakra, like the finest scalpel, began to repair the ruptured blood vessels, atrophied tissues, and damaged nerves bit by bit. The process was slow and agonizing, each second feeling like an eternity. Outside the window the night was deep. The valley was utterly silent save for the continuous pulse of chakra from the medical bay, like a faint but steadfast heartbeat in the darkness. And in the wider shinobi world, Yi and Gu had already departed with secret orders, heading to their respective destinations. The intelligence they carried would over the next 3 days quietly alter the strategic layouts of the three great nations. The shadow of the Second Great Ninja War still loomed, but this time a force hidden in the shadows began to try in its own way to redirect the course of the storm. No one knew how the outcome would unfold. But at least on this night, in the medical bay of the Valley of the Ghostly Mouth, a man was enduring infernal agony for a glimmer of light. And his comrades too struggled forward in the darkness for a greater light. Such was the dawn of the shinobi world, broken, painful, full of uncertainty, but there were always those who persisted, who fought, who guarded that faint but never extinguished flame in the darkness. 72 hours bled slowly through an endless cycle of medical chakra and excruciating pain. In the medical bay of the Yomiai no Kuchi base, time had lost all meaning. Uchiha Kagami lay motionless at the center of a surgical formation, his body enveloped in a soft, golden chakra cocoon. At the sight of his right eye, Yu's hands remained unnervingly still, like statues carved from stillness, while threads of medical chakra finer than human hair danced from her fingertips, reconstructing the dying severed optic nerve fibers with precision beyond mortal sight. Pain. It was Kagami's sole perception, not sharp or piercing but deep, enduring, a dull ache rising from the marrow itself. Each infinitesimal adjustment of chakra felt like a white-hot needle probing the most sensitive nerve endings. His body instinctively strained to convulse, to flee, but the still body seal applied earlier by Sandao Chung'er held him rigid upon the bed, leaving only his lucid consciousness to bear the torment. Third node of the primary optic nerve bundle, reconstruction complete. Yu's voice resonated directly within Kagami's awareness, a chakra-linked mental transmission designed to preserve her unwavering focus unbroken by external sound, proceeding now to repair the vascular network of the macula. He could not respond. His entire will was consumed by resisting collapse and clinging to wakefulness. Within that boundless agony, time warped, 1 second stretched into an hour compressed into a breath. Occasionally violent neural surges triggered fleeting visual afterimages, distorted hues, fractured light spots, or fragments of memories long buried in death. He saw his father guiding him through shuriken jutsu on the clan training grounds, his mother's profile as she hung laundry in the courtyard, laughter with his cousin Uchiha Shin at the academy, the awe of first awakening the Sharingan, the world suddenly crystalline, impossibly clear. Then those visions were torn apart by hands emerging from darkness wrapped in bandages, their gaps revealing multiple crimson Sharingan eyes locked upon him. Danzo. That name became his sole anchor in the abyss of pain, a lifeline grasped with every shred of a holding back unconsciousness. Revenge remained unfinished. His clan's fate hung unresolved. He could not fall here. Outside the medical chamber, the control center hummed with equal tension. Tobirama stood before the central water mirror, its surface segmented into dozens of live feeds monitoring every corner of the base and its periphery. Kakuzu sat at the operations console, his emerald eyes scanning cascading intelligence streams, the underworld's covert network reconnaissance tags deployed across nations, and real-time reports encrypted and relayed by Yi and Gu. Yi has made contact, Kakuzu announced, voice low and measured. The message delivered via Channel 3 has been confirmed, received by Danzo. Root's reaction is intense. A feed on the water mirror enlarged, displaying surveillance footage of Root's compound outskirts in Konoha. Though the interior remained inaccessible, the frequency of Root operatives entering and exiting had tripled over the past 6 hours, all faces grim, movements urgent. Danzo is likely destroying evidence, Tobirama assessed. But more critically, his next move. Will he concede? Or gamble everything attempting to locate and eliminate us before we expose the truth? According to Ye's infiltration observations, Root's internal mobilization shows anomalies. Kakuzu pulled up another dossier. For long-term covert assassination teams have been urgently recalled, re-equipped, and vanished without trace. Moreover, Danzo himself has left Root's compound for the Hokage Tower, an uncommon occurrence. He typically attends only formal meetings there. To pressure Sarutobi, or perhaps to test him, Tobarama murmured, fingers tapping lightly on the console. He seeks to determine whether Sarutobi has also caught wind of this. If Sarutobi remains unaware, Danzo will attempt to suppress it entirely. If informed, he'll craft a narrative, blaming traitors or foreign interference. Shall we deepen Ye's infiltration? No, it's too perilous. Tobarama shook his head. Ye's mandate was solely to confirm delivery and observe initial response. Withdraw now, following the contingency route back to base. Danzo is a viper startled from slumber. Any proximity invites lethal retaliation. Kakuzu nodded, transmitting an encrypted withdrawal order to Yi. Then his attention shifted to another intelligence thread. Gu's situation proves more complex. Inoki has not responded directly. The water mirrors switched to the border of Tsuchi no Kuni. 5 Iwagakure demolition units remain stationed in place, but reconnaissance tags revealed subtle shifts in operational patterns, from aggressive forward deployment to tight defensive ring formations. Simultaneously, intelligence leaked from within Iwagakure 2 days after receiving the sealed missive. Inoki convened an emergency closed-door council, exclusively with senior elders, that lasted an entire night. Inoki is weighing his options. Kakuzu analyzed public exposure would devastate Iwagakure's international standing, especially those experiments desecrating cadavers, which would enrage bloodline limit clans and risk coordinated sanctions from other great nations. Yet withdrawal would nullify his strategic gains in Kusa no Kuni, and signal weakness to the world. So he needs time, and a solution preserving dignity while averting catastrophe. Tobarama studied the defense map of Iwagakure's forces. Is Gu at risk of exposure? Not yet. He routes information through 3 separate underground intermediaries, fully encrypted with zero direct contact to Iwagakure personnel. But Inoki is a wily old fox. If he commits fully to tracing the source, he may yet uncover faint traces. Recall Gu. Tobarama decided. Our warning has been delivered. Now it is their turn to choose. And what of Hanzo? Wait. Tobarama turned his gaze toward the medical chamber. Wait until Kagene's treatment concludes. Wait until Sandao Chinga recovers. Any engagement with Hanzo must be a summit-level negotiation. We require our full core strength. A brief silence settled over the control room, broken only by the faint hum of the water mirror's chakra matrix and the soft rustle of auto-updating intelligence scrolls. The air thickened with the suffocating hush preceding cataclysm, the stillness before the storm when even the wind holds its breath. Kakuzu broke the quiet. Lord Tobarama, I've long harbored a question. Speak. Do our actions truly change anything? Kakuzu's voice carried rare uncertainty. Even if Danzo and Inoki pause, even if Hanzo agrees to cooperate, even if the Uchiha's position in Konoha improves, the grand tides of the shinobi world remain unchanged. The clashing interests of great nations, the scramble for resources, the cyclical vengeance, these are the true roots of war. We are but stones in a flood attempting to divert its course, perhaps creating temporary eddies, yet ultimately the flood will follow its destined path. Tobarama finished the thought. I know. But Kakuzu, you've navigated the underworld for decades, witnessed countless deaths, betrayals, the darkest facets of humanity. Tell me then, if no one dares try, if all resign themselves to fate is inevitable and drift along, what becomes of this world? Kakuzu fell silent. When my brother founded Konoha, many called him a naive idealist. Tobarama's voice softened, drifting into memory. The Warring States period endured for centuries. Clan vendettas were law. Children 5 or 6 years old marched onto battlefields. All declared it the shinobi's destiny. Yet my brother refused to believe. He clasped Madara Uchiha's hand, and built the first hidden village, forging the first alliance treaty. His gaze lingered on the water mirror's fractured images of the shinobi world. He failed, in a sense. Konoha still bears internal fractures, villages still wage war, chains of hatred remain unbroken. Yet he proved, beyond doubt, that another path exists. At least, children now learn in academies rather than rush straight to slaughter. At least clans may resolve disputes through dialogue instead of massacre. At least peace, even fleeting peace, has become a goal worth pursuing. We are heirs to failure, Sandao Chinga said, appearing in the doorway of the medical chamber. Leaning against the frame, his dark silver mask streaked with sweat, he looked profoundly exhausted, 3 days of sustained auxiliary healing had pushed even his unique chakra constitution to its limits. Yet the attempts of failures need not be meaningless. Every attempt sends ripples across history's river. Perhaps our generation will never witness true transformation, but who can say? Perhaps 50 years hence or a century later those ripples will converge, gathering force enough to reshape the very course of the current. He stepped before the water mirror gazing at the rain-drenched sky over Amigakure. I've drafted the preliminary framework for Hanzo's engagement. Its core rests on 3 guarantees: first, absolute non-disclosure of Amigakure's involvement in human experimentation; second, provision of 3 advanced jutsu scrolls tailored to aim shinobi physiology plus a comprehensive curriculum for toxin resistance training; third, pledge of intelligence and tactical support from Dawnbreak should Amigakure suffer unjust aggression from any great nation in future conflicts. What is the price? Tobarama asked. 2 conditions: first, immediate termination of all human experimentation, collaboration with Iwagakure, liberation of all surviving test subjects, and binding vow of permanent cessation; second, strict neutrality in the coming conflict. No offensive action against any force allied with Dawnbreak, including potential future partners within Konoha itself. Will Hanzo accept? He will, Sandao Chinga affirmed. Because he is a pragmatist. Continuing cooperation with Iwagakure now carries exponentially greater risk. Iwagakure is besieged and exposure would make Amigakure the universal target. Whereas aligning with us offers tangible benefits and manageable risk. Most crucially, we offer him what he has dreamed of: true sovereignty for Amigakure. When shall contact occur? Upon completion of Kageme's treatment, and once I've restored half my chakra, Sandao Chinga replied. Approximately 2 days hence. I will travel personally to Amigakure, via absolutely secure channels. Tobarama nodded, then turned his gaze toward the medical chamber. How fares Kagami? The most perilous phase has passed, Sandao Chinga said, relief finally softening his tone. You reported via mental link moments ago the primary optic nerve trunk has been fully reconstructed. She now proceeds to the most delicate terminal reweaving. If all proceeds smoothly, conclusion will take another 6 to 8 hours. But Kagami's Sharingan cannot be restored. Sandao Chinga's voice dropped low. The vital reconstruction technique can repair physiological structures, even partially restore baseline vision, but the Sharingan's unique chakra pathways, its profound bond with bloodline and soul, once utterly shattered, they cannot be rebuilt. Kagami's right eye will recover only to the level of an ordinary eye, and even that vision will be impaired. Success would mean achieving roughly 60% of normal acuity. Tobarama paused. Does he know? You informed him before treatment began. Sandao Chinga replied. His response was, if sacrificing one eye secures the salvation of more of my kin, then it is a bargain. Silence descended once more upon the control room. Kakuzu rose and returned to the intelligence console. Sandao Chinga retreated to the medical chamber's threshold to close his eyes and replenish chakra. Tobarama remained rooted, gazing long and deeply at Konoha's image reflected in the water mirror. He remembered Kagami as he first arrived, a black-haired youth bearing the Uchiha's innate pride and sharpness, yet whose eyes held a gentler, more idealistic light than his kin. Once after training, Kagami had asked him, Master Tobarama, why do the Uchiha and others in the village? Why is there always an invisible barrier between us? We are all ninja of Konoha. What did Tobarama answer back then? He remembered saying, trust takes time, Kagami. And the power of the Uchiha is too special, easily causing fear. You need to prove yourselves. Now thinking back, that answer was so official, so cold. If only he had been more candid, if only he had strived harder to integrate the Uchiha into the village, if only. There are no ifs. Tobarama whispered to himself, the past cannot be changed, only the present and future can be changed. He took a deep breath and turned his attention back to the problem at hand. The treatment in the medical room was still ongoing, the game with various factions had just begun, and the shadow of the Second Great Ninja War was drawing closer. There was too much to do. Kakuzu, he began initiate phase 1 of the Shelter Valley plan. Secretly transfer the supplies and medical personnel we have stockpiled to the 3 predetermined locations. At the same time, spread word through underground channels. Any civilians and orphans who have lost their homes in the war can go to the specific meeting point at the borders of grass, rain, and river countries, where a temporary haven established by the Nameless awaits. This will draw the attention of the major nations, Kakuzu warned. I know, Tobarama said, but once war breaks out, civilians are always the biggest victims. We cannot save everyone, but we can save as many as possible. As for attention, by the time they notice, we will have established a preliminary system. Moreover, aiding civilians holds the moral high ground. Even the great powers would not dare openly attack humanitarian sanctuaries. Kakuzu nodded and began operating the communication system to issue orders. As encrypted messages were sent out one by one, the hidden shelter valleys deep in the mountains and forests quietly began to operate. Stored grains, medicines, and clothing were sorted and organized. Medical personnel rehearsed battlefield treatment procedures. Simple defensive fortifications and early warning systems were repeatedly checked. Meanwhile, in the medical room, the final critical repair entered its countdown. Yu's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her chakra was nearly depleted, sustained only by the continuous energy supplied by Qingji, who maintained the technique. But her hands remained steady, her gaze terrifyingly focused. In her perception, Kageme's right eye was like an extremely complex precision instrument, every component on the brink of collapse, and she had to use the finest thread to stitch, calibrate, and restart each one. Retinal pigment epithelium. Repair complete. Vitreous opacity plaques. Dispersed using microscopic chakra vibrations, expected to be naturally metabolized within the next 2 weeks. Final step: establishing the full connection between the optic nerve and the brain's visual cortex. This was the most delicate and dangerous part of the entire technique. A slight misstep could cause permanent nerve damage or even affect other brain functions. Yu closed her eyes, plunging her entire mind into the microscopic world of chakra as if walking a tightrope over a cliff. Time ticked by. In the corridor outside the medical room, Yi and Gu had already returned. Both had encountered varying degrees of danger. Yi faced a checkpoint from Root's outer members during his escape, managing to slip away with disguise and quick wit. Gu discovered that the IWA Intelligence Division was tracing the source of the secret letter, forcing him to detour across 3 national borders to shake off his tail. But they brought back the most vital information: the warning had been delivered and the recipients had indeed received it. Danzo's reaction is a mix of rage and panic. Yi reported the Root base has entered a semi-lockdown state since then, with all non-core personnel restricted from entering or leaving. Through an informant, I learned that Danzo ordered the destruction of sensitive materials in the lab, but specifics are unclear. Anoki's reaction is more intriguing. Gu said the IWA forces have shifted to a defensive formation, and intelligence indicates that the Tsuchikage's office dispatched 3 special envoys to Cloud, Sand, and Rain. This is clearly a preparation for a potential public opinion crisis, attempting to win over or silence potential allies and witnesses. What about Hanzo? Tobarama asked. The Rain has no abnormal military movements yet, but according to our spies in Rain country, Hanzo met with several trade delegations from different small nations yesterday. Those merchants have strong chakra signatures, not like ordinary traders. Gu answered. He is seeking new allies and supporters. Qingji's voice came from the medical room. He opened his eyes, seemingly recovered some energy. This fits his style, always preparing multiple escape routes. This actually works in our favor, indicating his resolve to cooperate with IWA is already wavering. Just then the chakra fluctuations within the medical room suddenly changed. The originally steady pale golden light began to contract inward, receding from Kageme's entire body like an ebb tide, finally converging around his right eye. The glow grew brighter and more condensed, ultimately becoming a single brilliant golden point that sank into the depths of his pupil. Yu's hands slowly lowered. She staggered, nearly falling, and was caught by Qingji beside her. Her face was pale as paper, her body drenched in sweat, and the wound on her left arm had begun to seep blood again due to chakra exhaustion. But her gaze towards the bed was filled with relief-laden exhaustion and a faint trace of pride. Treatment complete. Her voice was weak but clear. On the bed, Kageme's body was still restrained by the static body seal, but his right eye, the eye that had been wrapped in layers of gauze, bleeding, and judged nearly blind, slowly opened. At first the field of vision was a blurry, wavering, watery light. Then came distorted colors and shapes like looking through shattered glass. Gradually these fragmented images began to piece together, refocus, and stabilize. He saw the technique symbols on the ceiling of the medical room, saw Yu's pale but smiling face, saw the concerned gaze behind Qingji's dark silver mask, and saw the looks from Tobarama, Yi, Gu, and Ci at the door. The world was no longer sharp and clear, it seemed covered by a faint mist. Color saturation dropped, details became blurred, and distant objects were indistinct. But he could see. Truly see. The static body seal was released, and Kagami tried to sit up, but his muscles trembled weakly from prolonged immobilization and the torment of pain. Qingji supported him, helping him lean slowly against the headboard. How do you feel? Yu asked softly. She herself needed help to stand steadily. Kagami blinked. Each blink caused his vision to waver and distort slightly, like a monitor with poor reception. He looked at his own hand. The outline was clear, but fingerprints and skin texture were indistinct. He looked at the light outside the window. He could distinguish day from night, but couldn't make out the shapes of clouds. It's like looking through frosted glass, he answered honestly, and I'm a bit dizzy with slight distortion at the edges of my vision. That's normal, Yu explained. The optic nerve and retina have only recovered basic functions. Your brain needs time to adapt to and process these downgraded visual signals. The dizziness and visual distortion will gradually lessen as you adapt, but complete disappearance may take months. As for sharpness, this is the best you can recover. Kagami nodded. He tried to channel chakra to activate his Sharingan, an instinct burned into the depths of his bloodline. But his right eye had no reaction, no familiar burning sensation, no flow of dojutsu power, nothing. It was as if it was just an ordinary eye. What about the Sharingan, he asked, though he already knew the answer. Permanent loss of function. Yu's voice carried apology. Physiologically it is still an Uchiha eye with the base structure of a Sharingan, but the unique chakra circuits have completely collapsed and cannot regenerate. It can no longer activate the Sharingan, cannot copy ninjutsu, cannot cast genjutsu, and even its basic dynamic visual tracking ability has greatly diminished. Kagami was silent for a moment. Then he raised his hand and gently touched his right eye socket. But at least it can still see light. He said, that's enough? Was it truly enough? Deep inside, the once proud Uchiha Jonin screamed in frustration and unwillingness. Losing the Sharingan, he had lost the Uchiha's most iconic power, the innate talent he was born with, and the trump card that had sustained him through countless battles. Now could he still be considered a true Uchiha? Could he still fulfill his mission of revenge and protection? But another voice, the one that had endured the pain of having his eye taken, the bloody battles at the border, the sacrifice of comrades, and had grasped a thread of hope in despair, said, power takes many forms. The Sharingan is the pride of the Uchiha, but not their only essence. Who Kagami is, his will, his wisdom, his experience, the bonds he has forged with his comrades of Dawn, these are powers that cannot be taken away. Thank you. Kagami lifted his head and said seriously, thank you for saving my eyes. Yu shook her head. It was Lord Kagami's own will that held on to the end. That kind of pain. Most people would have broken down mentally long ago. Shinji patted Yu's shoulder. You need rest too, immediately. For the next 3 days you are not allowed to do anything except eat and sleep. I'll supervise you. Yu didn't object. She was escorted out of the medical room by Yi and Ci. Gu went to prepare a nutritious meal, leaving only Kagami, Shinji, and Tobirama in the room. Can you move? Tobirama asked. I need a little time to adjust. Kagami tried moving his fingers and toes. The stiffness and soreness in his muscles were slowly receding, but it should be quick. Good. Shinji took out a scroll from his chest. This is the complete plan for contacting Hanzo, along with copies of all the evidence we have on Rain's involvement in human experiments. You need to familiarize yourself with it quickly because you're coming with me. Kagami was stunned. Me. Why? 3 reasons. Shinji raised his fingers. First, you are an Uchiha, one of the most direct victims of the human experiments. Your presence alone is the most convincing evidence. Second, you need to start accumulating experience in high-level negotiations. In the future you will play a key role in dealings with Konoha and the Uchiha. Third. He paused. Third, you need to see for yourself what kind of man the warlord behind all this truly is. You need to understand that in this world there is often no absolute black or white, only different shades of gray. What we must do is within those gray areas find the path that is least bad. Kagami accepted the scroll. The paper felt real in his hands, but the handwriting on it was still somewhat blurry to his eyes. He had to lean closer and squint to barely read it. This was the world he would live in from now on. A blurred, degraded but still illuminated world. When do we leave? He asked. In 2 days, Shinji said. You need at least a day for basic rehabilitation training to adapt to movement and combat under your new vision. I also need to fully recover my chakra. Tobirama will stay at the base. Kakuze handles intelligence support, and Ci and Gu will serve as outer reinforcements. Understood. Kagami carefully stored the scroll. I will be ready. Tobirama walked to the window and looked out at the darkening sky over the valley of the Nethermouth. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the rocks a dark red like congealed blood. The footsteps of the second great ninja war are already close at hand. He said in a low voice, and every step we take may change the fate of countless people. Kagami, remember this feeling, the feeling of bearing heavy burdens and groping forward in the darkness. Because that is the path we have chosen. Kagami nodded. He looked out the window. Though his vision was blurred, he could see light, see outlines, see a world that, though not clear, still existed. That was enough. Where there is light there is hope. Where there is hope there is reason to keep fighting. In the land of Rain, the village of Amigakure, rain endlessly pounded against steel pipes and stone buildings, composing the unique somber melody of this nation. The air was thick with a damp scent mingling rust and faint toxic mist, the signature smell of Amigakure symbolizing defense, secrecy, and danger that could erupt at any moment. Uchiha Kagami followed Ching-Er along a narrow passage concealed by towering pipes. His right eye no longer wore an eye patch, yet his vision remained as if veiled by a thin gauze, distant objects blurred and even nearby details had lost much of their color. To compensate for the visual impairment, he fully extended his chakra perception like an invisible spider web, capturing every movement within 100 meters. 56 stable chakra signatures were distributed across this area, 22 in open posts, 34 in hidden ones, each concealed in blind spots or piped shadows. Among them at least 8 were elite Jonin level, 2 were Jonin level, and 1. A chakra source as unfathomable as a deep pool yet carrying a lethal pressure resided in the building at the end of the passage. Salamander Hanzo. Nervous. Ching'er's voice came through a special mental link not spoken aloud. It was a high-level secure communication method audible only to the two of them. A little, Kagami replied honestly. His heartbeat was faster than usual, and his palms were slightly sweaty. This was not only because he was about to face the demigod, renowned across the ninja world, but also because the outcome of this negotiation might directly affect the future of the Uchiha, the fate of countless civilians in the Land of Rain, and even the direction of the Second Great Ninja War. Remember 3 points. Ching'er's voice remained calm. First, Hanzo is a realist, not a madman. All his actions are based on profit calculations. As long as the stakes are sufficient, he can become anyone's temporary ally. Second, don't be intimidated by his demigod title. He is indeed strong, but we are not here to fight. Third, and most importantly, let him see that we can offer him greater benefits and lower risks than Iwagakure and Danzo. Kagami took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the damp air. In the blurred vision of his right eye, the heavy steel door at the end of the passage was slowly opening. Behind the door was a spacious, high-ceilinged circular hall. No superfluous decorations, only the cold, smooth stone walls and the intricate water release technique patterns on the floor. In the center of the hall, a man stood with his back to them. Salamander Hanzo turned around. His breathing mask covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of hawk-like sharp eyes and a deep scar extending from his forehead to his jaw. He wore the standard dark combat uniform of Amigekyu, draped in a simple gray cloak with no extra ornaments or medals. But merely standing there, an invisible pressure permeated the entire space. It was not mere chakra intimidation, but an aura forged through countless battlefields, wielding the power of life and death with the essence of strength ingrained into his very bones. Duobao. Hanzo's voice came through the mask with a metallic texture. And this must be the one-eyed guardian who has gained some fame in the black market recently. No, I should say. Uchiha Kagami. Kagami's breath caught slightly. Hanzo not only knew his true identity, but called it out directly. This was a show of force and also a test, testing their reactions, testing their cards. To be remembered by the demigod is my honor. Kagami bowed slightly, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. His voice was subtly altered by special processing, slightly different from his original timbre, but clear and steady enough. Hanzo's gaze lingered on Kagami for a few seconds, especially on his right eye. I heard one of your eyes was taken by Danzo and the other one nearly blind in a recent mission. But you look better than the rumors suggest. Thanks to a companion's help, I barely managed to preserve some sight. Kagami replied calmly. But compared to my eyes, I'm more concerned about certain people in Amigekure staring at things they shouldn't. The conversation had entered a rhythm of probing and countering from the very start. Ching'er stepped forward at the right moment, taking over the conversation. Lord Hanzo, let's skip the pleasantries. We came this time with sincerity and bargaining chips. Shall we get straight to the point? Hanzo made a gesture of invitation. Suddenly 3 water curtains emerged on the stone walls on both sides of the hall, displaying 3 different scenes. One was a real-time image of Amigekure's outer defense fortifications, another was an aerial view of the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, and the third was the entrance to an underground facility in Amigekure guarded by several Amigekure ninja. This is my sincerity, Hanzo said. You can see throughout that on my turf there are no ambushes, no surveillance except for the 3 of us. And your sincerity. Ching'er took out a special sealing scroll from his chest. After unsealing it, 3 items floated in the air. First, a recording crystal containing footage from Iwagakure's laboratory, images of Uchiha bodies strapped to experimental tables, the process of extracting Sharingan eyes, and the agonized struggles of the test subjects. Second, a complete decrypted transcript of encrypted communications clearly showing the dialogue records of the experimental material transactions between Amigekure and Iwagakure, including time, location, quantity, and price. Third, 3 copies of high-level ninjutsu scrolls, not the originals but sufficient to demonstrate their content and value. A barely audible chuckle came from beneath Hanzo's breathing mask. So your bargaining chips are threats and bribery. Our bargaining chips are choice, Ching'er corrected. Lord Hanzo, you are an excellent leader and a clear-eyed realist. You should be well aware of what continuing to cooperate with Iwagakure means for the Land of Rain. He pointed at the recording crystal. Once this evidence is made public, Iwagakure will become the enemy of the entire ninja world, that's true. But what about Amagakure? As an accomplice and trading partner, how do you think the other great nations, especially those with bloodline limit clans, will view Amagakure? What will the Hyuga and Uchiha of the Land of Fire think? What about the puppet master families of the Land of Wind? What about the Raikage clan in the Land of Lightning? Hanzo did not speak, but his sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Chang'er continued. Moreover, Iwagakure is now in a difficult position. Inoki has already received our warning. He is urgently seeking a way out. Once the pressure is sufficient, he will not hesitate to shift all blame onto Amagakure to save himself. At that time, the Land of Rain will have to bear the wrath of all bloodline limit clans and international sanctions alone. And the alternative you offer? Hanzo finally spoke, his voice still calm. Is these 3 ninjutsu scrolls and a vague neutrality guarantee? More than that, Kagami interjected. This was his first time taking the initiative to speak, his voice steady and forceful. We also offer a complete toxin resistance training regimen which can significantly enhance Amagakure ninjas' resistance to their own poison mist and their sustained combat capability in a poisoned environment. More importantly, we provide intelligence sharing. He looked at Hanzo. Lord Hanzo should be aware that the Land of Rain, sandwiched between 3 great nations, has its greatest disadvantage not in military strength but in information isolation. The great nations can easily block external information from the Land of Rain and can complete troop deployments and strategic layouts before you even notice. But Dawn has an intelligence network spanning all 5 great nations. A subtle fluctuation appeared in Hanzo's eyes for the first time. Clearly the condition of intelligence sharing had touched his true pain point. What level of intelligence can you provide? He asked. Strategic level, Chang'er replied. Including but not limited to real-time movements of border troops of the great nations, core decisions from high-level meetings, progress of new secret ninja tools and techniques, and the movements of tailed beasts and jinchuriki. The last item made Hanzo's body tense imperceptibly for a moment. Tailed beasts, the core strategic weapon of the great nations and the insurmountable power gap for small nations. If Dawn could truly provide intelligence on tailed beasts, the value would far exceed the forbidden trade with the Iwagakure. What is the price? Hanzo asked directly. You cannot possibly provide these for free. 2 conditions. Chang'er raised 2 fingers. First, immediately cease all human experimentation, cooperation with the Iwagakure, release all existing experimental materials, and guarantee never to engage in similar activities again. We will send personnel to supervise the execution. And the second, in the upcoming full-scale conflict, Amagakure must remain neutral. Kagami took over. Do not actively attack forces that have cooperative relations with Dawn, including potential future cooperation with internal forces in Konoha. At the same time, provide limited acquiescence and protection for the humanitarian shelters established by Dawn. Hanzo was silent for a long time. The hall was filled only with the sound of rain hitting the external pipes and the faint hum of the water curtain technique. He was weighing, calculating, projecting the possible consequences of each choice. What if I say no? He finally asked. Chang'er did not answer directly but countered. Lord Hanzo, do you remember the price the Land of Rain paid during the Second Great Ninja War 3 years ago? The images on the water curtain switched, showing footage from the war 3 years ago, burning villages, stacked corpses, weeping orphans, land completely devastated by poison gas and ninjutsu. That was the most painful memory of the Land of Rain, and the deepest scar in Hanzo's heart. In that war, the Land of Rain lost 74000 civilians, 3200 ninja, and over 150000 people were displaced. Chang'er's voice grew low. And at that time, Amagakure's military strength was not weaker than now, and your personal strength was enough to intimidate most enemies. But why was the result still like that? He stared into Hanzo's eyes. Because the Land of Rain had no allies, no strategic depth, and insufficient intelligence and diplomatic resources. When the great nations decided to make this land a battlefield, you could only passively defend using the flesh and blood of soldiers and civilians inch by inch to delay time until they grew tired and retreated on their own. But now it's different. Kagami stepped forward. If you cooperate with us, the Land of Rain will for the first time have a reliable external intelligence source and potential strategic partners. When the next conflict comes, you will know the enemy's movements in advance, can choose the battlefield, actively exert diplomatic influence, and even, at critical moments, communicate secretly with certain great nations through our channels to avoid the worst outcome. Hanzo slowly walked to the edge of the hall, looking through a narrow window at the village shrouded in rain. In the rain curtain, the steel buildings stood like silent behemoths guarding this disaster-ridden nation. Can you guarantee the accuracy and timeliness of the intelligence? He asked with his back to them. We can prove it with a practical example, Ching'er said. In 3 days a supply unit disguised as a merchant convoy from Awagakure will pass through the northern border of the Land of Grass heading to their secret base there. We can provide you with the specific route, escort strength, camouflage methods, and other information 24 hours in advance. You can verify it. And the 3 ninjutsu scrolls. I want to see the complete originals first. Agreed. Chang'er readily consented. But only after we confirm that Amigakure has released all experimental materials and thoroughly destroyed the related facilities. Hanzo turned around, his sharp eyes sweeping back and forth between Chang'er and Kagami. One last question. What does Dawn really want? Don't tell me it's just to rescue a few test subjects, or establish a few shelters. A layout of this scale, a trade of this magnitude. You have a larger scheme. This question Kagami and Chang'er had long prepared for. What we want is to change the rules of this ninja world. For the first time genuine emotion appeared in Chang'er's voice, a deep, long-suppressed longing. We want to break the pattern where great nations monopolize power and small nations are at their mercy. We want to end the fate of bloodline limits being coveted, plundered, and studied. We want to create a world where at least the innocent do not die so easily. Naive, Hanzo judged, but his tone held no mockery, only a complex sentiment. But precisely because of that naivety it is fearsome. Because naive people are often more persistent and more willing to pay any price than realists. He walked back to the center of the hall, and the voice beneath the breathing mask delivered the final verdict. I can accept your conditions. But with a few additional terms. First, intelligence sharing must be bidirectional. Amigakure will also provide part of the intelligence we possess as an exchange. Second, the 3 ninjutsu scrolls and the toxin resistance regimen must be personally delivered by your people to Amigakure, training at least 20 core ninja to ensure they fully master them. Third, regarding the humanitarian shelters, Amigakure can provide acquiescence and protection, but you must ensure that these shelters will not become spy outposts or hiding places for hostile forces. We will conduct regular inspections. Fourth, and most importantly, Hanzo's gaze fell on Kagami. If one day you do change something, the Land of Rain must have a status and voice commensurate with its strength in the new order. This must be written into our secret agreement. Chang'er and Kagami exchanged glances, both seeing the judgment of acceptable in each other's eyes. Deal. Chang'er extended his hand. Hanzo grasped it, his grip strong, as if testing something. Then he released it and looked at Kagami. As for you, Uchiha Kagami, I have heard of your story. Danzo took your eyes. Konoha abandoned you, but you not only survived but found a new path. His eyes held a complexity that Kagami could not fully read. Keep that resilience. In this world, those who can survive without losing their true heart are rarer than the so-called strong. Kagami was momentarily stunned, then nodded solemnly. I will remember. The agreement was reached. Though only verbal, with subsequent detailed terms and mutual verification still needed, the core framework was established. This marked the first successful establishment of a formal cooperative relationship between Dawn and the leader of a great nation-level power. When Kagami and Chang'er left the steel hall and stepped back into the rain, Kagami couldn't help but look back. Hanzo still stood by the window gazing at the rain and the village outside. That lonely and powerful figure stood out clearly in the blurry rain curtain. He was both the guardian deity of the Land of Rain and a mortal torn between reality and ideals. His last words, Kagami said in the mental link, were both a reflection and a reminder, Chang'er replied. When Hanzo was young, he might have also had ideals of changing the world. But the weight of reality, the burden of responsibility, the corrosion of power, eventually turned him into what he is now. Seeing us, perhaps he saw a shadow of his younger self, which is why he said those words. Kagami walked in silence. The rain hit his face, the coolness seeping through his skin. His right eye's vision was still blurry, but he could see the reflections of puddles on the road ahead, the water trails flowing down the pipes, the traces of this nation's tenacious survival amidst gloom. Strength, ideals, reality, compromise. These words collided repeatedly in his mind. He once thought the ninja world was black and white, enemies were enemies, comrades were comrades. But after experiencing all this, he gradually understood that this world was filled with gray areas, complex entanglements of interests, and unavoidable choices. And that Dawn was trying to carve a path toward light in this gray zone. What's next? Kagami asked. First, return to the base, Chang'er said. Report the negotiation results to Tobarama, then begin the first phase of the agreement. Supervise Amigakure's release of experimental materials and prepare intelligence on the Awagakure supply convoy. Once this step is completed, Hanzo will truly believe in our capability and sincerity. And what about Konoha? Danzo. Proceed according to the original plan. Chang'er's voice turned cold. Once the situation in Amigakure stabilizes, we will initiate contact with Konoha. Danzo's evidence has been mostly gathered. It's time for Hiruzen to make a choice. The two gradually disappeared into the rain. Behind them inside the steel hall, Hanzo still stood by the window. An Amigakure Jonin appeared silently behind him. Lord Hanzo, should we send someone to tail them? No. Hanzo shook his head. That man called Duobao. His chakra is very special. Tailing would only expose us. And he paused. And I believe at least at this stage they are honest. Because they need this alliance more than we do. Then what about Awagakure? Suspend all transactions, release those materials. Hanzo ordered. Do it cleanly, leave no traces. Also send people to verify the intelligence they provided about the Awagakure supply convoy. If it proves true. He didn't finish, but the Jonin understood the meaning. If the intelligence was true, it meant that Dawn truly possessed the intelligence capability they claimed. Then cooperation with them would be far more valuable than expected. The Jonin bowed and withdrew. The hall was left with only Hanzo again. He looked out at the ceaseless rain, and the corner of his mouth beneath the breathing mask curved upward imperceptibly. Change the rules of the world, huh? He murmured to himself. Interesting. Let me see how far you naive idealists can go. The rain continued to fall. But in this gloomy nation a new seed had been quietly planted. Would it grow into a towering tree or wither early? No one knew. But at least at this moment someone chose to believe, someone chose to try. And for this ninja world perhaps this was the beginning of change. In the 21st year of Konoha, the last withered leaf of late autumn drifted from its branch, and crumbled into dust beneath the boot of a patrolling shinobi. On the surface the hidden leaf village retained the orderly calm of peacetime. Shouts echoed across training grounds, shinobi streamed in and out of the mission office, shops opened as usual along sunlit streets, and children's laughter rang clear and bright beneath the autumn sun. Yet beneath this facade undercurrents swelled, nearly breaching their banks. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood before the window, a cold pipe resting between his fingers. He had held that pose for nearly half an hour. His gaze appeared fixed upon the genin engaged in mock combat below, but his focus was scattered, his thoughts consumed by something far more grave. 3 intelligence scrolls lay open upon his desk, each sourced differently yet converging with uncanny consistency. The first, from an NBU border reconnaissance team, documented Rain Village's anomalous activity along the grass rain frontier over the past 72 hours. Rain had suspended all cross-border patrols and voluntarily withdrawn 5 forward watchtowers closest to the border. Simultaneously, multiple merchant caravans had entered grass country from Rain, but secret ANBU surveillance revealed these caravans fragmented upon crossing the border, with one contingent escorting tightly wrapped cargo southeastward, toward the unclaimed frontier between Rain and river countries beyond direct control of any great nation. The second scroll bore supplementary analysis from Naro Shikaku, the brilliant young Chunin secretly tasked by Hiruzen to continue investigating Rain's human experimentation incidents following the border clash. Leveraging his clan's intelligence network and discreet personal channels, Shikaku uncovered a critical detail: at least 3 shipments of this cargo, after entering Rain, were diverted not to the village proper but to several former outposts marked as abandoned on official maps. And precisely 1 week prior, chakra signatures of medical need had flared to life within those outposts. The third scroll came from Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen's gaze finally sharpened. He turned and approached the desk, lifting that scroll once more. He knew Danzo's handiwork intimately, yet its contents unsettled him with an unfamiliar dread. The report claimed, citing root intelligence, that Rain had recently descended into internal power struggles. Sanjiro Hanzo had purged a cohort of mid-level commanders and researchers deemed disobedient, forcing the suspension or relocation of multiple covert projects. It specifically cited certain sensitive collaborations with external parties, implying Hanzo sought to erase traces of clandestine partnerships with IWA, possibly due to mounting pressure from external investigations. Its recommendation sounded measured and prudent given Rain's internal instability. Konoha must heighten border vigilance, while exercising restraint, to avoid provoking Hanzo into rash action. Yet in the final paragraph, rendered in bold script, Danzo wrote, however, Hanzo is inherently suspicious and mercurial. This purge may herald far greater maneuvers. Root stands prepared to confront the gravest contingency. We request formal authorization from the Hokage's office to act decisively should crisis erupt, thereby safeguarding Konoha's interests. More authority, swift response. Hiruzen knew Danzo too well. Those phrases translated plainly: grant me pretext and power to wage war, and I shall resolve Rain's problem. But the question lingered: did Danzo truly intend to resolve only Rain's problem? Hiruzen set down the scroll and massaged his throbbing temples. Viewed separately, each report admitted plausible interpretation. Yet together they wove an eerie contradiction. Rain's frontier conduct suggested defensive consolidation, Yet internally it conducted sweeping purges and relocations. ANBU observed cargo movements aligned with Shikaku's findings on experimental subjects, yet Danzo reduced everything to internal power struggle. What unsettled him most was Danzo's total omission of his own covert collaboration with IWA. If Rain truly traded human experimentation data with IWA, then Danzo as technical facilitator could not possibly be ignorant of Hanzo's purge. Unless Danzo knew, and chose silence. And his silence likely served a dual purpose: to exploit the moment striking Rain, while deflecting scrutiny from his own transgressions. Hiruzen. The door swung open. Koharu Yutane and Hashirama Mitokado entered, faces grave, clearly briefed on the same intelligence. "You've seen them?" Hiruzen asked. Koharu nodded, settling onto the sofa. ANBU and Shikaku's reports carry high credibility, and corroborate each other. The issue lies with Danzo's report. It's too clean. Uncharacteristically pristine. He's concealing something. Hamura adjusted his spectacles, voice certain with Root's intelligence reached such widespread anomalies in Rain could never yield only the simplistic conclusion of internal power struggle. Nor does the report mention human experimentation, utterly unlike Danzo's usual thoroughness. If he truly remained unaware, Root's network suffers a catastrophic flaw. If he knew, and withheld it, then this matter implicates his own interests. Hiruzen completed the sentence, voice low and heavy. I suspect Danzo's collaboration with IWA extends far beyond mere technical support. Those experimental subjects transported by Rain may originate within Fire Country itself, even within Konoha. A suffocating silence settled over the office. The implication was audacious, and terrifying. If Danzo truly trafficked Konoha's civilians or shinobi as experimental stock trading with IWA and Rain, we need evidence. Koharu concluded at last, direct irrefutable proof. Without it we cannot move against Danzo. He commands substantial backing among the Elder Council and certain clans, and Root has indeed resolved many of Konoha's darkest, most unspeakable matters. That is fact. Which is precisely why he acts so brazenly. Hamura murmured, a bitter smile touching his lips. He knows we remain dependent on Root, at least for now. A second shinobi world war looms imminent. To fracture inward now would gift our enemies opportunity. Hiruzen returned to the window, gazing upon Konoha's autumnal vista. Sunlight bathed the scene, maple leaves blazed crimson, peaceful, serene, deceptively perfect. Yet as Hokage he understood better than anyone how fragile that peace truly was, how fiercely it demanded guardianship even through means less than luminous. Intensify surveillance on Danzo, he commanded at last. But do not deploy NBU, Danzo knows their methods too well. Koharu utilized the medical corps system to secretly audit records of all non-natural deaths or disappearances among shinobi and civilians over the past 3 years, particularly those exhibiting unusual physiologies or suspected bloodline limits. Hamura coordinate with the major clans conduct a wartime population census, tabulating current members and recent losses, flagging all statistical anomalies. And Rain? Koharu asked. Maintain vigilance, but provoke no confrontation. Hiruzen replied, also instruct Shikaku to continue his investigation, but reinforce him, assign 2 squads from my personal Dark Guard. They must be utterly reliable, and wholly unconnected to Root. If Rain truly released experimental subjects, those survivors are our most direct witnesses. Shall we receive them? Hamura frowned. That would publicly acknowledge our knowledge, and risk immediate conflict with Rain. Do not receive them, Hiruzen countered, but protect them. Have Shikaku locate them, verify their safety, secure testimony. If feasible, relocate them, not within Fire Country nor into rival nations' hands. This operation must remain absolute secret, not even standard ANBU channels may be used. Koharu and Hamura exchanged a glance. They grasped Hiruzen's intent. He was preparing a final contingency, a decisive gambit should Danzo's betrayal demand full exposure. Yet the peril was immense. Leakage could ignite civil war within Konoha, or be weaponized by hostile nations. Hiruzen, Koharu whispered, are you truly prepared? For if Danzo truly sacrifices Konoha's people as test subjects, Hiruzen's voice burned with suppressed fury, then division is preferable to complicity. My brother and teacher founded Konoha not to forge a tyranny that discards the weak, but to build a home where children grow safe. If even that fundamental covenant collapses, what meaning remains in my title as Hokage? His words hung in silence once more. But this silence carried a new resolve, a shared unspoken consensus. We will see it done, Hamura said at last. Yet you must tread carefully, Hiruzen. Danzo will not wait passively if he senses threat. I know, Hiruzen affirmed. Thus, until evidence is irrefutable, all actions remain hidden. Also, contact Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade. Have them conclude their missions and return to Konoha immediately. Should the worst unfold, I require their allegiance. Meanwhile, deep within a secluded valley straddling grass and rain countries, once an abandoned mine, its labyrinthine tunnels concealed behind a cascading waterfall, now functioned as a makeshift yet functional refuge camp. Uchiha Mirror stood atop a high ledge outside the waterfall, his chakra sense enveloping the entire area. His right eye, having undergone final stabilization therapy 3 days prior, now maintained roughly 60% visual acuity. Blurred colors muted distant details indistinct, yet sufficient to recognize faces, read text, and navigate daylight confidently. More significantly, the trauma and subsequent healing had elevated his comprehension of chakra sense to a new tier. Now, even without deliberate focus, vital signs, chakra fluctuations, and minute air vibrations within a 30-meter radius flowed unbidden into his awareness, forging an instinctive, almost primal environmental intuition. The fourth group has arrived, yet materialized beside him, voice silent as breath. 23 individuals, 7 children, 4 critically wounded, the rest suffering varying degrees of malnutrition and residual toxins. You is tending to them. Mirror nodded. These were the fourth batch of experimental subjects, or rather victims, released by Rain per agreement. Over the past 7 days, Rain had delivered 87 souls in 4 waves, more than half war orphans, the remainder drawn from impoverished families across minor nations, even including several missing shinobi from small villages. Their commonality lay in possessing unique physiologies, or traits suggestive of bloodline limits, and all had endured unspeakable torment. Some bore implanted foreign objects, others had chakra pathways forcibly rewritten, still others teetered on mental collapse, huddled silently in corners, whispering broken fragments into the void. Any movement from Konoha? Mirror asked. Shikaku's team appeared during the third release, he replied. They observed from afar, cautious, unobtrusive, recording but making no contact. According to Chi's tracking, they've confirmed at least 3 release points and transport routes, yet have taken no action. Hiruzen waits, Mirror assessed. He awaits further proof, and Danzo's misstep. But he won't wait long. Why? Because Danzo has already sensed it. Jing looked toward the northwest where Muyi lay. According to intelligence Jiao Du obtained from the underworld, the route has suddenly intensified its internal screening over the past 3 days. At least 5 middle-level cadres have been secretly executed on charges of suspected treason. Tuanzang is eliminating those who might leak secrets. Ye's expression grew grave. Then our witness is temporarily safe, Jing said. Yuin released these people under the guise of plague quarantine evacuation, and each batch was sent out through different locations and routes. Even if Tuanzang knows someone is investigating, he won't be able to trace them here in the short term. More importantly, he paused. Benzang is more cooperative than we imagined. Not only did he release the personnel on time, but he also arranged deceptive traces and false intelligence at each release point, diverting investigators' attention in the wrong direction. He truly wants to sever cooperation with Yen Yinan. He seems to enjoy this game of maneuvering with Tuanzang and Di Yimu. He gave a bitter smile. Us small fry can only try not to get crushed in the games of these big shots. We are no longer small fry. Jing looked at the lights gradually flickering on in the valley. We have a base, comrades, in agreement with Banzang, and evidence enough to shake Tuanzang's position. More importantly, we have a clear goal. He turned to face Yi. Yi, go inform Ciandu. Starting tomorrow, we will conduct preliminary interviews and records of the released personnel. The focus is not on their tragic experiences, but on 2 key pieces of information. First, what characteristics did their captors have? Second, in the Yuin laboratory, what special things did they see or hear, especially clues related to Mu Yi Sharingan and Zhu Jian cells. You want to submit these testimonies to Rijan? Not exactly. Jing's gaze was profound. We will compile 2 dossiers. One is the complete version containing all details as our own trump card. The other is a concise version containing only the core evidence that directly points to Tuanzang's dealings with Yan Yin and Yuin. This one will be delivered to Rijan at the right time through the right channel. Timing. Yu was puzzled. Jing did not answer directly. In his perception, a familiar chakra was approaching rapidly. It was Chang'er. A few seconds later, Chang'er's figure emerged from the secret passage behind the waterfall. He looked somewhat tired, but his eyes behind the dark silver mask sparkled with excitement. Just received news from Jiao Du, he said directly. The border negotiations between Yun Yin and Yan Yin have collapsed. Jing and Yi both perked up. Specifics? Jing asked. Yan Yin demanded that Yun Yin withdraw 2 newly established outposts on the Tangua border. In exchange, Yan Yin would consider reducing its troops in northern Chaobua. But Yun Yin rejected it. The Reikiji Uai said verbatim, Yan Yin wants to exchange occupied land for land Yun Yin has not yet occupied. This is an insult to the land of lightning. The negotiations lasted only 2 hours before being suspended, and the representatives from both sides parted on bad terms. Ching'er walked to the edge of the high ground looking at the gathering crowd in the valley below. But that's not the most critical part. The most critical part is, after the breakdown, Yin Yin's AB duo suddenly left the Tangua border, their whereabouts unknown. On Yin Yin's side, De Yi Mu's son Huang Tu secretly left the northern Chaogua garrison yesterday, leading an elite squad moving east, toward the land of rain. Jing's mind raced. The disappearance of Yin Yin's AB duo, the anomalous movement of Yin Yin's elite squad, combined with the previous intelligence about cracks in the cooperation between Yan Yin and Yu Yin. De Yi Mu wants to bypass Ben Zhang and directly contact the opposition within Yu Yin, he deduced. And Yu Yin might want to seize the opportunity to create conflict between Yan Yin and Yu Yin, then reap the benefits. More than that. Chang'er lowered his voice. Jiao Du also provided an intelligence 3 days ago. Elder Qian Dai of Sha'in secretly received an envoy from the land of rain. The content of the meeting is unknown, but when the envoy left, he took away a basic scroll of Sha'in puppet technique, as a gift of friendly exchange. He drew a sharp breath. Sha'in wants to meddle too. But shouldn't they be more focused on the northwestern border of Yu Yin, which borders the land of wind? So this gift is all the more meaningful. Chang'er analyzed. That old woman Qian Dai never makes a losing deal. She gave away a basic puppet technique scroll, which means what the Yu Yin envoy brought was worth far more. And what is Yu Yin's most valuable bargaining chip right now? Their military presence on the Chaoyu border. Jing understood. Ben Zhang's main forces are concentrated on the eastern front. If Sha'in can persuade Yu Yin to make concessions on the northwestern border, or at least remain neutral, Sha'in could free up its hands to focus on border friction with Mu Yi, or even seize some interests in western Yu Yin. Clever. Chang'er nodded approvingly. So the current situation is Yan Yin wants to bypass Ban Zhang and contact internal forces in Yu Yin. Yu Yin wants to stir up chaos and fish in troubled waters. Sha'in wants to reach a tacit understanding with Yu Yin on the northwestern border. And at the core of all this, Ban Zhang himself is cooperating with us, cleaning up his internal problems and preparing to face the coming storm. And Mu Yi, he interjected. Within Mu Yi, the internal strife between the Hokage and Tuanzang is about to surface. Externally, the major nations are all making moves on the Yu Yin issue. Once a certain string snaps, the second great ninja war will erupt in full scale. Chang'er concluded. And this time the land of rain will not just be a passive battlefield like before. Ben Zhang will proactively turn this place into a swamp that devours all invaders. And we Dawn are standing at the center of this storm's eye. The three of them silently watched the valley below. The night deepened and the campfires in the darkness resembled faint stars. The victims who had just gained freedom gathered around the bonfires. Medical ninjas distributed food and medicine. Some who were in better spirits talked in low voices while children curled up in their mother's arms asleep. This scene was serene and fragile, like the last calm before a storm. We need to speed up our plan, Jing said finally. The contact with Mu Yi cannot wait any longer. We must ensure that before the full-scale war breaks out, Rijan obtains enough evidence and makes his choice. Otherwise, if chaos erupts within Mu Yi first and external enemies take advantage, everything will be too late. I agree, Chang'er said. Tomorrow I'll return to the base and work with Fei Jian to formulate a specific contact plan. Jing, stay here, continue receiving and resettling the released, and organize the evidence. Yi Yu and Ci Gu strengthen the camp's security and intelligence gathering. Pay special attention to any reconnaissance personnel from Yanin, Yunin, or Sha'in approaching. If we find them, he asked. Don't initiate conflict, Chang'er said. Record their features, numbers, and movement patterns, then let them pass. Now is not the time for us to directly intervene in the conflicts of major nations. What we need to do is observe in the shadows, guide, and when necessary, give a nudge. A nudge? Jing frowned. Toward which side? Chang'er looked northward toward the direction of the Yan Yin garrison. Toward making Tuanzang and De Yi Mu tear at each other first. These two old foxes have cooperated for 3 years, each holding the other's leverage. Now that the cooperation has broken down, it's the perfect time to make them suspicious and expose each other. What we need to do is provide a little catalyst. He looked at Jing. In the evidence you've compiled, is there anything that could particularly stimulate De Yi Mu's nerves? For example, Tuanzang secretly demanded far more experimental subjects from Yan Yin than the agreed share. Or that the technical materials provided by Tuanzang deliberately concealed key parts, causing abnormally high failure rates in Yan Yin's experiments. Jing recalled the records brought back from the Yan Yin laboratory and nodded. Yes. The experimental records show that the number of high-quality experimental subjects Tuanzang demanded was more than 3 times what Yan'an could actually provide, forcing Yan'an to expand its capture range and increase the risk of exposure. Additionally, in the key parameters of the Sharingan stabilization technique, the data provided by the root indeed had contradictions. 3 batches of experimental subjects died directly as a result. Excellent. Qing'er's eyes narrowed behind the mask. Extract this information and send it anonymously to Di Mu. No explanation of the source, no additional conditions, just the facts. With that old fox's paranoid nature, he will deduce on his own that Tuanzang wanted to use Yan'an, or even set Yan'an up. And what about Tuanzang's side? For Tuanzang, we have a more direct gift. Qing'er took out a small recording crystal from his bosom. Jiao Du's people intercepted a Yan'an defector yesterday at the black market who was trying to sell intelligence. That guy had partial original records of secret communications between Yan'an and the root with the Yi Mu's personal signature and Tuanzang's cipher confirmation. Though incomplete, it's enough to prove that their transactions were directly authorized at the highest levels of both sides. Jing took the crystal, sensing the chakra fluctuations sealed within. This is for Rijan. No, for Tuanzang. Qing'er smiled, but the laughter held no warmth. Through a third channel, let him know that Yan'an may have already betrayed and is preparing to use this evidence to make a deal with Mu Yi. Given Tuanzang's character, he will take immediate action, either completely destroy all traces or strike first and take retaliatory measures against Yan'an. Either way, it will accelerate his break with the Yi Mu. Listening to these schemes, he felt a chill. This was the dark side of great power: politics, lies, betrayal, scheming, exploitation. Everyone trying to treat others as pawns while hiding in the shadows to manipulate the board. What difference is there between what we're doing and them? He couldn't help asking. The difference lies in the purpose. Jing replied softly, his right eye blurry, but his gaze unusually clear. They act for power, profit, and ambition. We act to protect those below and countless innocent people like them. The means may be similar, but the purpose determines the essence. He looked at Qing'er. I have only one request. No matter the plan, it cannot come at the cost of sacrificing those who have already been rescued. They have suffered enough. I guarantee it, Qing'er said solemnly. Their safety comes first. All the maneuvering will take place far from here. The night deepened. The campfires in the valley went out one by one and the camp fell into slumber. Only the ninjas on watch remained awake, alertly watching the surrounding darkness. And on the broader chessboard of the ninja world, countless pieces were silently moving, countless conspiracies brewing in the shadows. Mu Yi Yan'an Yan'an Sha Yin Yuyin. Each faction was like a torrent about to collide. And dawn was like a small boat amid the rapids trying to find a channel to the other shore in the gaps between collisions. Dangerous but necessary to move forward. Jing took one last look at the camp, then turned and walked toward the secret passage. There was much to do tomorrow, and the time they had left was running out. The last calm before the storm was often the most oppressive and the most precious. For when the storm truly arrived, everything would be utterly transformed. All they could do was grip the helm tightly, face the wind and waves, and sail toward that dawn, which might exist or might be merely an illusion. In the winter of the 21st year of Konoha, the first snow fell earlier than usual. Gray-white flakes descended from the heavens, blanketing the rooftops of Konohagakure, the training grounds, and the thin ice that had formed on the surface of the Naka River. Children frolicked in the snow, housewives bustled about stocking up for winter, and ninjas exhaled white mist as they carried out their patrols. On the surface it was an ordinary winter morning. But in the underground conference room of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was cold enough to freeze the air. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the head of the long table with 7 documents spread before him. Flanking him were Koharu Yudatane, Hamura Mitokado, and Shimura Danzo, whose face was livid. At the far end of the conference table, 3 ninjas clad in black robes and animal masks knelt on one knee. They were core members of Hiruzen's personal shadow guard, tasked with executing the highest classified missions. These pieces of intelligence, Hiruzen said, his voice eerily calm, tapping the topmost document with his fingers. Can any of you explain this? The contents of the documents were shocking: an anonymous encrypted scroll detailing the secret dealings between Root and Iwagakure over the past 3 years, including the exchange of Sharingan transplantation techniques, experimental subject transport routes, and 3 direct coded correspondences between Inoki and Danzo. A transaction record intercepted from the black market showed that through 3 different underground channels, Root had sold at least 17 high-value biological samples to Iwagakure, 5 of which were labeled as Uchiha bloodline-related. An abnormal death report from a border medical station recorded an unknown plague that broke out in 7 villages along the land of grass border in the past 6 months, causing over 300 deaths. But according to the Shadow Guard's field investigation, more than a third of the deceased had chakra pathways, and the cause of death closely resembled the rejection symptoms of certain forbidden experiments. And a final investigative report from Shikaka Nara accompanied by the testimonies, photographs, and medical records of 17 rescued experimental subjects, 3 of whom explicitly identified their captors' characteristics, which perfectly matched the standard equipment and tactics of a certain root action squad. Each document struck like a heavy hammer against the hearts of everyone in the room. Koharu Yudatane's hands trembled as she flipped through the testimonies and photographs. Victims tortured beyond recognition, including children, the elderly, and pregnant women. Behind Hamura Mitokado's glasses, his usually calm eyes were now filled with shock and fury. And Danzo. His right hand pressed tightly against his bandaged arm, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Though his face was hidden behind the mask, the light flickering in his eyes was a mixture of shock, anger, and a trace of fear. Fabrications. Danzo's voice squeezed through his teeth, dry and hoarse. These are all crude forgeries. Someone wants to frame Root and divide Konoha. Hiruzen, you can't possibly believe this absurd nonsense. I want to believe they are forgeries too, Hiruzen said, lifting his head, his gaze piercing toward Danzo like a blade. So a week ago I sent my Shadow Guard to the 3 experimental subject transfer points mentioned in the report, as well as the ruins of the 7 plagued villages in the Land of Grass. He took out a sealed metal box from under the table and opened it. Inside were a dozen small evidence bags containing charred fabric fragments, shuriken remnants with roots-coated markings, and several broken sealing tool remnants engraved with complex techniques. We dug these up 3 meters below the transfer point. Hiruzen picked up an evidence bag. Inside was a piece of burned fabric still identifiable with Root's distinctive dark pattern along the edge. Remnants of standard Root equipment. They tried to burn it but didn't bury it deep enough. It was exposed by the melting snow. He picked up another bag containing half a kunai. On the handle was a tiny symbol, the identification mark of a certain Root action squad. As for those villages, Hiruzen's voice grew colder. The Shadow Guard exhumed 17 graves. The deceased indeed died of plague symptoms, but in the bones and organs of 9 corpses we detected chakra residue and medicinal components related to forbidden experiments. The formula of these residues has a 78 match with a certain experimental medicinal agent formula submitted by Root's laboratory to the medical department 3 years ago. The conference room fell into dead silence. Only the faint sound of wind and snow from outside and Danzo's increasingly heavy breathing could be heard. What are you trying to say, Hiruzen? Danzo finally spoke, his voice suppressing a raging fury. With these scraps dug up from who knows where, you want to convict me? Convict Root. Do you know how many dirty jobs Root has done for Konoha? How many threats we have nipped in the bud? And now because of these. Because these scraps represent over 300 lives. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table and stood, his voice losing control for the first time. They were living people, Danzo. People that Konoha is supposed to protect. Not experimental materials, not consumable resources, people. He walked around the table and stepped toward Danzo. Each step landed heavily on the cold floor, echoing through the room. What did the first Hokage say when he founded Konoha? Create a world where children no longer have to go to war. What did our teacher teach us? A ninja's power is for protection, not for plunder. And you, Danzo? What have you been doing these past 3 years? Hiruzen stopped in front of Danzo. Their eyes clashed violently in the air. You've been experimenting on living people, defiling the bodies and eyes of the Uchiha, engaging in forbidden trade with our enemy nations. You have forgotten why we became ninjas, why we built Konoha. Danzo also stood up. His body trembled with rage, and under the bandages of his right arm the Sharingan seemed to stir restlessly. I have not forgotten, he roared. I have never forgotten. Because I have not forgotten, I had to do these things. Hiruzen, look at this world. Look around. Kumogakure is sharpening its blades, Iwagakure is expanding its army, Sunagakure is watching hungrily, and that Hanzo and Amigakure is more ambitious than ever. The second great ninja war is imminent, and what does Konoha have? He pointed toward the window. Konoha has your 3 Sannin. The children still playing in the training grounds. The villagers lost in the illusion of peace. No. What Konoha needs is power. Absolute power to deter all enemies. The first Hokages would release the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Those are real power. And I am only using necessary means to acquire that power for Konoha. So those civilians deserve to die. Koharu's voice quivered. Those children deserve to become materials on your experimental table. Danzo, have you gone mad? I am not mad. Danzo spun around, his eyes bloodshot beneath the bandages. I am merely more clear-headed than all of you. In this world of ninja where the strong prey on the weak, weakness is the original sin. Mercy is poison. If we do not boldly pursue power, Konoha will be torn apart by the other great nations sooner or later. Then it won't be 300 who die but 30,000. 300,000. Enough. Hiruzen's voice regained its calm, but beneath that calm was a volcano about to erupt. Danzo, in the name of the Hokage, I hereby relieve you of all your duties. From this moment, Root is taken over by the Umbu and all its members will undergo investigation. As for you, until the investigation is complete, you shall not leave Konoha, shall not access any classified documents, and shall not mobilize any ninja forces. Danzo froze. He looked at Hiruzen in disbelief, then at Koharu and Hamura. Both avoided his gaze, but their silence was itself a statement. You. Danzo's voice suddenly became eerily calm enough to be terrifying. You want to move against me. At a time when war is on the brink, you want to cut off your own arm. If that arm is festering and rotting, Hiruzen said without flinching, then amputation is the only choice. Very well. Danzo laughed, a twisted, insane laugh. Very well, Hiruzen. You have finally shown the Hokage's resolve. Then let me tell you this. He suddenly ripped off the bandages from his right arm. On his pale arm, 7 crimson Sharingan eyes opened simultaneously like the gaze of hell. The skin of the arm showed an unnatural wood-grain pattern, the mark of Hashirama's cells eroding it. A vast and chaotic surge of chakra erupted from Danzo, sending the documents in the room scattering in all directions. I refuse. The 3 shadow guards moved instantly, forming a triangle around Danzo. Their hands rested on their sword hilts, chakra flowing ready to strike at any moment. Danzo, don't do anything foolish. Hiruzen's voice was deep. Resistance will only make things worse. Worse? Danzo sneered. Hiruzen, do you know what my greatest gain in these 3 years has been? Not these Sharingan, not the research data on Hashirama's cells, but a simple truth. The Sharingan on his arm began to spin wildly, all 7 eyes radiating a blood-red light. In this world, only the living have the right to speak of right and wrong. The dead, no matter how correct they were, are nothing but dust in history. The moment the words fell, Danzo's figure vanished. It was not the body flicker technique, but something more bizarre and swift. The 3 shadow guards drew their blades simultaneously. The sword light slashed at the spot where Danzo had been standing, but only cut through air. The next instant, Danzo appeared at the door of the conference room. On his right arm, 1 Sharingan had already closed, the trickle of blood, tears flowing from the corner of his eye, the price of using a certain eye technique. Hiruzen, you will regret today's decision. Danzo spoke with his back to them, his voice cold. When you see Konoha bleed because of your weakness, you will kneel and beg me to return. But by then, it will be too late. He pushed open the door and disappeared into the shadow of the corridor beyond. After him, Hiruzen ordered. The 3 shadow guards were about to move when the floor of the conference room suddenly shook violently. Complex sealing techniques emerged from beneath the floorboards and purple flames rose from all sides, sealing the entire room within. The 4 violet flames formation. Hamura's face changed. When did he set this up? When he tore off the bandages just now, Koharu said through gritted teeth. That wasn't just a show of force, it was also forming hand seals for the barrier. We're trapped. Hiruzen approached the wall of flame and reached out to test it. The intense heat immediately scorched his fingertips. This was not the ordinary 4 violet flames formation, but a modified, more powerful version, difficult to break through in a short time. Damn it! Hiruzen slammed his fist against the barrier. The scorching heat seared his skin, but he didn't seem to feel it. Hiruzen, your hand! Koharu rushed over to stop him. I'm fine. Hiruzen withdrew his hand, his gaze fixed on the corridor outside the barrier. Danzo's figure had long since vanished. I never expected him to go this far. To betray the village, betray his comrades, betray everything we fought for. Maybe he hasn't completely betrayed yet, Hamura said slowly. He just took a different path. No. Hiruzen shook his head. From the moment he used living people for experiments, he was no longer our comrade. He is a traitor to Konoha. He turned to the 3 shadow guards. Break this barrier. I don't care what it takes. I want Danzo brought back alive, preferably. The shadow guards nodded and began to form seals, preparing to dismantle the barrier. Outside the barrier, the distant sound of an explosion echoed. Then another. Then several more. The sounds of battle were coming from the direction of the Hokage building. What is that? Koharu's face was pale. Is it Danzo? Hiruzen's expression was grim. He's making his move. He's not just trying to escape, he's buying time to destroy evidence and eliminate witnesses. He looked at the barrier again. The purple flames burned steadily, impenetrable. Hamura, contact the Umbu directly. Inform them of the situation. Order all personnel to prioritize capturing Danzo, but be careful, he has the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. Don't underestimate him. Hamura immediately took out a communication scroll and began to write. Hiruzen's gaze remained fixed on the barrier, his eyes burning with a fire of their own. He cannot escape the village. Sarutobi turned, his voice resolute. Issue the order, elevate the entire village to level 1 alert. Seal all entrances and exits. Deploy the entire ANBU force to locate Danzo Shimura. Remember, alive. Yet within him an uneasy premonition spread like cold ink in water. Danzo's gaze moments earlier had been one of absolute rupture, a look that severed all bonds. What might a man who has already broken free do? Meanwhile, along the northern border of Kusa no Kuni, heavy snow blanketed mountains and forests alike, drowning the world in monochrome white. 5 rock village demolition units had erected winter camps, tents and fortifications hunched like gray beetles amid the drifts. Inside the largest central tent, Inoki of the 2 scales sat beside a brazier reading a scroll recently delivered through clandestine channels. His son Tsuchikage Katsu stood nearby, face grave. The scroll bore only 3 lines. Danzo has been exposed. Civil unrest looms within Konoha. Hanzo of Amigakure has defected, experimental subjects lost. Transaction terminated. All traces erased, do not contact again. Root. Inoki cast the scroll into the brazier. Parchment curled, blackened, and crumbled into ash. Father, Katsu murmured. What do we do? If Danzo truly falls, our most vital intelligence source and ally inside Konoha will vanish. And Hanzo abruptly released all experimental subjects, clearly seeking to sever ties with us entirely. Inoki gazed silently into the dancing flames. Deep furrows etched his aged but shrewd face, accentuated by firelight. That fickle opportunist Hanzo, he finally spoke, voice calm yet edged with fury. Turns the moment the wind shifts. But does he truly believe he can wash his hands clean? What do you mean? Those experimental subjects, those transaction records, those technical exchanges. Such traces cannot be fully erased merely by burning them. Rising, Inoki paced behind his back, circling the tent. Moreover, Danzo now fights for survival, and yet he holds incriminating evidence against us. Should he choose mutual annihilation and expose everything? He left the sentence unfinished, but Katsu understood the consequence. The rock village would face universal condemnation and sanctions across the shinobi world. Bloodline limit clans would unite in pressure, or even ignite a new war against the Wadakure. Then we must strike first, before Danzo reveals all, Katsu said. Precisely. Inoki halted, eyes glinting coldly. But not directly against Konoha. Such an act would only unify Konoha against a foreign threat, saving both Sarutobi and Danzo. He strode to the sand table in the tent's corner, his finger tracing the border between Kusa no Kuni and Aim no Kuni. Does Hanzo imagine he can slip away unscathed? Naive, Inoki sneered. Order demolition units 1 and 2, march immediately toward Aim no Kuni's border. Establish offensive positions 3 kilometers from the frontier. Unit 3 remains here to monitor Konoha's movements. Units 4 and 5, advance southeast targeting. His fingers slid across the map, halting at a site marked Abandoned Mine Shaft. The hiding place of those experimental subjects released by Aim no Kuni. According to our informant, they've been relocated to this region. Since Hanzo wishes to play the savior, I shall ensure the world sees how his cherished charges perish under attack by unknown forces. Katsu drew a sharp breath. Father, there are civilians, and children there. In war there are no civilians. Inoki replied, voice implacable. Only enemies, and those who may become enemies. These individuals endured Aim no Kuni's experiments. They harbor nothing but hatred for Wadakure. If allowed to live and flee, they could become witnesses testifying against us, or weapons wielded by rival powers. Thus, they must be eliminated. He met his son's stunned expression, tone softening slightly. Katsu, I know this is dishonorable. Yet politics demands such dirty work, and someone must shoulder it. Our duty is to execute it flawlessly, to make it appear the deed of a third party, perhaps remnants of Danzo's root faction or some enemy seeking to frame a Wadakure. Katsu fell silent for a long while before bowing low. Yes, father. Begin preparations. Inoki waved dismissively. Move swiftly, strike ruthlessly, leave no survivors. Upon completion, withdraw all forces immediately, and conveniently leave behind false evidence implicating either Konoha or Aim no Kuni. I intend to sow suspicion between Hanzo and Sarutobi, ensuring neither has time to trace our hand. Katsu bowed and exited. Alone before the sand table, Inoki stared at the miniature troop markers, his gaze flickering with complex resolve. War was about to begin, and this time Iwagakure would not wait passively to be struck. It would seize initiative, harvesting maximum advantage from chaos. As for the innocents soon to die. My apologies, he whispered softly, though no remorse softened his features. But this is the shinobi world. Blame your era for bearing you into it. In Aim no Kuni atop the central spire of Amigakure, Hanzo gazed northward through his breathing mask, rain veiling the horizon. Though shrouded by endless rain and mist, he sensed that rock village demolition units advancing through snow, like grey torrents surging toward Aim no Kuni's border. Lord Hanzo, a jonin knelt reporting. Confirmed. Rock village demolition units 1 and 2 have begun mobilizing toward our border, expected to reach assault positions within 6 hours. 4th and 5th units are moving southeast, their target likely the relocation site of our released subjects. Hanzo remained silent. He stood motionless, rain dripping steadily from his cloak. Shall we intercept? The jonin asked. No, Hanzo finally replied. Prepare border defenses, but do not initiate hostilities. As for the southeast, turning his masked eyes gleamed with razor-sharp intent. Dispatch the 3rd Squad of Viper Fawn to that relocation site, undercover protection. If Rock Village forces arrive, let them never return. But ensure absolute cleanliness, dispose of bodies, replace weapons and gear with those commonly used by rogue shinobi. The jonin hesitated. Lord Hanzo, you intend to? Anoki seeks to frame another, I shall assist him. Hanzo scoffed. Only the scapegoat shall change. After Viper Fang eliminates Rock Village's troops, plant fragments of Cloud Village-style equipment and tools at the scene. Age them carefully, make them utterly convincing. The jonin understood Hanzo would turn the trap upon itself, shifting blame to Kumogakure, further inflaming tensions between Iwagakure and Kumo, while Amigakure concealed itself in shadow, watching tigers fight from afar. Additionally, Hanzo added, alert our informant in Konoha, leak Rock Village's movements anonymously to Sarutobi. Phrase it ambiguously yet clear enough Iwagakure moves, and its target may tie to Danzo's scandal. Will Konoha believe it? Sarutobi lacks only evidence, and pretext. I shall deliver both Rock Village attacked innocent souls released by Amigakure. Should he retain even a shred of conscience, or courage, he will leverage this to pressure Iwagakure, or even dispatch troops. He re-entered the tower, rain trailed behind him like fine silver threads. The fuse of war has been lit. Now we must steer its blaze toward our chosen direction. At the Kusain border shelter valley, Uchiha Kagami stood at the observation point behind the waterfall, chakra perception extending like an invisible net across 5 kilometers. Snow had ceased, but the sky remained leaden, wind biting. His right eye stung faintly in the cold wind, vision blurred beyond usual limits. Yet he needed no sight. His senses told him 3 converging forces approached this valley. From the northwest, approximately 60 chakra signatures, wild and volatile Rock Village's demolition units. 10 kilometers out they split, one column charging straight for the valley, the other flanking, classic pincer formation. From the southeast, roughly 20 signatures, cold and stealthy, moving with uncanny speed, Amigakure's Viper Fawn unit, their mission clearly covert protection of this sanctuary. And due south, an immense chaotic furious chakra surged ever closer, filled with rage and killing intent. Kagami knew that chakra intimately, Danzo's Shimura. Kagami's heart sank. Worst-case scenario had unfolded. Iwagakure sought extermination, Danzo sought vengeance, and their fragile refuge would become the crucible where 3 powers collided. Yeah, he urgently called via mental link. Initiate emergency evacuation, immediately. Let everyone through Tunnel 3 to secondary safe house. Hurry. But Lord Kagami, I'll hold the rear. Kagami's voice brooked no dissent. Sure and cover ya. You, evacuate the gravely wounded first. Execute orders. Within the sanctuary, panic stirred. Yes sure and you sprang into action, organizing 87 newly freed survivors toward the hidden tunnel entrance behind the waterfall. Most were frail, movements sluggish. Full evacuation would take at least 20 minutes. Yet Rock Village's vanguard would arrive in 15. And Danzo, in 10. Kagami inhaled deeply, the frigid air searing his lungs. He drew his short blade binding knife and right hand tightly with bandages. Though his right eye blurred, his chakra perception rendered the world with unprecedented clarity. Each snowflake's descent, each wind current's shift, every enemy's chakra fluctuation, all vivid in his consciousness. This time, not for vengeance. This time, for protection. He leapt from behind the waterfall, arcing through air to land atop a massive boulder at the valley's entrance. Wind howled, whipping snow into spirals around his feet. Far off, the first Rock Village shinobi emerged at the snowfield's edge. Farther still a dense crimson-black malice, solid as blood, rushed forward with terrifying speed. War had begun. And Uchiha Kagami, gazing with his sole remaining eye, would witness the storm's arrival and carve a path to survival with his blade through this maelstrom of chaos. Even if that path must be paved in blood. Time stretched parsed and reshaped in Kagami Uchiha's perception. The 30-man vanguard of a Wagakure advanced in 3 wedge-shaped squads, moving low and fast across the snow. Their footsteps were light, cushioning each landing with chakra, leaving only faint traces on the snow. Every ninja's chakra bore the characteristic steadiness of Earth Release users, yet it was interlaced with the volatile fuse-like flux of the explosion core. The left-wing squad of 10 carried a large number of explosive tags and landmines. The right-wing squad of 10 specialized in Earth Release hardening techniques and defensive barriers. The central squad of 10 was led by a burly man whose chakra rivaled that of a jonin. The core of his chakra burned at an extremely high temperature, likely a lava release user skilled in combining fire and earth releases. 1 kilometer behind, another 30 men were constructing an encirclement, sealing off all possible escape routes. To the south, Danzo's wild chakra had entered a 3-kilometer range and was still accelerating. At this speed he would reach the battlefield in 7 minutes. Kagami's right hand tightened around the bandaged hilt of his blade. The old wound on his left shoulder ached in the cold, his right eye's vision blurred further in the blizzard, but his perception was terrifyingly clear. He could see the trajectory of every snowflake, hear the rhythm of each Iwanin's breathing, and feel the flow of chakra underground. The Iwanin's earth release users were setting traps. There was no time to hesitate. Kagami's figure vanished from the boulder. Not the body flicker technique, but a high-speed glide across the snow surface by concentrating chakra on his soles. After losing the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he had spent 3 months retraining his movement, no longer relying on his eyes to predict terrain, but using chakra perception to scan the ground in advance, planning the smoothest and most concealed path. He shot toward the left-wing squad like a silent gray shadow skimming the snow. The Iwanin were well trained. When Kagami entered 50 meters, the squad leader, a middle-aged ninja with a scar on his face, immediately raised a hand and clenched his fist. 10 men halted simultaneously, crouched, and pressed their hands to the ground. Earth Release Rock Spear. The ground trembled and dozens of sharp rock spikes burst through the snow, covering every possible trajectory ahead of Kagami. This was a standard anti-ambush tactic, not aiming for a precise hit but to block movement, forcing the enemy to reveal themselves or change direction. But Kagami did not change direction. His body wove through the forest of rock spears like a fish. Not by sight but by sensing the position and timing of each spear before it emerged. His toes lightly tapped the sides of the spears to borrow force and change direction. His body twisted through narrow gaps, avoiding fatal punctures by a hair's breadth. The entire motion was fluid, as if those rock spears were the accompaniment to his dance, not instruments of death. The scarred squad leader's pupils contracted. This evasion surpassed his understanding, no visual prediction, purely relying on perception and instinct. Scatter. 3-3 formation. He barked urgently. Too late. Kagami had already closed within 20 meters. His left hand drew 3 specially crafted shuriken from his chest, not standard uchishu but forged by the Dawn craftsman with micro-wing release formulas on the edges that allowed a second change of direction after throwing. The moment the shuriken left his hand, Kagami's right hand swept quickly in front of him. Not forming hand seals but using chakra to pull the air, creating a miniature air turbulence. The 3 shuriken traced bizarre arcs in the air, bypassing the earthen wall erected by 2 Iwanin in front, and struck at the scarred squad leader from the left, right, and above simultaneously. The leader hastily drew his blade to block, clanging away too with a pair of metallic sounds, but the third grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody scratch. And in that instant of distraction from blocking, Kagami was upon him. A flash of the blade. The scarred squad leader only saw a blur of gray streaking past his side, then a chill at his neck. He tried to shout, but his trachea had been severed, only a hoarse hissing sound escaped. Blood sprayed across the snow, a glaring red. Captain? The left-wing squad was thrown into chaos instantly. Kagami did not pause. Riding the momentum from killing the captain, he crouched low, swept his blade horizontally, and severed the ankle of an Iwanin who was about to form hand seals. Amid the screams, the man fell. Don't panic. Earth release, earth flow wall. The vice-captain reacted quickly, slapping the ground with both hands, raising a thick earthen wall to separate Kagami. But Kagami leaped at the moment the wall rose, stepped on its top, flipped over, and landed in the center of the right-wing squad's formation. Chaos began to spread. The right-wing squad's original task was to set up defenses against a frontal assault. They had not expected an enemy to jump into their midst from their own ranks. 3 Iwanin hastily drew their swords to engage, but Kagami's movements were too fast, too uncanny. He was fighting with his eyes closed. Really closed. To push his perception to the limit, Kage had voluntarily shut his right eye, which offered only blurry vision. The world fell into darkness, but the world in his perception grew even clearer. 9 blades coming from different angles, their trajectories, speeds, and forces as clear as if viewed in the palm of his hand. 7 men were forming hand seals. The flow of earth-released chakra beneath the ground mapped out in detail. 2 more were retreating, trying to distance themselves to release ninjutsu. Kage's blade moved. Not to defend, not to parry, but to attack. Before the 9 blades could form an encirclement, his blade tip had already pierced the wrist of the nearest ninja, severing the tendons, and the sword clattered to the ground. His body spun with the motion, and the back of the blade slammed hard into another ninja's temple. The man collapsed without even a grunt. Simultaneously, his left leg kicked backward, precisely striking the abdomen of a third ninja, releasing chakra to send him flying backward, colliding with 2 companions who were forming hand seals. 5 seconds, 3 men neutralized. He's a perception type. Use area of effect ninjutsu. The right-wing squad leader roared. 3 Iwanin completed their hand seals simultaneously. Earth release swamp of the underworld. The snow beneath Kage's feet instantly softened, turning into a viscous quagmire, pulling his legs downward with a powerful suction. Simultaneously, 4 other ninja hurled kunai with explosive tags from 4 directions. A perfect kill. But this was the moment Kage had been waiting for. His left hand quickly formed a single seal. Not one of the conventional 5-element ninjutsu, but a unique technique developed over the past 3 months under the guidance of Chung'er, based on the principle of chakra perception. Chaos Mirror Reversal Technique. Chakra vibrated at a specific frequency like a stone thrown into still water. Ripples spread, disrupting the chakra structure of all ninjutsu in the vicinity. The quagmire of the swamp of the underworld became unstable, its chakra flow turbulent, the suction fluctuating. The 4 kunai with explosive tags wobbled slightly in their flight paths, deviating from their intended targets. Seizing this moment of disorder, Kage exploded chakra from his legs, wrenched himself out of the mire, and leaped into the air. The 4 kunai crossed beneath him, and the explosive tags detonated. Boom! The blast propelled Kage even higher. He adjusted his posture in midair, his gaze, or rather the focus of his perception, locked onto the right-wing squad leader. That leader looked up at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could not understand why this one-eyed ninja could fight with his eyes closed, why he could disrupt an already formed ninjutsu, why the blade was already at his throat. Kage plummeted from the sky, blade pointing downward like a hunting hawk. The right-wing squad leader hastily raised his sword to block, but at the last moment Kage's blade subtly deflected, bypassing the block and piercing into his shoulder joint. Not a fatal wound, but enough to incapacitate him. Kage landed, rolled, and rose. The remaining 8 of the left-wing squad had reorganized into a semicircle, closing in. The 6 still combat-ready of the right-wing squad also approached from the other side. 14 against 1. And time had only passed 2 minutes. Kage panted. The series of actions just now had been extremely taxing, especially the Chaos Mirror Reversal technique, which required immense chakra control and mental focus. He felt a sharp pain in his right eye, the after effect of overusing perception. But he could not stop. His perception told him that the evacuation at the shelter was only half done. Most of those victims were physically weak, some needed support, others even stretchers. At least 15 more minutes were needed. And Danzo 5 minutes. I have to hold them off, Kage told himself. He steadied his breathing and red-dripped his blade. The blade was already smeared with blood, steaming faintly in the cold air. The Iwanin stopped 10 meters away. They stared at this one-eyed man, at the fallen comrades on the snow, at those closed eyes. An inexplicable fear began to spread. This man did not seem to be fighting. He seemed more like a man dancing with an invisible demon in the darkness. Altogether, the left-wing vice-captain gritted out. He's almost done. 14 men charged simultaneously. The glow of earth-released ninjutsu lit up the snow. Rock spikes, earth bullets, swamp traps erupted from all directions. Blades, kunai, and shuriken wove a net of death. Kage took a deep breath. Then he opened his right eye. In the blurred vision, the world was distorted, faded, fractured. But he did not need to see details. Only light and shadow, vague outlines, and the dark red torrent of chakra raging from the south. Danzo had arrived. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Kage's mouth. He no longer dodged, no longer fought a hit-and-run battle. Instead, he charged headlong into the 14 Iwanin. Blade clashed against blade, sparks flying. Rocks scraped his body, leaving bloody gashes. The quagmire snagged his feet, only to be broken free by bursts of chakra. Kage was like a lone wolf trapped in a pack. Each swing of his blade killed or severely wounded an enemy, but his own wounds kept accumulating. A deep gash on his left arm revealed bone. A earth bullet struck his right rib, likely cracking a bone. A rock fragment cut his cheek, blood streaming into his right eye, making the already blurry vision even more red. But he kept fighting, because his perception told him that every second he bought meant more hope for the people in the shelter. At the 3rd minute, Kagami slew the 4th Iwanin, severely wounded 3 and gained another slash across his back. At the 4th minute, the Iwanin tightened the encirclement again, compressing Kagami's movement space to less than 5 meters. His breathing grew ragged. Heavy breathing, chakra bottoming out. 5th minute. Fall back, all of you. A calm, hoarse voice brimming with boundless fury rang out. The Iwa shinobi retreated as if pardoned, swiftly clearing the battlefield's center. Kagami knelt on one knee, using his blade to support his body, gasping as he lifted his head. Shimura Danzo stood 30 meters away, approaching through the falling snow. The bandages on his right arm were completely torn away, revealing a pale limb where 7 crimson Sharingan eyes were all open, like 7 evil stars sprouting from his arm. The skin of his arm bore a wood-like texture with faint green fluorescent light seeping through the cracks, a sign of Hashirama cells activating. More terrifying was his aura. It was not the ordinary chakra pressure of a shinobi, but a tangible malice that mixed the icy chill of the Sharingan, the wildness of Hashirama cells, and Danzo's own boundless hatred. The snow avoided him automatically, and the ground trembled faintly beneath his feet. Uchiha Kagami! Danzo's voice was soft, but each word pierced the eardrums like an ice pick. So you are still alive? And you have ruined my plans. Kagami struggled to stand, wiping the blood from his face. The vision in his right eye was blurred to the point of near focuslessness, but he could still see the chaotic and massive chakra flow within Danzo. Your plans, Kagami's voice was hoarse, are to experiment on living people. To trade with enemy nations. To betray Konoha. Betray. Danzo laughed a kind of mad laughter. No, I am saving Konoha. In my own way. And you naive idealists, you would only let Konoha perish in weakness. He raised his right arm and the 7 Sharingan eyes rotated simultaneously. But it doesn't matter. Kill you, take back your eyes, then clean up everyone here. There is still a chance to salvage things. That coward Hiruzen, as long as the evidence disappears, he won't dare to actually move against me. Kagami tightened his grip on his blade. He knew that in his current state he could not defeat Danzo. Even at his peak, facing Danzo with 7 Sharingan and Hashirama cells, his chances of victory were no more than 30%. But he could not retreat. Behind him were 87 lives. You can try, Kagami said, his voice terrifyingly calm. Danzo's right eye, his own eye, narrowed slightly. Then he moved. It was not the body flicker technique, but some more eerie movement. His figure blurred and dissipated in place, and the next second he appeared at Kagami's left, his right arm whipping out like a lash. Kagami barely raised his blade to block. Clang! Amid the clash of metal, Kagami felt as if he was hit head-on by a high-speed carriage. The blade shuddered violently, his tiger's mouth split, and his entire body flew backwards, sliding more than 10 meters across the snow before stopping. Blood spurted from his mouth. Too weak. Danzo approached slowly. An Uchiha without the Sharingan is like a tiger without fangs. Kagami, you truly disappoint me. Kagami struggled to rise, but his left leg could not support him. The impact might have injured the bone. He gritted his teeth, using his blade for support, and knelt on one knee. Danzo stopped 5 meters in front of him, looking down at him. However, I still need your eyes. Danzo extended his right hand, fingers spread. Although the right eye's ocular power is almost lost, they are still the eyes of Uchiha Kagami. Paired with the left eye, perhaps they can produce some special effects. His fingers began to form hand seals, and a complex sealing technique formula materialized in the air. Kagami knew what that was, the Sharingan removal technique. Danzo was going to gouge out his eyes right here alive. Despair. Perhaps. But a corner of Kagami's mouth curved into a smile. Because his perception told him 2 things. First, the evacuation of the shelter was finally complete. The last batch of victims had entered the secret passage, and Yi and the others were sealing the entrance. Second, from the southeast direction, 20 chilling chakra signatures had silently encircled the outskirts of the battlefield. They were the Venom Fang unit of Amigakure. They had arrived. And they were setting up something, not an attack but disguise. What are you smiling at? Danzo frowned. I'm smiling at you, Kagami gasped. Because you never see anything beyond what's right in front of you. As the words fell, an abrupt change occurred. From the battlefield's periphery, 20 specially made smoke bombs detonated simultaneously. Not ordinary smoke, but a composite smoke mixed with poison mist, illusion powder, and intense light agents. Thick purple smoke instantly engulfed 100 meters in radius, reducing visibility to 0. At the same time, dense sounds of earth breaking came from underground. Countless hair-thin poison needles shot up from the snow covering the entire area. Indiscriminate attack. Amage Cure. Danzo roared, the Sharingan on his right arm spinning wildly, trying to see through the smoke. But the illusion powder mixed in the smoke interfered with vision, making it hard for even the Sharingan to fully penetrate. Kagami seized this opportunity, rolling backward while taking the last specially made shuriken from his chest and throwing it into the air. That was the signal. Outside the smoke 3 kilometers to the southeast, a long lurking squad saw the signal. Signal confirmed. Execute Plan B. Chinger's voice came through the mental link. Inside the control room of the Nethermouth base, a water mirror technique was displaying the real-time battlefield footage. Though obscured by smoke, the reconnaissance talismans previously buried underground still allowed a vague outline to be seen. Kakazu, Changer ordered. Activate the misdirection program. Understood. The intelligence network of the underworld began to churn. 3 pieces of carefully forged evidence began to flow through 3 different channels toward 3 different directions. The first piece went to a Wagakure containing the message. A Kumogakure elite squad raided the Amagakure shelter, attempting to seize experimental materials and witnesses. The second piece went to Kumogakure containing. An IWA unit disguised as Kumogakure Shinobi attacked a neutral refuge trying to frame Kumogakure. The third piece went to Konoha containing. Traces of battle between Danzo's route and an unknown force found at the scene, suggestive of internal purge or silencing. All 3 pieces of evidence were accompanied by scene photos, forged of course but flawlessly so. In the photos, the attackers wore Kumogakure or IWA gear. The ninjutsu used matched the characteristic styles of the corresponding nations, and the scene, conveniently, left behind clues traceable to specific units. The real attackers, Amagakure's Venom Fang unit, after deploying the smoke bombs and poison needles, had silently withdrawn, and per Hanzo's orders left behind Kumogakure-style equipment fragments at the scene. Chaos had been manufactured. Now all that remained was to let this chaos burn in the direction it should. On the battlefield, the smoke gradually dissipated. Kagami lay on the ground with 3 poison needles embedded in his body. Though not fatal, the toxins were already numbing his nerves. He forced his eyes open. In his blurred vision, Danzo stood in place, one Sharingan on his right arm already closed, clearly having used some ocular technique to defend or counterattack in the chaos. The remaining IWA shinobi were also mostly wounded, with 2 already collapsed from poison. And on the snow, besides the bodies and blood, there were a few new items. Several kunai, several shuriken, and several pieces of armor fragments. All were standard Kumogakure issue. Danzo picked up a piece of armor fragment, his face turning extremely grim. He recognized the markings, the emblem of a certain elite Kumogakure unit. Kumogakure. He gnashed his teeth. How could they? Before he finished, an explosion sounded in the distance. Not from here but from the northwest, the direction of the IWA main force encampment. Then farther away, flames reddened the sky, the direction of the grass country and rain country border. War had finally erupted in full. Kagami turned his head with difficulty, looking toward the valley where the shelter was located. The entrance to the secret passage had been sealed by falling rocks, leaving no trace from the outside. Yi and the others should have already evacuated everyone safely. The mission was accomplished. He closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink into darkness. In the last moments before complete unconsciousness, his final perception saw 2 things. First, Danzo ignored him, leading the remaining root shinobi to rush toward the explosion direction. Clearly the attack by Kumogakure or Amagakure disguised as Kumogakure had touched on his more core interests. Second, from the southern sky, several powerful chakra reactions were rapidly approaching. Among them, one was blazing and immense like a burning sun. It was Jiraiya. Konoha's reinforcements had finally arrived. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Kagami's mouth. Then the world plunged into complete darkness. Snow began to fall again. Pure white snowflakes landed on the scarlet pools of blood on the cold bodies on this valley that had just witnessed a small-scale war. And on the broader battlefield, a larger war had already ignited. At the grass country border, IWA and Kumogakure disguised forces began exchanging fire. At the rain country border, conflict between Amagakure and IWA was imminent. Within Konoha, Hiruzen had already received the intelligence about Iwa's attack on the neutral refuge, and was urgently mobilizing troops. Sunagakure was stirring restlessly at the northwestern border. The entire shinobi world, like a lit powder keg, was about to erupt in a thunderous roar of destruction. And amid this chaos, a one-eyed man lay in the snow, his breathing faint but still alive. He was still alive, which meant hope had not yet been extinguished. He was still alive, which meant that this chess game staked with lives still had the possibility of continuing. The snow fell heavier, gradually covering the bloodstains, the bodies, the traces of battle. But some traces could not be hidden by snow. For instance, the 87 people who had been rescued, they were now safe. For instance, Danzo's crimes could no longer be completely concealed. For instance, this war born of conspiracy and ambition could no longer be turned back. And in a certain hidden valley the members of Dawn were watching the water mirror images beginning to formulate their next steps. The storm had descended, and they would continue to move forward within the storm. Darkness. No light, no sound, no sensation, only the boundless oppressive darkness. Uchiha Jing's consciousness drifted through this dark void like a speck of dust sinking into the deep sea. He could sense his own existence, yet he could not feel his body. The stinging in his right eye, the wound on his left shoulder, the broken ribs, the slashes across his body, and the numbness from the poison needles. All these pains had become distant, blurred echoes as if they had happened to someone else. Is this the feeling of death? No, that's not right. Death should be a more complete nothingness. Here there is still consciousness, still fragments of memory. His father's back emerged in the darkness, that Uchiha Jonin who always stood straight correcting his shuriken stance over and over on the training ground. Jing, remember, a Uchiha ninja doesn't fight only with the Sharingan. True strength lies here. Father pointed to his own heart. His mother's smile flickered faintly. She was hanging laundry in the courtyard, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on her face. Jing, how was school today? Did you get along with your classmates? Then the image shattered, replaced by the young face of his cousin Uchiha Xan. They lay on the grass by the Nanga River watching the clouds in the sky. Jing, do you think we Uchiha can ever be fully accepted by the village? I always feel the way everyone looks at us is a bit strange. Then came the face of Tuan Tsang. Not the crazed, twisted Tuan Tsang of now, but the Shimura Tuan Tsang who had passed him in the corridor of the Hokage's office 3 years ago. Back then Tuan Tsang's gaze was sharp but still calm, his right arm not yet wrapped in bandages. He glanced at Jing, nodded, and said nothing. Now that he thought about it, even then deep in those eyes there had been a certain greed. The darkness began to churn, turning into a crimson color. That was the color of blood, the color of the Sharingan. 7 crimson eyes opened in the darkness, staring fixedly at him. Tuan Tsang's voice came from all around. The power of the Uchiha should belong to me. A sharp pain shot through his left eye. It wasn't the pain of memory, it was real present pain. Jing's consciousness struggled violently, trying to escape this crimson darkness. But those eyes seemed to have a gravitational pull locking him in place. Your eyes. Give them to me. No. Jing roared in the depths of his consciousness. He could not fall here, could not give his eyes to Tuan Tsang, could not. Suddenly a hand reached out from the darkness and grabbed his wrist. That hand was warm and strong, covered in calluses and scars, but the palm radiated a reassuring warmth. Jing looked up and saw the owner of the hand. Senju Feijian. Not the leader of the Dawn, wearing the white crow mask, but the second Hokage from his memories. Silver hair, red eyes, a stern face with a rare trace of gentleness in his gaze. He wore the Hokage robe, standing in the darkness like a solitary lighthouse. Master, Jing murmured. Jing, listen to me. Feijian's voice was calm and firm. Pain is your anchor. Don't run from it, hold on to it. As long as you can still feel pain, it means you are still alive. As long as you are alive, there is still a chance to fight. But I can't see my Sharingan. The Sharingan is just a tool. Feijian's grip tightened. The power of the Uchiha has never been only those eyes. Your clan's talent, wisdom, pride, and that flame that never goes out even in the direst straits. That is the true power. Jing, you have lost one eye, but you have seen more clearly, seen the darkness, seen betrayal, and seen the path you must walk. His other hand pressed against Jing's heart. Strength is here. Remember, no matter what you lose, as long as the fire still burns here, you are still Uchiha Jing, still the student I acknowledge. Jing felt a surge of warmth spreading from his heart, dispelling part of the darkness and cold. The 7 crimson Sharingan began to retreat, and Tuan Tseng's voice faded away. Master, what should I do? He asked. Survive, said Feijian. Survive and then do what you believe is right. Protect those you want to protect, change what you can change. Do not be consumed by hatred, but do not forget the lessons. Remember, the meaning of a ninja's existence is not killing but protection. His figure began to grow transparent. Time is up, Jing. It's time to go back. Many people are waiting for you and much remains to be done. Master. Jing tried to grasp his hand, but his fingers passed through the apparition. Remember my words, Feijian said finally. And give my regards to Big Brother. Tell him I am still working to realize his naive dream. Light exploded and the darkness shattered. Base of the Yuming Jiko medical room. Uchiha Jing's eyes snapped open. Pain instantly returned as if a heavy hammer had struck his entire body. He instinctively wanted to curl up, but his body was strapped to the hospital bed and he could only let out a suppressed groan. "He's awake!" Yu's voice rang out, filled with relieved surprise. "Maintain medical chakra output stability. Prepare for the second round of organ repair." Jing moved his eyeballs with difficulty. The vision in his right eye was still blurry, but he could make out the ceiling of the medical room and the technique lights. Yu's face wavered at the edge of his vision. Her hands hovered above his chest and abdomen, and pale green chakra seeped into his body like strands of silk. He could feel the chakra flowing within him, repairing damaged organs, broken bones, and torn muscles. The sensation was both warm and painful, as if he was being healed and cut at the same time. "Don't move," Yu said softly. "Your injuries are severe. Fractured left tibia, 3 broken ribs, one of which pierced the lung. Laceration and hemorrhage in the liver and spleen. 27 slash and puncture wounds across the body, the worst being the one on your left shoulder which nearly severed the scapular nerve. And 3 different types of toxins mixed in your system. Although I removed most of them with the fine illness extraction technique, the residual toxins have caused permanent damage to the nervous system." Jing tried to speak, but only a hoarse wheeze came from his throat. His trachea seemed to be damaged too. "He can't talk yet." Another voice sounded. It was Cheng Er. He walked to the bedside, his dark silver mask gleaming coldly under the medical lights. "You, what's the repair priority?" "The lungs and major blood vessels are stable. Now repairing the liver and nervous system. Bone repair can only begin after the internal organs are stabilized, otherwise chakra flow will affect organ function." Yu's voice was tired but exceptionally professional. "At this rate, complete repair will take at least 72 hours. After that, 2 weeks of basic rehabilitation and at least a month of functional recovery training." Cheng Er nodded, then looked at Jing. "Can you hear me? If you can, blink twice." Jing blinked twice. "Good." Cheng Er's tone relaxed slightly. "Listen, Jing, you did well. All 87 people were safely evacuated and are now transferred to the 3rd backup stronghold protected by Yi Gu and 20 Dawn members. The Poison Fog unit of Yuin successfully disguised themselves as Yunin ninja and attacked the scene, leaving evidence pointing to Yunin. Right now Yunin and Yunin are engaged in fierce combat on the border of Chao country. Anoki and Reikuje have issued formal declarations of war against each other." Jing's eyes widened. War had truly erupted on a full scale. "What about Tuansung?" he asked silently with his lips. Cheng Er understood. Tuansung led the remnants of the route to retreat from the battlefield. Their whereabouts are unknown. But according to Jiao Du's intelligence network, he may have fled into the territory of Yu country. Not the Yuin village, but the chaotic border region between southern Yu country and Chuan country. There are many rogue ninja groups and underground forces there suitable for hiding. He paused. "As for my Risen has declared Tuansung a rogue ninja and placed a bounty across the entire ninja world. At the same time, I officially declared war on Yanyin, citing Yanyin's attack on a neutral sanctuary. The first wave of my forces departed for the Chao country border yesterday, led by Zilayi. Master Zilayi." A complex mix of emotions surged in Jing's heart. That white-haired man, always laughing and seemingly unreliable, actually valued his comrades and the village more than anyone. Now he too was heading to the battlefield. "What about Sha'in and Yunin?" Jing continued to ask with his lips. "Sha'in is temporarily maintaining a wait-and-see stance, but Granny Qian Dai's puppet corps has secretly moved toward the northwest border of Yu country, clearly looking to capitalize on the chaos. As for Yunin, Reikuje, while declaring war, sent a secret note to Mai proposing a temporary suspension of disputes to jointly address the threat of Yanin. Risen has not yet officially responded, but according to our intelligence, special envoys from Mai and Yunin are already meeting in secret in Tai country." Cheng Er walked to the window of the medical room and looked out at the gloomy sky. "So the current situation is Yanin faces pressure from both Mai and Yunin, and the Yunin disguised as Yuin on 2 fronts. Mai and Yunin may form a temporary alliance. Sha'in is waiting for an opportunity. Yuin hides in the shadows, cleaning up internally while observing the situation, ready to swoop in and reap the rewards. And our Dawn." He turned around, his eyes behind the mask fixed on Jing. "We need to decide our next move." Jing closed his eyes. His mind, sluggish from pain and medication, still grasped the core question clearly. In this full-scale war, what role should a small organization like Dawn play? Continue rescuing people. Build more shelters. That was certainly necessary. Gather intelligence. Influence the war. That was also underway. But the deeper question was, what was their ultimate goal? Was it merely to save some civilians and expose some darkness? Or did they truly want to change the rules of this ninja world? Master Feijian's words from the dream echoed in his ears. "Change what you can change." What could he change? Jing! Ching-Er's voice interrupted his thoughts. While you were unconscious, something happened. Uchiha Xian contacted us. Jing's eyes snapped open. He sent an urgent communication through the encrypted channel you left behind. Ching-Er took a small scroll from his robe. The content is simple. Within the Uchiha clan there has been a serious split due to Tuan Seng's betrayal and Mai's declaration of war. The mainstream faction led by clan leader Uchiha Fuiwa advocates fully supporting Mai to prove Uchiha's loyalty, while a faction of radical elders believes this is a golden opportunity for the Uchiha to break free from Mai's control and achieve independence. The conflict between the two sides is on the verge of eruption. Jing's heart sank. This was exactly what he had feared most. Once internal division or infighting erupted within the Uchiha, regardless of the outcome, it would give external forces, especially people like Tuan Sun, an opportunity to exploit. Which side is Xian on? He asked with his lips. Xian hasn't taken a clear stance, but he hinted that Fuyu is under tremendous pressure. If the radicals take action, Fuyu may have to respond forcefully, or else he will lose his authority as clan leader. Ching-Er put away the scroll. Xian's request is he hopes you can somehow influence the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, especially those who haven't fully aligned with either faction. He believes you are the only Uchiha Jonin who is both recognized by the clan and not directly controlled by Mai's leadership. Your words carry weight. Jing fell silent. In his current state, unable to even get out of bed, how could he influence his clansmen? I know what you're thinking, Ching-Er said. But Xian doesn't need you to appear in person now. He just needs some guidance, some ideas. For example, if the Uchiha truly want to fight for a better status, what path should they take? If they don't want to break with Mai, how should they deal with the radical voices within? Xian needs your advice on these questions. Moreover, Chang-Er added, this also concerns the future strategy of our Dawn. If the Uchiha really split from Mai, regardless of the outcome, it would trigger a chain reaction that could fundamentally alter the balance of power among the 5 great nations. We need to anticipate this scenario and prepare a response. Jing closed his eyes again. The pain in his head seemed to have lessened and his thoughts became clearer. The root of the Uchiha problem lay in their long-term marginalization, suspicion, and isolation. Solving it was not simply a matter of fighting for independence or proving loyalty. It required change from both sides, Mai and the Uchiha. But change in Mai would take time, requiring Rizen's resolve and the removal of poison like Tuan Sung. As for change within the Uchiha, it needed guidance, a bridge who could be accepted by the clan and communicate with Mai. Uchiha Jing had once been that bridge. But now he had left Mai and become a member of Dawn. Could he still play that role? Perhaps. In a different way. Jing opened his eyes, looked at Ching-Er, and formed the words slowly but clearly with his lips. I need to speak directly with Xian. Ching-Er was taken aback, then shook his head. Too dangerous. Even with the highest level of encrypted communication, there is a risk of interception. If Mai or Tuan Sang discovers your contact with Xian, must take the risk. Jing insisted. Some words must be said in person. The two stared at each other for a long time. Finally Ching-Er sighed. Wait until your condition stabilizes. At least until the lungs and nerves are repaired and you can speak normally. Until then you can think about what to say and how to write it. He walked to the door and stopped. Also, there's another matter. Feijian has decided that once you recover we will make formal contact with Mai. Jing's eyes sharpened. Not indirect contact through intelligence channels, but direct dialogue at the top level. Ching-Er's voice turned serious. The target is Yuan Fei Risen himself. We will hand over all the evidence we have on Tuan Sung and present our conditions. What conditions? Jing asked with his lips. First, Mai must publicly acknowledge Tuan Sung's crimes, compensate the victims, and apologize. Second, Mai must thoroughly reform its policies toward the Uchiha clan, granting them genuine equality and political participation rights. Third, Mai must exercise restraint in the Second Shinobi World War, prioritize protecting civilians and non-combatants, and support the establishment of humanitarian sanctuaries. Jing fell silent. These conditions, each one struck at Mai's vulnerabilities, each one required Risen to make difficult political decisions. Would he agree? What if he doesn't? Jing asked. Then we will do it ourselves. There was an unyielding firmness in Ching-Er's voice. We will continue to rescue people, gather evidence, and influence the war from the shadows. If Mai refuses to change, we will prove through action that another path is possible. He left the medical room. Yu continued her focused treatment, the glow of medical chakra flowing quietly through the room. Jing lay on the bed staring at the blurred patterns of light on the ceiling. The pain was still there, but it had become bearable. More importantly, the flame within his heart, the Uchiha flame Master Feijian had spoken of, was rekindling. He had lost his Sharingan, lost his position in Mai, and almost lost his life. But he was still alive, still had comrades, and still had unfinished missions. The Uchiha problem, the war of the ninja world, Tuan Sun's conspiracy, Yuyin scheming, the games of the great nations, all of it formed an intricate, tangled chessboard. And he, Uchiha Jing, had once been just a pawn on that board, but now he was trying to become one of the players. No, not a player. A player still used pawns, willing to sacrifice anything for victory. He did not want to become that kind of person. What he wanted to become was someone who carved out a third path on the chessboard. A path not built on sacrificing the weak, not on schemes and conspiracies, not on violent conquests, but on protection, wisdom, and conviction. Perhaps it was naive. But Master Feijian was right. Precisely because it was naive, it was worth trying. Outside the window the sky darkened. The valley of Yuming-Jiko fell into the silence of night. But on distant borderlines the flames of war blazed, ninjas slaughtered, and civilians fled. The storm had arrived. And at the heart of the storm, in a medical room within this hidden valley, a severely wounded man lay quietly contemplating how to change the direction of the storm. Pain was his anchor, reminding him that he was alive. Conviction was his fire, giving him the strength to move forward. And comrades were the starlight that kept him from losing his way in the darkness. The 72 hours of repair had only just begun. But Jing knew that when the repair was complete he would step onto this war-scorched land with a new bearing. This time not for revenge. This time for true protection. Closing his eyes he seemed to see Master Feijian's figure again, nodding to him in the darkness. "Survive and then do what you believe is right." "I will, Master," Jing answered in his heart. "No matter how difficult the road ahead, no matter how great the price. I will." In the winter of the 21st year of Mai, the flames of war spread from the border of the land of grass to the entire shinobi world. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone staged their first large-scale battle on the snowy plains of northern grass country. Both sides deployed over 2,000 shinobi. The clash of earth release and lightning release darkened the sky and split the earth. The AB combination of Kumogakure, Yayua AI and Kalabi demonstrated for the first time in open battle a perfect synergy between the Jinchuriki and the Reikage, smashing 3 explosive demolition units of Iwagakure, but at the cost of over 300 casualties. The first wave of reinforcements from Mai, led by Zilai, arrived in southern grass country on the 4th day of the war. They did not directly intervene in the main battlefield between Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Instead, they quickly established a defensive line, began sheltering civilians fleeing the war, and dispatched reconnaissance squads to the border of the Land of Rain, ostensibly to prevent Yin from taking advantage of the chaos, but in reality Zilai had received a secret order from Risen to find the missing Uchiha Jing and investigate the traces of Tuanzang. The Sand Shinobi finally moved after 7 days of observation. Chianai personally commanded a puppet unit that raided 3 forward outposts in the northwest border of the Land of Rain, encountering almost no resistance. But as the Sand Shinobi forces prepared to advance deeper, the poison mists and traps of Yuyin began to take effect, causing nearly 100 casualties in a single day. Chianai had to halt the advance and consolidate the occupied zone. As for Yuyin, Shanjie Banzang stood atop the central tower, scanning the battle reports delivered one after another, letting out a satisfied hum behind his breathing mask. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Iwagakure and Kumogakure were wearing each other down. Mai was pinned in the south and Sand Shinobi was bogged down in the northwest border. Although the Land of Rain had lost a few forward outposts, its main force remained intact. Moreover, through the disguised attacks of the Poison Fawn unit, the conflict between Iwagakure and Kumogakure had been fully ignited. Even better, the released experimental subjects had been safely transferred and the cooperation agreement with Dawn was steadily being executed. Training on 3 sets of advanced ninjutsu scrolls had begun. The effectiveness of the poison resistance regimen exceeded expectations, and the intelligence provided by Dawn was astonishingly accurate. 3 days ago Dawn had sent detailed information on the route and troop composition of Kumogakure's second wave of reinforcements through encrypted channels. Banzang appropriately leaked the intelligence to Iwagakure, leading to the ambush of that reinforcement force as it entered grass country, resulting in heavy losses. 2 days ago Dawn provided intelligence on the internal dispute within Mai regarding war strategy. The civilian faction led by Xuanqing Xiaochun and Shuahomin Yan advocated for limited intervention, prioritized defense, while the military faction represented by Zilai argued for active offense, coordinate with Kumogakure for a pincer attack from east and west. Risen had not yet made a final decision. The value of this intelligence far surpassed everything obtained from previous cooperation with Iwagakure. Banzang began to seriously consider whether to transform the partnership with Dawn from a temporary exchange of interests into a long-term strategic alliance. A knock interrupted his thoughts. "Enter." A Yuin Jonin stepped in and knelt on one knee. "Lord Banzang, we have just received the latest intelligence from Dawn. Additionally, A patrol on the southeastern border detected traces of a small squad. About 10 people with strong chakra signatures moving very stealthily toward the border region between the land of rain and the land of rivers. Banzang took the intelligence scroll and quickly scanned it. The contents sharpened his gaze. Are you certain it's this squad? The patrol dared not approach, but based on remote analysis of chakra characteristics, 2 of them matched the one-eyed shinobi and his companion who attacked the settlement earlier. Furthermore, there is an extremely cold and chaotic chakra among the squad consistent with the description of the My Rogue Shinobi Jitsuin Tuanzang. Banzang tapped his fingers lightly on the scroll. That Tuanzang had fled into the land of rain was not surprising. But why were the people of Dawn with him? Were they tracking him? Collaborating? Or... He opened the latest intelligence from Dawn. The content was brief. The remnants of Tuanzang's squad, 10 in number, have entered your southeastern border, with the target apparently being the seal site of the Three Tails. Our side has dispatched a squad to track and monitor them. To avoid misunderstanding, we hereby inform you. Additionally, regarding the previously mentioned contact with Mai, we are ready to arrange it at any time. The Three Tails. Banzang walked to the map of the shinobi world on the wall, and pointed to a lake region in the southeastern part of the Land of Rain. That was the famous Lake of Mist, perpetually shrouded in thick fog with complex terrain, and legend held that it was once the habitat of the Three Tails Isabu. 60 years ago, after the first Mizukage sealed the Three Tails, the area became a restricted zone with even Yuin patrols rarely approaching. What was Tuanzang doing there? Trying to control the Three Tails. With his current manpower and condition, that was nearly impossible. Although the Three Tails was not as violent as the Nine Tails, it was still a tailed beast. Without specialized sealing techniques and Jinchuriki methods, attempting to control a tailed beast would only result in backlash. Unless Tuanzang had mastered some special method, for instance harnessing the power of the Xiaolinian and Hashirama cells. A cold glint flashed in Banzang's eyes. If Tuanzang was indeed after the Three Tails, he absolutely could not be allowed to succeed. Should the tailed beast's power run out of control, the entire southeastern Land of Rain could be leveled. On the other hand, Dawn had explicitly stated in the intelligence that our side has dispatched a squad to track and monitor, meaning their people were already on site. If Yuin now sent a large force, it might spark a conflict with Dawn and jeopardize the newly established cooperative relationship. Trade-offs, always trade-offs. Pass the order, Banzang finally said. Poison Fog first and second squads proceed immediately to the Lake of Mist area and conduct covert surveillance. Mission objectives: first, confirm the movements and intentions of Tuanzang's squad. Second, if Tuanzang attempts to unseal the Three Tails, stop him at all costs. Third, if you encounter people from Dawn, avoid active contact but maintain observation at a distance. Remember, the focus is on surveillance and prevention, not engagement. And if Tuanzang's people and Dawn fight each other, the Jonin asked. Then let them fight, Banzang said coldly. Wait until both sides are exhausted, then clean up the mess. But remember, if the Dawn operatives are in mortal danger, intervene appropriately to ensure at least one of them returns alive. We still need their intelligence. Understood. The Jonin bowed and withdrew. Banzang turned back to the map. The Lake of Mist, Tuanzang, the Three Tails, Dawn, all these factors intertwined, creating a new variable. He needed to reassess the situation and readjust his strategy. Meanwhile, in the distant valley of Ningyo's mouth, another assessment was underway. In the medical room, Uchiha Jing could already sit up. The 72-hour organ repair was complete, and bone repair was in progress. You had used special medical bandages to immobilize his left leg and 3 ribs with a steady infusion of pale green chakra penetrating the area to stimulate accelerated bone cell regeneration. This process was more painful than the organ repair, like someone chiseling away at the bones bit by bit, but Jing gritted his teeth and uttered not a single sound. His right eye's vision had partially recovered, though still blurry. He could at least make out the faces at the other end of the room. Nerve damage in his left shoulder had left a lingering effect. The fingers of his left hand moved with limited dexterity, and his grip strength was only 30% of normal. But this was already far better than expected. You said that with rehabilitation training he could likely recover to 60 or 70%. Almost there. You concluded a treatment cycle and wiped the sweat from her brow. Another day and the bone repair will be complete. After that, basic rehabilitation training can begin. However, Lord Jing, I must remind you, even after full recovery your body will no longer be able to withstand combat of the same intensity as before. Repeated severe injuries and toxin erosion have left your chakra pathways fragile. Excessive use could result in permanent damage. Jing nodded. I understand. I won't be so reckless anymore. You looked at him as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What do you want to say? Jing asked. Lord Jing, have you ever considered stepping down from frontline combat? Yu's voice was very soft. Given your current physical condition, you would be better suited for command planning training and the like. Dawn needs a leader, and you have already given too much to the fight. Jing fell silent. He looked at his hands covered with old and new scars. His left hand trembled slightly due to nerve damage. When his right hand clenched into a fist, he could feel the dull ache of bones that had once been broken. Indeed, this body was covered in scars. But stepping back from the front line, handing over all combat responsibilities to Izanagi and the others, hiding safely in the rear. I'll think about it, Jing said finally. But not now. The war has just erupted and there is still much to be done. Uchiha said no more, packed up her medical instruments, and left the room. A few minutes later Chinger entered. He held the latest battle reports and intelligence summaries. How are you feeling, he asked. Still alive, Jing replied, his voice still somewhat hoarse. What's the situation outside? Chinger handed the intelligence to Jing. Jing squinted, leaned closer, and barely managed to read the text. The first battle between Iwagakure and Kumogakure is over. Kumogakure won a Pyrrhic victory, but both sides suffered heavy losses. Mai has established a defensive line in the south. Zilai dispatched reconnaissance squads searching for you and Tuanzang. San Shinobi is locked in a stalemate with Yuyin on the northwestern border. As for Yuyin, Chinger paused. Banzang, following the agreement, released the last batch of experimental subjects. In total 124 people have been rescued. They have all been moved to a safe location. Jing set down the intelligence, and closed his eyes. 124. Behind that number lurked at least 3 times as many deaths. Those experimental subjects who failed to survive until rescue, those who perished during transport, those who died directly in the experiments. And Tuanzang? He asked. That's the crux of what I need to say. Chinger's tone turned grave. 3 days ago Tuanzang led 9 remnants of the Genbu into the southeastern border of the Yu country. Their target is likely Wuji Lake, the legendary sealing ground of the Three Tails. Jing's eyes snapped open. He wants to control the Three Tails. Uncertain. But he's cornered now. Muyi village has put a bounty on him. Yanyin and Yunin regard him as an enemy, and Hanzang of Yuyin won't take him in either. In such a situation, seeking the power of a tailed beast, though insane, it fits his character. What about our people? Jiaodu's intelligence network has locked onto their movements. Feijian dispatched a reconnaissance squad led by Ying and Feng's 6 operatives in total, shadowing them from a distance. But just this morning we received word from Hanzang. Yuyin's Poison Fawn unit has also moved into the same area with orders to monitor and prevent. Jing's heart sank. The Wuji Lake region now had at least 3 forces: Tuanzang's Genbu remnants, the reconnaissance squad of the Dawn, and Yuyin's Poison Fawn unit. If the possible presence of the Three Tails was added. It's a trap, Jing said. Hanzang deliberately told us Tuanzang's movements and deliberately sent troops there. He wants to watch us and Tuanzang wear each other down and reap the benefits. I know. Chinger nodded. But the risk of Tuanzang and the Three Tails is too great for us to ignore. And this might also be an opportunity. An opportunity. An opportunity to make contact with Muyi village. Chinger walked to the window. Imagine this: if Tuanzang really tries to control the Three Tails and we appear at the critical moment, stop him, protect the civilians and the land. Then we hand over Tuanzang, alive, along with evidence of his attempt to control the tailed beast, to Muyi village. That would become our most powerful bargaining chip when we negotiate with Ryzen. Jing contemplated the plan. The risks were enormous, but if successful the rewards were equally huge. Capturing Tuanzang alive and exposing his crime of attempting to control a tailed beast would be more convincing than any written evidence. Moreover, by averting a tailed beast disaster, they could prove to Muyi village and to the entire shinobi world that the Dawn was not merely an organization hidden in the shadows, but a force truly willing to protect the innocent. But our combat strength? Jing said worriedly. Ying and Feng's squad has only 6 people, and it's configured for reconnaissance. Although Tuanzang has only 9 men left, they are all elites of the Genbu, and he himself possesses 7 Sharingan and Hashirama cells. Yuyin's Poison Fog unit has at least 20 people skilled in assassination and poison arts. Not to mention the possible rampage of the Three Tails. So we need reinforcements. Chinger turned around. Izanagi and you are already prepared, ready to depart at any time. I can go too. But Feijian believes we need a more thorough plan, not a simple clash of force. He walked to the edge of Jing's bed and lowered his voice. Feijian has an idea, but it requires your consent. What idea? To leverage the power of the Uchiha. Chinger said. Not the power of the Sharingan, but the influence of the Uchiha clan within Muyi village. If we could get Patriarch Fuyue through Uchiha X Saiyan to dispatch an elite Uchiha squad to the Wuji Lake region under the pretext of pursuing rogue ninja Tuanzang and protecting the southeastern border of the Fire Country, then the official power of Muyi village would be involved. Jing was stunned. Having Uchiha clan members directly participate in the pursuit of Tuanzang. That would indeed bring in Muye's official forces, but it would also thrust the Uchiha directly into this complex game. If mishandled, it could exacerbate the conflict between the Uchiha and the upper echelons of Muyi. Would Patriarch Fuyue agree? Jing asked. If it's to protect Muye's interests, if it's to demonstrate the Uchiha's loyalty and strength during wartime, he might agree. Chenger analyzed. Moreover, Xin has a certain influence within the Uchiha. If he pushes this matter with all his might, Fuyue would find it hard to refuse. More importantly, he looked into Jing's eyes. If you can personally communicate with Xin explaining the gravity of the situation, that Tuanzang might control a tailed beast threatening the safety of the entire southeastern border of the Fire Country, then the chances of Xin convincing Fuyue would increase greatly. Jing fell into silence. Contacting Xin directly, that was something he had wanted to do before. But in this way, he would not only have to explain the situation to Xin but also ask Xin to persuade the Patriarch to send troops. This meant he would have to reveal more information about the Dawn to Xin, make Xin understand how complex and dangerous the game they were playing was. Moreover, once the Uchiha forces intervened, the nature of the matter would completely change. It would no longer be a private vendetta between the Dawn and Tuanzang, nor a secret game between the Dawn and Yuin, but an official Muyi pursuit of a rogue ninja. How would Hanzang's poison Fan unit react then? How would Yuin view this? Would the war situation become even more complicated? I need time to think, Jing finally said. You don't have much time. Chenger pointed to the intelligence. According to the latest reports from Ying and Feng, Tuanzang's squad has been active in the Wuji Lake area for 2 days, seemingly searching for something. At most another day or two and they might make a move. We must decide before that. Jing closed his eyes, his mind racing. Pain, exhaustion, and confusion intertwined, but one core question gradually became clear. What did he want? He wanted Tuanzang to pay the price to protect the innocent, to change the fate of the Uchiha, to find a path in this war that did not rely on sacrificing the weak. And Chenger's plan, though immensely risky, could indeed achieve multiple goals simultaneously: stop Tuanzang's insane scheme, show the Dawn as a protector, accumulate leverage for negotiations with Muyi, and even allow the Uchiha clan to step onto the war stage in a positive light, changing their image within Muyi. Contact Xin. Jing opened his eyes, his voice firm. But the content will be decided by me. And I need your help to ensure absolute security of the communication. Chenger nodded. All right. Can you speak now? Barely. But it's better to write it down, Jing said. I need paper and a pen. Chenger took out a small scroll and a special encryption pen from his bosom. Jing took them and with hands still trembling began to write. He wrote quickly but carefully. First he explained to Xin the danger of Tuanzang's attempt to control the Three Tails, emphasizing that this was not just a personal matter for the Dawn or Uchiha Jing, but a threat to the security of the entire southeastern border of the Fire Country. Then he requested Xin to persuade Patriarch Fuyue to dispatch an elite Uchiha squad to the Wuji Lake area under the pretext of protecting the border and pursuing a rogue ninja. Finally he obliquely mentioned that the Dawn would also send people there, and the two sides could form a de facto cooperation without revealing their relationship. After finishing, he handed the scroll to Chenger. Take a look at the content. If it's acceptable, send it with the highest level of encryption. Chenger quickly scanned it and nodded. The content is restrained but sufficient to explain the situation. I'll arrange the sending immediately. By the way, are you sure you don't want to speak with Xin personally? Jing shook his head. This is safer. Besides, when Xin sees my handwriting, he'll know it's truly my intention. Understood. Chenger put away the scroll. I'll go arrange it now. You continue to rest and prepare for what's to come. He reached the door and stopped Jing. Regardless of the outcome from Xin's side, regardless of whether the Uchiha forces come, we will proceed with the original plan. Yi and the others have already begun preparations. We'll depart at the latest tomorrow morning. If your physical condition allows. I'll go, Jing interrupted him. Even if I can only sit in the rear and command, I'm going. This is a battle I must face. Chenger looked at him, silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Then prepare for the worst. You will continue treatment, and try to complete the bone repair before you depart. But remember, even after repair you cannot participate in high-intensity combat. Your task is to command and observe, not to charge into battle. I know. Chenger left. The medical room fell back into silence. Jing leaned against the headboard, looking out the window at the gloomy sky of the Yumingjiko Valley. The pain was still sharp, but the fire in his heart burned even brighter. He had once thought that losing his Sharingan and his position in Muyi meant losing everything. But now he realized that some things could never be taken away. Like conviction. Like responsibility. Like the bonds with his comrades. And the courage to carve a path through darkness even when deprived of light. Wuji Lake, the Three Tails Tuanzengyu in the Uchiha Muyi village, all the threads would converge there. And he would drag his battered body into the heart of that storm once more. This time not for revenge. This time to prove that even in this world filled with darkness and war, light still existed. And he was willing to be a part of that light. Outside the window a crack appeared in the clouds and a faint ray of sunlight streamed into the medical room, falling on Jing's face. He closed his eyes, feeling that faint warmth. The storm was coming. But he was ready. Southeast border of the rain country, Mist Lake. The name is fitting. Thick white fog like a giant cotton wad perpetually shrouds the lake area, spanning dozens of miles. Visibility is less than 10 meters. The lake water is an eerie deep green dotted with unknown aquatic plants. Occasionally enormous shadows glide beneath the surface, stirring silent ripples. This is a forbidden zone for life. Ordinary fishermen dare not approach, and even the patrols of the hidden rain only operate on the periphery. Legend has it that 60 years ago the three-tailed beast Jifu was sealed here. Its chakra contaminated the waters, causing the perpetual fog, mutating the creatures and disorienting any who enter, eventually sinking them to the lakebed, becoming part of the endless nightmare of the Three Tails. Yuzhibo Jing stood on a towering cliff by the lake, his right eye barely discerning the foggy outlines below through a special wind-resistant goggle. His body was still wrapped in medical bandages. The fracture in his left leg, though hastily treated, allowed him to walk with difficulty, each step accompanied by a dull ache. The nerve damage in his left shoulder made his entire arm sluggish, and he could feel the loss of strength when gripping his blade. Yet he came anyway. Chunru Yi Gu and Yu, a 5-man squad, followed behind him. Yu insisted on accompanying them, for Jing's body might require emergency treatment at any moment. Her medical kit contained 3 potent painkillers and 2 adrenaline shots, but before departure she warned, "These are only for emergencies. Overuse will strain the heart. Lord Jing, you must promise me not to use them unless your life is in danger." Jing agreed, but he knew that in such a place danger could strike at any time. "How many do you sense?" Chenger's voice came through the mental link. To maintain covert communication in the thick fog, the entire squad had established a mental network via a miniature chakra resonance device developed by Dawn, allowing silent communication within a 100-meter radius. Jing closed his eyes and fully extended his chakra perception. After multiple severe injuries and recoveries, his perception had undergone a subtle transformation, no longer pursuing extreme range and precision, but focusing more on information filtering and pattern recognition. Like in a noisy market, ordinary people hear chaotic noise, while he could distinguish specific conversations, footsteps, and heartbeats. In his current perception, the Mist Lake area was like a vast dynamic information network. First, the lake center, a massive chaotic chakra with the cold aquatic texture of a water creature, the three-tailed beast Jifu. It seemed half asleep, its chakra fluctuations slow and heavy like the breathing of a deep-sea leviathan. Yet beneath this slowness Jing sensed a hidden, ever-ready ferocity. Then 2 kilometers northeast, the chakra of 10 people. One of them was cold and chaotic, mingling the crimson of the Sharingan and the dark green of Hashirama cells, Tuanzang. His chakra was even more unstable than 3 months ago, like a powder keg barely maintaining balance. The other 9 chakras had undergone special concealment, but Jing could discern the distinctive self-erasure chakra signature of the root ninjas. They seemed to be setting something up, their chakra flowing into the ground, forming a complex network of techniques. 1 kilometer southeast, the chakra of 20 people. More concealed, more scattered, like snakes lurking in the fog, the Venom Fang squad of the Hidden Rain. Their chakra contained traces of multiple toxins, moving almost soundlessly. Had Jing's perception not been specially trained, he might have missed them. 800 meters due west. Jing's brow furrowed slightly. "What's wrong?" asked Yi. "A very familiar chakra." Jing carefully identified. "Not Tuanzang, not the Hidden Rain. It's the style of my. But only one person. Zilai Ye's reconnaissance team." Gu guessed. "No, the chakra signature is younger, more sharp." A name flashed through Jing's mind. "It might be Chimu Shuomao." The squad members fell silent. Chimu Shuomao, the white fang of my genius Jonin, renowned throughout the ninja world for his blade skills and 100 mission completion rate. If it was really him, the situation became even more complicated. "My sent only him." I wondered. "Probably just an advanced scout." Chenger analyzed. "Zilai Ye's main force is still in the south of Grass Country. It makes sense to send a ninja of White Fang's caliber for solo reconnaissance. But the question is he after Tuanzang or the Three Tails? Or he has discovered our presence." Jing interjected. White Fang's reconnaissance ability is on par with mine. We've concealed ourselves, but in this thick fog any chakra fluctuation could be detected. Just then the Tuanzang squad and his perception suddenly moved. They're moving, Jing said urgently, heading toward the lake center. Not fast, as if carrying something. Heavy with strong chakra reaction. Ritual materials. You guessed. Controlling a tailed beast requires special sealing techniques and high energy supply. Follow them but keep distance, Chang'e ordered. Gu scout ahead, watch for ground traps. Ci guard the rear and flanks. Yi and you protect Jing. I'll coordinate from the center. The squad began to move. Advancing in the thick fog was torture, visibility too low, relying solely on Jing's perception for guidance. The ground was slippery, covered with moss and decaying plants, occasionally crunching underfoot as they stepped on unknown animal bones, sending a grating sound through the air. The closer they got to the lake center, the thicker the fog and the stronger the oppressive chakra. The presence of the three tails weighed on everyone's chests like an invisible boulder. Jing felt difficulty breathing, the pain in his right eye intensifying, and distorted light spots began to appear in his vision. Lord Jing, your body? You asked worriedly. I'm fine. Jing gritted his teeth. Keep moving. 20 minutes later they reached the periphery of the area where the Tuanzang squad was stationed. Jing signaled a halt, and the squad hid behind several large rocks. Through gaps in the thick fog they could see the scene ahead, a relatively open lakeside flatland cleared of debris with a massive ritual array drawn on the ground over 20 meters in diameter. The array's patterns were extremely complex, combining the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan, the Sharingan dojutsu symbols of the Uchiha clan, and black runes radiating an ominous aura that Jing had never seen before. At the center of the array 9 root ninjas sat in a circle, hands forming seals, their chakra flowing through the ground patterns continuously pouring into the array. Their faces were pale, clearly exhausted. At the edge of the array Tuanzang stood before a specially crafted altar. On the altar lay 3 items: a sealed scroll containing a strong chakra reaction, a transparent container holding a crimson Sharingan eye. Jing recognized it as his left eye, and a still beating heart sustained by a complex technique. What is he doing? He asked through the mental link, her voice tinged with fear. Preparing a ritual. Cheng'er's tone was grave. That heart, if I'm not mistaken, is a living core cultivated from Hashirama cells. Tuanzang intends to use it as a medium to forcibly establish a connection with the three tails. The Sharingan provides control. The sealed scroll likely contains some forbidden drug to enhance chakra. And that array is a composite of multiple techniques: summoning, binding, and mental control. Can it succeed? Gu asked. Theoretically almost impossible, Chang'e replied. A tailed beast is a collective of chakra with its own consciousness and will. To forcibly control it requires overwhelming power and perfect sealing techniques. But what Tuanzang has now are 7 transplanted Sharingan eyes in complete Hashirama cells and this hastily prepared array. The success rate is no more than 10%. But if it fails... Yu's voice trembled. If it fails, the three tails will go berserk. Jing took over. And at this distance a berserk three tails could destroy everything within 10 miles. Including us, including the hidden rain forces, including Chimushuamao who might be nearby, and the villages further along the shore. This was Tuanzang's madness. If I cannot control this power, let everyone be destroyed together. We must stop him, Jing said, before he completes the ritual. How? Ci asked. Tuanzang himself plus 9 elite root ninjas. We have little chance in a direct confrontation. And the hidden rain forces are lurking nearby. Once we're exposed they might act too. And the white fang of my... He added. If he's also nearby the situation becomes even more complicated. Cheng'er fell silent. Indeed, at least 4 factions were now gathered in this area: Tuanzang's ritual group, the 6-man squad of Dawn, the 20-man Venom Fang squad of the Hidden Rain, and Chimushuamao acting alone. Any one of them making a move could trigger a chain reaction. And the most dangerous thing was that Tuanzang's ritual had clearly entered a critical phase. The light of the array began to brighten. The chakra of the three tails at the lake center grew restless, and a low beast-like moan echoed through the thick fog. Time is running out, Jing said. I have a plan, but I need your cooperation. Speak, Cheng'er said without hesitation. Jing quickly deployed in the mental network. First we need to create chaos. Ye can your wind release create a temporary air channel in this thick fog. It doesn't need to last long, just a few seconds to clear the fog and let us see the full picture. I can, but the range is limited, at most a radius of 50 meters. That's enough. Ci, you're responsible for infiltrating the edge of the ritual array when the chaos hits and destroying that heart container. That's the core medium of the ritual. Destroying it will interrupt the ritual. But there must be defensive techniques around the container. That's why we need Gu's cooperation. Jing turned to Gu. You're skilled in earth release and sealing techniques. While CIXU approach from underground and use earth release techniques to disrupt the chakra flow in the ground array. You don't need to completely destroy it, just cause enough disturbance for CI to have a chance. Gu nodded. Understood. You stay behind ready for treatment and support. Cheng'er and I will handle Tuanzang. Cheng'er frowned. Your body. I won't fight him head on, Jing said. My task is to observe command and, at the critical moment, use my own method to interfere with him. He pointed to his right eye. Although the Sharingan is ruined, some Uchiha dojutsu power remains. If I focus all my chakra and will, I might be able to cause a momentary mental disruption to Tuanzang. That moment will be the opportunity for CI and Gu to act. Too risky. You oppose. Your nerves are already damaged. Forcing the use of dojutsu could lead to permanent blindness, even brain damage. I know. Jing's voice was calm. But if we don't take the risk now, when the Three Tails goes berserk, we'll all die. And I have a feeling that Tuanzang's ritual is about to be completed. As if to confirm his words, a blinding red light suddenly burst from the center of the array. The 9 root ninjas simultaneously spat out blood, but the array's light grew even more intense. The heart on the altar began to beat violently, and chakra patterns like blood vessels spread from the heart, extending along the array lines toward the lake center. The lake surface began to boil. Huge bubbles surged from the deep waters, emitting dull roars as they burst. The thick fog was stirred by an invisible force, forming swirling vortexes. The Three Tails was about to awaken. No time left. Chang'e gritted his teeth. Execute Jing's plan. Yi prepare wind release. CI Gu get into position. You fall back to a safe distance. The squad dispersed instantly. Yi formed hand seals, chakra gathering in her palms. C's figure melted into the thick fog, vanishing without a trace. Gu pressed his hands to the ground, his body slowly sinking into the earth. Yu retreated behind a large rock, opening her medical kit and gripping a syringe. Jing and Cheng'er exchanged a glance, then both charged toward the ritual ground. Tuanzang sensed their approach. He turned the 7 Sharingan eyes on his right arm, all rotating, locking onto the 2 charging figures. Yuzibo Jing. Tuanzang's voice was hoarse and manic. And the remnants of dawn. Have you come to die? To stop your madness? Jing stopped 20 meters ahead of him, his right hand resting on his sword hilt. Cheng'er stood at his side, and reared his eyes sharp as blades behind the dark silver mask. Stop me! Tuanzang laughed, a twisted, hysterical laugh. What do you know? You naive idealists always only know how to stop, protect peace. But what this world needs is power. Absolute power. His right arm raised, pointing at the lake center. See. The 3-tailed beast Jifu. Isabu, the most docile of the tailed beasts, yet its power is enough to destroy a small nation. As long as I can control it, I can regain command of everything. My. Hiruzen. You. All are nothing but ants. You cannot control it. Jing said calmly. You are merely awakening a monster you cannot tame. When it goes berserk, you will be the first to die. Then we'll die together. Danzo roared. I have nothing left to lose anyway. But before I die, I will make the entire world my burial shroud. Before his words faded, his figure vanished. It was not the body flicker technique, but a hyperspeed movement combining the ocular power of the Sharingan with Taijutsu. The next second he appeared to Jing's left, his right arm lashing out like a whip, a single Sharingan on that arm glinting with eerie light. Watch out! Cheng'er warned urgently. Jing had already sensed Danzo's trajectory. Instead of meeting the blow head-on, he sidestepped, simultaneously drawing 3 specially crafted shuriken from his robe and hurling them at Danzo's face. Danzo neither dodged nor blocked. Another Sharingan on his right arm snapped open. Izanagi. The shuriken passed through Danzo's body as if through a phantom. Meanwhile, Danzo's true form appeared to Jing's right, 5 fingers extended like claws reaching for Jing's throat. At that critical moment, Cheng'er moved. His hands flew through hand seals and dozens of silver chakra chains erupted from the ground, coiling toward Danzo's arm. Humph! Danzo shook his right arm, unleashing a burst of chakra that shattered the chains. But that momentary delay allowed Jing to retreat, evading the lethal strike. Yi now! Cheng'er commanded through the mental network. Behind them, Yi completed his hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gale erupted from Yi like an invisible giant hand tearing apart the thick mist. Within a radius of 50 meters centered on the ritual site, the fog was briefly dispelled and vision suddenly became clear. Everyone saw it. The array diagram blazed with intense light. 9 root ninjas stood pale as paper, yet still maintaining their hand seals. The heart on the altar pulsed violently, already half melted into the array's patterns. At the center of the lake, the water bulged and a massive carapace-covered back slowly emerged. The phantom of three tails swayed in the mist. No! Jing roared. Below Gu completed his technique. Earth release vein disruption. The ground trembled violently, and the lines of the array twisted and snapped. 3 of the 9 root ninjas screamed in agony, chakra backlash spewing blood from their mouths as they collapsed unconscious. The array's light became unstable. At the same time, C's figure appeared beside the altar like a ghost. Her blade flashed, striking at the container holding the heart. Clang! The ring of metal clashed. C's blade was blocked by another. A root ninja wearing a birdbeak mask stood before the altar. It was Danzo's most loyal subordinate. You will not disrupt Lord Danzo's ritual. Ya's voice was hoarse. I said nothing, only shifting her blade stance into a rain of countless slashes, engaging Ya in combat. And then another change occurred. From the edge of the mist 20 figures materialized silently. The Venom Fang, unit of the Rain Village, had finally made their move. They rushed not toward Danzo nor toward the Daybreak squad, but instead began to lay down an even larger array encircling the entire ritual site. What are they doing? He asked in alarm. It's a sealing array, Chenger said, his expression changing. Hanzo wants to use a large-scale sealing technique to reseal the Three Tails before it fully awakens and goes berserk. But he won't care about our lives. Indeed, the Rain Village ninjas rapidly inscribed runes on the ground, pouring in chakra. A massive sealing array covering the entire lakeshore area was taking shape. Once this array was completed, every living creature within its range would be sealed, including Danzo, the Daybreak squad, and possibly White Fang still nearby. We must retreat, Yu urged urgently through the mental network. But it was too late. Inside the ritual array, the heart had fully merged with the patterns. The Sharingan on the altar blazed into blinding crimson light, the sealing scroll unfurled automatically, and the forbidden drugs within turned into black smoke that Danzo inhaled into his body. Danzo's body began to swell and warp. All 7 Sharingan on his right arm wept blood simultaneously. Hashirama's cell erosion accelerated, and wood-like textures spread across half his body. His chakra surged to a terrifying level. Ha! Ha! Danzo laughed maniacally. Power! This is the feeling of power! He turned toward the lake center, his hands forming seals, and a complex ocular pattern rune appeared in the air, shooting toward the Three Tails Isabu that had just surfaced. The Three Tails let out a deafening roar. It was not anger but agony. Danzo's ocular technique was forcibly invading its consciousness, attempting to establish a control link. But the will of a tailed beast was not so easily controlled. Even the most docile of the Three Tails possessed a spiritual power that surpassed human understanding. The ocular rune flickered, struggled, and began to disintegrate on the Three Tails' forehead. Danzo's expression changed. He bit his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood, and infused it into the rune. The rune stabilized again, but the Three Tails' resistance grew even fiercer. The entire lake's surface churned, massive waves crashed against the shore, and the ground trembled violently. Not enough. Still not enough. Danzo roared. More power. More chakra. His gaze shifted to the 9 root ninjas still maintaining the array. Understanding Danzo's intent, despair painted their faces. Yet they did not resist. From the moment they were chosen, root ninjas were merely tools for Danzo. Danzo extended his right arm, and all 7 Sharingan rotated simultaneously. Chakra extraction! The 9 root ninjas screamed in unison as their chakra was forcibly drained, channeled through the ground array into Danzo's body. Their bodies withered at a visible rate, eventually collapsing as 9 desiccated corpses. Having absorbed the full chakra of 9 elite ninjas, Danzo's aura surged once more. 3 of the Sharingan on his right arm had already closed completely, weeping not blood but a black ominous liquid. The erosion of Hashirama's cells had spread to his chest, his skin beginning to petrify and crack. But the ocular rune stabilized and began to penetrate the Three Tails' forehead. The Three Tails' roar turned into a mournful cry. Its eyes lost focus, its movements stiffened. Danzo's control was taking effect. He's almost succeeded, Jing murmured. No, he's almost dead, Chenger said coldly. With this degree of chakra drain and cellular erosion, even if he controls the tailed beast, he won't live 3 days. He's truly gambling with his life. Then Yi looked at Jing. Jing's right hand tightened on his sword hilt. His right eye began to sting, his vision blurring further. But he could perceive where the critical juncture of this mad ritual lay. Danzo's control was built on suppressing the Three Tails' consciousness with his own chakra. If even a momentary gap appeared in that suppression, the Three Tails' backlash would utterly destroy Danzo. And the method to create that momentary gap. Jing recalled Tobirama-sensei's words in the dream. The ocular power of the Uchiha is fundamentally the manifestation of spiritual energy. Though his right eye was ruined, the blood of the Uchiha still flowed within him, and that spiritual power inherited from the bloodline still had its last embers. If he used those embers to strike Danzo's already crumbling spirit, he might go blind, might die. But it was the only chance. Chen, Jing said, his voice calm. Please guide everyone to retreat now. Ci and Gu should have already damaged part of the array, and the Rain Village's ceiling array is not yet complete. Take everyone out of here before the Three Tails goes completely berserk. What are you going to do? Chung'er asked urgently. Jing did not answer. He removed the goggles from his right eye and closed his eyes. He gathered all his chakra, all his will, all his spiritual power into his right eye. Not to activate the Sharingan, that was no longer possible, but to transform that spiritual imprint of the Uchiha etched deep in his bloodline into one final strike. In his perception, the world became piercingly clear. Danzo's chaotic chakra flowed the Three Tails' tormented consciousness, the Rain Village ninja's hurried hand seals his comrades' anxious calls, all information intertwined. He found the point. The weakest point in Danzo's spiritual defense. Now. Jing's eyes snapped open. His right eye did not flare with the crimson of the Sharingan, but instead blazed with a pure, fierce, life-burning golden light. It was not light for the eyes, but light of the spirit. An invisible shockwave perceptible only to spiritual senses erupted from Jing, shooting straight toward Danzo's brow. Danzo sensed the danger and spun the last remaining open Sharingan on his right arm in a desperate attempt to defend. But it was too late. The Uchiha's ocular power, even if only its last embers, still possessed the property of piercing conventional defenses. That golden light penetrated the Sharingan's defense and slammed into the depths of Danzo's consciousness. Danzo's body stiffened. Only for a moment. But that was enough. The Three Tails' consciousness seized this momentary gap. The suppressed will erupted like a volcano, and a violent spiritual backlash flooded through the ocular connection, crashing into Danzo's mind. Aya! Danzo let out a scream that was not human. Blood gushed from all 7 orifices of his face. The Sharingan on his right arm exploded one after another. Hashirama cell's erosion spiraled completely out of control, and wood-like textures spread over his entire body. He collapsed like a broken puppet, his body beginning to disintegrate. And the Three Tails, it had fully gone berserk. It emerged completely from the water, revealing its full form, a massive turtle-like body covered in a hard shell with 3 tails writhing like 3 giant serpents in the air. Its eyes turned a savage crimson, and it opened its mouth, dense chakra gathering within. Tailed beast ball. Run! Cheng'er roared. The Daybreak Squad retreated in full haste. The Rain Village's Venom Fawn unit also abandoned the ceiling array and began to flee. The mist was driven away by the Three Tails' chakra, opening up visibility, but also exposing everyone to the tailed beast's line of sight. The Three Tails' tailed beast ball was complete. It was a sphere of black and red chakra over 5 meters in diameter, containing the energy to annihilate everything. It did not aim at anyone, instead it aimed at the ground of the lake shore. Because what it wanted to destroy was the ritual array that had tried to control it, and every living thing around it. The tailed beast ball fired. Time seemed to slow down. Jing watched as the sphere of destruction flew slowly toward the ground, watched Danzo's broken body be swallowed by the light, watched the ground evaporate under heat, and Shockwave watched the lake water rise into a 100-meter-high wave that swept in all directions. He turned and leaped backward with the last of his strength. The giant wave caught up with him like an invisible giant hand, slamming him viciously against the rock wall. Excruciating pain. Darkness. In his final consciousness, he seemed to see Tobirama-sensei's figure nodding to him in the light. Then the world fell utterly silent. The lake shore was leveled. Danzo and the remnants of his root forces vanished without a trace. The Rain Village's Venom Fawn unit lost half its numbers, the survivors fleeing in panic. And the Three Tails, after releasing the tailed beast ball, seemed to have expended a vast amount of chakra, slowly sinking back into the lake center, returning to slumber. The mist regathered, concealing this land that had just witnessed a small-scale apocalypse. Only behind a protruding rock on the distant cliff you had erected a fragile barrier with medical chakra protecting the unconscious Jing, along with Yi Gu and Chung'er, who had just rushed back to support. They had survived. But at what cost? You looked at the unconscious Jing in her arms, at the trail of blood weeping from his closed right eye, feeling his pulse and chakra fluctuations, so faint they were almost gone. She knew that this time he might truly not be saved. She raised her head toward the lake, now shrouded again in mist, tears streaming silently down her face. But she did not notice that higher up on the cliff, where they were hiding, a man with a Konoha forehead protector and white hair flying like a banner stood silently watching everything below. Tsukumo Hatake. How long had he been there? How much had he seen? What would he do? No one knew. Only the mist forever shrouding this cursed lake, guarding its secrets, and The fate of the survivors. The storm had momentarily subsided, but the gears of war continued to turn, and those who lived had to keep moving forward. The dense fog over the misty lake coalesced again like a white shroud covering the land just baptized by the tailed beast's ball. At the lake's edge the original ritual site had vanished, replaced by a massive scorched crater 100 meters wide. The crater's bottom held rocks melted by intense heat, and the soil at the rim was cracked in a radial pattern. Lake water surged into the pit hissing and steaming, giving rise to even more mist. Danzo and his root forces along with the mad ritual formation had vanished completely from the world. The only trace was some black fragments scattered at the crater's edge, possibly remnants of a Sharingan, or perhaps charred pieces of Hashirama cells that had turned to wood. Meanwhile Isabu the Three-Tails, after unleashing that tailed beast ball, seemed to have exhausted the power forcibly awakened moments ago, and slowly sank into the depths of the lake. The ripples on the lake gradually calmed and the colossal shadow disappeared into the deep green waters. In the dense fog only a faint low breathing remained, like a nightmare stirring within a slumbering beast. At a rocky outcropping the medical barrier you had maintained flickered a few times before finally shattering. Her face pale and chakra nearly depleted, her hands remained steady on Jing's chest, a thin stream of emerald medical chakra barely sustaining his fragile vital signs. "How is he?" Jinger knelt on one knee beside them, his dark silver mask stained with water and dust. Yu's voice trembled. Massive internal bleeding, 3 broken ribs on the left side piercing the lung lobe. His right eye. The blood vessels inside have completely ruptured and the optic nerve is severely damaged. Worst of all are chakra depletion and nerve damage. His body is like a candle burned to its last flicker. "Can you save him?" Ye's voice came from behind. Shicai and Gu had just finished checking the surroundings, confirming they were temporarily safe. Yu bit her lip, tears streaming uncontrollably. "I need an absolutely quiet, fully equipped operating room, at least 2 medical Jonin assistants, and a large supply of blood packs and nutrient fluids. But there's nothing here. The medicine I carry is only enough to stabilize his injuries at most. At most to keep him alive for 3 hours. 3 hours. In this fog-shrouded desolate lake region over 30 kilometers from the nearest human settlement. Chenger fell silent. Beneath the dark silver mask his expression was unseen, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. "We'll take him with us." Gu suddenly spoke. "I can make a stretcher with earth release, he can lighten the weight with wind release, and we'll take turns carrying him at full speed. 3 hours. We might reach the nearest rain border outpost. But will the rain save him?" C's voice was cold and realistic. "Lord Jing is a rogue ninja of Konoha's S-rank, leader of Dawn. Though the Rain and Leaf have conflicts, Hanzo won't openly oppose Konoha for us. More likely they'll capture all of us and hand us over to the Leaf for concessions. Then let's go to the grass country." "You said? Jiraiya's troops are there. Though our positions differ, Lord Jiraiya is the 3rd Hokage's disciple, perhaps. Perhaps he'll grant Jing a quick death out of old friendship." Chenger cut her off, his voice carrying a deep weariness. Don't you understand yet? From the day Jing left Konoha he's been on a path of no return. Konoha won't save him, they'll only kill him. The rain, the rock, the cloud. Any ninja village will only see him as an asset to exploit or a threat to eliminate. Then we just watch him die." You burst out, her voice hoarse. "He stopped Danzo, he prevented the Three-Tails from rampaging and harming innocents. He saved villages that might have existed, saved civilians who might have passed by, even saved those rain ninja who tried to seal the Three-Tails. Is this the ending? Dying alone by this cursed lake, his corpse devoured by beasts, his name forgotten by everyone." "You calm down." Chenger placed a hand on her shoulder. "How can I be calm?" You shook off his hand, tears blurring her vision. "Do you know? Just before the barrier shattered I saw Lord Jing's lips. He was smiling. He was smiling. Using his last strength to stop a disaster, and then dying contentedly. Is that the ending Uchiha Jing wanted? Is that the meaning of our following him?" The cliffside fell into dead silence. Only the faint sound of drifting fog and Jing's barely audible breathing. Just then a voice came from above. "If you're willing to trust me, I can take him somewhere." Everyone instantly assumed combat stances. C's blade was already drawn, Ye's hand rested on her weapon pouch, Gu's hands were halfway through a seal, and Chenger stood protectively in front of Jing and Yu. Higher up the cliff Tsukumo Hatake slowly descended. He wore no mask, his white hair striking in the mist. There was no hostility on his face, only a calm, almost pitying expression. "Konoha's white fang." Chenger's voice was cold. "How long have you been here?" "Long enough." Tsukumo stopped 10 meters away, a distance that neither provoked excessive wariness nor prevented an instant reaction. "From when Danzo began the ritual to when you appeared to when Jing. interrupted it in that manner to the Three Tails rampage. I saw it all. Then what is your choice? Cheng asked. Arrest us. Or kill us and take Jing's corpse back to Konoha as proof. Sakumo shook his head. If I intended to do that, I would have acted when you were at your weakest. He looked at Jing lying in Yu's arms, his gaze complex. I know Uchiha Jing. Rather, I know of him. The youngest ANBU captain in Konoha's history, disciple of the second Hokage, a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Uchiha clan. But by the time I became a jonin, he had already left Konoha. The rumors I heard about him were mostly negative. Traitor, coward, someone who shirked responsibility. He's not. You tried to retort, but Sakumo raised a hand to stop her. I know, Sakumo said. Today I saw the truth. A man willing to stake his life to stop a disaster could never be a coward. A man who could have fled alone but chose to stand before his comrades could never be heartless. A man who in his final moments could tell his enemy, you can't control it. He saw something more important than power. He paused. So I'm willing to help him. Not as a Konoha ninja, but as Sakumo Hatake in my personal capacity. Where will you take him? Chinger asked warily. A neutral medical facility, Sakumo said, belonging to no ninja village, run by a few retired medical ninja treating those who cannot appear in regular hospitals. 15 kilometers from here, on the border between the rain and grass countries. At our speed we can get there in 20 minutes. Why? He asked. Why are you helping us? We're rogue ninja wanted by Konoha. Helping us is betraying Konoha. Sakumo fell silent. His gaze drifted into the distant fog as if seeing distant memories. My father, he began slowly, was once a Tokubetsu jonin of Konoha. On a mission he made a choice, abandoned the mission to save his teammates. The mission failed, his teammates survived, but when my father returned to Konoha, he was condemned by everyone. They said a ninja should prioritize the mission above all. Emotional decisions only lead to more deaths. My father didn't argue. He simply never accepted important missions again, living in obscurity until his death. His voice was calm, but the weight within it was felt by everyone. I've often wondered, was my father wrong? If it were me, what would I have done? Today, seeing Jing's choice, I think I understand. Some things are indeed more important than missions, more important than rules, even more important than life itself. He looked at the members of Dawn. You trust him, you chose to follow him even against the entire world. Then please trust me once as well. I swear by the Hatake name that I will never harm Uchiha Jing, nor will I betray your location. I only want to save a man worth saving. Chenger exchanged glances with the others. In their eyes were doubt, struggle, but ultimately a glimmer of hope. Can you guarantee the safety of that medical point? Chenger asked. I can't guarantee absolute safety, Sakumo admitted honestly. But there are strong barrier seals, their special tokens are required for entry, and the medical ninja have all signed confidentiality contracts. At least it's much safer than waiting here to die. How do we know this isn't a trap? See, I asked coldly. You don't. Sakumo met her eyes directly. You can only choose to trust or not trust. But time is running out. He has less than 3 hours of life left. You held Jing tighter, feeling his weakening pulse. She looked up at Chinger. Captain? Chinger closed his eyes. Beneath the dark silver mask he made his decision. We'll go with you, he said. But if you betray us, I swear no matter the cost, Dawn will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Sakumo nodded. I accept. He turned. Follow me. I know a hidden path that avoids the rain's patrols. The Dawn team sprang into action. Gu fashioned a sturdy stretcher with earth release, and Yi lightened its weight with wind release. Yu sat beside the stretcher, continuously injecting medical chakra. Ci and Gu carried the stretcher while Yi and Shinger guarded the flanks. Sakumo led the way. He moved swiftly yet maintained a pace the Dawn team could match. The route was indeed hidden, through narrow rock crevices skirting dangerous swamps, avoiding any area with possible chakra sensing. Along the way, Chinger communicated with his team through a mental link. Stay alert. If anything feels wrong, retreat immediately. With Jing, I'll hold the rear. Understood. They all responded. The 15-kilometer journey at full ninja speed took less than 20 minutes. The fog gradually thinned, revealing a relatively dry, hilly area. At the back of an unremarkable slope, Sakumo stopped and formed hand seals. A hidden jutsu formation emerged on the ground. Sakumo channeled chakra into specific nodes, and the earth silently slid open, revealing a descending staircase. Underground. Yu was surprised. The safest place, Sakumo said. Follow me. The stairs descended about 10 meters, ending at a heavy metal door. Sakumo keyed in a code and left a chakra imprint on the sensor area. The door slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit corridor with the scent of antiseptic. An elderly man in a white medical coat stood at the entrance. Seeing Sakumo, he nodded. "Sakumo-kun, you've brought guests." His eyes swept over the Dawn team, lingered briefly on Jing, and without asking further he stepped aside. "Come in quickly. The operating room is ready. This is Yakushi Nono, the head of this facility," Sakumo introduced briefly. "Nono-senpai, the patient is critical and needs immediate surgery." Nono, who appeared around 60 with graying hair but sharp eyes and brisk movements, glanced at you. "Are you a medical ninja?" "Yes, but enough. You come with me into the operating room. The others wait outside." Nono's tone was unequivocal. "Sakumo, you explain the situation and keep them calm." "Yes." You handed Jing over to two of Nono's assistants. They wore masks, their faces hidden, but their movements were professional. The stretcher was wheeled into a room at the end of the corridor, with you following closely. The metal door closed, and the surgical light flicked on. In the corridor, the Dawn team and Sakumo waited in silence. Time ticked by. The corridor was filled only with the low hum of the ventilation system and occasional beeps from monitors in the operating room. An hour later, the operating room door opened and Nono emerged, pulling off blood-stained gloves. His face was weary, but his eyes held a trace of relief. "He's alive," Nono said. "Barely. His right eye couldn't be saved. The optic nerve was completely necrotic. I've already performed the enucleation. The internal bleeding has stopped, the broken ribs are set, but the lung puncture will take time to heal. The most troublesome are the nerve damage and chakra depletion. It will take at least 3 months before he can resume normal activity. And..." He hesitated. "His Sharingan's ocular power is completely gone. Not sealed, not suppressed, it's a true disappearance. Uchiha Jing now is just an ordinary severely injured ninja. He's alive." Chenga repeated, his voice trembling with relief. "That's enough." "What about the girl?" he asked. "How is you?" "She's fine, just chakra depleted and sleeping," Nono said. "She's an excellent medical ninja. Without her initial care, Jing wouldn't have made it here. She's resting in the next room." "Can we see him?" Gu asked. "Yes, but only one at a time and not for long," Nono said. "He's still very weak and needs absolute rest." Chinga looked at Sakumo. "You go. You're his old acquaintance." Sakumo hesitated, then nodded. In the operating room, Jing lay on the bed connected to various monitoring devices. His right eye was wrapped in thick bandages, his left eye closed, his face pale as paper, but his chest rose and fell steadily. He was alive. Sakumo walked to the bedside and stood quietly for a moment. Then he spoke softly, as if afraid to wake Jing. "You did it. Danzo's madness has been stopped, the Three Tails has returned to slumber, and no innocents were harmed. Your comrades. They all survived." On the bed, the lashes of Jing's left eye fluttered. He slowly opened his eyes, vision blurry, but gradually focusing on Sakumo's face. "Sakumo." Jing's voice was hoarse, barely audible. "It's me." Sakumo sat down by the bed. "Don't talk, conserve your strength." Jing's lips curled into a faint trace of a smile. "Why are you? Why save you?" Sakumo finished his sentence. "Because you are right. Some battles are not for missions, not for the village, not even for oneself, but for righteousness itself." He paused a moment. "Jing-senpai, about my father. Do you know?" Jing blinked in acknowledgement. "Then you understand my choice," Sakumo said. "For Konoha, I'll report that Danzo attempted to control the Three Tails and failed, killed by its backlash, with no other personnel found at the scene. But the ANBU's intelligence network will eventually discover that Dawn was involved. You must leave as soon as possible. Once Jing-senpai's condition stabilizes, move immediately." Jing nodded, a glimmer of gratitude in his left eye. "Also," Sakumo hesitated, "Jiraiya-sama has been searching for you. Not to capture you, but to talk. About Dawn, about your ideals, about how to change this world." Jing's gaze grew complex. "I won't persuade you to do anything." Sakumo stood. "Once you've recovered, you can decide for yourself. But regardless, thank you. Thank you for showing me that beyond missions and killing there are other possibilities for a ninja." He walked toward the door. Before leaving, he turned back and said, "Take care, Jing-senpai. I hope the next time we meet, it's not on the battlefield." The door closed softly. In the hospital room, Jing closed his eyes, feeling the pain in his body and also the reality of being alive. He was alive. His comrades were alive. The disaster had been averted. And the path still continued. Under the influence of the medication, his consciousness began to fade. Before sinking into sleep, Jing's mind conjured the final image of Tobirama-sensei nodding to him in a radiant light. "Sensei," he whispered inwardly. "I still haven't found the answer. But at least, I'm still moving forward." Outside the window, the dense fog still shrouded the land of the rain country. But deep underground in the medical facility, a lamp burned, guarding the last spark within the embers. And that spark would eventually welcome the dawn. It was only a matter of time. 3 days later. In the ward of the underground medical facility, Jing was propped against the headboard. The bandage on his right eye had been changed, still covering it, while his left eye's vision was gradually clearing. His complexion remained pale, but compared to his near-death state 3 days ago, he had improved immensely. Bandages were wrapped around his chest to immobilize his ribs. His left arm hung in a sling, yet at least he could breathe on his own, eat, and think. Yu sat on a chair beside the bed, holding a bowl of herbal porridge, feeding him spoonful by spoonful. Her eyes were still slightly red and swollen, but her demeanor had returned to her usual professional calm. "Lady Nono said that in another week you'll be able to get out of bed and do simple exercises," Yu said softly. "But chakra recovery will take at least 3 months. During that time, absolutely no fighting, not even high-intensity chakra control practice." Jing nodded, swallowing a mouthful of porridge. "And the others? Chung'er and Yi are on perimeter watch. Ci and Gu are checking evacuation routes," Yu said. "Lord Sakuma left yesterday. He said he needed to return to Konoha to report the official version of the Danzo incident. Lady Nono and the medical staff here are very professional. They didn't ask any questions." "What about Jiraiya?" Jing asked. Yu's hand paused slightly. "Still no word. But Chung'er speculates that with Jiraiya-sama's intelligence network he probably already knows we're here. The reason he hasn't shown up immediately. Perhaps he's observing, or perhaps he's preparing something." Jing was silent for a moment. "You should leave." "Jing-sama, let me finish." Jing interrupted, his voice weak yet carrying undisputable authority. "Danzo is dead, but Root isn't completely destroyed. The Konoha higher-ups won't let this go, especially Hamura Midokado and Koharu Yudatane. They will investigate to the very end. And on the Amigekure side, Hanzo lost the elite of his Venom Fang forces, and his plan to seal the Three Tails was exposed. He will take action too." He looked at you. "This place is no longer safe. My injuries are too severe. I'm a burden. The 4 of you should relocate immediately to the Akatsuki safe house in the land of hot water and wait for my contact." "Impossible." Yu's voice suddenly turned firm. "We won't abandon you. Chung'er won't, you won't, Ci and Gu won't. If you insist we leave, then we'll carry you with us, even if it slows us down, even if it increases the risk." Jing looked at her, a trace of complexity flashing through his left eye. Don't you understand? The price of my survival might be all of your lives. If pursuers from Konoha or Amigekure find this place, then we fight." Yu met his gaze directly. "We are Akatsuki, not Konoha's Umbu, not Amigekure's Venom Fang. We follow you not because you are powerful, not because you can bring us victory, but because you showed us another possibility. A possibility where shinobi don't have to sacrifice everything for a mission, a possibility where power can be used to protect rather than destroy." Her voice trembled slightly. "By the Mist Lake, when you used your last dojutsu to strike at Danzo, I saw it. That radiance. It wasn't the light of the Sharingan, it was your own light. So please don't ever call yourself a burden or a liability again. You are the path we chose, the future we believe in. If you fall, then what meaning does our fight have?" The room fell into a brief silence. Jing's gaze settled on Yu's face. This medical Nin, always quiet and restrained, now had a fire burning in her eyes that he had never seen before. That fire was not anger, not sorrow. It was a steadfastness bordering on faith. "I understand," Jing said at last. "Forgive me." Yu shook her head and continued feeding him porridge. But at the corner of her mouth a faint, gratified curve appeared. Just then a soft knock came at the door. "Enter," Jing said. The door opened and Chinga walked in. The dark silver mask had been removed, revealing a face weathered by countless storms, yet his eyes remained sharp. His expression was somewhat grave. "A situation?" Jing asked. "The perimeter warning traps were triggered," Chinga said. "Not by forceful breaking, but skillfully bypass. Whoever it is has excellent stealth skills, at least Jonin level. But oddly they didn't approach further, they lingered just beyond the warning line for a moment, then left." "Did they leave anything behind?" Yu asked alertly. Chinga produced a small scroll from within his garments. "Found at the edge of the traps. No chakra seal, anyone could open it. There's only one line on it." He unrolled the scroll and handed it to Jing. On the scroll, written in a free-flowing hand, Tomorrow at midnight, Eastern Valley. Come alone. To talk of old times and of the future. Jiraiya. Jing looked at the line, his left eye narrowing slightly. A trap, you said immediately? He wants to lure you out, and then, not necessarily. Chang'e analyzed. Given Jiraiya's strength, if he truly wanted to capture someone, he could have stormed this medical outpost directly. We'd have had difficulty resisting. Choosing this method is more like a test. Or a form of respect. Respect. Yu was puzzled. He gave Jing the right to choose. Chang'e said. To go or not to go. To go alone or to bring others. It's a statement. I'm not coming to hunt you as one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, but to speak with you as Jiraiya the individual. Jing rolled up the scroll and set it beside the bed. Will you go? Chang'e asked. Yes. Jing replied without hesitation. Since he extended the invitation this way, I'll respond in kind. Besides, I do wish to speak with him. It's too dangerous. You objected. Your body. I'll inject a strong analgesic and an adrenaline shot before the meeting, Jing said. Lady Nono should have them. It will strain my body, but it's enough to sustain a conversation. What if he attacks? Chang'e asked. Then we fight. Jing's voice was calm. But I lean toward believing he won't. Jiraiya is different from Danzo. He may not understand my choices, may oppose my path, but at the very least he's willing to listen to what I have to say. Chang'e was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. All right. But I'll keep watch from a distance. At the first sign of trouble I'll move in immediately. No. Jing shook his head. He said come alone, so I'll go alone. Chang'e, this is a matter of trust. If even basic trust can't be established, then this conversation is meaningless. But trust me. Jing cut him off. And trust Jiraiya. Chang'e looked into Jing's eyes and finally sighed. Very well. But we'll prepare for evacuation. If you haven't returned past the appointed time, or if you send a signal, we'll relocate immediately, and leave markers along the way. Agreed. Jing consented. You wanted to say more, but Jing raised his still functional right hand and gently pressed her arm. Don't worry. I'll come back. I still have many things left unfinished, many people yet to see, and many questions yet to find answers. His gaze drifted toward the window. Though outside there was only cold concrete wall, his sight seemed to pierce through everything, reaching somewhere far beyond. This world needs to change, and the change has only just begun. The next day at midnight, in the eastern valley of the Land of Rain, inside a relatively dry cave, Jiraiya sat leaning against the cave wall, a small campfire burning before him. An iron kettle hung over the flames, the water just boiling. He was leisurely brewing tea. He wasn't wearing his iconic red haori, but rather a simple gray traveling outfit, his long white hair loosely tied back. He neither deliberately concealed his presence, nor made it conspicuous. Like an ordinary traveler resting at this spot. Soft footsteps sounded from outside the cave. Jiraiya looked up toward the entrance. Jing's figure appeared there. He wore a dark casual outfit, his right eye still wrapped in bandages, his left arm in a sling. His steps were somewhat slow, but he walked steadily. His face, illuminated by the firelight, still looked pale, but his gaze was clear and calm. You came. Jiraiya smiled, gesturing to the spot across from him. Sit. The tea is freshly brewed, mountain camellia from the Land of Rain. Not bad. Jing didn't sit immediately. Instead, he carefully sensed the surroundings. Indeed, only Jiraiya was present. No ambush, no traps. Only then did he walk to the opposite side of the fire, and slowly sit down. Jiraiya handed him a cup of tea. Jing accepted it but didn't drink, just held it in his hands, feeling the warmth radiating through the cup. How are your injuries? Jiraiya asked, his tone like an old friend making conversation. Not fatal, Jing replied briefly. About Danzo, I heard from Tsukumo. Jiraiya took a sip of tea. The way he met his end. You could say he brought it upon himself. But the Konoha higher-ups won't see it that way. To them, Danzo was the root of Konoha, its guardian in the shadows. His death, someone must answer for it. So you've come to capture me? Jing asked. Jiraiya shook his head. If I wanted to capture you, I'd have done it 3 days ago. You were unconscious then, and your comrades were exhausted. It would have been the perfect opportunity. He paused. Jing, I've known you for a long time. We haven't gone on many missions together, but I saw you as a child, following behind Tobirama-sensei, studying with perfect seriousness, your eyes full of hope for the future. I also saw you after you became captain of the Umbu, calm, efficient, nearly flawless. But I've never seen you like this. Like what? Jing asked. Like a human being, Jiraiya said seriously. With weaknesses capable of being hurt, capable of making mistakes, willing to stake your life for something. Rather than a weapon of Konoha, a pride of the Uchiha, or the second Hokage's perfect disciple. Jing was silent for a moment. People always change. Indeed, Jiraiya remarked with a hint of melancholy. We have all changed. You left Konoha, I left the village to travel. Tsunade succumbed to gambling and Orochimaru chose a different path. His gaze turned profound. Over these years traveling across the shinobi world, I have witnessed much. War, famine, hatred, suffering. And also tiny yet undeniably real glimmers of hope. I have begun to understand some of what Lord Tobirama once said, about peace, about understanding, about breaking the cycle. Kagami raised his eyes. You agree with Lord Tobirama's ideals. I agree with his goals, but not entirely with his methods, Jiraiya said candidly. Lord Tobirama believed in systems and rationality, in achieving peace through rules and balance. But what I have seen on my journey is that the human heart is more complex than any system. Hatred is more powerful than reason, and peace requires something more. Like what? Like understanding, like tolerance, like love. Jiraiya chuckled. Sounds trite, doesn't it? But that is what I have seen. A mother protecting her child amidst the flames of war, a victim choosing forgiveness over vengeance, insignificant people forging connections between different villages. They possess a strength that is not chakra but the power of the human spirit. Kagami stared at the campfire, silent. Kagami, what is your Dawn truly trying to achieve? Jiraiya asked. Sakumo said you are protecting civilians, fighting against corrupt nobles and shinobi, and even attempting to change certain rules. But what specifically? What is your goal? Establish a new hidden village. Overthrow the existing order. Or something else. Kagami slowly set down his teacup. Jiraiya, have you ever seen a seed? He suddenly asked. A seed? A seed lodged within a crack in the rock. Kagami's voice was soft. No soil, no water, only unyielding stone. Yet it still sprouts, using all its strength to push apart the rock, growing minuscule roots, seeking any trace of nourishment. In the end it might grow into a sapling or wither in a storm. But what matters is that it tried. He looked at Jiraiya. Dawn is that seed. We don't know if we can grow into a great tree or how much we can change. But we know that if we don't even try, nothing will ever change. What do you want to change? Jiraiya pressed. The relationship between shinobi and civilians, Kagami said. The ideology of mission above all. The logic that might makes right. And the Uchiha's relationship with Konoha, with other villages, with this world. He paused. Jiraiya, you have traveled the nation, surely you have seen it. Shinobi accept a client's mission, to assassinate, to destroy, to steal, and then take their payment and leave. As for the consequences of the mission, the deaths of civilians, broken families, the ruin of villages, those are not within the shinobi's consideration. Because shinobi are merely tools. Tools need no feelings, no morality, only to execute orders. This is the shinobi's way of survival, Jiraiya said. A tradition passed down since the Warring States period. But the Warring States period is over. Kagami's voice grew firmer. The Senju and Uchiha allied to establish Konoha, to end the endless clan feuds so that children would no longer have to go to war. The first Hokage's dream was to build a world where all children could grow up in safety. But look at us now. Children still learn the art of killing at the ninja academy, are still sent to war at around age 10, and still sacrifice everything for the interests of the village. The campfire crackled. Kagami, you are too idealistic. Jiraiya sighed. Reality is that as long as other villages exist, as long as the shadow of war looms, Konoha must maintain its military strength. Otherwise we are the ones destroyed. So we must perpetuate this cycle forever. Kagami asked. Hatred breeds war, war breeds more hatred, and then we wait for the next war. Has the dream of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha been utterly forgotten? Jiraiya fell silent. He picked up the iron kettle and refilled their cups. Kagami, do you know why Lord Tobirama ultimately did not choose you as his successor to the Hokage position? He suddenly asked. Kagami's pupils constricted slightly. It wasn't because of your abilities, your lineage, or even your Uchiha heritage, Jiraiya said, looking into his eyes. It was because you are too much like him. Like who? Like a young Lord Tobirama, Jiraiya said. Rational, calm, believing in the power of institutions, but also alone, stubborn, carrying all burdens on his own shoulders. Lord Tobirama saw his own reflection in you. He knew how difficult that path is, how lonely, how easy it is to lose yourself. Kagami's grip tightened on his teacup. He chose Hiruzen not because he was stronger than you, but because Hiruzen understood softness better, Jiraiya continued. He understood compromise, how to listen, how to find balance between ideals and reality. Lord Tobirama wanted Konoha to have a Hokage who could unite everyone, not a perfect but solitary leader. But Lord Hiruzen, Kageme's voice was hoarse. He has changed too. Danzo's root, the surveillance of the Uchiha, the suspicion of other villages. Konoha is losing its original purpose. I know. Jiraiya nodded. That is why I left, to travel, to think, to write, yes, those tacky novels. Because I wanted to find an answer, to find a third path different from Lord Tobirama's rationality and the first Hokage's naivety. He looked at Kagami. And your Dawn seems to be seeking that same path. Outside the cave the sound of rain grew. It was raining again in the land of rain. Jiraiya, why have you come today? Kagami asked. Surely not just for conversation. Jiraiya set down his cup, his expression turning serious. Two things, he said. First, the Konoha High Command has decided to designate you, Kagami Uchiha, as a Class S missing mean with a bounty of 50 million ryo. Furthermore, they have issued a kill-on-sight order for all members of the Dawn organization. The order goes into effect in 3 days, and at least 3 elite A and BU squads will be dispatched into the land of rain to hunt you down. Kagami's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes sharpened. Second, Jiraiya paused. I want to collaborate with you. Collaborate? Kagami raised an eyebrow. Not a collaboration between Konoha and Dawn, but between you and me personally, Jiraiya said. I will continue to travel the shinobi world, write my books and search for answers. And you continue your path of Dawn, sowing your seeds. We can exchange intelligence, assist each other at certain times, and perhaps one day find a true path to peace. Why? Kagami asked. You could easily stay out of this and continue your travels. Why get involved in something so dangerous? Because I too am a seed. Jiraiya laughed, and there was a rare sincerity in his smile. Except this particular seed likes to wander around, write smutty novels and drink and gamble. But in essence, I also want to see the rock crack and see the sunlight pour in. He extended his hand. So, our methods may differ, our ideals may differ, but perhaps our goals are aligned. Kagami looked at the outstretched hand, then into Jiraiya's eyes. In those eyes he saw cunning irreverence, but also a deeply hidden, never-extinguished fire. After a few seconds, Kagami extended his still functional right hand and grasped Jiraiya's. Pleasure doing business together, he said. Likewise. Jiraiya grinned, gripping firmly. Releasing his grip, Jiraiya took out a small scroll from his robe and handed it to Kagami. This is some intelligence you might need, the internal conflicts in Amigakure Hanzo's health condition, the smuggling routes along the grass country border, and the recent movements of the Uchiha clan. Kagami took the scroll but did not open it immediately. The Uchiha. How are they? He asked, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Jiraiya's expression turned complex. Not well. Fugaku is trying to maintain balance, but the voices of the radical faction within the clan grow louder. The suspicion from Konoha's high command hasn't decreased. If anything, they are more vigilant after Danzo's death. I fear an eruption of conflict is only a matter of time. Kagami closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Kagami, that is the fate of the Uchiha and the fate of Konoha, Jiraiya said softly. But fate is not necessarily unchangeable. It just needs time, needs the right methods, needs the right people. I understand, Kagami said, opening his eyes. Thank you, Jiraiya. Don't thank me, Jiraiya said, rising to his feet. I should get going. Oh, and this is for you. He tossed Kagami a small bottle. A special recovery medicine from Nono, 3 times more effective than anything on the market. Take 1 pill daily to accelerate chakra recovery. Consider it the first gift of our partnership. Kagami caught the bottle and nodded. Jiraiya walked to the cave entrance, pausing in the rain to look back. Take care, Kagami. Don't die too soon. This world needs more seeds. And those who can witness them sprout. With those words, his figure vanished into the sheets of rain. Kagami sat alone in the cave, watching the dancing flames, clutching the small scroll and the medicine bottle. The sound of rain grew louder. Yet amidst the deluge he seemed to hear another sound, not of despair, not of finality, but something faint yet resolute. It was the sound of a seed cracking open rock. The sound of footsteps in the darkness. It was the faint, unwavering glimmer of light in the deepest dark before dawn. He tucked away the medicine bottle and scroll, rose and walked towards the cave entrance. The rain struck his face cold and real. He was still alive. The path still lay ahead. And the partnership had already begun. The 10th day in the underground medical facility. Mira's right eye bandage had been fully removed, replaced by a simple black eye patch. Faint purple surgical bruising still lingered around his eye socket, but at least the bleeding had stopped, and the sharp stabbing pain had subsided, transformed instead into a deep, persistent, dull ache like cold seeping from within his bones. The splint on his left arm had also been removed, yet Yanayu warned him that recovery from the shoulder nerve injury would take far longer, at least 3 months without lifting heavy objects, without strenuous movement, and even without maintaining the same posture for extended periods. "Your body is like porcelain repaired too many times," Yanayu said during his final examination. "Every grave wound leaves invisible cracks." Chakra exhaustion, nerve damage, internal organ trauma, these injuries compounded upon one another, rendering his body increasingly fragile. "Mira, you must accept this truth. You are no longer the elite ANBU commander in your early 20s, blessed with astonishing resilience. Now your body cannot withstand another injury of equal severity." He said nothing, only nodded. He knew Yanayu spoke the truth. Over these 10 days of convalescence he felt his body's oppressive heaviness with unnerving clarity. Each breath carried a faint lingering pain in his lungs, every lift of his arm betrayed stiffness in his shoulder, each attempt to gather chakra felt like drawing water from a parched well, laborious, and yielding little. But time had run out. The Hidden Leaf Village had issued a bounty on him. Though this underground clinic was shielded by concealment seals, 5 days earlier Sandow Chinger, stationed on perimeter watch, had detected traces of Hidden Leaf ANBU activity, not broad sweeps but precise reconnaissance. This meant the Hidden Leaf had already narrowed its search to this general region. A full-scale sweep was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Hidden Rain Village was also mobilizing. Though Sanzo made no public statement, the remnants of the Poison Fawn unit, reorganized after the Mist Lake incident, had begun conducting frequent patrols along the border regions. Their objective clearly extended beyond Dawnbreaker. It encompassed all foreign shinobi operating within the Land of Rain, including Hidden Leaf reconnaissance teams. From the Land of Grass, Jiraiya's main force had begun advancing toward the Rain border, but slowly, deliberately, as if awaiting developments. And spies from both the Hidden Rock and Hidden Cloud villages had grown increasingly active in this area, transforming the entire Rain border zone into a powder keg poised for ignition. Dawnbreaker must relocate. Safe routes have already been charted. Sandow Chinger unrolled a map during the evening briefing. 3 options: first, westward into the Land of Rivers, rugged terrain ideal for concealment, yet furthest from our safe house in the Land of Hot Springs, requiring at least 15 days of travel. Second, northward through the Land of Grass, the shortest path yet most perilous. We'd pass directly through Jiraiya's defensive zone and risk encountering Hidden Rock patrols. Third, southeastward into the Land of the Sea. He pointed to the archipelago at the map's edge, composed of dozens of islands. Its central government exercises minimal control. Local warlords rule autonomously. We maintain a small liaison outpost there, sufficient for temporary respite. Yet maritime transit is slow and easily tracked, and following the Three Tails incident, Kirigakure's vigilance has heightened. Though nominally neutral, the Land of the Sea falls de facto under Kirigakure's sphere of influence. Ye sure gu, and you studied the map, their expressions grave. Master Mira, what is your judgment? He asked. His gaze traveled slowly across the map. His finger traced the mountain ranges of the Land of Rivers, the plains of the Land of Grass, and finally settled upon the southeastern archipelago. The Land of the Sea, he declared. Why? Sure pressed. That route carries immense risk. Because it holds what we need, Mira replied. Intelligence. The Land of the Sea lies at the confluence of the lands of fire, water, and lightning, a lawless tri-border zone, and the undisputed hub of intelligence trade. If we wish to discern the Hidden Leaf High Council's intentions, gauge other villages' responses, or even learn of the Uchiha clan's status, that archipelago offers our best vantage. He paused. Moreover, though Kirigakure's alert level has risen, their focus remains fixed on the Three Tails. Danzo's death may even be welcomed by them, removing a man obsessed with controlling tailed beasts. If we move discreetly, drawing no attention, Kirigakure may not expend great effort pursuing us. Sandow Chinger pondered briefly, then nodded. That reasoning holds merit. Then the Land of the Sea it is, but the route requires adjustment. We cannot head directly south. That would take us through the contested border zone between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. I recommend first moving east into southern grass country, then landing at the northwest fringe of the Land of the Sea, where dense island clusters offer ample cover. How long? You asked? 7 days, if all proceeds smoothly, Sandow Chinger replied. A significant qualification. Then it is decided. Mira rose. The simple motion dimmed his vision for an instant, yet he steadied himself swiftly. We depart before dawn tomorrow. Prepare thoroughly tonight. Late that night, Mira sat alone in the infirmary, holding the scroll Jiraiya had left behind. Over these 10 days he had read its contents repeatedly, So detailed the information bordered on dangerous, proving Jiraiya's intelligence network ran deeper and wider than Mirror had imagined. Regarding the hidden rain village, Sanzo's health was indeed deteriorating. A chance exposure to the poisonous mucus of the giant salamander 3 years prior had inflicted permanent lung damage. In the past 6 months his public appearances had markedly declined. Day-to-day governance fell increasingly to his 3 disciples, between whom open power struggles had already emerged. Regarding the hidden leaf village, Danzo's death had triggered seismic upheaval among the elders. Koharu Yudatane and Hamira Mitokado demanded a thorough investigation, blaming external forces, implicitly accusing rival villages or even the Akatsuki organization. Hiruzen Sarutobi's stance remained ambiguous. While endorsing the bounty order, he simultaneously restricted ANBU operations, seemingly buying time. Regarding the Uchiha clan, conditions were worse than Jiraiya described. The factional hardliners led by Uchiha Yodai had begun clandestine military training. Fugaku attempted suppression, but with limited effect. The hidden leaf ANBU surveillance of the Uchiha compound had grown brazen. Patrol frequency around the clan district doubled. Tension stood poised on the brink of explosion. On the scroll's final page a single line appeared. Beware Orochimaru. He seeks you too. Mirror's fingers brushed the words. Orochimaru, the former comrade, now rogue shinobi. What did he want? His Sharingan. Or something else? He closed the scroll and slipped it into his robe. Then he picked up the new set of travel clothes Yanayo had prepared, dark gray garments topped with a rainproof cloak, its belt fitted with pouches for tools and a sword scabbard. His blade had been lost during the Mist Lake incident, only a short knife remained, barely serviceable. Once dressed, Mirror approached the mirror in the corner. The man reflected startled him. A black eye patch concealed his right eye, faint shadows ringed his left. His cheeks were hollowed by blood loss and malnutrition, his lips lacked color. His shoulders slumped slightly, a habitual posture born of injury. His entire bearing suggested a decade older than his years, a traveler weathered by relentless storms, worn thin by exhaustion. Yet those eyes, his left eye remained clear, piercing, still burning with something unquenchable. He raised a hand and gently touched the eye patch. The Sharingan was gone entirely. The Uchiha's ocular power had vanished. By bloodline inheritance he was no longer a complete Uchiha. Yet he felt no regret, only a strange, profound relief. That innate gift, both blessing and curse, had at last ceased to be his chain. Now he was simply Uchiha Mirror. A wounded, weary shinobi who chose nonetheless to move forward. The door opened softly. Yu entered. She wore her field gear, carrying a medical pack larger than usual. It is time for your injection, she said, holding 2 syringes, potent analgesic and adrenaline. Mirror nodded and loosened his collar. Her movements were practiced gentle, the 2 injections administered swiftly. As the drugs entered his veins, a faint dizziness washed over him, followed by a warm, illusory surge of strength flooding his limbs. The pain receded, breathing eased, even chakra flows seemed momentarily more vibrant. Yet he knew it was illusion, medicine's artifice. Once the effects faded, his body's backlash would be more severe. The medication lasts 8 hours, you said? Afterward you'll require at least 12 hours of complete rest. So we must reach the first relay point within 7 hours. Understood. Mirror fastened his collar. Are the others ready? They await outside. You looked at him, concern flickering in her eyes. Master Mirror, if you feel unwell en route, tell me immediately. Do not endure in silence. I will, he promised. They stepped from the infirmary into the corridor. Sandow, Chinger, Yishur, and Gu stood waiting, attired for mobility packs secured. Has everyone memorized the route? Sandow Chinger asked. All nodded. Very well. Move out. The exit of the subterranean passage lay hidden deep within an abandoned mine shaft. As the 6 emerged, rain fell, rain country's eternal fine unceasing drizzle. Dawn had not yet broken beneath a leaden sky, mist-wreathed forests blurred into shadowy silhouettes. Visibility was poor, but for fugitives such gloom offered perfect cover. Per plan, Sandow, Chinger, and Gu will scout ahead, 500 meters distance. Sandow, Chinger instructed. Yi and Shur will flank at 200-meter intervals. You and Mirror remain centrally positioned, maintain steady pace, do not strain yourselves. If contact occurs, Mirror's safety takes absolute priority. Understood. The squad dispersed, melting into the rain like ink into water, silent and swift. Mirror followed you, keeping a measured distance behind her. A steady, energy-conserving pace. The drug's effects were indeed remarkable. His body obeyed more readily than anticipated, with pain suppressed to a tolerable level. Though his chakra was thin, it sufficed for basic perception and movement. Yet the more he felt this, the more vigilant he became. False strength easily breeds misjudgment, and a single misstep could mean death. The first half of the journey went smoothly. They avoided the main roads, advancing along the edge of the forest, occasionally scaling cliffs or crossing streams, obstacles trivial for shinobi of their caliber. 3 hours later they reached the first scheduled transfer point, a concealed cave. They rested briefly, replenished water, and checked their equipment. Jing's condition was relatively stable. Yu examined him briefly and nodded. "Maintain this pace and we'll reach the border of Chao country on time," Chenga said. However, just as they prepared to leave, the cave C's mental link sent a warning. 2 kilometers ahead, a chakra reaction. Over 20 individuals dispersed, formation moving in our direction. Chakra signature. Yuin but not poison fang, a regular patrol unit. "Can we bypass them?" Chenga asked. "Left is a cliff, right is a swamp, only this path," Ci replied. "If we retreat it'll be a long detour and we might encounter other patrols." Chenga looked at Jing. "What do we do? Wait for them to pass or force a breakthrough?" Jing thought for a few seconds. "Wait. But prepare for battle. If discovered, strike decisively, leave no survivors." "Understood." The squad quickly concealed themselves. The cave entrance was naturally veiled by vines and the interior space was sufficient for 6 people to hide. They suppressed their chakra, held their breath, and remained as still as stone. 10 minutes later voices from the Yuin patrol reached them from outside. "Honestly, patrolling in this weather, has Lord Banzang been too tense lately? Let's talk. With such a big incident at Wuji, the entire border is on high alert. I heard even Tuanzang of my died there. Who knows if more lunatics will come causing trouble. Speaking of which, have you heard of Padao? That rogue ninja organization?" "Heard of it. 50 million real bounty. Tisk, if we could catch that we'd never worry for life." "Don't dream. A rogue ninja of that level, could someone like us capture them? If we encountered them we'd be lucky to return alive." The voices drew near, then faded. Inside the cave everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just as the last patrol member was about to pass, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait." Footsteps halted. "Captain, what's wrong?" "This cave. Aren't the vines at the entrance too neatly arranged?" Inside the cave everyone's heart leaped. "Seems a bit off. Should we check inside?" You 2 go in and investigate. The rest stay alert." "Trouble." Jing's eyes sharpened. He looked at Chenga and silently gestured, "Prepare for battle." Chenga nodded, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Outside the cave 2 Yuin shinobi parted the vines and stepped in. Their steps were cautious, hands on their pouches, eyes adjusting to the dimness. Then they saw the Padao squad. And the first syllable had barely left his lips when C's figure lunged from the shadows. A flash of steel, the first Yuin's throat was slit, his voice cut short. The second tried to retreat, but Guzura's spike shot from the ground, piercing his foot. He screamed and fell, and Ye's wind blade followed, severing his spine. The fight ended in 5 seconds. But the Yuin outside had already heard the commotion. "Enemy attack!" The captain's roar rang out. "Charge out!" Chenga ordered. The 6 burst out of the cave. Outside 18 Yuin shinobi had formed a formation, kunai and shuriken raining like a storm. Wind-style great breakthrough. He completed his hand seals and a gale swept forth, scattering most of the thrown weapons. Earth-style earth flow wall. Guz slammed his hands on the ground, raising an earthen wall that blocked the remaining assault. Chenga and Ci shot into the Yuin formation like twin lightning bolts. Chenga's sword style was broad and forceful, each strike carrying the power to sever steel. Ci's blade was eerie and cunning, targeting vital points with a single strike before retreating. Jing did not join the close combat. His physical condition would not allow it. But he stood before you, his left hand forming seals rapidly. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Though his chakra was insufficient, though the power was greatly diminished, dozens of small fireballs still shot precisely into the gaps of the Yuin formation, disrupting their rhythm. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes. When the last Yuin shinobi fell into the bloody mud, the clearing before the cave was littered with corpses. The rain continued washing away the blood, but the stench of gore remained heavy. "Check for casualties," Chenga said, breathing heavily. "No serious injuries." He quickly counted. Ci has a scratch on his arm. Gu's chakra is more than half depleted, the rest are fine. Jing's condition, however, was not good. After forcing himself to use ninjutsu, he felt a dull pain in his chest, his breathing became labored. The drug's effects seemed to be wearing off rapidly. "Lord Jing." You supported him, immediately infusing medical chakra. "I'm fine," Jing gritted out. "But we can't stay. The Yuin patrols have a communication system. Once they miss a check, reinforcements will come." "Move," Chang ordered. "Change course, head southeast directly into the marsh. Though difficult, it'll shake off pursuers." The squad set out again, this time faster. Jing was supported by Yu and Yi, almost half-dragged forward. His consciousness began to blur, the pain in his chest intensifying with each breath like needles stabbing. "The drug is wearing off," he whispered. "Hold on." Yu's voice carried a sob. "We'll reach the next transfer point soon, there are reserved medicines there." But the next transfer point was at least 2 hours away, and the Yuin pursuers might already be on their way. The marsh terrain grew even more treacherous. Mud-venomous insects hid in sinkholes, every step demanded caution. Their pace inevitably slowed. An hour later Jing finally collapsed to his knees. "Lord Jing, I need to rest." Jing's voice was faint. 5 minutes. Just. No, we're too exposed here." Chunga looked around. "There's a patch of reeds ahead, rest there." They helped Jing up and trudged forward. Just as the reeds came into sight, C's mental link warned again. "Behind us. Pursuers. Over 30 fast, they'll catch up in 10 minutes. Everyone's expression changed. 30 enemies, in their current state a frontal fight meant almost certain defeat. "What do we do?" He looked at Chunga. Chunga's gaze swept over his teammates, over the nearly unconscious Jing, and finally stopped at the depths of the marsh. "Into the swamp," he said. "I know an underwater passage that leads to an underground river. Dangerous, but it'll shake them off. Lord Jing can't hold his breath for long in his condition." Yu protested urgently. "Then we gamble," Chunga gritted out. "Better than dying here." He looked at Jing. "Jing, can you hold on?" Jing opened his eyes, a flicker of resolve in his left eye. "Lead the way." The squad turned and charged into the depths of the marsh. The water grew deeper from knee to waist, then to chest. The cold, muddy water sharpened Jing's awareness slightly, but also made breathing harder. Behind them the voices of the Yuin pursuers were now clearly audible. "They're over there. After them." Chunga dived under the water, the others following. Jing, supported by Yu and Yi on either side, was pulled forcibly into the water. Darkness, cold suffocation. Jing felt the pain in his lungs reach its peak, black spots appearing before his eyes. He knew he was nearing his limit. Just then a faint glimmer appeared ahead, not sunlight but the fluorescence of some mineral. Chunga's hand signal came arrived. They surfaced to find themselves in an underground cavern. Glowing stalactites hung from the ceiling, the air damp but breathable. An underground river flowed at their feet, leading into the dark depths. "Is it safe here?" Gu asked, gasping. "Safe for now," Chunga said. "This underground river merges with a major river inside Chao country. If we follow it, we'll leave Yuin country." He dragged Jing ashore. Jing coughed violently, spitting out bloody mud. "You hurry," Chunga urged. Yu fumbled open the medical kit and took out the reserved medicine. Another dose of painkiller, another of adrenaline. After the injection, Jing's breathing finally steadied somewhat, but his face was as pale as paper. "He can't keep pushing like this." Yu's tears finally fell. Next time he might really die." "There won't be a next time." Chunga looked at the current of the underground river. "Once we enter Chao country, we'll seek out Zilai. He promised cooperation and should offer shelter. But he's still one of the 3 ninja of Mai." Yu worried. "Gamble," Chunga said. "Gamble on Zilai's word, on his pursuit of peace, on him still having a conscience." He looked at the unconscious Jing. "And we have no other choice." In the cave only the sound of the underground river and the heavy breathing of the group remained. The glowing stalactites cast dim light overhead, illuminating Jing's face.